My name is Chi Xia. I'm about to start lying. Chi Xia looked at the principal in front of him, and was about to speak when the principal interrupted him. Principal Bai Jiansheng waved his hand impatiently and said, I know you really want to say it, but don't say it yet. Chi Xia, you're just 3 days shy of turning 19, yet you haven't awakened your spiritual abilities. I'm truly disappointed. So it's reasonable for me to advise you to drop out of school and give up the college entrance exam, right? You're taking up a spot in the school to take the college entrance exam. That's not good for anyone. Give up sooner rather than later, so everyone can have some dignity. Chi Xia listened to the principal's repeated urging him to drop out of school, and the meaning was already very clear. He failed to awaken his psychic powers at the age of 18, and taking the college entrance exam would have been tantamount to lowering the overall level of the school. Chi Xia could have imagined this situation. After all, in the era of high martial arts, a world where martial arts are revered, strength is the most crucial factor. Here, everyone will suddenly awaken their psychic powers at some point when they turn 18, thus becoming a psychic. Psionicists possess a wide variety of abilities, including humanoid, animaloid, objectoid, elemental, and abstract forms. Without exception, all psionicists possess immense power. But Chi Xia is about to turn 19, at which point he will no longer be able to awaken his spiritual power and will become completely the incompetent. The term incompetent does not refer to an incompetent husband, but rather to a group of people who have no spiritual abilities and can only work in the lowest level jobs in society. Therefore, Principal Bai Jiansheng did not want to wait. He wanted to get Chi Xia to give up the college entrance examination in the last 3 days. After all, the withdrawal process would take some time, and he did not want to take any risks. Seeing Chi Xia's reluctance, Bai Jiansheng decided to offer some bargaining chips. Chi Xia, the school isn't unreasonable. As long as you drop out of school, the school will give you 6,666 credits as humanitarian support, and will also introduce you to a job that pays 1,500 credits a month. Chi Xia shook his head and asked in a deep voice. Principal, my gene unlocking rate has reached 0.6%. Are you really unwilling to wait any longer? Chi Xia, I know you are good in many ways, and it's not that I don't believe in you, but it's extremely difficult for an incompetent person to achieve good results in the college entrance examination. I advise you to give up. Seeing that Chi Xia wanted to say something more, Bai Jiansheng waved his hand to interrupt him. Alright, Chi Xia, go back and discuss it with your parents now. I want the right result tonight. But, Chi Xia, don't be ungrateful. I've already done more than enough. It would be wrong of you to keep bothering me. Chi Xia suddenly felt the terrifying pressure emanating from Bai Jiansheng, forcing him to lower his head and slowly walk out of the principal's office. As he stepped out of the office, he leaned helplessly against the wall, still feeling lingering fear from the psychic energy the principal had just unleashed. As a transmigrator transported here by a large truck, Chi Xia not only failed to awaken his spiritual abilities, but also lacked a system and a powerful background, truly making him a disgrace to transmigrators. Just as he was about to head back, he fatally heard the principal making a phone call in the office. Hey! You're Chi Xia's father? I'm the principal of number 1 middle school. Here's the thing, I hope you can persuade Chi Xia to drop out of school voluntarily, and I will give you some humanitarian support. Of course, I'm telling you up front, don't resist or refuse, otherwise it won't be good for anyone. Standard Class Planet AE-86, Yongjiang City, Dormitory, Room 404. Chi Xia's father, Chi Zongheng, gazed at Chi Xia quietly and sighed. Xiao Xia, the principal has already told us about your situation. Both your parents are incompetent, so it's pretty much a foregone conclusion that you don't have any psychic abilities. So your parents think you should accept the principal's suggestion, drop out of school, go to work steadily, get married, have children, and live a happy life. Seeing that Chi Xia remained unmoved, Chi Xia's mother, Kai Tsuyin, earnestly advised him. Xiao Xia, just listen to your dad, give up the college entrance exam, and live a peaceful life. Your parents are doing this for your own good. Stop having those unrealistic dreams. Chi Xia looked at his parents, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. Dad, Mom, did you agree to the principal's request? Upon hearing this, Chi Zongheng and Kai Tsuyin nodded silently. Dad thinks the principal is a pretty good person. He not only gives you credit points, but also introduces you to a job. He's a really good person. Yes, Xia, Mom also thinks the principal is someone you can get along with. It would be great to have a stable job with a monthly income of 1,500. Chi Xia's parents are from the lower class of society, with a monthly salary of just 2,500 yuan. If Qixia had 1,500 yuan right after graduation, it would mean he would avoid taking decades of detours. This undoubtedly greatly reduces the burden on their families. Moreover, the principal of the school, who is a psionicist, is not someone they can afford to offend, otherwise, the consequences might be more than just losing their jobs. Qixia felt a pang of bitterness after thinking it all through. The world that revered martial arts was truly cruel. Is living another life just to be a beast of burden for another lifetime? He was unwilling to accept it, but what could he do? Qixia had no choice but to silently return to his room. He collapsed onto the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Just then, a mechanical voice rang in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host is about to turn 19 and has not yet awakened their psionic abilities. Therefore, we are sending you maternal love from Earth. A gacha system for all goddesses. Upon hearing this, Qixia jumped right out of bed, overjoyed. They've arrived. It's finally here. Sure enough, the system may be late, but it will never be absent. The Earth will treat every time traveler kindly. That's absolutely true. However, the system's name is a bit strange, and seems somewhat unserious. He's still a pure-hearted young man who's been single for 18 years, not a pervert. New account, don't mess around. Qixia took a deep breath, clearing his mind of all those chaotic thoughts, and immediately began to check the system in his mind. Chapter 2 1 Draw a Day, 1 Wife a Day. Multiverse Wives Gacha System. 1. Daily Draw. You will automatically receive one free card draw opportunity every day at midnight. 2. Card Pool Contents. The gacha pool connects female characters from all over the world: anime, games, novels, movies, history, mythology, and even the real world. 3. Card Level. N cards common, R cards excellent, SR cards rare, SSR cards ultra rare, UR cards special limited. 4. Guaranteed minimum return mechanism. You're guaranteed an SR after 30 pulls, and an SSR after 100 pulls. 5. Synthesis rules. 20 N cards combined into 1 equals R card, 10 R cards combined into 1 equals SR card, 5 SR cards combined into 1 equals SSR card. 6. Wife's introduction. Drawing a new card, wife summons that character to the host side, granting them initial affection towards the host. Note, the maximum score is 100 points. When your wife's affection level reaches 80 points or higher, you will receive a system reward for sharing a room with her. Note, the higher the affection level during the room session, the higher the rarity of the card, and the greater the reward. You can only receive this reward once per wife. 7. System Disguise. When the system displays it externally, it will transform into your SSR psionic energy. Summoning of heroic spirits. Note, no method in the world can detect anything unusual. After reading the system introduction, Qixia gasped in shock. Holy crap! A wife every day? That's truly defying the heavens. Isn't this forcing this model youth to become a perpetual motion machine? Cough, cough. He coughed lightly, dismissing the images of a 100-person battle, and began to seriously study the system. The All Heavens Gacha Wife system features a gacha pool that only includes female characters and is connected to all realms of existence. It can summon both virtual and real characters, covering a very wide range. However, unlike other gacha games, there was no preview of the gacha pool, which left him completely unaware of what characters would be included. However, the cards are divided into levels, and lower level cards can be combined to create higher level cards, which is a good rule. This means you can't summon every card, you have to learn to hoard cards. Learning to be a free-to-play player is a must. The pity system is similar to other games. It takes 30 days to guarantee an SR and 30 pulls and 100 days to guarantee an SSR and 100 pulls. It's not exactly unethical, the only downside is that it takes a lot of time. Without a way to spend real money, it's really frustrating not to be able to get an SSR character early on. As for the wife you draw, you can get a reward if you have sex with her once your affection level reaches 80 or above. This rule makes you want her but also have to resist. To get better rewards, you need to maintain a higher level of favorability to maximize those rewards. Of course, you can also have a different wife every day and then slowly cultivate feelings for her. However, as anyone who has played the game knows, developing low-level cards is not cost-effective. The effort and reward are disproportionate, and it's not worth wasting resources and energy. It's wiser to prioritize training SR and SSR characters. You can't let lust cloud your judgment and ruin your future. The opening is particularly crucial and must be allocated reasonably. As for the later stages, play however you like, there's no need to rush. This final system disguise successfully evaded the check and also reasonably explained the sudden appearance of these celestial women, leading others to believe it was brought about by the SSR psionic, heroic spirit summoning. Shi Xia checked the time, it was 7:30 p.m., still a long way from midnight. He decided to practice the Tai Chi inducing technique he learned in high school to enhance his gene unlocking rate. Gene unlocking rate is the foundation of every psychic, representing the amount of their spiritual power, physical strength, and power. It is also a benchmark for the college entrance examination. A 1% gene unlocking rate is the passing grade for the college entrance examination. When combined with awakened spiritual energy, it can determine the level of university one can attend. The levels of psionic energy are as follows: E, D, C, B, A, S, SR, SSR. Shi Xia's SSR level psionic abilities are top tier, making him a highly sought after talent by various universities. Just as he finished performing 2 sets of the Tai Chi inducing technique, the door was pushed open. The visitors were Qi Zonghong and Kai Tsuyin, who was carrying a plate of fruit. "Xiao Xia, are you practicing your martial arts?" Shi Xia wiped the sweat from his forehead and saw his parents. He knew without asking why they had come. He nodded slightly and responded. Qi Zonghong smiled, his eyes filled with reminiscence. "Practicing martial arts is good. When I was young, I worked very hard, but without spiritual power, I was ultimately unable to achieve anything. However, each has its own advantages. Without psionic power, you don't have to fight and kill, and you don't have to risk your life to enter dungeons. I was able to marry your mother, give birth to you, and live a peaceful and stable life that is also a kind of happiness." Kai Tsuyin put down the fruit plate, her eyes filled with doting affection. "Yes, Xia, look at our family. We may be a bit poor, but aren't we very happy? I know you are very unwilling to accept this, and we are also very sad. If you have someone to blame, blame your parents for being useless and not giving you a psionic ability." Seeing their sad expressions, how could Shi Xia not understand their hearts? He slowly reached out, took their hands, and smiled slightly. "Mom and Dad, I have some good news to tell you. I have awakened my psychic powers." They were all delighted to hear this. "Xiao Xia, are you telling the truth?" "Yes, really." "That's great." Qi Zongheng happily took out his phone and quickly looked up a number. "I'll call the principal right now and tell him not to force you to drop out." "Dad, no need." Shi Xia reached out to stop Qi Zongheng and said in a deep voice, "I don't want to stay at number 1 high school anymore. I want to represent other schools in the college entrance examination." Qi Zongheng and Kai Tsuyin were both taken aback upon hearing this. "But Xia, there are only 2 days left until the college entrance examination registration. How can you transfer schools now?" "That's right, and other schools might not necessarily accept you. Shi Xia is now an SSR psychic, so getting into any school is a piece of cake for him naturally, someone will take care of it for him." Since the principal of number 1 middle school had coerced and bribed his family, he had to make the principal regret it. He not only wants to transfer schools, but also to number 2 middle school, a competitor of number 1 middle school. Shi Xia looked at them and smiled confidently. "Mom and Dad, don't worry, other schools will definitely accept me." And they were all scrambling to have it, because the psionic energy I awakened was SSR. Chapter 3, 10 consecutive draws guarantee in SSR. SSR? Qi Zonghong and Kai Tsuyin were both astonished, their eyes filled with disbelief. It's important to know that the number of SSR psionicists on the entire standard planet AE86 is extremely small. Once they appear, as long as they don't die, they are all overlords of their own territory. They can even travel to higher level star systems to obtain massive resources and a prestigious status. Now, this legendary SSR psychic is actually their son? How can anyone not be excited? Qi Zonghong looked at Qi Xia with excitement, his voice trembling slightly. "Xiao Xia, you really have awakened an SSR level spiritual power." Qi Xia looked at his excited parents and nodded heavily. "Yes, I have indeed awakened an SSR level psionic ability." Upon receiving Qi Xia's affirmative reply, they could no longer contain themselves and danced with joy, laughing like 2 children. "That's great! That's great! Our Xia can finally fulfill his wish and embark on the path of a psionicist." Seeing how happy they were, Qi Xia felt very happy too. As long as he works hard, he can give his parents a better life and also allow himself to pursue the path he wants to take. Just then, his phone rang, and the caller ID showed. Principal by Jiancheng. Shi Xia smiled slightly and picked up the phone to answer it. The person on the other end of the phone didn't have much patience and spoke directly. Shi Xia, what's your decision? I hope you can give me a satisfactory answer, and not narrow down my path. You can't be too selfish. You have to think about the school and your parents. Dropping out is your wisest choice. Shi Xia listened to Bai Jianqing's incessant chatter and sneered inwardly. You're the one who told me to leave, so don't regret it later. Principal, do you really want me to drop out of school? Shi Xia, don't get this wrong. You're the one who wants to drop out, not us. Okay, is this how you play it? They really have to have their cake and eat it too. Yes, Principal, I will leave, but I have one condition. When Bai Jianqing heard the crucial word leave, his voice became gentle. No problem. As long as you voluntarily withdraw from school, everything is negotiable. Shi Xia decided to let him suffer the consequences of his actions and personally sent the SSR psychic student who originally belonged to number 1 middle school to his rival. Principal, my request is very simple, just help me transfer to number 2 middle school. Transfer to number 2 middle school? Yes, I want to try going to number 2 high school and take the college entrance examination this year. Upon receiving Shi Xia's affirmative reply, Bai Jianqing was completely stunned, and then burst into hearty laughter. Good, Shi Xia, I'm really pleased to see your drive. Okay, even if it's difficult to transfer schools now, I promise you, I can get you into number 2 middle school tomorrow. You absolutely must take the college entrance exam then, you really must. Shi Xia sneered, the principal is such a hypocrite. Okay, then I'll leave it to the principal. Ha ha. Of course. Shi Xia, you should get some rest and wait for good news tomorrow. Shi Xia hung up the phone, already anticipating Bai Jianqing's expression when he learned the truth. Midnight. Ding. Your card draw chances have been refreshed. You can get one free card draw. Since this is the host's first time obtaining a gacha pull, a special newbie bonus is offered. New player bonus, free 10 pull, guaranteed to give 1 SSR card. Want to draw now? Shi Xia was overjoyed. He hadn't expected there to be newbie perks. And the fact that you're guaranteed an SSR in every 10 pulls is so humane. However, the last sentence caught his attention. Should we draw it immediately? Does that mean it can be stored? However, given the current situation, it's definitely necessary to draw an SSR card to enhance one's strength. After thinking it through, Shi Xia immediately chose to draw. The gacha pool suddenly shone brightly and began to spin rapidly. Congratulations on obtaining N card Ran Mori. Ran Mori. Brief introduction. Ran Mori, with a gentle personality, is skilled in karate and always silently protects those around her. Summon store in warehouse. Ran Mori has long, shiny black hair, clear and bright eyes, a pretty and charming appearance, and a warm and healing smile. Shi Xia looked at Ran Mori and was slightly taken aback. The character you get from this gacha pull is actually a female anime character from Earth. The world Shi Xia lives in is called the universe of end production, and this entire universe is devoid of these anime. Even if you pull it out, no one will recognize it. But since Ran Mori is an N rank card, he decided to store her in the warehouse first. After selecting to save it to the warehouse, a second female character appeared in the gacha pool. Congratulations on obtaining N card Dao-chan. Dao-chan. Brief introduction. Dao-chan possesses a gentle exterior but a strong interior, and is both graceful and intelligent. Summon store in warehouse. Dao-chan possessed unparalleled beauty and a graceful figure. Every smile and frown exuded captivating charm. She's beautiful, but as an N rank card, Shi Xia quietly put her in the warehouse. The third card appears. Congratulations on obtaining N card Yangmi. Yangmi. Brief introduction. Yangmi is straightforward and cheerful, daring to speak and act, possessing a charm that combines sweetness and boldness. Summon store in warehouse. Yangmi has signature peach blossom eyes with slightly upturned corners, delicate and bright features, and a curvaceous figure. Shi Xia was slightly surprised. Wasn't this the big star Yangmi? Without hesitation, he also chose to store it in the warehouse. The fourth card appears. Congratulations on obtaining our card Xia He. Xia He. Brief introduction. Xia He appears alluring and wanton, but is actually devoted to her love. Summon store in warehouse. Xia He has long, peach pink hair and wears a white patterned short sleeve top with jeans. She has a hot figure. This is the first R card Xia has ever drawn, but she still puts it in her inventory. The fifth card appears. Congratulations on winning, N card Young-un A. Zhang Yanai. Brief introduction. Zhang Nai is gentle, skilled in secret teaching, and very caring. Summon store in warehouse. Zhang Nai has a beautiful face and an outstanding figure. The first 5 cards all feature extremely beautiful women, making them excellent choices for warming the bed. However, their strength was relatively weak, and they were not what Xia needed at the moment, so they were all stored in the warehouse. The next 6 through 9 cards were like a heart attack to him. They were either old, fat, or ugly, and all of them were N cards. It was incredibly unlucky. It seems this is the last SSR card. I hope it will be someone who was beautiful, strong, and gentle. Xia took a deep breath and silently clicked on the next card in his mind. Congratulations on obtaining an SSR card. Chapter 4. The Ice Queen is Death. Is Death. Congratulations on obtaining SSR card Is Death. Brief introduction. Is Death is cold-blooded and domineering, ruthless towards her enemies, and a war maniac. Summon store in warehouse. The card features a stunningly beautiful woman with long, icy blue hair, a hot figure, wearing a white military uniform, and possessing a sharp yet alluring gaze, surrounded by an aura of ice. Xia gasped in surprise. He hadn't expected the SSR card to be the Ice Queen. Is Death. This is it. He knows Is Death's personality. She's definitely a warmongering maniac who's hard to get along with. Summon SSR card Is Death? The prompt popped up again, and Xia had no choice but to select yes. The room temperature suddenly dropped, and tiny crystals condensed in the air. A beam of icy blue light surged from the card and condensed into a human shape in front of Xia. As the light faded, a tall woman with long, ice blue hair reaching her waist appeared in the room. She was more beautiful and more dangerous than she appeared on the card. Xia immediately checked Is Death's information. Name, Is Death. Rank, SSR. Level, 5, same level as the host. Race, Baltas. Appearance, 95 out of 100. Body, 96 out of 100. Partner, Xia. Number of development attempts, 0. Gene unlocking rate, 90%. Skills, Ice Manipulation, Mokatmo, Ice Storm General, Winter's Wither. Strengths, superior physical skills, weapon mastery, leadership abilities, strategic expertise, keen intuition. Brief introduction. She has an extreme reverence for strength, believes in the law of survival of the fittest, acts ruthlessly and decisively, shows no mercy to her enemies, and even possesses a fanatical passion for battle. Only the strong can arouse her interest, and she has a powerful desire for control. Unexpectedly, Is Death's gene unlocking rate is as high as 90%, which is simply a top-tier existence in the world. As for what this number of developments means, he said he didn't understand. Is Death's deep blue eyes scanned the surroundings before finally settling on Xia, filled with scrutiny and curiosity. So it was you who summoned me? Or is she my consort? Her voice was as cold as ice and snow, yet surprisingly beautiful. Xia was slightly surprised upon hearing this. System prompt. All summon characters are set as the host's partners by default, but the host must win their hearts through their charm and strength. That's good, saves me the trouble of explaining. Yes, Is Death, I summoned you, and I am your companion. Is Death raised an eyebrow slightly, took 2 steps forward, and her military boots made a crisp sound on the floor. She reached out and lifted Xia's chin, examining him closely. You are quite handsome, but you are not worthy of this position yet. You are too weak. This was Xia's first time being so close to such a beautiful woman, and he was inevitably a little nervous, but he still tried to remain calm. I know you are very strong, but I am confident that I will surpass you in the future. Interesting. A flicker of interest flashed in Is Death's eyes, and suddenly her cold fingers gently touched Xia's chest. Too weak, it can't even withstand 1% of my power. Xia felt a chill penetrate his body, but it didn't carry any killing intent. It simply made him clearly aware of the difference in strength between the two of them. He forced back the chill, looked directly into Is Death's eyes, and said firmly, "Give me time, and I will definitely become stronger." Is Death chuckled softly, a hint of admiration in her eyes. Very good, I like people with fighting spirit. I hope you can become stronger, strong enough to be worthy of me. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Summoning successful, initial affinity, 20. Bond system now open, increase bond level and gain bond energy through interaction. Bond energy can be used to analyze and upgrade techniques and skills. Shi Xia was delighted to see this notification. In the end-of-life universe, psionicists possess a variety of abilities, and his heroic spirit summoning belongs to the Legion Commander type, which is an extremely rare psionic ability. To unleash the power of a heroic spirit, a psychic must provide spiritual energy support. The amount of spiritual power is related to the gene unlocking rate of a psychic. The higher the unlocking rate, the stronger the spiritual power. However, Shi Xiao's current gene unlock rate is only 0.6%, which is definitely not enough to support Isteth's skills. Fortunately, the bond system provided by the system allows him to become stronger as well. In this way, he and Isteth can complement each other better. But how do I improve this bond? After a moment's thought, he decided to give it a try. Istes, you must be hungry after you just got here. I'll get you something to eat. As Shi Xia spoke, he turned around and pulled out a bucket of instant noodles from a bag next to him. Isteth nodded casually, her gaze sweeping across the small room before looking out the window at the world. Her brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, and her tone carried a hint of disdain. This world feels very weak. Shi Xia didn't reply, he just kept fiddling with the instant noodles. Isteth's gaze was drawn to the steaming bowl of instant noodles, and she showed a rare hint of curiosity. What is this? The taste is quite unique. This is called instant noodles. It's convenient and filling. Shi Xia, catering to his preferences, explained. This would be very convenient on the battlefield, when troops are marching. There's no need to light a fire to cook, you can just soak the food in hot water and eat it, which saves a lot of trouble. Oh? Isteth raised an eyebrow, showing some interest. As a general who had fought in battles for many years and was well aware of the importance of military logistics, she immediately understood the value of this item. For an army that needs to move quickly, this kind of food that can be eaten immediately and fill one's stomach is indeed a practical and useful thing. She leaned forward, as if trying to get a better look. Shi Xia smiled slightly and pointed to the lid. We need to wait another 5 minutes for the dough to soften before it tastes good. Isteth curled her lip, her tone slightly disdainful, as if to say, why wait for something so trivial, but she still responded. Alright, I'll wait and see. During those 5 minutes, Isteth didn't say anything, just sat quietly to the side, her gaze occasionally falling on the instant noodle cup before quickly looking away, as if she was just passing the time. Shi Xia didn't disturb her and silently watched the time. Finally, 5 minutes have passed. Shi Xia lifted the lid, and an even richer aroma wafted out. He pulled out a fork from the side and handed it over. Alright, have a taste. Isteth took the fork, picked up a mouthful of noodles, blew on it to cool it down, and put it in her mouth. She chewed a few times, a hint of approval flashing in her eyes, then forked up a large bite and swallowed it along with the dehydrated vegetables inside. Yes, it's really good. The taste isn't bad, and most importantly, it's convenient, which meets the standard of practicality. Seeing how intently she ate, Shi Xia breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the instant noodles suited her taste. Just then, a crisp system notification sounded in Shi Xia's mind. Ding! Isteth's affection +2, bond energy +2. Current affection level, 22, bond energy, 2. Shi Xia was overjoyed. Just as he had expected, catering to their preferences had indeed worked. Isteth quickly finished the entire bucket of instant noodles, leaving hardly any broth behind. She put down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth with the back of her hand, resumed her previous assertive demeanor, looked up at Shi Xia, and spoke in an unquestionable tone. Alright, I'm going to sleep in the bed. You can find somewhere on the ground to make do for the night. Shi Xia was stunned for a moment, then gave a wry smile. As expected, the queen's domineering nature remained undiminished. He didn't argue, after all, he had just been summoned and the relationship hadn't been established yet, so there was no need to confront him head-on. Okay. He responded and turned to rummage through the corner for something that could be used as a mattress. Isteth, seeing his obedient demeanor, said nothing more, walked straight to the bedside, took off her coat, lay down, closed her eyes, and seemed quite satisfied with this temporary territory. Shi Xia lay on the carpeted floor, thinking to himself that since he was trying to please Isteth, he should try to satisfy her even more. Isteth's favorite is naturally fighting. Chapter 5 Battle Maniac. Isteth. The next day, early morning. Shi Xia's parents left early to return to the factory for a week of work. He had prepared breakfast and was about to go call Isteth. Isteth just came out of the room, her gaze falling on the breakfast on the table. She raised an eyebrow, walked over, picked up a slice of toast, and took a bite. The taste is alright, it's more refined than yesterday's instant noodles. Ding! Isteth's affection +2, bond energy +2. Current affection level, 24, bond energy, 4. Xia smiled and decided to share his thoughts from last night. It's just a simple meal. By the way, I know a place that might interest you. Oh? What place is that? Don't you like fighting? I'd like to take you to see a dungeon. Duplicate? This unfamiliar word piqued Isteth's interest. She put down her milk glass and stood up. Are you sure you can let me kill to my heart's content? You'll see when you get there. I guarantee you'll find what you're looking for. Xia didn't explain further and picked up his coat. Let's go. Isteth didn't ask any more questions and simply followed. For her, it didn't matter where she went, as long as there was a chance to fight. The two took a taxi to the university dungeon hall in the city center. This place is specifically for high school students. The spacious hall is bustling with people, mostly high school students in school uniforms, who gather in 2s and 3s to form teams and discuss which dungeon has easy monsters to defeat and which drops valuable materials. These are the lowest level dungeons, high school students can enter them, they are not difficult. Xia explained to Isteth in a low voice, these are the free entry opportunities I've accumulated, and they just come in handy. People around Isteth couldn't help but take a second look when they saw her. Her looks and demeanor were so striking that people dared not approach her easily. Xia didn't look for teammates. He walked directly to the teleportation array, swiped his student card, and a series of dungeon options popped up on the screen. He selected the forest dungeon recommended for beginners, then turned to Isteth and said, "Let's take this one and test the waters first." Isteth leaned closer to take a look and immediately said with displeasure, "Recommended for beginners? You are insulting me. Give me the most difficult one. But my level and gene unlock rate are too low, and my spiritual power is not enough to support you in a long battle." Before Xia could finish speaking, Isteth emanated a sharp, chilling aura. Don't make me say it a second time. Xia was quite helpless, thinking that Isteth, being an SSR, shouldn't have to expend too much energy to clear a dungeon of this level. If all else fails, it's just a wasted opportunity. You can simply choose to withdraw at that point. After all, this is a dungeon designed for high school students, so you can quit at any time. He looked at it and had no choice but to bite the bullet and choose the high difficulty dungeon. High difficulty dungeon, Undead Military District. Level restriction, level 5, level 20. Number of participants limited, none. As the light from the teleportation array faded, Xia had barely steadied himself when he was startled by the sight before him. The air pressure in the high-level dungeon was noticeably different, with energy fluctuations several times stronger than in the beginner area, and the faint sound of metal clashing could be heard from the shadows in the distance. That's it? Isteth glanced around, her dissatisfaction undisguised. Compared to the battlefields of the frozen north, this is like playing house. Before Xia could reply, the dense forest ahead suddenly shook, and dozens of soldiers clad in rusty ancient armor emerged in formation. The infantrymen wielded broadswords, while the spearmen held gleaming spear tips. A ghostly blue aura emanated from the gaps in their armor, clearly indicating that they were undead warriors from the dungeon. Undead Infantry LV-10. Undead Lancer LV-10. Infantry Commander LV-20. Kill! The lead infantryman roared, and the entire column surged forward like a tide, their steps so synchronized as if controlled by invisible threads. The sound of armor rubbing against each other echoed through the forest, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Xia had never seen anything like this before, and instinctively clenched his fists. Just then, Isteth took a step forward, her silver hair fluttering gently in the forest breeze. She didn't even look at the soldiers charging at the front. She simply raised her right hand casually, a faint white frost swirling around her fingertips. Too slow. Before the words were even finished, a bone-chilling cold suddenly erupted. Centered on her, visible icicles spread out instantly, so fast that no one could react in time. The charging undead warriors were only halfway there when their bodies were encased in a thick layer of solid ice, from their toes to their helmets. Even the patterns on their weapons were frozen, clearly visible. Snap! Isteth flicked her fingers, and the ice shell shattered instantly. Dozens of suits of armor, along with the undead inside, turned into shimmering fragments scattered all over the ground, without even a wisp of black smoke dissipating. Xia was dumbfounded. Only then did he remember that this person was a ruthless character who could freeze rivers and sweep across battlefields. Dealing with these dungeon monsters was simply a matter of subverting the level. Before he could even catch his breath, dense footsteps echoed from the distant forest. This time, over 100 undead warriors surged forth, along with several knights riding skeletal warhorses. Their lances formed a dense forest, pressing down on him like a dark cloud. Undead Cavalry LV-18. Undead Warhorse LV-18. Shixia's face suddenly turned pale, and he felt as if a large portion of his already limited spiritual energy had been suddenly drained away, making his legs feel weak. Spiritual power. That last attack must have taken too much to handle? He was just a high school student with a gene unlock rate of 0.6%, and his spiritual energy reserves were already meager. His death's attack just now seemed effortless, but it indirectly drained most of his spiritual power. I was merely controlling ice casually just now, it wasn't even a skill, and you're already exhausted? TSK, what a useless piece of trash. His death glanced back at him, her eyes devoid of warmth. You can't even hold up with this little strength, yet you want to lead me into a tough battle? Despite her complaints, she didn't stop what she was doing. She drew a rapier from her waist with a backhand motion. The blade was slender but gleamed with a cold light, clearly not an ordinary weapon. She had only used ice-based abilities to save time, but now she seemed to be in the mood to stretch her muscles. Watch closely, now this is what a real fight looks like. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure darted out like a ghost. Facing the swarming undead warriors, her steps were so light that they didn't seem like a charge, but rather like dancing on the edge of a knife. The sword flashed, each slash landing precisely on the gaps in the armor, avoiding the hard armor plates while shattering the undead core in one blow. She dodged the spearman's thrust by sidestepping and then used her sword to knock off his helmet. The knight's horse had just raised its front hooves when she used its back to leap up, spun in midair, and with a swift movement, her sword flashed, cleaving the knight and his horse in two. Her movements were fluid and graceful, possessing a cruel beauty, as if she were not fighting, but performing a magnificent show. Hundreds of undead warriors were like paper before her, unable to even touch the hem of her clothes. Within minutes, they fell one after another, leaving broken weapons and shattered armor scattered on the ground. Experience points are increasing. Xia looked at the panel that popped up in front of him and saw that his level was jumping rapidly, rising from level 5 to level 8, while his death's level had also reached level 8. So strong, too strong. But before he could even rejoice, he saw his death, caught up in the thrill of the battle, already charging deeper into the dungeon with her sword in hand. A more powerful energy fluctuation could be faintly felt from that direction, clearly indicating the location of the boss. Wait! It's death! Xia hurriedly shouted, forcing himself to chase after them despite his weakened state. The boss inside is tough to deal with. My spiritual energy is almost depleted. If you can't hold on any longer, then use your ultimate move. But his death seemed not to hear, her figure disappearing into the depths of the forest, leaving only a series of crisp sword strikes and the wails of the dead. Xia inwardly groaned once this battle maniac got serious, he was utterly reckless. Forget it, fortune favors the bold, I'll take the plunge. Chapter 6 The Arrogant Queen. Is death. Deep in the dense forest, a half-collapsed stone fortress stood in the shadows, with the undead general standing atop the ruins. It stood 2 meters tall, clad in heavy, dark purple armor. The giant axe in its hand, taller than itself, was coated with dried black blood. Its level panel clearly displayed. Undead General LV-30. How dare you, insignificant humans, trespass into my territory? The undead general's voice sounded like 2 rusty iron plates rubbing together, and eerie green flames ignited in his hollow eye sockets. Ha! How come she's just a level 8 little girl? They really don't know their own limitations. Isteth looked up at it, a cold smile playing on her lips. Her level 8 seemed particularly glaring in front of a level 30 boss. She didn't seem to care at all, and didn't even grip the rapier tightly. You talk too much nonsense. Court death. The undead general roared and waved his hand. More than 20 elite guards instantly emerged from the shadows surrounding the fortress, their weapons flashing red. Undead Guardian LV-20. A bunch of scum. Isteth moved swiftly and went to meet her. She moved even faster than before, killing them all in the blink of an eye. Throughout the entire process, Isteth didn't even use a single ice-type ability, resolving the battle entirely through swordsmanship and physical combat. What? The will-o'-the-wisp in the undead general's eyes flickered suddenly, clearly startled by the speed. You woman, you've got some skills. Without further hesitation, it leaped down from the top of the fortress, its giant axe whistling through the air as it cleaved down towards his death. Before the axe blade even hit the ground, the wind pressure cleaved a deep trench in the ground, sending rubble flying. Qi Xia watched from afar, his heart pounding in his chest. The full force attack of the level 30 boss was so powerful that he could hardly withstand it. His death, however, stood still, a cold smile playing on her lips. Just as the giant axe was about to strike her, she slowly raised her rapier, tip pointing upwards, and precisely pressed it against the center of the axe blade. Clang! The deafening clang of metal against metal shook the surrounding trees, and a visible shockwave emanated from the two of them, sending pebbles flying. The undead general was stunned. Its giant axe, capable of splitting boulders, was actually steadily blocked by that slender western sword. How can you be so strong? Isthetha's sneer deepened. How do you know it's impossible if you haven't tried? Before she could finish speaking, she twisted her wrist sharply. The rapier suddenly exerted force, carrying a strange spinning power. The undead general felt an irresistible force coming from the giant axe. His hands, which were gripping the axe handle, went numb instantly, and the giant axe was actually forced open with a gap. Now! The rapier transformed into a streak of light, piercing through the joint of the undead general's armor. Roar! The undead general let out a shrill scream, and a large amount of black mist surged from beneath his armor. He staggered back a few steps and fell heavily to the ground. It struggled to get up, only to find that the black mist at the wound was rapidly dissipating, and its life force was draining away with the sword wound. Impossible. I'm the general who's guarded this place for 100 years. Its sound grew weaker and weaker until it finally turned into black smoke, leaving behind only a pile of equipment shimmering with light. Qi Xia gained this experience, and his level instantly rose to level 10. Level 8. Using only swordsmanship to kill a level 30 boss? He swallowed hard, suddenly remembering a line of text that had flashed across the system panel earlier. Gene unlocking rate 90%. Is this the foundation of a top-tier expert? Even if their level is suppressed, they can still crush enemies far above their own level with just their physical strength and combat skills. Isteth sheathed her rapier and kicked the armor on the ground. Boring. The advanced dungeon has been successfully cleared. Rewards are now being calculated. Received 888 spirit stones. Obtained the heaven-opening giant axe. Obtained the silver longsword. Obtained undead materials. Qi Xia happily stored all the rewards in his personal storage space. He had really struck it rich this time. 99% of the items dropped in high-level dungeons are rare. Ding! Detected that the host and partner Isteth completed a dungeon run once, gaining plus 10 bond energy. Current bond energy, 14. A flash of white light appeared from the teleportation array, and Qi Xia and Isteth appeared at the exit of the dungeon hall. The previously noisy discussion around them suddenly fell silent for a moment, as dozens of eyes turned to them, some with surprise, some with doubt, and some with curiosity. Two people came out of a high-level dungeon? Judging from their school uniforms, they seem to be students from number 1 high school, right? They're so fierce. That's way too short. Last time, it took me almost an hour to run an intermediate dungeon with a 5-person team. Maybe he's some rich kid who has someone specifically training him to level up. I'm so envious. What's there to envy? It's just about leveling up. Ultimately, the most important thing for psionicists is their gene unlocking rate. That's right. The discussion surged like a tide, but Qi Xia remained unconcerned. He turned and made the suggestion, his tone tinged with excitement. Isteth, shall we try it a few more times? I still have some dungeon runs left. Before she could finish speaking, Isteth coldly interrupted her. Boring. She glanced at the entrances to the lower-level dungeons around her, her eyes full of disdain. What's the point of grinding in a place that's not even enough to warm me up? I need to find a stronger opponent. Stronger opponents? This is impossible. The high-level dungeon is already the highest level we can enter from here. If we want to go to a higher-level dungeon, we can only wait until we all become stronger. That's your problem. Isteth raised an eyebrow at him, her tone carrying an undeniable air of authority. You need to understand, it's not we who need to become stronger, it's you. My strength does not need to be improved by these lousy dungeons. Qi Xia was speechless, knowing that Isteth was telling the truth. Being able to fight a level 30 boss at level 8 is a level of combat power that is completely beyond the normal level for this stage. But he can't let his death lead him by the nose, and he can't give up his death, his powerful henchman. He looked into Isteth's defiant eyes and forced himself to speak. Isteth, I know I am weak now, but you were summoned by me, and our contract is intertwined. I understand that you want to challenge stronger opponents. But right now, I don't even have the authority to enter higher-level dungeons, let alone come into contact with those truly powerful individuals. Isteth raised an eyebrow, her fingertips unconsciously stroking the hilt of her sword, her eyes now holding a scrutinizing gaze. So? Shi Xia met her gaze, his tone becoming more resolute. So, I need your help to become stronger quickly. Only when I have enough power can I take you to more dangerous places and find opponents who are worthy of you. Otherwise, given your current state, even if you encounter a strong opponent, do you think my limited spiritual power can support you in a full-force battle? Isteth's eyes instantly turned cold. Are you threatening me? No, I'm just stating the facts. We're like people tied together on the same rope right now. I can't be strong, and you can't fully unleash your potential. Shi Xia knew that this was a bit risky. Given Isteth's personality, he could easily be seen as provoking her if he wasn't careful. Unexpectedly, Isteth suddenly laughed. That smile carried a hint of amusement, a hint of approval, and a subtle touch of appreciation. That's interesting. You're much more pleasing to the eye than when you were all timid and submissive. Ding. Isteth's affection +2, bond energy +2. Current affection level, 26, bond energy, 6. She took a step forward, looking down at Shi Xia, her tone still commanding, but less impatient than before. Alright, I'll accompany you on this trip again. I'll give you time to become stronger, and I'll give you a chance to prove yourself. You are worthy of making me wait. She paused, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. But remember, don't keep me waiting too long, otherwise. She didn't say anything more, but the coldness in her eyes said it all. Shi Xia felt relieved and nodded quickly. I won't let you down. He knew this was only a temporary compromise. Isteth's approval was never given easily. He had to seize this opportunity and improve himself as quickly as possible. Only by truly possessing the strength to stand shoulder to shoulder with her can this contract be truly equal, rather than simply being led by her domineering nature. As for now, with 10 chances remaining, I'll use them on the advanced dungeon. Squeeze it dry. Chapter 7, The Unbelievable Leveling Speed. Isteth. The discussions in the dungeon lobby never stopped, as Shi Xia and Isteth kept moving back and forth between the teleportation array and the entrance to the high-level dungeon. Going in again? How many times has this happened? The 8th time? Or the 9th time? My god, is clearing high-level dungeons as easy as going to the market? They've only been out for less than 5 minutes, right? This efficiency, is it even human? My god, going in and out like that, then going in and out again, that's too intense. Dude, where did you take me? Were you driving that fast? When the two emerged from the teleportation array for the 10th time, the hall was completely silent, and everyone stared at them with wide eyes. Shi Xia's level has reached 25, and his space warehouse is full of high-level materials and equipment. These 10 runs also brought his bond energy to 116 points. He has already used up all his dungeon attempts, so there's no need for him to stay here. Just as Shi Xia and Isteth were about to leave, a commotion suddenly broke out at the entrance to the secret realm hall. A young man with slicked back hair walked in. He looked to be about 18 years old, wearing a well-tailored school uniform, and had an arrogant expression. Behind him were 4 or 5 obsequious lackeys. Isn't that Fanji from number 1 middle school? The number 1 genius in Yongjiang City. I heard his gene unlocking rate has reached 1.3%. No wonder he's so arrogant, his talent is truly undeniable. Not only that, but the awakened psionic energy is also S rank, and his family background is incredibly impressive. TSK, rich and powerful, I'm so envious. The surrounding chatter was full of envy, and Fanji clearly enjoyed the attention. He raised his chin even higher and casually swept his gaze across the hall, but stopped abruptly when it landed on Isteth. His eyes lit up instantly, his previous arrogance replaced by amazement. Isteth's cold and imposing aura, coupled with her silver hair, fair skin, and stunning figure, completely captivated him. He paused for a few seconds, then quickly straightened his collar, walked over with what he thought was his most dashing smile, leaving his underlings behind. Hello, madam. Fanji deliberately softened his tone, trying to appear more gentlemanly. My name is Fanji, and I'm a student at number 1 high school. I'd like to get to know you. When Esteth heard the sound, she merely raised her eyelids slightly, her gaze as if she were looking at a rock blocking her way, devoid of any extra emotion. I do not wish to know you. Fan Ji's smile froze. He hadn't expected to be ignored like this, but he didn't want to lose face in front of so many people, so he took another half step forward. My gene unlocking rate is 1.3%, my psionic ability is S rank, and at home. Roll. A cold word interrupted him, clearly echoing throughout the now quiet hall. Esteth didn't even glance at him a second time, her impatience undisguised. If you don't get out of here, I'll kill you. Fan Ji was completely stunned, his face turning pale and then flushed. He's a genius in Yongjiang City, always fawned over wherever he goes. When has he ever received this kind of treatment? All eyes immediately focused on him, some with surprise, some with suppressed laughter, and some with amusement at the prospect of a good show. Fan Ji felt humiliated and flew into a rage, pointing at Esteth and cursing. You bitch, do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that? You're asking for it. Before he could finish speaking, Esteth slapped him across the face. Smack! A crisp, loud slap echoed through the hall. Fan Ji was sent flying by the slap, crashing heavily to the ground several meters away, and passed out without uttering a sound. The entire hall fell silent, everyone was stunned. Young Master Fan Ji. His henchmen then realized what was happening and rushed over to surround Fan Ji, shaking him and shouting, but Fan Ji didn't react at all, clearly having been slapped quite hard. One of the henchmen mustered his courage and glared at Esteth, his voice trembling. You dare to hit young Master Fan Ji? Do you even know what kind of background he comes from? Esteth slowly raised her eyes, her cold gaze sweeping over her underlings. If you say one more word, you will end up like him. The henchmen immediately fell silent, not daring to linger any longer. They hurriedly lifted the unconscious Fan Ji and slunk him out of the dungeon lobby. Xia stood aside, expressing his admiration for Esteth's ability to control herself and not kill Fan Ji with a single slap. Let's go have lunch. When food was mentioned, the frost on Esteth's face seemed to melt a little. What are you planning to take me out to eat today? Let me show you some local specialties. Luosafen River Snail Rice Noodles. Xia led Esteth into an old alley, where a rich and unique aroma wafted from the entrance. The aroma of fermented bamboo shoots mixed with the spiciness of snail soup permeates the air, making it highly recognizable. This is the place, a 30-year-old establishment, which locals consider to have the most authentic snail rice noodles. Xia pointed to a small shop in the alley with a wooden sign that read Old Brand Snail Rice Noodles, where a short queue had already formed at the door. Esteth frowned slightly, and her nose twitched. The taste was indeed strange, not exactly fragrant, and even had a slightly unpleasant sour smell, but she didn't show any disgust like most people would. Back in the northern battlefield, she ate not only food with a unique smell, but also grass roots, tree bark, and raw meat jelly. Her tolerance for taste far exceeded that of ordinary people. Want to try some? Xia asked with a smile. It's all right. Esteth nodded. The two lined up and ordered 2 bowls of the premium snail rice noodles with fried eggs, fried tofu skin, and snail meat. The noodles were served quickly. The hot soup was steaming, with a layer of red oil floating on the surface, and pickled bamboo shoots, wood ear fungus, pickled cowpeas, and fried peanuts piled up high. Esteth picked up her chopsticks, scooped up a mouthful of rice noodles, blew on it, and put it in her mouth. How about it? Xia looked at her expression and felt a sense of anticipation. Esteth didn't say anything, but picked up another piece of food with her chopsticks and drank it along with the soup. Her eating manners weren't particularly elegant, but they carried a sense of briskness and efficiency. She quickly finished most of the rice noodles and side dishes in her bowl, and even drank about half of the soup. The taste is strange, but the more you eat, the more interesting it becomes. That's the charm of snail rice noodles, it's so addictive. It's really good, much better than those exquisite but bland things. Next time I'll take you to try another specialty, called Lao Yufan Old Friend Rice Noodles. If you eat there, we'll be friends. Esteth looked up, a hint of interest flashing in her eyes. Oh? Then I'll have to give it a try. Ding. Esteth's affection +2, bond energy +2. Current affection level, 28, bond energy, 118. Xia smiled, paid 42 credits on the terminal, and then returned home with Esteth. As soon as he got home, he immediately began practicing the Tai Chi induction technique, trying to increase his gene unlocking rate as much as possible. Just then, the system voice sounded. Chapter 8 Gene Unlocking Rate Soars. Is death. Ding. Host's bond energy has exceeded 100. You can use 100 points of bond energy to optimize Tai Chi induction technique. Weather. Shi Xia was overjoyed they had finally arrived. Tai Chi guiding technique is a basic method that is required to be learned in high school. If practiced well, it can slowly develop genes. But after 3 years of training, he only reached 0.6%, which is not even close to the minimum university standard of 1%. Now that the system can be optimized, he immediately selected yes. Successfully deducted 100 bond energy. Under optimization. Optimization complete. The Tai Chi guiding technique has reached perfection, and the host has fully mastered it. A warm current instantly flowed through his body, and the previously obscure incantations and movements became crystal clear. Shi Xia walked into the living room, raised his hand, bent his knee, and turned around, his movements fluid and graceful. He could clearly feel the surrounding energy flowing into his body with his movements, merging with his own spiritual power, making him feel indescribably comfortable. After finishing a round, he suddenly opened his eyes. The numbers on the panel made his heart pound. Gene unlocking rate, 0.6%, 0.7%. It actually increased by 0.1%? He couldn't believe that after a month of hard training, he could only barely increase his score by 0.01%. He immediately performed another set, with even more fluid movements and a smoother flow of energy. At the close, the panel changed again, 0.7%, 0.8%. Overwhelmed by excitement, he immediately started playing the third and fourth sets. The results showed no change after the third and fourth sets of tests. Until the fifth set, an even stronger energy surged in, and the panel finally refreshed. 0.8%, 0.9%. Just 0.1% away from 1%. Shi Xia's eyes lit up, and he was about to hit again when he suddenly felt all his strength drain away, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. His spiritual energy was almost completely depleted, his mind was exhausted, and his legs were so weak that he almost couldn't stand up. So the consumption of perfect realm is this great. He leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Although he was tired, he was also very excited. At this rate, breaking the 1% mark is just around the corner. Just then, footsteps came from the stairs. Is death came downstairs. She had just taken a shower, and her long, wet silver hair draped over her shoulders, with water still dripping from the ends. She was wearing a loose-fitting nightgown that Shi Xia had found for her. The hem of the dress only reached her thighs, revealing her two long, fair legs. The neckline was slightly open, and her delicate collarbone was faintly visible. Especially those two snow-white rabbits, partially hidden, were extremely alluring. Shi Xia's gaze paused subconsciously for a moment, then he suddenly came to his senses, his cheeks flushed, and he quickly looked away. Is death, drying her hair, noticed his expression and raised an eyebrow, saying, "What are you looking at?" "And nothing. I just finished practicing the Qi induction technique, I'm a little tired." She walked to the sofa and sat down, casually tossing the towel aside. Her eyes swept over his sweaty clothes and flushed cheeks, and a half-smile appeared on her lips. "You get this tired just from practicing a basic technique? Looks like your body really needs some work." Shi Xia smelled the fragrance on his death and was momentarily at a loss. He scratched his head but didn't refute it. Compared to his death, his physique was indeed far inferior. But his death changed the subject, her gaze falling on him. The breathing was much more stable than before when you practiced that set of movements. It seems this clumsy method is actually quite effective for you. Shi Xia was secretly delighted. It seemed she had seen everything from upstairs. He was about to say something more when his death interrupted him. "All right, you smell awful from all that sweat. Go take a shower, and then cut up the fruit on the table." Shi Xia wanted to say something, but when he looked up, he saw those long, straight, snow-white legs and those snow-white breasts, which made him feel a little at a loss. "Oh, okay." He quickly agreed, turned around and walked towards the bathroom, his steps becoming much lighter. Watching his slightly hurried back, his death picked up an apple, her fingertips unconsciously rubbing the peel. When he was practicing his punches just now, the faint energy fluctuations surrounding his body, though not strong, were exceptionally pure, making him seem unlike a complete waste. She took a bite of an apple, her eyes deep and thoughtful. Perhaps, this kid really can become stronger quickly? Afternoon. Shi Xia gritted his teeth and performed 10 more sets of the Tai Chi Chi induction technique until the panel displayed gene unlock rate 1.0%, at which point he collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. Despite his exhaustion, he couldn't contain his excitement. He had finally met the university's entry requirements. Just then, the phone rang, and the screen displayed the name Despicable Person, which was none other than the principal of No. 1 Middle School. By Jiansheng. Shi Xia. The voice on the other end of the phone was deliberately slowed down, carrying a hint of barely perceptible smugness. The school has already completed your transfer procedures, and you can now go directly to No. 2 Middle School to register. Shi Xia sneered inwardly as he heard the implied successful scheme in those words. But he remained expressionless and spoke calmly. Okay, thank you, Principal. I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Shi Xia got up to take a shower and change into clean clothes. When I came out of the bathroom, I saw Esteth curled up on the sofa, holding a bag of potato chips in her arms, her eyes fixed on the TV screen. The TV was showing a melodramatic romance drama, and the female lead was crying her eyes out. Shi Xia was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. This battlefield queen has this side to her? Esteth, I'm going out for a bit. Esteth didn't even look up, just nodded casually, her gaze still glued to the screen, her fingers mechanically putting potato chips into her mouth. Shi Xia shook his head, turned around and went out, taking a taxi straight to No. 2 Middle School. He arrived at the principal's office at No. 2 Middle School and knocked lightly on the door. Please come in. A slightly loud voice came from inside. Pushing open the door, a slightly overweight middle-aged man sat behind the desk. It was Zhu Debiao, the principal of No. 2 Middle School. Hello Principal Zhu, I am Shi Xia, a transfer student from No. 1 Middle School. Zhu Debiao put down his pen and looked him up and down a few times. Oh, you must be Shi Xia. To be honest, Bai Jianqing went to a lot of trouble to send you here. Shi Xia smiled but didn't reply. He simply took out his transfer certificate. Principal Zhu, I've completed all the formalities at No. 1 Middle School, so I should be considered a student at No. 2 Middle School now, right? Zhu Debiao took the certificate and examined it. Although he was somewhat displeased with the student who had been forced upon him, he still nodded. That's right, all the paperwork is in order. You're now a student at No. 2 Middle School. Can I register for the college entrance examination? Of course, taking the college entrance examination is every student's right. Zhu Debiao leaned back in his chair, then changed the subject, his tone carrying a hint of reprimand. But to be honest, if you haven't awakened your psychic abilities yet, even if you take the college entrance exam, it's probably going to be difficult for you to get into a good university. Shi Xia smiled slightly, his tone calm yet confident. Principal Zhu, I have actually awakened my psychic abilities. Oh? Zhu Debiao raised an eyebrow. He had originally harbored many grievances about Shi Xia's transfer to another school. Anyone with eyes could see that this was a burden that Bai Jianqing deliberately threw at Shi Xia because he didn't want Shi Xia to be a drag on No. 1 Middle School, but he had no choice but to accept it. Shi Xia's awakening of spiritual power is undoubtedly not a bad outcome. However, he didn't have high hopes for Shi Xia's awakened psychic abilities. After all, his parents were both incapacitated and had awakened so late, so their psychic abilities definitely wouldn't be very good. He would be incredibly grateful if he could have a D-level psionic ability. Out of curiosity, he asked in a low voice. What level of psionic energy have you awakened? Shi Xia met his gaze and slowly uttered a few words that he would never forget. The psychic energy I awakened is SSR. Chapter 9. The Second Middle School Principal's Big Smile. What? Zhu Debiao sat up abruptly in his chair, his nonchalant expression vanishing instantly, replaced by shock. What did you say? SSR? It's worth noting that not a single student in the entire Yongjiang city has awakened SSR-level spiritual power this year. Bai Jianqing actually kicked such a treasure to him? This is simply incredible luck. Shi Xia didn't hide anything and immediately operated the terminal to display his basic personal information. It was clearly written above. Psychic, SSR Heroic Spirit Summoning. People can lie, but terminals can't. It really is the legendary one. SSR. Zhu Debiao's gaze towards Shi Xia changed instantly. His previous displeasure vanished, and a warmer smile spread across his face. Please sit down, please sit down. Shi Xia. He rushed to the office door and shouted down the corridor. Teacherly! Teacherly! Quickly bring me my treasured jar of Longjing tea, and brew another pot of good tea. Yes, the one in the glass jar. Teacher Li, who was outside, was taken aback for a moment, then quickly replied. Yes, Principal Zhu. He wondered to himself, what was the background of this transfer student? I heard he was an incompetent person thrown over from number 1 middle school, so how come the principal values him so much? A short while later, Teacher Li brought in the tea set, carefully placed it on the table, poured in hot water, and the aroma of tea quickly filled the air. He glanced at Qi Xia furtively, but the student looked completely calm and there was nothing special about him. He could only suppress his curiosity and quickly brew the tea. Teacher Li, the tea is ready. You can go out and rest now. Please close the door behind you. Zhu Debiao waved his hand, his tone carrying an undeniable familiarity. Teacher Li's heart skipped a beat, and she became even more certain that this student was no ordinary person. The principal is trying to avoid talking to people. Could it be that some powerful psychic energy has been awakened? Is it SR? Or is it the legendary SSR? He didn't dare ask any more questions, nodded, and closed the door, already making plans in his mind. If the principal of number 1 high school knew that he had personally given away a precious treasure, and to his arch-rival no less, he would probably be kicking himself. In the office, Zhu Debiao's fat face creased into a smile as he personally poured Qi Xia a cup of tea and pushed it in front of him. Qi Xia, try this. I've been saving it for years, and I usually can't bear to take it out. Qi Xia picked up the teacup, took a small sip, and the rich aroma of the tea spread across his tongue. It was indeed a fine tea. That's really good, thank you, Principal. I'm glad you like it. If you like it, I'll pack some up for you to take home, plenty. No need, Principal. Qi Xia put down his teacup, his tone frank. I'd rather have something practical than tea. Zhu Debiao was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening and slapped his forehead. Look at how senile I am. What young people like these things? Just tell me what you want, and if the school can do it, absolutely no problem. Qi Xia didn't stand on ceremony and spoke directly. The more dungeon accesses above the beginner level, the better. I need all the resources that the school can help me obtain. He knew very well that what he needed most to improve his strength right now was dungeon resources. With this death around, high-level dungeons in the beginner area are no problem at all. Only dungeons in even higher-level areas are suitable. Zhu Debiao's eyes lit up. This student was indeed honest and didn't mince words. No problem. We'll prioritize allocating school resources to you, including top-tier scholarships and access to training rooms. As for the higher-level area dungeon access you want, I can arrange 20 iron level and 5 bronze level accesses for you. Any more than that, and the school won't have any left. However, the monsters in dungeons above the beginner zone are quite powerful, so you should proceed with caution. If necessary, the school can arrange for someone to help you level up. Qi Xia nodded in satisfaction. Then thank you very much, Principal Zhu. Oh, no need to thank me. From now on, you'll be the face of our number 2 middle school. If you need anything, just come to me anytime. Zhu Debiao quickly made a few operations on the terminal, and Qi Xia's personal terminal immediately popped up a notification sound. He looked down and saw the newly added dungeon access clearly displayed on the interface. 20 times in iron rank, 5 times in bronze rank. Immediately afterwards, the account balance also popped up. 50,000 credits, 20,000 spirit stones. Take these for now, and let me know if you need more. Principal Zhu was indeed very straightforward, without any hesitation or ambiguity. Qi Xia put away the terminal and thought that although he had mastered the Tai Chi Chi guiding technique he was practicing, it was still a beginner's technique and the improvement speed was getting slower and slower. So he tentatively spoke up. Principal Zhu, I have another request. You say. Do you have any higher-level Qi refining techniques here? Zhu Debiao slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing. Hey, how could I forget that? An SSR-level psionicist definitely needs a higher-level cultivation technique. He pondered for a moment, then started searching on the terminal. Our Yongjiang city is just an ordinary city. This is the highest level of cultivation technique that high school students can access. Take a look and see if it suits your needs. A data stream entered Qi Xiao's terminal, and the name of the technique was clearly Mysterious Origin Breathing Technique. Qi Xia glanced at the profile, his pupils slightly contracting. He had seen this technique in ancient books. It was worth at least hundreds of thousands of credits on the market and was several times more efficient in gene development than the Tai Chi Chi inducing technique. That's wonderful. Thank you, Principal. Compared to the honor you can bring to the school, What is this little thing? Zhu Debiao waved his hand and said with a smile. Practice hard and get a good ranking in the college entrance exam. That's more important than anything else. Thank you, Principal Zhu. I will definitely work hard and will not let the school down. Qi Xia bowed solemnly. Ah, that's right. Zhu Debiao smiled so hard his eyes narrowed into slits. After chatting with Qi Xia for a few more minutes, he personally saw Qi Xia off. Zhu Debiao even specially called his private car to escort him all the way to the school gate. Xiaozhou, take this Qi Xia home. Drive carefully on the way. The driver quickly replied, Yes, Principal. The teachers and students passing by were stunned. When did Principal Zhu become so attentive to a student? Not only did they personally see him off, but they also sent a private car to pick him up. Just who is this transfer student? Qi Xia got into the car and waved goodbye to Zhu Debiao through the window. As the car drove away, Zhu Debiao's smile vanished instantly. He turned to Teacher Li, who had rushed over, and gave her a stern instruction. Get Qi Xia's enrollment procedures completed immediately, and expedite his college entrance examination registration as well. There can be no mistakes. Yes, Principal. Teacher Li dared not slack off, but was secretly overjoyed. It seemed that number 2 middle school had truly struck gold this time. Zhu Debiao gazed in the direction the car had disappeared, stroked his chin, and looked on with anticipation in his eyes. With such a promising SSR-level student, number 2 high school will definitely outperform number 1 high school in this year's college entrance examination. He was already looking forward to Qi Xia dominating the college entrance examination, and by Jianqing beating his chest and regretting his past actions. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. By Jianqing, I told you not to keep acting like a fool, didn't you believe me? Now look what's happened. This scoundrel will get her comeuppance. Just wait and see. Ha ha ha. Chapter 10 Isdeth's teaching. Isdeth. Evening. Qi Xia returned home carrying groceries and immediately smelled the faint coolness of the air conditioning inside. Isdeth was nestled on the sofa, hugging a cushion and watching a romantic drama. On the screen, the male and female leads were crying their hearts out. She didn't even look up, her fingertip was still tracing the progress bar on the screen. What delicious food are we making today? I'll make you our specialty later. Poached chicken. Qi Xia walked into the kitchen with a smile and quickly prepared the ingredients. With his parents away from home for most of the year, he had long since mastered the art of cooking home-style dishes. When a plate of glistening poached chicken was served, Isdeth finally paused the show and leaned over to stare at the plate. You guys eat chicken like this? Not braised or deep-fried? She picked up a piece, dipped it in ginger paste, and put it in her mouth. Her eyes lit up instantly. This tastes quite refreshing, and the meat is very tender. Eat more if you like. Qi Xia served her a bowl of rice, then sat down and started eating as well. Watching Isdeth eat with a smile on her face, he nodded inwardly. Sure enough, the trick of winning over the stomach works everywhere. Ding! Isdeth's affection +2, bond energy +2. Current affection level 30, bond energy 20. When the system notification sounded in his mind, Qi Xia's smile widened. After finishing her meal, Isdeth returned to the sofa with a plate of sliced mangoes and continued to wipe away tears in front of the screen. After Qi Xia finished cleaning up the dishes, he changed into loose clothes and went to the balcony to practice his martial arts. He first practiced the mysterious origin breathing technique, holding his breath, sinking his energy, circulating his qi. After 10 minutes of this, he only felt a tightness in his chest and couldn't feel any qi at all. Okay, he's not talented enough, he can't train for it. Forget it, I'm not cut out for it. He waved his hand dismissively, switching back to the familiar Tai Chi guiding technique. Raising his hand, performing cloud hands, and parting the wild horse's mane, the movements were slow but much smoother than before. Although progress is slow, I feel relaxed all over every time I finish practicing with focused concentration. Isdeth glanced at him through the glass door, a slight smile playing on her lips, but said nothing and turned back to watch her romantic drama. Qi Xia couldn't stop practicing until the system notification sounded. Ding! Your card draw chances have been refreshed. You can get one free card draw. Should we draw immediately? Without much thought, he directly selected yes. Congratulations on obtaining N card Shizuka. Shizuka. Brief introduction: Shizuka is kind, lovely, and academically excellent. Summon store in warehouse. Xia looked at Jingxiong, who had big, bright black eyes, two small braids, and a slender figure, and shook his head helplessly. Shizuka is cute, but unfortunately she's an N rank card, so she can only be stored in the warehouse. After a short rest, he continued practicing. They didn't stop until late at night. He wiped the sweat from his brow and brought up the control panel. Gene unlocking rate, 1.5%. Although the increase was as slow as a snail's pace, he couldn't help but smile when he saw the string of numbers. His death had already gone back to sleep. He dragged his leaden legs back to the living room, lay down on the sofa, and fell asleep immediately. The next day, early morning, Xia and his death arrived at the professional dungeon hall. This place is completely different from the previous student-only hall. The people coming and going are all composed adults, who bear more or less the marks of battle, and their spiritual energy fluctuations are also significantly stronger. Xia had just turned 18. Although he was tall, the immaturity on his face was still undeniable, and he looked like a high school student. His death, standing beside him, became the focus of attention. With her silver hair, fair skin, and hot figure, her cold demeanor exuded an indescribable charm, attracting the attention of many psychics. "Madam, would you like to team up? Our team is about to run a bronze-level dungeon and we need a ranged attacker." A man carrying a longbow approached and struck up a conversation, his tone tentative. His death didn't even lift her eyelids, and the temperature around her suddenly dropped a few degrees. The man wisely shut up and awkwardly stepped aside. Xia was already used to this kind of scene. He walked straight to the unmanned counter and brought up the product list. He gritted his teeth and bought 20 of the most basic spiritual energy recovery potions. This medicine works slowly, only replenishing spiritual energy little by little, but it is cheap. Even so, the 20 bills still cost him more than 20,000 credits, almost half of his existing assets. Why buy all this junk? His death glanced at the potion box in his hand, her tone disdainful. "We don't need these to deal with those scum. Just in case." Xia smiled and stuffed the medicine into his backpack. "If we really encounter a tough opponent, we can't let you be held back because of insufficient spiritual power." His death didn't say anything more, but her eyes softened for a moment. When the two reached the dungeon teleportation area, more people approached them to form a team. "Hey bro, wanna run a dungeon with your girlfriend? High-level iron dungeons are tough. Our team has a tank and a healer, wanna hang out?" "No, thank you," Xia politely declined. Xia arrived at the iron-level dungeon. Without asking his death any further questions, he directly selected the higher-level dungeon. Abandoned arsenal. A flash of white light, and the two found themselves in the ruins of a dilapidated factory. The air was thick with the smell of engine oil and rust. In the distance came the clattering of machinery. Several spider-like mechanical monsters were perched on the broken wall, their crimson optical lenses fixed on them. Mechanical spider LV-30. Xia saw them and began to explain. "His death, be careful, the monsters in the iron-level dungeon can use skills. The monsters are many times stronger than those in the beginner area dungeons." His death drew her rapier, a hint of interest flashing in her eyes. "Perfect for some exercise." Before the words were even finished, the mechanical spiders suddenly shot out silk threads and began to entangle the two of them. The silk thread had a metallic sheen, clearly indicating it had been poisoned. Xia's heart tightened. Just as he was about to dodge, he saw his death's figure blur and her sword flash, instantly slicing the silk thread into several pieces. At the same time, she slapped the ground with her palm, and the cold air spread, freezing the mechanical spider's tracks. "Solve them, don't waste time." Xia steadied himself, recalled the energy circulation method of the Tai Chi guiding technique, poured his spiritual power into the dagger, and rushed towards the nearest mechanical spider. This time, he didn't hide behind his death. If he wants to become stronger, he has to wield the sword himself. Xia gripped the dagger, took a sudden step forward, and thrust the dagger with brute force into the mechanical spider's optical lens. Put! The dagger pierced through, the mechanical spider's red light instantly went out, its body twitched twice, and then remained completely still. "There's one more." Xia's eyes lit up. Before his death could make a move, he turned and rushed towards another mechanical spider frozen to the wall. Following the same pattern, he slashed several times and forcefully pierced the core of the other spider. Watching the two mechanical spiders dissipate into energy specks, Xia couldn't help but grin. This was the first time he had personally defeated a level 30 monster. He was incredibly happy. The behavior of a brute. Istetha's voice sounded from behind, tinged with disdain. Your slashes are completely haphazard, and your thrusts rely entirely on brute force. If I hadn't frozen you, do you think you could have succeeded so easily? Chi Xia scratched the back of his head and didn't refute it. I'm sorry, but the main problem is that I haven't learned proper swordsmanship. Once we get out, I'll teach you a few basic moves. Isteth spoke, already taking a step forward. I can't keep waving my arms around like a barbarian and making this king lose face. Chi Xia was overjoyed and quickly followed. That's great. Isteth glanced at him sideways, a barely perceptible smile playing on her lips. At least you're not just a useless coward hiding in the back anymore. Let's go, there's more ahead. They're here. He shouted and charged into the darkness, following Istetha's figure. Chapter 11 Mutation, Blood Energy Mechanical Overlord. Isteth. As they ventured deeper into the abandoned arsenal, the mechanical monsters became increasingly dense, transforming from spider-like forms into humanoid mechs, and even including mechanical dogs dragging cannon barrels. Humanoid mech LV-35. Mechanical cannon dog LV-35. While wielding her sword to kill, Isteth did not forget to give Chi Xia some pointers. When stabbing, look for joint gaps, which are weak points for energy flow. It's 10 times less strenuous than cutting through the outer shell. Chi Xia listened attentively and tried to stab a mech in the knee joint with his dagger. Sure enough, with sparks flying, the mech collapsed to the ground instantly. His eyes lit up, and he followed the same method to finish off 2 more, gradually developing some semblance of skill in his movements. Isteth dodged a laser beam by sidestepping, and with a backhand slash, she cleaved the oncoming mechanical cannon dog in 2. When swinging the knife, don't just use the strength of your arm. Sink your waist and rotate your hips, and twist all the strength of your body into one rope. Chi Xia did as instructed, and sure enough, he felt that the force of his sword swings had increased significantly, even enough to directly cleave through the outer shell of a low-level mech. Although his combat skills have improved, he still mainly relies on Isteth to deal with level 35 monsters. Soon they passed through the last rusty iron gate, and in the open space in the center of the factory lay a mechanical dinosaur that was as tall as a 3-story building. Its body was made of thick alloy, its back was covered with densely packed gun barrels, its eye sockets gleamed with the distinctive green light of radiation, and its level panel clearly displayed. Radiation Mechanical Dragon LV-45. This is the boss? Chi Xia gasped, the oppressive feeling alone making his palms sweat. The mechanical dragon seemed to sense the intruder, abruptly raising its head and letting out a piercing electronic roar. The next second, it opened its huge mouth, and a distorted electromagnetic beam shot straight at the 2 of them, causing the air to tremble wherever it passed. Stand behind me. Isteth pushed Chi Xia back and casually waved her right hand. Ice shield. A burst of cold air erupted instantly, and an ice wall tens of meters high rose from the ground, firmly blocking the electromagnetic beam outside. With a loud boom, a layer of white frost condensed on the surface of the ice wall, but it remained completely still. A trivial skill. Isteth snorted and rushed out, her toes touching the top of the ice wall, using the momentum to leap up. The rapier drew a dazzling arc in the sunlight, carrying a chilling aura, as it pierced straight for the mechanical dragon's single eye. That is its core. The mechanical dragon roared and swung its giant claws, trying to knock her away, but she easily dodged them. The sword light fell, precisely piercing the single eye. The green radiant energy instantly became disordered, and the mechanical dragon's movements abruptly froze. Now! Chi Xia reacted quickly, gathered all his strength, and threw the dagger at the joint of the mechanical dragon. The dagger pierced the hole, triggering a series of explosions. Taking advantage of the moment when the mechanical dragon lost its balance, Isteth flipped over and landed on its back, slashing with her rapier and severing all the gun barrels. Finally, she pierced the mechanical dragon's power core with her sword. Awah! The mechanical dragon let out a mournful cry, and its massive body collapsed with a crash, turning into countless energy fragments and equipment items. Their level has reached level 27. Chi Xia watched Isteth jump down from the wreckage of the mechanical dragon, her breathing still steady, and couldn't help but sigh. He killed someone again using only swordsmanship. He's incredibly strong. Isteth wiped the dust off her sword and glanced at him. This is nothing. Once your gene unlocking rate is higher, I will teach you even stronger combat techniques. Chi Xia nodded vigorously, his heart filled with enthusiasm. It's important to understand that on a planet like Standard Planet AE-86, there isn't anyone as powerful as Isteth who can learn under her guidance. It's practically taking a shortcut. But then again, Isdeth was originally her wife and now she is her master. Isn't this just stacking buffs? Just as Qi Xia was lost in thought, a sharp alarm suddenly sounded in his ear. The frequency of the buzzing sound increased, making people's eardrums hurt. He looked up abruptly and saw the sky and the entire instance space begin to distort, the original gray tone quickly being stained with a strange blood red, as if it had been splashed with a thick layer of blood. The ground of the ruins began to tremble, and the remains of the mechanical dragon that had been slain suddenly emitted a piercing metallic scraping sound, and the broken limbs began to wriggle and piece themselves back together on their own. What's even more chilling is that a blood-red rift suddenly opened in the air, and countless dark red energy threads surged out from the rift and pierced into the wreckage of the mechanical dragon. Beneath the blood-red sky, the mechanical dragon's body expanded and deformed at a visible speed. The alloy shell intertwined and merged with the crimson energy, stretching and reshaping the original dinosaur form, ultimately transforming it into a humanoid creature that blotted out the sky. The mechanical dragon's wings were still intact on its back, and viscous red light flowed from its joints. The level panel fluctuated wildly before finally settling on Mutation Blood Energy Mechanical Overlord LV-58. Roar! It let out a deafening roar, and the entire space shook. Qi Xia felt a tightness in his chest and almost lost his balance. This is a dungeon mutation? Qi Xia's face turned pale. He had seen related records in ancient books. There is a 1 in 10,000 chance that a monster will fuse and evolve in the dungeon. The evolved monster will have a much higher level and be much stronger than the original boss. Isdeth gripped her rapier tightly, a gleam of excitement in her eyes. Interesting, much better than that piece of trash from before. The blood energy mechanical overlord rotated its head, which was covered in red light, and the sound was like countless machines roaring in sync. Humans, you should feel honored to witness my evolved form. Pleasure? Isdeth sneered and instantly rushed forward. Wait until you're dead before you say those words in hell. Arrogant. The blood energy mechanical overlord roared, flapped its wings, and shot out several blood-red laser beams from its palms, sweeping towards Isdeth with a scorching aura. Ice shield. Isdeth slammed her palm down on the ground, and the cold air condensed into a huge ice wall. The laser struck the ice wall, bursting out with a blinding light, but was forcefully blocked. But this time, the surface of the ice wall quickly became covered with cracks. With a level 58 strength, it is clearly more than one level stronger than the previous mechanical dragon. The blood energy mechanical overlord flashed forward, its massive fist slamming towards Isdeth with a whooshing sound. Prepare to die. Isdeth's eyes sharpened. She no longer took the attack head-on, but instead touched the ground with her toes, successfully dodging it. The fist slammed into the ground, causing a section of the ruins to collapse and sending debris flying. Qi Xia was terrified. He knew that rushing forward now would only cause trouble, so he could only quickly start taking medicine to replenish his spiritual energy. Don't just hide. The blood energy mechanical overlord's voice was laced with sarcasm. You thought you were so tough? You little punk. Ha ha ha. Isdeth ignored its provocations and continued to dodge. Before long, she sensed that Qi Xia's spiritual power had been fully replenished, so she immediately stopped and a cold smile appeared on her lips. You worthless piece of trash, I will grant your wish and send you to your death. Qi Xia, it seems this move will. I'll drain you dry. In Chapter 12, Isdeth's favorability increased significantly. Isdeth. Before Isdeth could finish speaking, Qi Xia felt as if the spiritual energy within his body was being drawn away by an invisible vortex and instantly surged into Isdeth's body. His legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. His vision blurred, and he couldn't even stand up straight. The chill emanating from Isdeth suddenly intensified, and water vapor in the air condensed wildly, forming a constantly rotating vortex of icy mist in front of her. The vortex spun faster and faster, eventually transforming into a giant iceball tens of meters in diameter, radiating a chill that could freeze the soul. Withered in the dead of winter. Isdeth's voice carried a cold laugh as she pointed her finger forward. The enormous ice puck shot out like a cannonball at an astonishing speed. Just as the blood energy mechanical overlord was about to flap its wings and take off to avoid the attack, it discovered that the surrounding air had already been frozen into a viscous substance by Isdeth. Every flap of its wings felt like sinking into a quagmire, and its movements instantly became sluggish. No! It watched helplessly as the iceball swallowed it whole, the thick ice wall closing in instantly, trapping it firmly in the center. It's just a block of ice, you think you can trap me? The mechanical overlord roared inside the ice sphere, frantically slamming against the ice walls, its level 58 power causing the ice sphere to tremble violently. Istetha's lips curled into a cruel smile as she tightened her grip on her fingers once more. The real show has only just begun. Suddenly, countless sharp ice spikes erupted from inside the ice puck, piercing the mechanical overlord from all directions in 360 degrees without any blind spots. These ice spikes, with their spiraling force, are not only incredibly sharp but also contain a bone-chilling cold, freezing the energy pathways within the creature with each piercing. Ah! A piercing scream came from inside the ice puck, accompanied by the ear-piercing sound of metal being torn apart. The cracks on the surface of the ice puck gradually stopped spreading and were instead frozen and reinforced by the continuously seeping blood-red energy. Xixia leaned against the broken wall, panting heavily, staring at the huge, constantly shaking ice ball, his heart filled with shock. Is this Istetha's true power? If Istetha hadn't possessed so little spiritual power, she likely would have already annihilated the mechanical overlord. After an unknown amount of time, the screams gradually subsided, and the ice puck stopped shaking. Istetha raised her hand and waved it, and the huge ice ball shattered with a crack, scattering countless ice blocks all over the ground. The once massive mechanical overlord had been reduced to a pile of wreckage covered in ice spikes. Its core had been completely extinguished, and there was no more movement. Xixia and Istetha's levels instantly rose to level 29. Received 18888 spirit stones. Obtained blood energy core. Obtained the boundary-breaking mechanical blade. Istetha shook her hand, as if she had only done something insignificant. She walked up to Xixia and kicked his leg. Can you still walk? Xixia then came to his senses, leaned against the wall to stand up, and shook his head. It's nothing. I'm just a little exhausted. Waste. Istetha complained, but slowed down to wait for him to catch up. Let's go, it's time to get out. Xixia clenched his fist as he watched Istetha's retreating figure. One day, he will no longer be a burden who needs her protection and whose spiritual power is drained by her. The white light of the teleportation signal shone again, and this time, there were no further surprises. After leaving the blood energy mechanical overlord instance, Xixia was practically being half supported by Istetha. He slumped onto a lounge chair in the lobby, downed 2 vials of spiritual energy recovery potion, and barely managed to recover. Can we continue? Istetha stood to the side, her breathing still steady. Xixia gritted his teeth as he looked at the remaining 19 black iron level advanced dungeon slots on the terminal. Able. He knew that such an intense dungeon crawling opportunity was rare, especially with Istetha around. It was practically an easy win for him to level up, and it would be a shame to miss it. As long as we don't encounter another one in 10,000 mutations, there won't be any problems at all. For the next few days, the two became a regular sight in the professional zone's dungeon lobby. The white light of the teleportation array frequently flashed on and off, and each time Xixia appeared, his level panel steadily increased. Level 30, level 32, level 33. By the end of the 20th dungeon run, they had all reached level 43. Istetha's affection level has reached 36, and her bond energy is 226. A white light flashed, and it was already pitch black. Istetha stepped out, her tone indifferent. That's all for today. Xixia looked up at Istetha. Her silver hair gleamed coldly under the hall lights, and her face showed a hint of imperceptible fatigue, yet she still kept her back straight. Istetha glanced at him, said nothing, and turned to walk out of the hall. Xixia quickly followed, watching her retreating figure, feeling a pang of sadness in his heart. He's still too weak. Back home, Xixia forced his exhausted body into the kitchen. He started making Yongjiang City's specialty lemon duck. Smoke rose from the kitchen, and the sounds of knives and spatulas clashing filled the air. Although his arms ached so much he could barely lift them, and his back was soaked with sweat that dried repeatedly, the thought of Istetha eating gave him a surge of energy. Dinner is ready. Xixia brought the lemon duck to the table, which was already filled with colorful dishes. The sour and spicy aromas mixed together, making it especially tempting. Istetha walked over, looked at the table full of dishes, and raised an eyebrow. Doing so much? Aren't you tired? It's tiring, but seeing you eat makes it all worth it. Xixia smiled, his sincerity evident in his eyes. Istetha's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. She looked away, picked up her chopsticks, and took a piece of lemon duck. The sour and spicy flavor exploded on her tongue, and it was unexpectedly delicious. She didn't say anything more and silently started eating. Ding! Istetha's affection +4, bond energy +4. Current affection level, 40, bond energy, 228. Xixia was slightly taken aback when the system notification sounded. This time, the favorability gained was more than ever before. He looked at Estetha's slightly lowered eyelids, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but turn up. After finishing her meal, Estetha got up to leave, paused as she passed him, and said softly, "If you're exhausted today, don't push yourself. Get some rest, and we can talk about cultivation tomorrow." Before Qixia could respond, she went into the living room, turned on the TV, and continued watching that melodramatic idol drama. Qixia felt a warmth in her heart. It turned out that she still cared about her. After clearing away the dishes, he sat on the sofa and brought up the system panel. He tried to use bond energy to optimize mystic origin breathing technique, but a prompt appeared. Insufficient energy to optimize to perfection. Is it still that much left? He sighed, somewhat helplessly. Although Estetha told him to rest, he was really unwilling to stay idle. Despite his exhaustion, he began practicing the Tai Chi inducing technique again. Once, twice, 3 times, the movements became slower and slower, and sweat dripped onto the ground, spreading into a small water stain. The panel only changed once on the 10th try. Gene unlocking rate, 1.5%, 1.6%. Alright, let's call it a day. Qixia stopped what he was doing and collapsed onto the ground, exhausted. He gazed at the stars in the sky, panted for a while, and then slowly got up to take a shower. Just then, the system voice sounded. Ding! Your card draw chances have been refreshed. You can get 1 free card draw. Should we draw immediately? Chapter 13. Estetha's teaching was too violent. Estetha. Qixia thought about it and decided to draw a ticket anyway. Yes. Congratulations on obtaining N card Ranbing. Ranbing. Brief introduction. Ranbing is a courageous, resilient, calm, and decisive member of the Hunters. Summon store in warehouse. Ranbing has neat short white hair, and her deep blue eyes are lively and resolute, giving her a heroic and dashing appearance. Another beautiful woman, but unfortunately, she's still an Nvidia card. Qixia stored the card in the warehouse and then went to wash up and rest. Just then, a message came from the terminal. Happy birthday, son. Qixia smiled slightly upon seeing the message. Thank you, Mom. Please forgive Mom and Dad for not being able to come back to celebrate your birthday with you. We'll make it up to you when we have our holiday. It's okay, Mom and Dad. You have to get up early tomorrow, so please get some rest. Okay, you should get some rest too. Good. The next morning, as soon as Qixia opened his eyes, he saw Estetha already standing in the living room, holding 2 wooden swords in her hands, clearly having woken up long ago. No dungeon runs today. She threw one of the wooden swords at me, saying, "Yesterday I saw you using the knife like a headless fly. Practice your fighting skills with me first." Qixia caught the wooden sword, weighed it in his hand, and said with a wry smile, "Spar with you? I'm afraid I'll get beaten up even worse." Good to know. Estetha raised an eyebrow and assumed a fighting stance. But if you want to become stronger, you have to learn to take a beating first. Bring it on. Qixia took a deep breath, recalling the skills he had learned in the dungeon yesterday, and thrust his sword forward. Estetha easily dodged to the side, and with a flick of her wrist, the hilt of the wooden sword gently tapped his arm. Too slow. Qixia rubbed his arm, adjusted his posture, and attacked again, only to be hit on the back again. The force is too scattered, sink your waist. You've lost your footing, steady yourself. Your wrists are too weak, you can't even hold a sword properly, yet you want to kill someone? The sounds of wooden swords clashing and Estetha's scolding echoed continuously in the living room. Qixia tried his best, but he couldn't even touch Estetha's clothes. Instead, he was beaten up and covered in red marks on his forehead, arms, and back, making him wince in pain. Too weak. Estetha sheathed her sword and stood looking at the panting Qixia, her tone still stern. But it's a bit better than yesterday. At least they know how to find weaknesses now. Qixia slumped to the ground, clutching the bump on his head, feeling both amused and exasperated. This isn't finding a weakness, it's asking for a beating. Estetha glanced at him, didn't refute, and looked at the sun outside the window. That's enough for now, go make lunch. Oh? My head is covered in bumps. Making a bag doesn't affect cooking. Estetha tossed the wooden sword aside and walked straight to the sofa. Hurry up, I'm hungry. Helpless, Qixia could only go into the kitchen with his head full of battle results. His arm ached every time he lifted it while chopping vegetables. He grimaced and worked hard for a long time before finally managing to cook 2 dishes and a soup. After lunch, the two rested briefly before continuing their practice. In the afternoon, Xia, covered in bags, limped off to buy groceries. Esteth watched his retreating figure, a subtle, almost imperceptible smile curving her lips. It seems this kid isn't entirely hopeless. Ding. Esteth's affection +4, bond energy +4. Current affection level 44, bond energy 232. Xia was preparing a fresh fish in the kitchen when his terminal suddenly vibrated, and the screen displayed the name Principal Zhu. He wiped his hands and answered the phone. Xia, your enrollment materials and college entrance examination registration procedures have been completed. The electronic version has been sent to your terminal. Please remember to check it. Thank you, Principal Zhu. Don't be so polite. By the way, are you planning to take classes later on? Xia thought about it and realized that his focus was now entirely on improving his skills, so classroom knowledge was not very meaningful to him. Principal Zhu, I won't go to the school to register, so as not to delay my cultivation. Alright, cultivation is the priority. I've given your terminal number to your homeroom teacher. He'll contact you when there are exam arrangements or important information. Okay, thank you, Principal. Don't be so polite with me. By the way, what level are you now? Do you want the school to arrange someone to help you level up in dungeons? Xia glanced at Esteth, who was watching an idol drama in the living room, and smiled as he refused. No need, Principal. I'm leveling up pretty fast now. I'm already at level 43. What? You're level 43 now? That's wonderful. Xia, you've really surprised me. Xu Debiao could not hide his joy and praised Xia generously for a full 5 minutes before reluctantly hanging up the phone. Xia shook his head helplessly. If he hadn't stopped him, he felt that Xu Debiao could have continued praising for another 2 hours. But to be fair, being praised as a genius. That's really good. Not long after hanging up the phone, Xia's terminal received a summary of enrollment information and a friend request, with the note Li Jianguo, homeroom teacher of class 7, grade 12, number 2 middle school. Xia clicked accept, and the other party replied almost instantly. Hello Xia. I am your homeroom teacher, Li Jianguo. You can contact me directly if you need anything in the future. Don't hesitate to ask if you have any difficulties with your studies or cultivation. The message was followed by a cheering emoji. Xia could feel Teacher Li's enthusiasm even through the screen, and replied with a smile. Thank you, Teacher Li, for your trouble. No trouble at all. Just focus on your cultivation, the school has everything arranged for you. If you need anything in the future, just come to me directly, no need to be polite with the teachers. Okay, thank you, Teacher Li. Of course. Keep up the good work, our number 2 middle school is counting on you to bring glory. Li Jianguo added a few more words of encouragement before ending the conversation. Not long after, when the terminal rang again, Xia saw the words despicable person on the screen, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He swiped to answer the call, and by Jianqing's voice on the other end sounded deliberately warm, even a bit feigned intimacy. Xia, how did the procedures at number 2 middle school go? Xia sneered inwardly. Whether things went smoothly or not, probably no one knew better than this principal of number 1 middle school. This pretense is just a way to test the waters. It went very smoothly. Number 2 middle school has already helped me with all the enrollment documents, and I am now a formal student of number 2 middle school. That's wonderful. Congratulations. Bai Jianqing's laughter sounded somewhat fake, and then he changed the subject, feigning concern as he asked a question. By the way, has anything been settled regarding the college entrance exam? As for number 2 middle school, are there any requirements? If you encounter any difficulties, just tell me, and I'll put in a good word with Principal Zhu and make sure he arranges things for you. If outsiders heard Bai Jianqing's generous words, they would surely give him a thumbs up and praise him highly. Loyal and righteous. However, Xia knew perfectly well that Bai Jianqing was afraid that number 2 middle school would do the same thing he had done before, using the excuse that Xia was incompetent to prevent him from taking the college entrance examination. Xia's lips curled into a mocking smile, but his tone remained calm. No need to trouble yourself. Principal Zhu is very magnanimous and treats everyone equally. He didn't look down on me and not only let me take the college entrance examination, but also helped me with the registration procedures. Bai Jianqing could easily tell that Xia was subtly criticizing him, but instead of being annoyed, he was quite pleased. Ha ha. That's good, that's good. As long as you can take the college entrance exam, that's all that matters. Then prepare well and good luck on the exam. Ha ha ha. After saying that, he hung up the phone and slapped his thigh with joy, laughing wildly. Xia put down the terminal, his calm expression vanishing instantly, replaced by a cold smile. Laugh now, but the happier you are now, the more you'll regret it when the college entrance exam results come out. Chapter 14. I alone am enough to deal with these scum. Is death. The next day, early morning. Xia and his death arrived at the professional dungeon lobby. The iron level area on the first floor was no longer sufficient for their needs, so the two went straight up to the second floor. The atmosphere here was noticeably more tense than on the first floor. The psionicists coming and going had a more composed aura and were better equipped. Xia first went to the supply area and bought 20 spirit power recovery potions, spending 20,000 credits. Looking at the balance on his terminal, he couldn't help but exclaim that he was poor. It seems I still need to find some time to put the equipment and items I've farmed up online for sale and exchange them for credits. He and his death arrived at the teleportation area of the bronze dungeon, only to find a long queue with a huge number of people. His death's icy blue eyes swept over the queuing crowd with her usual arrogance and impatience, and tiny shards of ice were already forming on her fingertips. These people are blocking my way and wasting their time queuing? It's ridiculous. Before she finished speaking, she had already taken half a step forward, clearly intending to use force to disperse the crowd. Seeing this, Xia quickly reached out to stop her, his tone tinged with urgency. It's death, don't be impulsive. I do not like waiting. Then let's team up. Don't rush, it'll be quick. Death stopped moving, her beautiful, cold face remaining unchanged, only letting out a soft, displeased snort from her nose. Xia quickly opened the team lobby on the terminal to see if there were any teams that needed members. The page refreshed, and a recruitment notice quickly popped up. We need one more person for the bronze level advanced dungeon, Shadow Forest. Level 35 plus required, tanky and strong DPS preferred. Join now. Xia is currently at level 43, which fits the description perfectly. He opened the application and added a note, with heroic spirits, capable of dealing damage. Within 10 seconds, the application was approved, and the other party sent a team invitation. Brother, you're fast. Hurry up to teleportation array number 3, we're waiting for you. Xia led his death to teleportation array number 3, following the terminal's instructions. There, they saw 4 people standing at the front, 2 men and 2 women. Hello, I am Xia, who brings heroic spirits with me, he said as he stepped forward. All 4 of them turned their gazes to his death, momentarily lost in thought. A girl stared wide-eyed in surprise, whispering in astonishment. Wow! Sister, you're so beautiful. A tall boy next to her coughed lightly and scratched his head awkwardly. Sorry, this is my classmate Wu Qiuqiu. She's just a bit straightforward. He turned to Xia and extended his hand. I'm team leader Li Kai, and these two are Xian and Han Ning. We're both from Jiangcheng University next door. Xia. He briefly introduced himself and then pointed to Esteth beside him. This is my heroic spirit, Esteth. Esteth merely glanced at them indifferently without saying a word. The cold aura emanating from her maid Wu Qiuqiu, who originally wanted to say more, subconsciously shut her mouth. Li Kai didn't seem to mind and smiled as he smoothed things over. It's alright, it's alright. It's normal for heroic spirits to be a bit cold-hearted. It's just our turn. Let's go into the dungeon first. As Li Kai entered the teleportation array, he adjusted the terminal. This dungeon has a strange setting, 5-person teams get 20% more experience. One of our teammates couldn't come due to something, and we just posted the recruitment and saw your application. It's quite a coincidence. Then I'm pretty lucky. Xia smiled. Wu Qiuqiu leaned closer, her eyes glancing at Esteth every now and then, her tone tinged with a hint of smugness. Little brother Xia, you're only level 43? This bronze advanced dungeon is no easy task. You'd better stick close to us later. My captain and I are almost level 55, so we can definitely help you out. Xia smiled slightly, thank you very much. He wanted to say that there was no need for special care, but seeing Wu Qiuqiu's enthusiastic expression, he swallowed his words. Don't mention it. We're all students, so it's only right that we look out for each other. Wu Qiuqiu waved her hand and looked at Esteth with curiosity. Sister, your heroic spirit level must be very high, right? It looks so powerful. His death snorted coldly, not even lifting an eyelid, clearly not intending to pay any attention. Wu Qiuqiu wasn't embarrassed. She stuck out her tongue and ran back to Li Kai's side to mutter something. Captain, she's so cool. Li Kai shook his head helplessly and said to Qi Xia. Don't mind her, that's just how Qiuqiu is, she doesn't mean any harm. Fine. Qi Xia shook his head, his gaze falling on the dark forest path ahead. The chill in the air grew heavier, and the faint howls of wolves could be heard coming from the depths. Shadow Wolf LV-50. Li Kai stepped forward, his gaze fixed on the shadow wolves poised to pounce, and said to Qi Xia in a deep voice. These shadow wolves are quite high level. You can watch from the back and get the experience without having to fight. Wu Qiuqiu brandished the bow and arrow in her hand, the arrowheads glowing red, her face carrying a hint of arrogance. Little brother, watch out. This is an S-rank psionic flame arrow, one shot can burn through their fur. As she spoke, she drew her bow and knocked an arrow, and a flaming arrow shot out with a whoosh, accurately striking a shadow wolf in the neck and instantly igniting a raging fire. Not just her. Li Kai looked at Xian and saw that Xian was radiating an earthy yellow light, and a heavy stone shield was condensing in front of him. Xian's earth shield is also an S-level psionic power, capable of both offense and defense. Han Ning waved her staff lightly, and a pale green healing light fell upon everyone. Although my life bloom is more support-oriented, it is still an S-rank psionic power, so its endurance is definitely not a problem. Li Kai grinned, and 2 short blades appeared in his hands. Of course, I am also an S-class psionicist. Qi Xia looked at the surging spiritual energy emanating from the 4 people and understood. No wonder they dared to challenge the bronze-level dungeon they had an all-S-level setup. It's still a standard team with support, defense, ranged damage dealers, assassins, etc. Li Kai looked at the shadow wolves ahead and said in a deep voice. Let's do it. Xian's earth shield stood at the forefront, enduring the attacks of several shadow wolves. Wu Qiuqiu's flaming arrows continuously provided support from the flanks, scorching the shadow wolves. Li Kai moved through the shadows, occasionally bursting out from the darkness to deliver a fatal blow to the shadow wolf. Han Ning stood steadily at the back, providing timely healing light. With perfect teamwork and orderly offense and defense, 7 or 8 shadow wolves fell to the ground in no time. Death stood with her arms crossed at the back, watching the 4 people in front of her work together seamlessly to clear out the shadow wolves, and rarely spoke. Their teamwork is fairly good, and their skills are acceptable. Qi Xia looked at her with some surprise. This queen, who was always so arrogant, would actually praise someone else. As if seeing through his thoughts, Death said calmly. On the battlefield, those who can bring out their strength and cooperate effectively naturally deserve recognition. You need to watch carefully and study hard. Qi Xia nodded, I will. But then he thought about it again and felt something was wrong, so he subconsciously asked a question. What about you? Why don't you learn their teamwork too? Death chuckled, her eyes filled with undisguised arrogance. My abilities don't require this kind of so-called cooperation. She looked up into the depths of the instance, her tone calm yet filled with absolute confidence. I can handle these scumbags all by myself. Chapter 15, No, did I draw a real person? Death. Li Kai and his 3 companions quickly finished off the remaining shadow wolves. Wu Qiuqiu walked over with her bow and arrows, and gestured with her chin towards Qi Xia. Little brother Qi Xia, did you see that? Isn't your archery skill pretty good? Qi Xia gave a genuine thumbs up, amazing, you guys coordinated so well. Of course. Wu Qiuqiu smiled, her eyes crinkling, stay close to us, and we guarantee you'll level up today. Thank you, Sister Qiuqiu. Hey, you should call her Miss Sister. Wu Qiuqiu put her hands on her hips, puffed out her chest, and deliberately put on a stern face. I'm only a year older than you, calling me sister makes me sound old. Qi Xia thought there wasn't much difference between little sister and older sister, but she still went along with her and replied. Okay, Miss Qiuqiu. Put. Wu Qiuqiu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Let's go kill the boss. The group continued deeper into the forest, with Li Kai and his 2 companions leading the way, followed by Qi Xia and Death. What? You really like calling other people miss? Death suddenly spoke, her tone carrying an ambiguous meaning. Qi Xia was taken aback. I didn't, it was just politeness. Oh? Death raised an eyebrow, twirling the rapier between her fingers. You are my woman, yet you dare to claim sisters as others. You'd better watch out for your manhood. Xia stumbled, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. His death hadn't mentioned her partner much before, so it's surprising she remembered. And now she's saying this, could it be? Are you jealous? Jealous? Isteth chuckled, her eyes filled with mockery. You are not worthy of making me jealous. If you want me to get angry, improve your strength first. Xia shook his head helplessly and stopped talking. Wu Qiuqiu, who was in front, seemed to notice that they were chatting. She turned around and smiled at Xia. Sunlight shone through the gaps in the branches and leaves onto her face, making her look exceptionally bright. She was petite, and her ponytail swayed as she ran, giving her a youthful and lively air. Xia glanced at it twice but didn't pay much attention. He saw that Li Kai and the others were already fighting with several shadow wolves, so there was nothing for him to do for the time being. Isteth leaned against a tree trunk, her silver hair gleaming coldly in the shade, her gaze fixed on the battle ahead, lost in thought. The forest breeze carried the fresh scent of grass and trees, and occasionally a few wolf howls and the crisp sounds of clashing weapons could be heard, making it not too dull. With nothing to do, Xia had a sudden thought and opened the system to draw today's free attempts. Congratulations on obtaining our card Wu Qiuqiu. Wu Qiuqiu. Brief introduction: Wu Qiuqiu is lively, cheerful, proactive, and straightforward. Summon store in warehouse. Xia looked at Wu Qiuqiu's image on the card, then at Wu Qiuqiu who was fighting. It's the same person. Wow, this works. But he decided against it and quietly stored the card in the warehouse. At first glance, there are quite a few beautiful women in the warehouse. Ranmori, Ranbing, Shizuka, Yangmi, Zheng'anai, Daochan, Xiaoyi, and if we can barely add Wu Qiuqiu, as well as Isteth, there are a total of 9 beautiful wives. If we could play together. Hiss. Xia shook his head repeatedly, quickly dismissing the idea. The most important thing right now is to become stronger, other things can't be rushed. Isteth glanced at Xia beside her and saw that he had his head down, his ears were red, and his brows were slightly furrowed. What are you doing? You seem distracted. Xia suddenly looked up, his cheeks burning even more as he recalled the erotic image of Isteth that had just flashed through his mind. Seeing Isteth so close now, he felt a pang of embarrassment, as if his misdeeds had been exposed, and quickly waved his hands. And nothing. Yeah? Isteth raised an eyebrow, her tone clearly teasing. I noticed you were staring at Wu Qiuqiu for a long time just now. Could it be that you have feelings for her? No, that's not true. Oh? Isteth pressed closer, a mischievous glint in her eyes. I think you're just having inappropriate thoughts about her. I don't. Xia's face turned bright red, and he blurted it out. I'm thinking of you. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them were stunned. Xia wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground. How could he have blurted out what was on his mind? It's all because the image of Isteth in his mind was too alluring, causing him to let it slip. Isteth was also taken aback for a moment, then a meaningful smile appeared on her lips. There was no sarcasm in that smile, instead, it carried a subtle gentleness. She didn't press further, turned to look at the battle ahead, and said softly. Pay attention, the boss is coming out. Ding. Isteth's affection level +2. Xia secretly glanced at her and saw that the lines of her profile looked particularly soft under the shade of the tree, and his heart skipped a beat for no reason. He scratched his head, took a deep breath, and forced himself to focus his attention back on the copy. Li Kai, who was in front, was already shouting, Get ready! The boss is coming! A figure clad in a black robe slowly emerged from the shadows ahead, holding a staff inlaid with a skull in its withered hand, surrounded by a dense aura of death. Necromancer LV-60. They're here! Li Kai let out a low shout and pointed his twin swords directly at the boss. At the front of Shishing Peak, Han Ing, focus on dispelling negative effects. Qiuqiu, provide ranged suppression. I'll take care of dealing damage. The 4 quickly took formation, their teamwork remaining seamless. Shirexayan's earth shield firmly protected the entire team, while Wu Qiuqiu's flaming arrows continuously bombarded the necromancer. Li Kai stealthily moved through the shadows, occasionally flanking and attacking from behind, and Han Ing remained constantly vigilant against the opponent's curse spells. The necromancer waved his staff and summoned several skeleton soldiers, but they were cleaved in two by Li Kai's sword energy as soon as they got close. It sprayed out another stream of dark green corrosive liquid, but it was steadily blocked by Shirexayan's shield. Now! Seizing the opportunity, Li Kai leaped up and pierced the necromancer's head. Snap! The staff snapped, and the necromancer's black robe instantly crumbled, turning into countless points of light. Ding! Dungeon cleared. Receive 22222 spirit stones. Obtain undead core. Obtain the noble staff. Shi Xia and his death's levels have been raised to 44. Ding! Detected that the host and partner's death completed a dungeon run once, gaining plus 20 bond energy. Current affection level 46, bond energy 262. Shi Xia noticed that the bond energy had increased, but he didn't know if it was because his death's affection level had increased or because of the different dungeon levels. Wu Qiuqiu put away her bow and arrows and turned around with a smile. Done. Little brother Shi Xia, this round was quick, wasn't it? Want to play another one? Shi Xia looked at his death, who remained expressionless and simply nodded. Whatever. Alright, let's have another match then. Shi Xia replied that the 5-person team had indeed accumulated a lot of experience, and playing one more game would definitely be profitable. They were teleported back into the dungeon, and the group, familiar with the route, quickly reached the boss again. A short while later, the necromancer collapsed to the ground again. Ding! Experience points gained. The system notification sound had only been playing for half a minute when it suddenly turned shrill. The ground began to shake violently, and the scattered points of light from the necromancer recoalesced. His black robes became even blacker, the skull at the top of his staff glowed with a scarlet light, and his level panel skyrocketed. Mutant Abyss Necromancer LV-75. Li Kai's eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. This is an anomaly. It's over. Chapter 16 Undead Army vs Ice Rider Army. Is death. A grating laugh emanated from beneath the black robes of the Abyss Necromancer, sounding like countless withered bones rubbing together. Ha 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 ha. After dying so many times, I've finally waited for this day. Thank you all for helping me complete this transformation. I'll make you savor this gratitude. It suddenly raised its staff high, and crimson flames shot out from the eye sockets of the skull at the top. In an instant, the sky above the entire instance space was stained blood red, and a chilling wind howled, carrying a strong stench of corpses. Boom! The ground cracked open, and countless corpses crawled out from underground. There were the remains of shadow wolves that had been killed earlier, their fur stained with livid spots and their eyes burning with ghostly green flames. There were also various twisted humanoid skeletons, holding rusty weapons, with their joints making a click sound. Hundreds of corpses, all of which were of the highest level. Level 60. Li Kai gripped the double-edged sword tightly, his knuckles turning white. How could a bronze-level dungeon have such a large horde of zombies? This is simply beyond our ability to handle. Sure, Xian's earth shield was now riddled with cracks, and he smiled wryly. It's over, we can't be forcibly teleported out of here. We're all doomed. Wu Qiuqiu's hands trembled violently, and she could barely hold the flaming bow. Tears welled up in her eyes. She turned to Shi Xia, her voice choked with emotion. Shi Xia, I'm sorry. It's all my fault for insisting on teaming you up, otherwise, you wouldn't have run into this situation. You're so young. I'm sorry. Hanning gently hugged her inside. Don't say that. We are all psionicists and should have realized this a long time ago. It's just, we didn't get to say goodbye properly. The necromancer laughed maniacally from behind the horde of corpses. Now you're scared? Weren't you so arrogant when you were killing me? Now, it's your turn to become my nourishment. Despair overwhelmed the four of them like a tidal wave. Even Li Kai slumped his shoulders, his eyes dimming. Shi Xia felt a pang of unease as he looked at Wu Qiuqiu, who was apologizing repeatedly. He is very young, but Wu Qiuqiu and the others are also very young. He slowly looked at his death beside him, his eyes filled with determination. His death naturally saw Shi Xia's determination. She didn't say anything, but simply walked slowly forward into the horde of zombies. What are you going to do? Li Kai looked at her in shock. His death ignored them, her gaze fixed on the Abyss Necromancer, her tone icy. Of course we should kill these ugly things. Of course, don't misunderstand. I'm not helping you, I just don't want my food reserves to die at the hands of this incompetent person. She took a step forward, and a sudden burst of cold energy erupted from her body. And another thing, you're thinking about dying before you've even really fought? Your backbone is too light. A true warrior, even with only one breath left, will stand and wield his sword. The necromancer was enraged by Estetha's words trash, and his voice turned icy. You're nothing but an ant, how dare you provoke me? You're practically courting death. Noisy. Death raised her slender arm, and a surge of powerful spiritual energy erupted from it. Let me show you what true summoning is. General Binglan. With a low shout, the ground instantly froze, and countless icicles burst forth from the earth, condensing into shape in the cold air. Those were hundreds of ice riders. They were clad in ice armor, wielded ice spears, and rode ice-carved warhorses, each exuding a powerful aura. What is this? The necromancer's laughter abruptly stopped, and for the first time, fear appeared on his face. Li Kai was dumbfounded and utterly shocked. Heroic spirits summoning heroic spirits? Or did he summon so many powerful heroic spirits all at once? Sure, Xian looked horrified and stammered. No, this shouldn't be a heroic spirit summoning another heroic spirit. It's her own skills. If that's the case, then what level of heroic spirit is she? Haning was so excited that she shed tears of joy. No matter what it is, as long as we can be saved. Wu Qiuqiu stared wide-eyed at Estetha's retreating figure, her eyes filled with adoration. So my sister is not only beautiful, but also so powerful. Xia then placed his hands on his knees, and a large portion of his spiritual energy was instantly drained from his body. He took out a potion to restore his spiritual energy and drank it all in one gulp. Estetha, now, let's cause a huge ruckus. Estetha slightly raised her chin, her eyes looking down upon the world. Crush them. Kill. The ice cavalrymen shouted in unison, their roar shaking the leaves in the forest. Their ice-carved warhorses leaped forward like a white torrent, charging towards the army of corpses. The necromancer of the abyss raised his staff and roared angrily. Tear them to shreds. Hundreds of undead corpses roared as they charged forward, their bone claws and rusty blades leaving after images in the air, and ghostly green flames flickering wildly in their eye sockets, revealing a reckless madness. The next second, the two torrents collided with a deafening roar. Bang! The deafening crash of ice armor colliding with bones, the cracking sound of ice spears piercing bone, the muffled thud of horses' hooves crushing skulls, the howls of the undead and the shouts of ice riders all mingled together, instantly turning this forest into a bloody battlefield. An ice rider thrust his lance straight in, piercing the throat of a shadow wolf carcass with pincer movement, then flung it away, sending it crashing into several other skeletons behind it. Another ice rider brandished his ice sword, and with a flash of light, the limbs of several human skeletons were cleanly severed, twitching on the ground and turning into ashes. Although the number of undead corpses was enormous, they were far less than the elite ice cavalry. They moved slowly and were poorly coordinated often. As soon as they charged forward, they were smashed to pieces by the ice cavalry's formation. Even more terrifying is the chill emanating from the ice riders. If a corpse is slashed by an ice spear or ice sword, its joints will freeze rapidly, its movements will become increasingly sluggish, and it will eventually be easily killed. Impossible. How could my children? The abyss necromancer watched as the horde of corpses was relentlessly crushed, his body trembling violently beneath his black robes, his voice filled with disbelief and terror. Li Kai and his three companions were dumbfounded. The battle, which they thought was certain death, had been reversed in the blink of an eye. That's great. We're saved. Wu Qiuqiu instinctively gripped the bow and arrow, only to find that she couldn't get a hand in the bow at all. The ice cavalry's charge was too unstoppable, the undead corpses didn't even have a chance to get close to them. Xia gripped his longsword tightly, his eyes fixed on the battlefield. He noticed that the ice cavalry did not charge blindly, but maintained a tight formation. The front row used ice shields to block attacks, while the back row used ice spears to stab. Their coordination is perfect as a real army. This was clearly the result of Estetha's manipulation with spiritual power, yet she was able to demonstrate such strong tactical skills, which shows how exquisite her control over power is and how outstanding her military talent is. They've collapsed. They're retreating. Haning pointed ahead and saw that the undead corpses, under the continuous assault of the ice cavalry, finally began to disintegrate, no longer attacking but trying to flee backward. Chase! Estetha ordered coldly. The ice riders pursued relentlessly, their ice spears and swords reaping the fleeing undead. Before long, the corpses on the battlefield were cleared away, leaving only a patch of melted ice water and a few wisps of dissipating black smoke. The abyss necromancer stared in shock at the empty battlefield. The ice riders surrounded it in the center, while Estetha walked towards it step by step. This farce. It's time to end this. Chapter 17, Mysterious Origin Breathing Technique, has been successfully optimized. Estetha. Seeing the horde of corpses crumble, the abyss necromancer's eyes flashed with madness as he slammed his staff into the ground. Don't think that's all I've got. Try this. 1,000 bones devour the soul. The skull at the top of the staff burst forth with a blinding red light, and countless black bone needles surged from the ground, raining down on the ice riders. Those bone needles carried a strong corrosive power, and black smoke billowed out the moment they touched the ice armor. Several ice cavalrymen were instantly melted into water vapor. That's interesting. Then let me show you another way to use the ice rider. Isthetha's eyes narrowed, and the chill around her suddenly surged, instantly vaporizing hundreds of ice cavalrymen. A violent blizzard instantly swept up from the sky, forming a snow and ice vortex tens of meters in diameter. Wherever it passed, the air froze into ice crystals, and even the light seemed to be frozen. The necromancer of the abyss tried to retreat in terror, only to find that his feet were already firmly stuck to the ground by the ice. The icy chill spread along his bones, instantly freezing his limbs, torso, and even every inch of his body under his black robe. No! In just a few seconds, the once arrogant abyss necromancer was transformed into an ice sculpture covered in white frost. It's over. Isteth flicked her finger, and a tiny ice shard shot out, striking the ice sculpture precisely. Snap! A crisp cracking sound rang out, and the ice sculpture began to crumble from the top, the cracks quickly spreading to its entire body. Bang! With a loud bang, the entire ice sculpture turned into countless tiny ice crystals, which melted away in the blizzard, leaving not even a trace of death behind. The blizzard gradually subsided, and the dungeon space returned to its original dimness, leaving only a thin layer of ice on the ground. Likai and the other three opened their mouths wide, speechless for a long time. They've seen strong people, but never anyone this strong. The level 75 mutated boss was easily defeated by Isteth, who was only level 44, in one move. Qixia's spiritual power was completely depleted, leaving him extremely weak. Fortunately, he successfully cleared the level this time. Ding! Dungeon cleared. Received 42222 spirit stones. Obtained abyssal undead core. Obtained the skeleton staff. Qixia and Isthetha's levels have been raised to 45. Ding! Detected that the host and partner Isteth completed a dungeon run once, gaining plus 20 bond energy. Current affection level, 46, bond energy, 282. Isteth turned to look at the four people who were still in a daze, her tone indifferent. What are you all standing there for? The dungeon's cleared, aren't you leaving? The four of them suddenly realized what was happening and quickly followed. Wuchocho watched Isthetha's retreating figure and whispered to Qixia. Your heroic spirit, just what's its background? It's incredibly powerful. Could it be that the spiritual power you awakened is SSR? Upon hearing this, Likai, Shirexayan, and Haning all turned to look at Qixia, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Qixia knew that Isthetha's strength was so great that even a fool could guess that her power was SSR, so he didn't intend to hide it or treat them like fools. Yes, it is indeed an SSR. Holy crap! Shirexayan let out a low exclamation and excitedly slapped his thigh. What incredible luck! It really is an SSR. Likai looked on with envy and gave a self-deprecating smile. No wonder your heroic spirit is so powerful. I was just saying I'd take you with me, but now I realize how ridiculous that was. Wuchocho stuck out her tongue. Thank goodness you were here, otherwise we would definitely be dead inside today. Qixia, you are our savior. Haning nodded earnestly. If you need anything in the future, just come to us. We'll go through fire and water for you, we'll never refuse. Qixia felt a warmth in her heart seeing their sincere expressions. These S-class psionicists are not only quite strong, but also very upright. When they were in dire straits, although they were desperate, they did not blame each other, nor did they vent their resentment on him. They are indeed worthy of being close friends. Don't say that. We're all friends, so helping each other out is only natural. Upon hearing this, they were all taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha. Yes, they're all friends. I, Shirexayan, now have a friend who's an SSR psychic. Awesome. Qixia smiled and said, by the way, I'm planning to run this dungeon 3 more times. Are you guys going to do it too? Swish. Of course swish. Wuchocho immediately raised her hand, her eyes shining. To be able to team up with an SSR level player is something I'd love to do. Shirexayan revealed a simple and honest smile. Big boss, please take me under your wing. Isteth looked at them, seemingly without objection, and simply said, a swift and decisive victory. A white light enveloped everyone, teleporting them back to the main hall. In the next 3 dungeons, the team cooperated even better. Li Kai and his 3 companions were no longer as eager to perform as before, but instead actively cooperated with Qi Xia and his death's rhythm. Shirexayan focused on defense, Hanning ensured the team's sustainability, while Wu Qiuqiu and Li Kai were responsible for clearing out the smaller monsters, creating space for the main force to deal damage. To be precise, it was to give Qi Xia practice, so that his swordsmanship could be improved even further. After completing 3 dungeons, Qi Xia and his death's levels have soared to level 48. Current affection level, 50, bond energy, 342. Today was totally worth it. Wu Qiuqiu looked at Qi Xia and couldn't stop smiling. Li Kai took out his terminal. Qi Xia, let's add each other as friends and keep in touch. Qi Xia added them all as friends, chatted for a few more minutes, and then waved goodbye. See you next time. Wu Qiuqiu waved and left with a smile, following Li Kai and the other 2. Qi Xia watched their retreating figures, then glanced at his death beside him, feeling a strange sense of fulfillment. His death glanced at him. What are you grinning about? It's nothing, I just think it would be nice to run dungeons with friends. Friend? His death murmured something to herself, then turned and walked out of the hall without saying anything more. Qi Xia quickly followed, just as the system voice sounded. Ding! Host's bond energy has exceeded 300. You can use these 300 points of bond energy to optimize the mystic origin breathing technique. Whether. It finally arrived, and he chose yes without hesitation. Successfully deducted 300 bond energy. Current affection level, 50, bond energy, 42. Under optimization. Optimization complete. The mysterious origin breathing technique has reached perfection, and the host has fully mastered it. A warm current instantly flowed through his body, and the previously obscure incantations and movements became crystal clear. Qi Xia was overjoyed and immediately quickened his pace. He couldn't wait to go back and practice the mysterious origin breathing technique to see what a pleasant surprise was. Chapter 18's Rank Cultivation Technique. After leaving the dungeon lobby, Qi Xia led his death straight to the old established Laoyufen, a type of rice noodle shop on the street corner. I promised to let you try the authentic Laoyufen, a type of rice noodle soup. This shop has been open for 30 years and has the most authentic taste. The shop is small and even a bit old, but it's kept clean. As soon as his death walked in, her cool and noble aura made even the simple environment seem more elegant. The owner was a kind middle-aged man who smiled and served 2 bowls of steaming hot Laoyufen, a type of rice noodle soup, and gave an extra serving of fried peanuts. Handsome guys and pretty girls, please enjoy your meal. Thank you, boss. After thanking him, Qi Xia looked at the fragrant rice noodles in his bowl and urged him to finish eating. Try it, the pickled bamboo shoots here are the soul of the dish. His death picked up a mouthful of noodles with her chopsticks. The tangy and spicy aroma made her raise an eyebrow slightly. She didn't say anything, but simply quickened the pace of slurping the noodles a little. Ding! His death's affection level +2. Current affection level, 52, bond energy, 42. Back home, Qi Xia couldn't wait to begin practicing the mysterious origin breathing technique. He focused his mind and circulated his spiritual energy according to the incantation of the technique. His movements were fluid and graceful, each move was just right, and his spiritual energy flowed more and more smoothly in his body. After 1 round was completed, the numbers on the panel started to jump up. Gene unlocking rate, 1.6%, 1.8%. It actually rose by 0.2%. As expected of the mysterious origin breathing technique, it is far superior to the Tai Chi induction technique. Qi Xia was overjoyed and played 3 more sets until his hands and feet started trembling. Looking at the panel again, the gene unlock rate was stuck at 2%. He clenched his fist. 1% is the passing grade for university, and 2% is enough to guarantee admission to a top university. In other words, from this moment on, he is qualified to choose a higher institution of learning. It's important to know that in the universe of end of life, many advanced techniques and skills are only mastered by a select few. And higher education institutions are the quickest way for him to obtain these things. Just as I was getting excited, there was a sudden knock on the door. Qi Xia was somewhat surprised. He opened the door and saw Principal Zhu Debiao and Teacher Li standing outside. Qi Xia, are you home? Principal Zhu, what brings you here? Please come in. Okay. Zhu Debiao walked in with a smile, his gaze casually sweeping across the living room before suddenly stopping. Esteth was nestled on the sofa watching TV, wearing a loose silk nightgown, her silver hair casually draped over her shoulders, exuding a breathtaking beauty in her languid state. She glanced at the two of them briefly, then continued to focus on the screen, completely ignoring them. This is Teacher Lee was a little flustered. Shi Xia introduced, "This is my heroic spirit, Esteth." Zhu Debiao suddenly realized, and a look of amazement flashed in his eyes. So this is an SSR-level heroic spirit. It certainly has an extraordinary presence. He wisely didn't bother him further and got straight to the point. Shi Xia, we're here to deliver some good news. The SSR exclusive reward that the school applied for you has been approved. SSR exclusive rewards? Yes, every student who awakens an SSR-level spiritual power can report to their superiors and receive an exclusive reward. Zhu Debiao rummaged through the space storage and took out a vial that glowed with a pale blue light. This is a gene unlocking enhancer that can directly increase gene activity. It's a rare item that money can't buy, and it's specially formulated for SSR psychic users. Shi Xia was taken aback upon hearing this. Gene unlocking enhancers are among the most precious drugs on the market. They can not only directly increase the gene unlocking rate, but also have absolutely no side effects. However, there are also many limitations. First, it is very expensive to manufacture and is not available for sale to the public. Secondly, each person can only use it once, it cannot be combined. Finally, only SSR-level psionicists can maximize the potency of this medicine, therefore it can only be used on awakened SSR-level psionicists. Shi Xia realized that he was a fake SSR psychic, and guessed that the gene unlocking enhancer wouldn't be very effective on him. But we shouldn't hesitate to improve things, even a little bit helps. He accepted the gene unlocking enhancer, stored it in his space warehouse, and thanked them repeatedly. Thank you, Principal. Ha, you're thanking me too soon. Zhu Debiao then took out his terminal and waved it. In addition, 1 million credits and 20 bronze dungeon attempts have been transferred to your account. Please check. 1 million credits? Shi Xia quickly opened the terminal and, sure enough, saw a string of zeros in his balance. His heart pounded wildly. 1 million. He had never seen so much money in his previous life. I have to say, SSR psychic characters are really awesome. Seeing Shi Xia's delighted expression, Zhu Debiao made a few more operations on his terminal. With a ding, a new message popped up on Shi Xia's terminal, an encrypted link. This link contains access to a database of cultivation techniques. The cultivation techniques inside are far more advanced than those currently available on our planet. They are a benefit specifically prepared for SSR psionicists. However, your permissions are limited, you can only choose one book. You can log in and view it using facial recognition, it's absolutely safe. Shi Xia clicked the link, and a face recognition box popped up instantly. He pointed at the camera, and the screen immediately displayed permission verification passed, followed by a concise directory listing the names of more than a dozen martial arts techniques. Each book is marked with a rating of A or S. It should be noted that the Tai Chi Chi guiding technique he had previously practiced was only the lowest level in the planetary database. The mysterious origin breathing technique is only slightly better, belonging to the D-level technique. Meteor Sword Manual, Infernal Blazing Heaven Technique, Coexistence of All Spirits Technique. Shi Xia read through each book one by one, and the introduction to each cultivation technique made his heart race. Possessing an A-level or S-level cultivation technique will bring about a qualitative change in one's strength. Can I really choose one? He could hardly believe at this level of cultivation technique was truly a rare treasure. Certainly. Zhu Debiao smiled with great satisfaction. This is what you deserve. Choose carefully, choose one that suits you, it will be of great help to your future cultivation. Shi Xia took a deep breath and solemnly bowed to Zhu Debiao. Principal Zhu, thank you. Zhu Debiao patted him on the shoulder. Why be so polite with the school? Just focus on your training, and when you become successful in the future, don't forget to come back to Yongjiang City to visit me and Teacher Lee. Principal Zhu, please rest assured, I will definitely keep it in mind. After seeing off the principal and Teacher Lee, Shi Xia immediately sat down on the sofa and began to carefully study the catalog of exercises. The numerous cultivation techniques on the list dazzled him. But he felt that everything should prioritize the gene unlocking rate, and laying a solid foundation was more important than anything else. After choosing a direction, he began to search for this type of skill. However, perhaps because they were afraid that students would practice too many different things, or for some other reason, there were no cultivation techniques related to gene unlocking rates in the book. This really stumped him. After a moment's thought, he decided to choose one of the S-level techniques to learn. The main point is to choose both the expensive and the right one. And that's what he chose. Chapter 19 Planetary Battle Royale. Shi Xia browsed through the list of martial arts techniques for a long time before finally fixing his gaze on the instant kill sword technique. Having practiced swordsmanship with his death for some time, he has gained some insights into swordsmanship, but his death's Western-style sword techniques always feel a bit awkward to him, and he prefers the agility of traditional swordsmanship. But his death is a master swordsman, so asking for her opinion is definitely the right thing to do. Isteth, which of these 3 S-rank sword techniques do you think is the best? I quite like this instant kill sword technique. It emphasizes skill and practical killing techniques. Isteth glanced at the introduction and tapped the screen with her fingertip. All 3 S-rank sword techniques are good, but the instant kill sword technique is indeed quite suitable for you. It is a basic killing technique, the ultimate in skill, and highly practical. But it's very difficult to reach the pinnacle of skill. She looked up at Shi Xia, a hint of amusement in her eyes. If it were me, I would definitely choose the strongest. Okay, then I'll choose this one. Having gained Isteth's approval, Shi Xia decided that it was the one. As for the difficulty, it does not exist. The system will take action. After confirming the selection, the full text of Instant Kill Sword Technique instantly popped up on the terminal, with dense annotations and dynamic demonstrations that dazzled him. Once you have made your selection, the interface of the cultivation method library will close automatically. Permissions have been exhausted. You can no longer browse other cultivation techniques. They're quite strict. Shi Xia clicked his tongue, sat down on the carpet with his terminal in his arms, and eagerly began to look through the sword manual. After watching for half an hour, he slowly exited the interface. Well, S-rank swordsmanship isn't so easy to learn. With a helpless sigh, he took out the gene unlocking enhancement agent. I wonder how much the gene unlocking rate will increase after using this. Isteth turned her head, her gaze falling on the potion, and said calmly. It's a low-quality product, but it's better than nothing. I'll give it a try. Shi Xia felt ashamed. If Isteth called such precious things inferior products, then what are precious things? However, considering Isteth's 90% gene unlocking rate, he couldn't refute it. Never mind, let's give it a try first. He pulled out the syringe and injected the needle into his arm without hesitation. A warm energy spread along his blood vessels, then transformed into countless tiny electric currents, crackling and impacting his genetic code. Shi Xia immediately sat down cross-legged and activated his spiritual power according to the incantation of the mysterious origin breathing technique. Energy surged within his body, intertwining with the power of the potion, and the gene unlocking rate numbers slowly jumped on the panel. 2.1%, 2.2%, and finally settled at 2.5%. It went up by 0.5%. He was happy for a moment, but then he realized that if his fake SSR could increase by 0.5% after use, wouldn't the real SSR increase by even more? Thinking of this, he could no longer sit still and immediately began practicing the mysterious origin breathing technique. Isteth leaned back on the sofa, watching his clumsy yet persistent figure, and a slight smile curved her lips. Perhaps, this kid is more resilient than she thought. Ding! Isteth's affection level +2. Current affection level, 54, bond energy, 42. The night outside the window grew darker, and only the sound of his punches and his slightly heavy breathing filled the living room. The further you practice the mysterious origin breathing technique, the more astonishingly much physical and mental energy it consumes. At first, he could keep up with the flow of the first few moves, but in the latter half, each punch felt like he was dragging a heavy object. He gritted his teeth and persevered, silently counting the number of times in his mind. Once, twice, 3 times. With each additional repetition, his limbs felt unusually heavy, and his consciousness began to blur, but the slow, fluctuating numbers on the gene unlocking rate panel always managed to rouse him again. It wasn't until the clock struck midnight and the sound came through the window that Shi Xia staggered to a stop, collapsing onto the floor, panting heavily. He struggled to raise his hand and tapped the terminal panel. Gene unlocking rate, 2.8%. From evening until now, a whole night, I'm exhausted and almost collapsed, and it only increased by 0.3%. Call. Shi Xia wiped the sweat from his face and gave a wry smile. The path to becoming stronger is indeed not easy. As you progress, every bit of progress requires exponentially more effort. Before, you could improve by 0.1% after a few tries, but now you need to try more than 10 times to barely get close. But he quickly let it go. Even with such precious gene unlocking enhancers, it only increases your stats by 0.5%. If you can achieve a 0.3% increase through hard work, that's already pretty good. At least he found a path to steady improvement that didn't cost him any money, which is better than anything else. The floor was sticky from sweat, but he was too lazy to move. He just lay there, staring blankly at the chandelier on the ceiling. A slight rustling came from the sofa next to him. Death had woken up at some point and was looking down at him. Showing off. Her voice carried a hint of barely perceptible disdain, yet she tossed a clean towel over. Xia took the towel, wiped his face, and smiled. It's better than doing nothing. The more I practice, the faster I can become worthy of you. He felt a little embarrassed after saying that, wondering why he had blurted out what was on his mind. Death paused slightly, glanced at Xia, and then turned and walked into the room. Suit yourself, but don't overwork yourself and delay my dungeon runs. Upon hearing this, Xia couldn't help but laugh. It seems that Death's attitude towards him has changed. Thinking that everything was going in a good direction, he got excited, immediately got up from the floor, endured the soreness, and performed another set of mysterious origin breathing technique. Before he could finish the 2 sets, he couldn't take it anymore and had to give up, starting today's card draw. Congratulations on obtaining our card Lady Een. Lady Een. Brief introduction: Madame Een is resilient, decisive, gentle, loving, wise, and open-minded. Summon store in warehouse. Lady Een had a beautiful face, bright eyes, and long, black hair styled into an exquisite bun, adorned with a blue hair crown, exuding gentle elegance. This is Neza's mother, and also the second card that Xia drew. However, since we don't need her now, we'll store her in the warehouse. Xia looked at the card drawing interface, which showed the number of draws, 14. I have to wait another 16 days to guarantee an SR and 30 pulls. Hopefully, I can pull out a useful SR to strengthen the team. As for drawing an SSR in the middle? Forget it, that's something only the lucky ones do, he's not worthy of it. I should just wash up and go to bed. The next day, early morning. Xia had just gotten up when he saw a message from Zhu Debiao on his terminal, which contained the rules for this year's college entrance examination. He clicked on it and frowned slightly. This year's college entrance exam content is Battle Royale. Still. A planetary scale Battle Royale. Chapter 20 Legion Level Dungeon. Planetary Battle Royale. Are all the recent graduates of Standard Planet AE-86 competing on the same stage? He muttered to himself, a heavy feeling settling over him. The rules clearly state that the examination venue is located on a man-made trial planet, and all candidates are prohibited from bringing any potions, equipment, or weapons into the site. Weapons, potions, and other items in each stronghold can only be obtained through self-search. The final ranking will be determined based on a combination of survival time, number of kills, and mission completion rate, with the bottom 10% of candidates losing their eligibility for further education. Xia frowned. This was no exam, it was a life or death struggle. With graduates from all over the planet gathering, the intensity of the competition is self-evident. Therefore, he needs to become stronger even faster. Not only do you need to provide Death with enough spiritual power, you also need to obtain more bond energy to unlock instant kill sword technique. After all, the battlefield is ever-changing. If someone bypasses Death and attacks him, wouldn't he become their breakthrough point? To become a burden to Death was something he absolutely could not accept. We must become stronger as soon as possible. Level, gene unlock rate, skill proficiency, everything that can be improved should be increased as soon as possible. What are you thinking about? Death walked over and glanced at his terminal. It's just a battle royale, what's so surprising about it? The law of the jungle is the norm. This kind of rule is actually better at filtering out the truly strong. Xia nodded, immediately stood up, his fighting spirit burning brightly. Let's go run a dungeon now. He opened his terminal and dialed an outgoing number. Hey, Kai, let's go run another bronze level dungeon. Oh, you've used up your chances. Okay, let's meet up next time. Xia hung up the phone helplessly, suddenly realizing that not everyone could be like him and receive so many dungeon rewards. Last time, Li Kai and his friends were able to play the game with him 5 times in a row, which used up all the attempts they had saved up. He had 20 attempts left, which obviously meant he couldn't form another team, so he had no choice but to go with his Death first. The two walked side by side into the professional dungeon hall, where a long queue still stretched out on the second floor. Xia frowned as he looked at the long queue. there are still as many people as ever. He opened his terminal, hesitating whether to find a random team, when suddenly a commotion came from the third floor, and a crowd surged up the building like a tide. What happened? All that could be heard were passers-by excitedly exclaiming to each other. A raid has appeared on the third floor. Holy crap! Is this for real? A raid instance has appeared. What is a raid? You newbie, haven't you ever read a book? You don't even know what a raid is? I'm really impressed. The so-called raid is just a large-scale dungeon that can accommodate hundreds of people to play at the same time, and the rewards and experience are extremely generous. And anyone can go in, without consuming any dungeon attempts. But similarly, the difficulty is relatively high, and the number of monsters is also extremely large. If you fail to complete the dungeon within the specified time, the monsters inside will escape, and that will be a disaster. Fortunately, the strategy team arrived quickly and has already gone inside. Holy crap! Let's go check it out and join the fun. Walk. Xixia's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected to encounter something like this. He looked at Estef and saw a hint of excitement flash in her eyes, clearly showing her great interest in this large-scale battle. Walk. The two followed the crowd up to the third floor, only to be stunned by what they saw. The third floor lobby was packed with people, with staff blocking the perimeter, and people constantly trying to push their way forward. Get out of the way. Everyone, step back. Staff members shouted through a megaphone, a professional team is working on the site. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to approach. Xia frowned. Judging from this, you probably won't be able to get in without some kind of status. Identity? Estef chuckled, and a powerful aura suddenly erupted from her body, instantly enveloping the surrounding crowd with a chilling pressure. The people who were pushing and shoving suddenly froze, all feeling an extremely strong chill. They subconsciously stepped back and forcefully made way for each other. The staff were also intimidated by this aura, their faces turned pale, and they subconsciously stopped their attempts to stop them. Let's go in. Estef spoke calmly, yet with an undeniable air of authority, and walked straight inside. Xia was speechless. Indeed, strength is the best identity. He quickly followed and saw the staff members stammering as they questioned Estef. Excuse me, who are you? Estef didn't turn around, so Xia had to explain. We're here to help. We have the fighting capacity. After pushing through the crowd, the two finally saw the portal to the raid instance. It was a huge light gate with a diameter of nearly 10 meters, and the scene inside could not be seen. Estef stared at the portal, her eyes flashing with fighting spirit. Let's go in and take a look. Xia took a deep breath and gripped the long sword at his waist. The two had just stepped into the portal when they were stopped by the guards at the entrance. A middle-aged man in uniform frowned at Xia. Students? This is not a place for you. Get out now. Just as Xia was about to explain, Estef emanated a chilling aura, and the invisible pressure caused the guards to retreat repeatedly, their faces turning pale. What's the situation inside? The lead guard looked at Estef in surprise, and without daring to be negligent, quickly answered. Right now, the monster army is attacking the defense line, and the SR-level strategy team has gone to deal with the boss. Our job is to hold off the monsters and prevent them from reaching the real world. Looking in the direction he pointed, there was indeed a chaotic battle ahead. Countless monsters roared as they charged toward the defensive line. The psionicists formed ranks and fought back fiercely. Fire, ice shards, and lightning clashed in the air, and the sounds of battle were deafening. Just some small fry. Estef's gaze swept across the battlefield, then fixed on the dense black mist behind the defensive line. This is clearly the direction where the boss is located. Let's go kill the boss. Xia looked at the densely packed fighting crowd ahead and couldn't find a way through. But there are so many people, how are we going to get across? If there's no road, we'll build one. As Estef spoke, she suddenly grabbed Xia's hand and leaped up. The two drew an arc in the air, passing over the chaotic crowd in the front row. With her other hand, she drew an icy blue trail in the air, and the cold air instantly condensed, creating a crystal-clear ice bridge that appeared out of thin air, stretching from their feet towards the direction shrouded in black mist. Walk. She pulled Xia along, rushing forward on the ice bridge. The ice bridge was a full 10 meters above the ground, and the sounds of the chaotic battle below were like muffled thunder, drawing countless gazes into the air. What is that? An ice bridge? Someone walked across it from the sky. Who is this big shot? Such strong control. Some of the monsters noticed the anomaly. Several winged flying serpent monsters roared and charged into the sky, their sharp fangs gleaming coldly. The archers on the ground also changed direction, and their arrows, carrying black mist, shot towards the ice bridge. "It's in the way." Isdeth didn't turn her head, and swung her sword backhand. The icy blue sword light swept across, and the flying serpent monster was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture and fell to the ground. The incoming arrows froze into ice in mid-air, crackling and shattering. She held onto Chixia's hand, her steps never faltering. Supported by her spiritual power, the ice bridge remained as stable as a rock. The two of them swiftly traversed the chaotic battlefield and rushed towards the black mist. Chixia took out a spiritual energy recovery potion and quickly injected himself to keep his spiritual energy at its best. When they arrived at the location of the boss, they were all shocked by the scene before them. This is Chapter 21 Mutation Abyss Lava Demon LV-100. Location of the boss. In the very center, a giant lava beast nearly 10 meters tall roared and swung its claws, the lava flowing around it scorching the ground black. At the edge of the open space, a woman dressed in a light gold robe sat cross-legged, surrounded by a light green domain. The psionicists within the area were all enveloped in a faint light, which was a buff. Her name is Lin Yueru, level 80, SR level psionic ability, domain deployment type. My buff will last a long time, so you can rest assured. At the forward position, a middle-aged man wearing dark red armor was enduring the giant beast's attacks. The exposed bones on the surface of the armor gleamed with a metallic sheen, and every impact sent tremors through the ground. His name is Zhao Lei, level 90, SR level psionic ability, armed possession type. Ha ha ha. That was awesome. Again. A woman in combat gear wielded a long spear, its shadow flashing like a meteor as it pierced the giant beast's joints. Her marksmanship was sharp and cunning, always managing to inflict effective damage in the gaps between attacks. Her name is Su Yuqing, level 88, SR level psionic ability, armed possession type. The boss's health is almost depleted. Prepare to deliver the fatal blow. Another humanoid heroic spirit with white wings hovered in the air, constantly releasing silver light blades to cut through the giant beast's defenses, its movements agile and swift. The psychic who possesses this heroic spirit is named Li Xiaojian, level 85, SR level psychic ability, single focus type. Unlike Qixia's Legion commander type, who can have multiple heroic spirits, the single focus type can only have one, and can only have one in his entire life. Understood. Finish this quickly so I can go back and fight the tiles. These four people worked together seamlessly and were the main force of the strategy team. Dozens of psionicists surrounded the behemoth and launched an attack, their skills flashing incessantly, and for a time they were locked in a fierce battle with this level 90 boss. Now, taking advantage of the moment the giant beast turned around, Su Yuqing infused her spear with spiritual power, transforming it into a streak of light that precisely pierced the weak spot in its chest. Roar! The lava behemoth let out a shrill scream, and its massive body collapsed with a crash, turning into countless sparks and dissipating. Upon seeing this, everyone cheered. We won! Great! We've taken down the level 90 raid boss. Mom! Your son has made something of himself. Ha ha! I've cleared the level 90 raid, and my record is verifiable. Zhao Lei, panting, removed the skeletal armor from his arm. I thought it would be something amazing, but it's just like this. Li Xiaojian glanced at him and grinned mischievously. Really? Then why did someone call Mom just now? I think you've gone crazy from playing with tiles, all you do is call for Mom all day long. Lin Yueru withdrew her domain and walked to their side, teasing them. My good boys, Mommy is here. Zhao Lei. Li Xiaojian. Su Yuqing facepalmed, utterly speechless. Aren't you guys childish? They are all respectable people. If they are seen by others, it would be incredibly embarrassing if word got out. Li Xiaojian looked at Su Yuqing, then surveyed the area again, feigning confusion. What, who here is acting like a stranger? Looking at Li Xiaojian's smug expression, Su Yuqing unconsciously tightened her grip on the spear. Xiaojian, if you keep acting like a jerk, I'll stab you through with a bullet. Zhao Lei, always eager for drama, started fanning the flames. Yes, stab this bitch through the skin, preferably aim for his anus. Li Xiaojian's anus tightened, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Abnormal. You guys are disgusting. Su Yuqing felt that if she listened any longer, she would become dirty and turn to leave. Just then, a piercing alarm suddenly blared in the open space. Buzz buzz. What happened? Everyone was astonished and looked around in fear. At that moment, the ground shook violently, and the dissipated sparks suddenly recoalesced, transforming into a thick cloud of black mist. A sickening creaking sound of bones grinding came from the black mist, and a demonic phantom, nearly twice the size of its previous form, slowly rose to its feet. It had 2 horns on its head, bat wings on its back, and its entire body was covered in dark purple scales. Its level panel fluctuated wildly before finally settling at Mutation Abyss Lava Demon LV-100. Damn! It's an anomaly. Zhao Lei's expression changed drastically, and he summoned his armor again. A level 100 Abyss boss? How are we supposed to beat that? Lin Yueru's domain fluctuated violently, and the green light dimmed slightly. Its oppressive aura is suppressing my domain. The buff effect is weakening. Su Yuqing gripped the spear tightly, her brows furrowed. This guy's defense is more than twice as strong as before. Li Xiaojian withdrew his cheeky demeanor and became serious. Damn! I'm really going to have to call her mom soon. The Abyss demons looked at them and let out a low laugh. Ha ha ha. I never thought that one day I could break through the seal and become the Abyss boss. Thank you so much. To show my sincerity, I will make you my sacrifice. It flapped its bat wings, and a black shockwave spread out, instantly blasting away several nearby psionicists who coughed up blood. Everyone's faces were solemn, and even breathing became difficult. The level 100 Abyss boss is beyond their limits. Zhao Lei stared intently at the Abyss demon and said in a deep voice. Yuqing, what should we do next? Li Xiaojian and Lin Yueru both looked at Su Yuqing, waiting for her decision. As the team leader, Su Yuqing frowned deeply. With their current combat power, they simply cannot defeat the level 100 Abyss boss. The best course of action now is to fight and retreat, stalling the Abyss boss while waiting for reinforcements from above. Having made up her mind, she gave the order loudly. Everyone, retreat. Upon receiving Su Yuqing's order, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and quickly turned to retreat. But as they retreated, they suddenly discovered that an invisible force was preventing them from leaving. What's going on? We can't get out? This is a barrier. The Abyss boss's barrier has trapped us. Grass. Upon hearing this, Su Yuqing frowned even more. She couldn't afford to lose her composure, so she immediately gave a loud order to get everyone moving. Don't panic. Everyone. Before she could finish speaking, the Abyss demon let out a deafening roar. Roar. Put. Apart from the 4 main players, everyone else was so shocked that they coughed up blood. The Abyss demon grinned maliciously as it looked at their terrified expressions. Ha! Foolish human, you think you can escape from me? Damn it! Su Yuqing, Zhao Lei, Li Xiaojian, and Lin Yueru all stared intently at the Abyss demon, preparing for a desperate battle. But they all knew in their hearts that their chances of winning against a level 100 Abyss demon were slim, and their only option was to stall for time and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Just when everyone was in despair, 2 figures appeared at the edge of the open space, stepping on an ice bridge. The visitors were Qi Xia and Isdef. Chapter 22 The Ultimate Control Mahapadma. Isdef and Qi Xia descended onto the ice bridge, the aura of the barrier rippling around their feet without any obstruction, clearly indicating that they could only enter but not leave. Everyone was stunned when they saw the 2 make their grand entrance. They thought it was reinforcements, but when they saw Qi Xia's youthful face, they were all full of questions. Is this a student? Judging from his appearance, he should still be a high school student. Oh my god. How did they get here? Run. How do we escape? This barrier seems to only allow entry, not exit. Damn it. What are those people outside doing? They let a student in. Su Yuqing, Zhao Lei, Li Xiaojian, and Lin Yueru all frowned slightly. They could naturally tell that Qi Xia was a high school student, but they could also sense the extraordinary power emanating from his death. Upon seeing this, the abyssal lava demon let out a low roar. Ha ha ha. 2 more suicide missions have arrived. Qi Xia's heart raced as he looked at the words, Abyss Lava Demon LV-100, on the panel. No way, we've encountered another mutated instance? Isdef, however, paid no attention. She flicked her rapier, and icy blue spiritual energy flowed through the blade. Reaching level 100 will definitely take some effort. When these words reached everyone's ears, they were considered extremely arrogant. Su Yuqing tightened her grip on the spear and frowned slightly. You mean you can solve it? People around him turned to look, and Zhao Lei sighed softly. Yuqing, why are you talking nonsense too? This is the main boss of the abyss of mutation. Even with dozens of us ganging up on it, we couldn't gain any advantage. How could she, with such a low level, possibly do it? Su Yuqing finally came to her senses and cursed herself for being a bit obsessed, asking such a pointless question. Istetha's aura was indeed impressive, but it was only at level 48, which was enough to show that she was no match for the Abyss Lava Demon. I was overthinking it. I never said it could be easily resolved. Isteth interrupted her, her gaze sweeping over Su Yuqing. But if someone can unleash the power to kill it instantly in a moment, and then combine that with control, it's not impossible. Real? Su Yuqing's pupils contracted. She did indeed have a trump card up her sleeve. The second stage of armor possession allows the spear to unleash power sufficient to kill a level 100 boss, but at the cost of overdrawing life force, and the attack has a very long wind-up, making it extremely difficult to hit. Not to mention the mutated abyssal lava demon who among those present could control it? But in such a desperate situation, even a 1 in 10,000 chance must not be wasted. She gritted her teeth and looked at Isteth. Can you control it? Lin Yueru couldn't help but speak up. Her domain was almost at its breaking point. Yuqing, you don't really think a level 48 heroic spirit can control an abyss boss, do you? Li Xiaojian looked at his own spirit and shook his head helplessly. I can only say that the odds are even lower than buying a lottery ticket. Zhao Lei frowned and said in a deep voice. Why should we trust you? What if you misjudge and cause us to lose everything? Isteth didn't speak, she just raised her hand. A sudden burst of icy blue spiritual energy caused countless tiny ice crystals to condense in the air, radiating a chilling pressure. Just because of this. Such powerful ice attribute. The entire arena fell silent instantly. Such powerful ice attributes might actually be able to control the Abyss Lava Demon. Xia didn't know how Isteth would deal with the Abyss Lava Demon, but he had absolute trust in Isteth. Therefore, to convince everyone to believe in Isteth, she needs to present something genuine. He stepped forward and displayed the SSR terminal information. I am an SSR psychic, and her name is Isteth. She is my heroic spirit. Everyone was taken aback by these words. SSR. It's actually the legendary SSR. Oh my god. Maybe we really are saved. He is indeed an SSR psychic, but with such a large level difference, how could he possibly be a match for the Abyss boss? In any case, the addition of SSR is definitely a good thing. Right. That's right. The group exchanged glances, and their hesitation was gradually replaced by determination. The level 100 boss is right in front of us, there's no way to retreat, this may be our only chance. Zhao Lei, Li Xiaojian, and Lin Yueru stared at Xia's SSR level, speechless with shock. Su Yuqing looked at Xia and Isteth with a complicated expression, and decided to go all out. If you can control it for even a second, I have a chance to kill it. Isteth looked at the Abyss Lava Demon and sneered. Then you mustn't disappoint me. Okay, I believe you. Su Yuqing took a deep breath and plunged her spear into the ground. With a hum, the gun emitted a blinding red light. Her hair turned white at a visible rate, and fine blood red lines appeared on her skin. This is the second stage of armed possession, which sacrifices life force for instantaneous bursts of power. My meteor strike can only last for 3 seconds, and it must hit within those 3 seconds. Her voice trembled, clearly indicating that she was in great pain. Get it under control, please. Isteth turned to face the Abyss Lava Demon, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit. It can't move an inch, you just need to make your move. The Abyssal Lava Demon watched them with great interest and said mockingly. Have you finished discussing it? Then, let's get started. It doesn't take anyone seriously at all. So what if it's an SSR hero? Faced with absolute power, all schemes are futile. It prefers to admire the expressions of humanity when faced with hope yet utter despair that is its favorite spiritual poison. Su Yuqing was truly baffled by Istetha's apparent lack of intention to make a move, yet she was being asked to do so. But the arrow was already on the bowstring, and it had to be released. With limited time, she couldn't care less about anything else. Her eyes flashed red, and the veins on her hand gripping the spear bulged as she threw it with all her might. Exploding meteor. The spear tip condensed a blinding red light, carrying a world-destroying momentum, and pierced straight towards the Abyss Lava Demon. The Abyss Lava Demon's eyes were full of disdain. This attack was powerful, but with its speed and straight trajectory, it could easily dodge it. Foolish humans, so weak. He. Is that so? Estetha's voice suddenly rang in its ears, her tone filled with absolute confidence. Then I'll show you what it means to be the strongest control. Ma Prabma. Chapter 23 Instant Kill Sword Technique, perfectly mastered. Buzz. With a soft sound, Estetha's body erupted with a ghostly blue light, and an invisible force instantly spread out. Time stood still. Everything within the barrier froze at that moment. Su Yuqing's spear, glowing with red light, hovered in midair, the airflow at its tip clearly visible. Even the flying pebbles and beads of sweat seemed to be nailed to the spot. Only Estetha moves freely in this frozen spacetime. This is her strongest move. Mahapadma. Mahapadma can freeze the entire spacetime, and everything within its range including living things, energy, and time except for Estetha herself will be frozen in place. Similarly, it consumes a lot of resources, can only be used once a day, and lasts for only a few seconds. In a flash, she appeared before the Abyss Demon, her rapier flashing coldly as it precisely sliced through its eyes. Fresh blood gushed from the wound, but froze in mid-air. Immediately afterwards, she spun around in the air and instantly appeared behind the Abyss Demon. With a kick, it crashed into the spear that was imbued with destructive power. After doing all this, Estetha snapped her fingers lightly. Smack! The flow of time suddenly restarted. Ah! The Abyss Demon's screams were deafening, and the intense pain in its eyes caused it to lose its sight instantly. Just then, Su Yuqing's exploding meteor flashed red light like lightning and instantly pierced through its chest. Boom! The Abyss Demon felt a sharp pain in its chest, its voice filled with disbelief. This. Impossible. When its life came to an end, it could no longer hold on, and its massive body collapsed with a crash, turning into countless points of light. Bang! The light dissipated, leaving behind a pile of gleaming equipment and crystal cores on the ground, dazzlingly bright. Silence. The entire barrier was deathly silent. Everyone stared in disbelief at what was happening before them, their minds blank. Dead? A level 100 mutated abyssal demon died? What happened? The Abyss Demon was clearly far away just now. How did it suddenly appear in the blink of an eye? I don't know, but we survived. That's great. We cleared the raid after the mutation. Wah! It feels so good to be alive. Su Yuqing maintained her gun-wielding stance, her pale face filled with confusion. How did it crash into me by itself? And how did it suddenly go blind? Zhao Lei opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything for a long time. His gaze subconsciously fell on Estetha not far away. She landed lightly on the ground, the bloodstains on her rapier gone, as if nothing had happened. It's her. Lin Yueru was the first to react, her voice trembling. She was behind everything, she really did it. Li Shaojian gasped, unable to help but exclaim. Is this what an SSR-level heroic spirit is? It's terrifying. Everyone suddenly realized what was happening and looked at Estetha with eyes full of awe. They changed the position of a level 100 boss without anyone noticing, and even blinded the Abyss Demon. This level of control is simply outrageous. Just how powerful are SSR servants? At the same time, they looked at Qi Xia with envy in their eyes. Why was it him who awakened the SSR, and not me? Is it just because he's more handsome than me? And he seems weaker than me? At this moment, Qi Xia was drenched in sweat and extremely weak. Estetha just used her ultimate move, Makatmo, which almost drained him dry. Fortunately, he is currently level 48 and his gene unlock rate has reached 2.8%, so he is not in such a sorry state. Estetha glanced at the spoils on the ground, her tone indifferent. Done. With the death of the Abyss Demon, all the monsters outside also disappeared. The sound of clearing the dungeon echoed in the ears of every player. Ding! Dungeon cleared. Qi Xia and Estetha's levels have been raised to 52. Ding! Detected that the host and partner Estetha completed a dungeon run once, gaining plus 200 bond energy. Current affection level, 56, bond energy, 242. Cheers finally erupted as the Psionicists embraced each other, their faces beaming with relief at surviving the ordeal. Su Yuqing, leaning on her spear, walked up to Estetha and bowed deeply. Thank you. Estetha ignored her and simply addressed Qi Xia. They're gone. Seeing his death walk out without looking to either side, Su Yuqing quickly turned to Qixia, her tone filled with obvious gratitude. Qixia, let's add each other as friends? I'll organize the rewards and dungeon guide for this raid and send them to you later. You'll definitely get your share. Qixia knew his death disdained such things, but he figured he might as well take advantage of it. He opened the terminal and nodded quickly. Good. The two quickly added each other as friends. Before Su Yuqing could say anything more, Qixia had already caught up with his death. Zhao Lei stared at their retreating figures, speechless with astonishment. This young man is so young, yet he possesses such a powerful heroic spirit. He's likely to become the #1 figure on our planet in the future. Lin Yueru clutched her chest, still shaken. Indeed, but it's fortunate that he was there, otherwise we would all be dead. Li Xiaojian looked at his own spirit and spread his hands. Comparison is the thief of joy. Contentment brings happiness. Go home and work as a bricklayer. Qixia and his death stepped out of the raid portal, and the hall was still bustling with people watching the excitement. They went up to the second floor, and the bronze-level dungeon area, which used to have long queues, was now much emptier, probably because the commotion from the raid had attracted most people away. Xixia's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm, and he quickly suggested. Since there's no one around right now, let's go run a few more bronze dungeons. His death nodded slightly, let's go. Qixia skillfully chose the advanced difficulty level, and the two stepped into the familiar shadow forest once again. This time, there were no teammates, no 5-person team bonus, only the sound of each other's footsteps and the faint howl of wolves in the distance. After 20 dungeon runs, Qixia and his death have already reached level 58. Current affection level 60, bond energy 642. Ding! Host's bond energy has exceeded 600. You can use these 600 points of bond energy to optimize instant kill sword technique. Whether. Qixia chose yes without hesitation. Successfully deducted 600 bond energy. Current affection level 60, bond energy 42. Under optimization. Optimization complete. The instant kill sword technique has reached perfection, and the host has fully mastered it. A warm current instantly flowed through his body, and he mastered all 3 moves of the instant kill sword technique. However, mastering the skills is one thing, but applying them in real-world situations is another. He's already used up all his dungeon attempts, and the only place left for him to practice the instant kill sword technique is? It's a virtual universe now. Chapter 24 Virtual Universe, Honing Sword Skills. Qixia opened the terminal store and placed an order for a top-of-the-line virtual space capsule without hesitation. The virtual space capsule can 100% restore the physical sensation, allowing you to spar with people from all over the stars and safely hone your martial arts skills, making it perfect for improving your combat skills. My family was too poor to afford it before. Now that I have the money, I absolutely have to get it done. It has to be the top-of-the-line model, which directly consumes 1 million credits, and the order is successfully placed. Not long after I got home, the virtual space capsule arrived. The installers deftly placed the silver-white cabin in Xixia's room. After the power was connected, the cabin door slowly opened, revealing a soft blue light inside. His death circled the hull, her eyes filled with curiosity. What's this? Qixia fiddled with the virtual space capsule, explaining. This is a virtual training pod. Once inside, you can spar with others and practice swordsmanship. His death immediately became interested, her eyes filled with fighting spirit. Get me one. Heroic spirits cannot directly enter the virtual universe. I have to take you in. Alright, then lead me inside. Upon hearing this, Qixia remained silent for a moment, his tone filled with apology. I'm sorry, but I want to fight alone this time, so I can't take you with me. His death slightly raised her chin, her tone leaving no room for argument. How dare you defy me? Qixia sensed his death's anger, but he still met her gaze and said firmly. I don't want to rely on you forever. I want to become someone who can fight alongside you, so this time, I want to rely on myself to make a name for myself. His death looked at Qixia's resolute eyes and revealed a faint smile. Interesting. I hope you won't disappoint me too much. You go ahead and play, I'm going to binge watch my show. After saying that, she left immediately to watch her drama. Ding. His death's affection for you has increased by 2. Current affection level 62, bond energy 42. Qixia watched his death's departing figure and murmured softly. I will definitely catch up with you. He took a deep breath, lay down in the space capsule, gently placed the neural connection device on his temple, and activated the equipment. Connecting to the virtual universe. Motion synchronization rate 100%. A flash of white light appeared before his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was standing in a dazzling creation interface. When creating his virtual character's face as instructed, he deliberately adjusted his features to make the virtual image somewhat different from his real appearance, so as not to be recognized by others. His name is Instant Killer Swordsman. He recalled the sword technique he had just learned and typed it out casually. Note, this name is already in use. Please enter it again. Shi Xia had no choice but to add a string of numbers. Instant Kill Swordsman 9527. Created successfully. Welcome Instant Kill Swordsman 9527 to the virtual universe. The scene before him changed, and he found himself in a huge square, surrounded by people coming and going, with all sorts of virtual avatars. There were warriors clad in armor, mages wielding staffs, and even alien races with animal ears. Various match information scrolled across the bulletin board in the distance, and the air seemed to be filled with the smell of gunpowder from the competition. Shi Xia moved his virtual body around, and the tactile sensation was indistinguishable from that of a real body. He skipped the tutorial and went straight to the placement match mode. 10 placement matches will directly determine his initial rank in the virtual universe. Match successful. You will be transported to the battle arena shortly. In a flash of light, he found himself standing on an empty metal arena. Standing opposite was a burly man called Mad Blade War God, holding a broadsword half his height. The armory is over there, pick one that suits your needs. Mad Blade God of War pointed to the corner, his tone somewhat nonchalant. Shi Xia walked to the armory and selected a longsword of suitable weight and length. When Mad Blade God of War saw that his rank was displayed as unranked, he couldn't help but sneer. Turns out you're just a newbie who just started learning. You're unlucky to run into me in the placement matches. I'm a Black Iron 3-star player, crushing a newbie like you is like cutting vegetables. Shi Xia didn't reply, but simply gripped the hilt of his sword and said softly. Let's begin. That's arrogant. A flash of anger crossed Mad Blade War God's eyes, then I'll show you the power of the iron rank. On your marks, 3, 2, 1 battle begins. As soon as the notification sound ended, Mad Blade War God launched the first attack. He stomped his feet on the ground, his massive body surprisingly agile, and his broadsword swept across with a whooshing sound, its force fierce, clearly aiming to end the battle in one strike. Shi Xia's eyes narrowed, but he did not back down. He gripped the sword hilt with his right hand and placed his left hand on the scabbard, instantly concentrating all his spiritual energy in his wrist. It is the first move of the instant kill sword technique, Instant Kill Flash. This move emphasizes surprise, completing the actions of drawing the sword, thrusting, and sheathing it as quickly as possible, aiming to defeat the enemy with a single blow. Just as the Mad Blade God of War's broadsword was halfway through its sweep, a flash of sword light appeared before his eyes. Laugh. The long sword was like 2 intertwined lightning bolts, so fast that only after images remained. He felt a chill in his chest, and the health bar on the virtual panel instantly emptied. Judgment, critical hit. Battle over. Winner Instant Kill Swordsman 9527. Mad Blade God of War remained frozen in his sword-wielding stance. He looked down at the virtual wound on his chest, then looked up at Shi Xia. Shi Xia had already sheathed his long sword, his movements fluid and effortless, as if nothing had happened. You. Mad Blade God of War opened his mouth, his face full of disbelief. Such a fast sword. After saying that, he turned into a speck of light and disappeared from the arena. Shi Xia flexed his wrists. Although the attack just now was a virtual battle, the power exertion techniques and timing control of the instant kill sword technique were exactly the same as in reality. It felt pretty good the first time I used this move. First victory in the placement matches. Plus 150 points. Shi Xia's eyes sharpened as he looked at the numbers flashing on the panel. He gripped the hilt of his sword, waiting for the next battle to begin. In the second and third matches, Shi Xia used the first move to instantly defeat his opponent, without any hesitation or delay. By the fourth match, the opponent's rank had reached gold. The player in the Yi Gold rank has a handsome model and a tall, upright figure. His name is. I'm evenly matched with everyone. He made exaggerated facial expressions while shouting passionately. Thank you so much, Brother Airplane Head, for the supercar donation. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Pink Xiao Biluo, for the fairy tale castle. Love you, moi. Thank me. Shi Xia looked at the passionate words 50-50 with everyone and immediately realized that this person was a streamer, and a popular one at that. However, he doesn't usually watch live streams, so he doesn't know him. He coughed strategically, raising his voice as if afraid the other party wouldn't hear him. Hello, may we begin? But the other party was still engrossed in the live stream and didn't hear it at all. Shi Xia was speechless, so he could only raise his voice. Can we begin? 5 for 5, did you win or not? Chapter 25. The top streamer, evenly matched with anyone. The live stream is a 50-50 match with everyone. A handsome man greeted the viewers in the live stream with a smile. Welcome everyone to my 50-50 foot live stream. Ping Xiaobiluo, our darling, has entered the live stream. It's been a long time. Ha! I didn't expect to encounter an unranked psychic right at the start of the broadcast. It's a real shame. It's a 50-50 match against me in the ranking competition. I can only apologize. At that moment, a super red sports car sped through the air. It was a gift from the live stream viewers. Thank you so much, Brother Airplane Head, for the supercar donation. Thank you so much. Immediately afterwards, a huge and magnificent castle slowly floated into the air, bursting into beautiful fireworks with amazing special effects. Thank you so much, Ping Xiaobiluo, for the fairytale castle. Love you, moi. Family members, please use your lucky hands to follow my number 1 fan, Brother Airplane Hair, and my number 2 fan, Ping Xiaobiluo. The viewers in the live stream immediately became excited. I'm a big fan of the pink-clad Xiaobiluo. Her voice and black stockings are just too tempting. Holy crap! It's true, it's making me hot. I love it. I need all the information about Pink Xiaobiluo in 3 minutes. Give me a break. How many coins have you given her? You think you can date a top streamer who doesn't even show her face? Exactly, we should show more care to the guy with the airplane hairpin. He's the real tycoon. Only children make choices. I want them all. 6. This time, Wu Wukai is facing a kid in the placement matches. Looks like he's about to start showing off. Everyone stand up. He was evenly matched with everyone, watching the barrage of comments fly by, his professional smile never stopping, until Chi Xiao's voice rang out again. 5 for 5, did you win or not? Only then did he look at Chi Xia, and when he saw Chi Xia's level 52 information, he shook his head slightly. He's level 62, and his gene unlocking rate is a whopping 2.5%. To defeat Chi Xia would be a piece of cake. But for the sake of the live stream's entertainment value, he decided to play a trick on Chi Xia. Family members, let's talk later. I'll turn off the gift effects and bullet comments first, so as not to affect the battle. Love you all, moi. He's evenly matched with everyone, holding a round shield in his left hand and a curved sword in his right, sporting a dashing smile. Hey bro, sorry to keep you waiting. Wu Wukai waved to him, his tone relaxed. You're lucky to have met me in the placement matches. Before he could finish speaking, he saw Chi Xia already in a sword drawing stance, his eyes focused as if he were staring at his prey. Alright, then let's get straight to it. Wu Wukai put away his joking expression and held the shield in front of him. Bring it on. On your marks, 3, 2, 1, go. Almost the instant the notification sound ended, Chi Xia moved. A flash of sword light, as fast as a shooting star, pierced straight into Wu Wukai's chest. So fast. Wu Wukai's pupils contracted, and his instincts from years of combat made him instantly swing his shield horizontally. When? The clanging of metal against metal was deafening, and sparks flew from the shield. Wu Wukai felt his arm go numb and almost couldn't hold the shield, and he was shocked. Using the force of the recoil, he retreated repeatedly, creating distance, and stared intently at Chi Xia. The sword drawing stance is not a rare sword technique. Many people know it, and he has sparred with it several times, but he has never encountered someone as fast and fierce as Chi Xia. This swordsmanship is definitely at least A level, or even S level. Brother, is your swordsmanship S rank? Chi Xia did not answer, but simply sheathed his long sword again and assumed the same posture. That's interesting. He shook his numb arm, his expression turning serious. The strength of the sword drawing technique lies in its instantaneous burst. As long as you block the first sword, it's his counterattack time. Having made up his mind, he decided to strike first. With a low growl, he charged forward, shield raised, his scimitar hidden behind the shield, ready to strike at any moment. He calculated the distance precisely, and as soon as Chi Xia drew his sword, he would block it with his shield and then slash out with his curved blade. This was his usual tactic for dealing with sword drawing techniques. The two closed the distance rapidly, and were about to enter the optimal range for drawing their swords. Now! Wu Wukai held his breath and focused his mind, raising his shield to his chest, his entire body tense. Shi Xia made a move. It was the same familiar sword-drawing motion, but this time, Wu Wukai saw a sight that made his scalp tingle. There wasn't just one sword light, but dozens. Instant flash consecutive slashes. Shi Xiao's figure seemed to turn into afterimages, his sword blade vibrated, and in an instant, it transformed into dozens of sword shadows that were difficult to distinguish from reality, enveloping everyone like a storm and making him evenly matched with anyone. Damn it! He was clearly not prepared for a series of attacks, as he was evenly matched with everyone. His shield only blocked the first 3 sword lights, and the remaining sword shadows rained down on him like a storm. Puff puff puff. Blood splattered, and his health bar visibly dwindled to 0. Judgment, multiple strikes. Match ended. Winner. Instant kill swordsman 9527. Wu Wukai staggered back a few steps, looked at the dense wounds on his body, and gave a bitter smile. Good heavens! I didn't know sword drawing techniques could be used like this. I underestimated my opponent. Before he vanished in a speck of light, he didn't forget to shout. Your swordsmanship is impressive. Let's have another match next time. Shi Xia sheathed his sword, his eyes calm. Those watching the livestream were all shocked by what they saw. Holy crap! Kai lost? They lost a bit too quickly. Shu, are you sure you can handle this? You're no good, your whole family is no good. Wow! How impressive! How do you know he's capable? Or did he tell you he's a bit big, and you're just going to put up with it? House manager, kick out little Blackie. That's right, it was kicked. User Big Bowl Wide Noodles was kicked out of the livestream. He watched the chat in the livestream and gave an awkward smile, saying that he was evenly matched with everyone. Family members, the streamer was indeed underestimating his opponent just now. He didn't expect him to achieve a series of victories. Don't worry, I'll definitely get my revenge next time I see him. I hope my family will continue to support me as always. Thank you so much for the big sword gift from Pink Xiaobiluo, thank you so much. He opened his battle history, found Instant Kill Swordsman 9527, and requested to add him as a friend. Once I successfully add him, I'll have to challenge him to another fight another day to get revenge. However, I didn't see any message that my friend had accepted my request. Instead, I saw a comment on the screen. Host, I just watched Instant Kill Swordsman 9527 S-Match, he's won 5 straight games. Bro, send me the link, I want to take a look. When you open the link, Shi Xiao's figure appears on the screen. He used another move, Instant Flash Combo Slash, to kill another platinum player. Damn! It's really a 5-game winning streak. He was defeated by a level 68 platinum player. Is this swordsmanship really that strong? I don't know, I've only seen him use 2 moves. I'm sure this sword technique is definitely an S-rank sword technique. Look, it's the 6th game already. Will they keep their winning streak? It's not that easy. The players after us are definitely diamond players above level 70. Holy crap! Look at his opponent this time. The opponent is actually her. Instant Killer Swordsman 9527 I am doomed. Chapter 26 Su Muan's Sword Intent. Instant Killer Swordsman 9527 had a really good opponent this time. It's just character customization, what's so surprising? You're wrong. She's Su Muan, the campus belle of an S-level university. This is her real appearance. Holy crap! So confident? But, he certainly has the right to be confident. That face, that body, wow, enough said, brothers, I'm going for it. 2.5 minutes of silence for the millions of lives lost. 6. This is going to be interesting. Su Muan is a freshman at an S-level university, her psionic energy is SR level, and her gene unlocking rate is over 3%. This Instant Kill Swordsman 9527 is going to be GG. Unfortunately, the winning streak is about to end. Match successful. Opponent, Su Muan. On the arena, light and shadow coalesced, and a long-haired woman slowly appeared. She was dressed in a light purple outfit, her long hair tied in a high ponytail, revealing her delicate features and long, shapely legs, exuding youthful energy. In stark contrast to Estetha's mature and aloof beauty, she is equally captivating. Xia glanced at her level panel, Su Muwen LV70. He was much taller than him. Su Muwen saw Xia's virtual image, glanced at the long sword in his hand, and smiled faintly. It's fate that I've encountered someone using a sword in the placement round. I'll go easy on you because you're using a sword. Thank you for your kind offer, but it's not necessary. As Xia spoke, he assumed a sword drawing stance, the tip of the sword trembling slightly, ready to strike. Su Muwen frowned slightly, and when she saw that he was using the same starting stance, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. A sword drawing stance? Interesting. With a flick of her wrist, she sheathed her longsword and assumed the exact same pose. The two faced off at opposite ends of the ring, with the same physique and posture, yet exuding completely different auras. Xia was as calm as an abyss, while Su Muwen was as lively as the wind. Xia could vaguely sense the difference between the two, but couldn't quite put his finger on it. He could only focus his attention on the other's wrist and sword hilt. On your marks, 3, 2, 1, go. As soon as he finished speaking, two sword lights flashed simultaneously. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing against metal was almost ear-piercing. The two figures passed each other in the center of the arena, moving so fast that only afterimages remained. Xia felt a jolt in his wrist, and his longsword was deflected half an inch by a clever force. He used the reaction force to spin around and stand firm, looking at Su Muwen opposite him. She was also holding a trembling longsword, her eyes filled with astonishment. The difference lies here. Xia understood. Although Su Muwen's sword drawing technique was standard, it lacked the extreme explosiveness and precision of the instant kill sword technique. Clearly, her skill level was below S rank, let alone perfected. However, her gene unlocking rate was obviously higher, and her spiritual energy flowed more smoothly, which allowed her to steadily withstand the instant kill flash in the collision just now. Su Muwen took a deep breath, her eyes becoming serious. Your swordsmanship is better than mine. It seems I underestimated my opponent. She gripped the long sword tightly, its tip pointing diagonally at the ground. Can you handle this next move? Xia remained silent, sheathed his sword again, and assumed a drawing stance. The silent contest had already escalated the moment their eyes met. After a brief silence, the two moved almost simultaneously. Instant flash consecutive slashes. Xia let out a low shout, and his longsword transformed into dozens of afterimages in his hand. The sword shadows intertwined to form an impenetrable net, enveloping Su Muwen. Each sword strike was delivered at a tricky angle, either stabbing or slashing, each move aimed at a vital point. Su Muwen's eyes sharpened, and she unleashed a similar series of slashes, dozens of sword shadows erupting from her hands, colliding violently with Xia's sword net. Ta-da! The sounds of metal clashing were as dense as rain, and the two figures moved swiftly through the sword light, their movements as fast as ghosts. In the seemingly chaotic exchange, every sword swing and every parry was full of subtlety, and dozens of collisions were completed in the blink of an eye. Laugh! With a soft sound, the two figures suddenly separated, each taking several steps back. Xia steadied himself, his clothes fluttering slightly, revealing no visible wounds on his body. However, several thin sword marks appeared on Su Muwen's shoulders and arms, from which blood slowly seeped out. Clearly, she was at a disadvantage in the previous exchange. Su Muwen raised her hand to wipe the blood from her shoulder, her eyes extremely serious. Using the same combo moves, your technique is clearly superior to mine. She had to admit that Xia's swordsmanship skills had reached their peak. Whether it's the speed of the sword strike, the angle control, or the distribution of power, he is far superior to her. If it weren't for her superior level and gene unlocking rate, she would have likely lost that round of combat long ago. This was also the first time Xia had encountered such a formidable swordsmanship opponent. Although Su Muwen's swordsmanship was not at the same level as the instant kill sword technique, she had extremely rich practical experience and a very precise grasp of timing. If it weren't for his perfect skills in systematic deduction, the outcome would have been uncertain. Su Muwen pointed her sword diagonally at the ground, and a sharp aura suddenly erupted from her body. Pale purple spiritual energy flowed along the sword, faintly condensing into a phantom sword shadow that was Sword Intent. Xia was slightly surprised. Sword Intent is a power that can only be comprehended when swordsmanship is cultivated to an extremely high level. He did not expect that this seemingly young woman had already comprehended it. Although her sword intent seemed to have been mastered only recently and was not yet powerful enough, it was enough to prove that Su Muwen was indeed a genius. This move will decide the outcome. Su Muwen's voice carried a hint of determination, her long hair fluttering in the flow of spiritual energy. Xia took a deep breath and made no further reservations. He channeled all his spiritual energy into the sword hilt, his gaze as firm as a rock. Even though he lacks sword intent, the third move of the instant kill sword technique, round dance kill, combines displacement with multi-directional defense and attack, making it his strongest move. The two exchanged a glance, saying nothing more, only their eyes burning with fighting spirit. Drink! Almost simultaneously, the two of them moved. Su Muwen's figure transformed into a streak of purple lightning, her longsword slashing out with unparalleled sword intent. Xia then lightly touched the ground with his feet, and his body suddenly began to spin. He used his footwork to move the sword blade, drawing a perfect arc as he moved at high speed. The silver sword light spread out like ripples, forming a constantly rotating sword ring. It is both defense and offense. Clang! The moment the two swords clashed, a blinding light erupted on the arena. The sword intent, as sharp as purple lightning, collided with the silver sword ring, producing a deafening roar. Xia felt a surge of violent power, his arm went numb, but the rotating sword ring dissipated the sword intent layer by layer. Su Muwen's sword trembled violently from the recoil of the sword ring. She could feel that the opponent's sword moves, though seemingly gentle, actually contained infinite rotational power, constantly eroding her sword intent. Snap! With a crisp sound, the long sword in Su Muwen's hand snapped in two, the broken blade spinning as it flew out and stuck into the ground some distance away. But Xia's offensive did not end there. He swung down the silver sword ring. Put! Su Muwen's chest was cleaved open by a sword, spurting out a large amount of blood. And at this moment, the two great thunderbolts truly began. Dividing the family property. Chapter 27. Su Muwen squatted in Xia's room all night. Holy crap! What did I just see? Holy crap! That's brutal. No, buddy, are you a Sigma man? This sword strike has separated the two great thunderbolts by an insurmountable chasm. It's too cruel. I have to save it and study it repeatedly. Damn! Where's the replay function? Xia froze, staring at the shocking wound on the virtual arena. When he drew his sword, he didn't control his strength, and the blade actually cut a long gash in Su Muwen's chest, with blood gushing out. The scene was quite gruesome. In particular, the production was so realistic that Su Muwen's outfit was cut in two, revealing glimpses of her underwear. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. He hurriedly waved his hand to explain, but saw Su Muwen's cheeks instantly turn red, and a hint of embarrassment and annoyance flashed in her eyes. Before he could finish speaking, she turned into specks of light and disappeared. Judgment: Su Muwen is killed. Winner: Instant Kill Swordsman 9527. The system notification sounded, but Xia only felt embarrassed. He hadn't expected that going all out would be so powerful. Recalling Su Muwen's expression just now, she'll probably remember him for the rest of her life. Xia expressed his helplessness, checked the time, and simply exited the virtual universe. As I lay out of the cabin, I could hear the sound of a television coming from the living room. His death was nestled on the sofa, a bucket of popcorn on her lap, watching with great interest. Have you had enough fun? Thinking about what had just happened, he chuckled awkwardly. I guess so. His death didn't even look up, and said softly. I'm hungry, let's cook. After dinner, Xia did not enter the virtual reality pod again. Having mastered swordsmanship skills, the most important thing now is to increase the gene unlock rate. He spread out a mat in the living room and began practicing the mysterious origin breathing technique again, striving for perfection in every move, sweat dripping down his chin. Late at night, as the final movement concluded, a notification finally appeared on the terminal panel. Gene unlocking rate, 3%. Call. Xia collapsed to the ground, his muscles aching all over as if they were falling apart, and he didn't even have the strength to lift his arms. He checked the time. It was already 1 a.m. I immediately opened the lottery interface and started drawing cards for the day. Congratulations on obtaining our card Natasha Romanoff. Natasha Romanoff. Brief introduction: Natasha Romanoff appears cold on the outside, but is actually very loyal and devoted. Summon store in warehouse. Natasha Romanoff has a signature long red hair, a cool and beautiful face, and a curvaceous figure. Xia couldn't help but think of her other name, Black Widow. She has a good figure, but she'll still be gathering dust in the warehouse. After resting for about half an hour, the terminal suddenly vibrated. He struggled to reach over and saw that it was a message from Su Yuqing. Xia, the raid rewards are all sorted out. Here's yours. Please check it. Thank you for your help this time. Please feel free to contact me if you need anything in the future. The attachment contains a list of rewards, several pieces of equipment that glow with blue light, a bunch of sparkling crystals, 10 attempts at the bronze level dungeon, and a transfer record of 2 million credits. So much? Xia's eyes lit up, and his weariness vanished almost instantly. With 2 million credits plus what he had left, he could buy a lot of cultivation resources, and the 10 dungeon attempts solved his immediate problem. Thanks. After replying to the message, he sat up, stretched his stiff neck, and looked out at the night view. Gene unlock rate 3%, instant kill sword technique, perfect, and plenty of resources and dungeon attempts. Yes, it's a beautiful day. Xia thought today was a wonderful day, but Su Muwen couldn't sleep tonight. She spent the entire night trying to catch Xia online, but he never came online, which made her so angry that she stomped her feet. Damn stinky man. Instant kill swordsman 9527, I'll remember you. Don't let me find out you know who you are, or else. Snort. The next day, early morning. Xia and his death appeared in the professional dungeon hall. The two went straight to the second floor without stopping and directly selected the bronze level advanced dungeon. You take the lead this time, I'll keep an eye on things. As his death stepped into the portal, she casually uttered a remark. Yes, that suits me perfectly. Xia gripped his long sword tightly and gazed into the distance. Through practice in virtual battles, he became increasingly proficient in using the instant kill sword technique. Especially since he had already run the Shadow Forest dungeon dozens of times, he knew it by heart. Moreover, he is currently level 58, while the Shadow Wolf is only level 50. As for why I don't try to run higher level dungeons, the main reason is that I don't have enough access or attempts. The dungeon scene unfolds, and the Shadow Wolf howls as it pounces. Xia advanced instead of retreating, and with a flick of his wrist, his longsword was drawn. Instant kill flash. The sword flashed like lightning, instantly piercing the throats of the 3 shadow wolves in the front row. He used the momentum to spin around, and the longsword in his hand turned into dozens of afterimages. Instant flash combo slash. Amidst the clanging and clashing sounds, more than 40 shadow wolves fell to the ground within the sword net, all turning into specks of light and dissipating. As more monsters surged forward, Xia moved with agility, sometimes charging forward, sometimes dodging, his sword moves flowing smoothly and seamlessly. When faced with a tough elite monster, he no longer relied on his death, but calmly dealt with it, using tricky angles and precise timing to slowly whittle down the opponent's health. When finally facing the level 60 boss, the Necromancer, Xia took a deep breath and integrated all the knowledge he had gained over the past few days. He started with instant kill flash to break through the defense, followed by instant flash combo to suppress the enemy, and finally finished with round dance kill. The combo was so smooth and fluid that he single-handedly slew the boss. Not bad. His death watched him sheath his sword and, unusually, offered a word of praise. In the following dungeons, Xia became more and more proficient, his swordplay became increasingly fierce, and his control over spiritual power became more refined. On the 5th swipe, he suddenly stopped and looked at his death. His death, how do you master sword intent? Last night, during his battle with Su Muwen, the sword intent that resembled purple lightning left a deep impression on him. If he can master sword intent before the college entrance examination, he will be more confident in the planetary battle royale. His death brandished her rapier, and icy blue spiritual energy suddenly condensed, as if the blade was covered with a layer of frost, and a chilling pressure filled the air. This is my sword intent. There is no fixed form for sword intent, it can only be comprehended by oneself. It is your understanding of the sword, your obsession with battle, and even an extension of your own will. Xia seemed to be deep in thought, raising his hand to stroke the hilt of his sword. Take your time to figure it out. His death turned and walked toward the next dungeon entrance. You'll understand when you truly understand why you wield the sword. Xia looked at the sword in his hand, gripped it tightly, and then released it. Why is he wielding a sword? To become stronger, to protect, and to survive the impending battle royale. He took a deep breath and quickly followed his death's footsteps. Perhaps the answer lies in real-world combat scenarios. Chapter 28 Little Knight, Little Angel, Little Wizard. After 10 bronze-level dungeons, Xia and his death have already reached level 60. Current affection level, 66, bond energy, 242. Unfortunately, Xia did not comprehend the sword intent. It seems I still need to hone my skills in virtual universe battles, perhaps I can then grasp the essence of it. He returned home, ate his meal, and then began practicing the mysterious origin breathing technique. When he was exhausted, his gene unlocking rate reached 3.2%. Taking advantage of being exhausted, I laid down in the virtual space capsule to compete. This not only allows the body to rest but also enables continuous sword practice, truly a master of perfect time management. As soon as Qixia entered the virtual universe, a series of message notifications popped up on the terminal, densely packed with red dots. He casually clicked on them and found that most of them were friend requests. Among them, the requests from "Can go toe to toe with anyone" and "Su Muwen" were particularly eye-catching, and they were accompanied by private messages. Wu Wukai's comment was very enthusiastic. "Dude, approve my request. Let's spar sometime, maybe we can create some great live stream content, it'll definitely be a hit." Su Muwen's private message remained concise, containing only 2 words. "Add me." Qixia recalled the awkward scene when he fought against Su Muwen, touched his nose, and still clicked accept. Similarly, he readily accepted the friend request from 50-50 with everyone. He simply ignored the other unfamiliar applications. After processing the messages, he immediately opened the placement matches and was matched for the 6th game. Match successful. Opponent, the most adorable little girl in the universe. A flash of light appeared on the stage, and a petite figure appeared on the opposite side. She is level 72, diamond rank. The little girl was wearing a medieval-style tutu, pink and white, holding a small pink umbrella in her hand. Her face was delicate, and her eyes were bright. She truly lived up to her name, so cute that it was impossible to look away. "Ha? An unpositioned player?" She tilted her head to look at Qixia, her voice soft and sweet. "Hey handsome, your level is so low, how did you get matched with me?" Just as Qixia was about to say something, she exclaimed "Oh," and pointed at Qixia's battle record panel. 5 consecutive wins. No wonder you ran into me, you seem to have some skill. Just as Qixia was about to say something, she covered her mouth and laughed, her eyes curving into crescent moons. "Don't worry, little brother, I won't bully you. I'll go easy on you, so don't be afraid." Qixia was about to speak when she spoke first again. "Oh, right, my psionic ability is Legion Commander type, and I have several heroic spirits. You'd better watch out, or you'll get beaten to a pulp." A barrage of words rained down on him like cannonballs, and Qixia immediately lost all desire to speak, only feeling a throbbing pain in his temples. Some girls are really cute when they're not talking, but once they start talking. He gripped his long sword tightly, assumed a fighting stance, and didn't want to listen to the little girl's incessant chatter anymore. Seeing that he didn't speak, the little girl also stopped joking and slammed her pink umbrella on the ground. All right, I'm not teasing you anymore, little brother, are you ready? Bring it on. On your marks, 3, 2, 1, go." The moment the notification sound ended, the little girl's figure suddenly blurred, and 3 different heroic spirit phantoms appeared behind her. A little knight with a shield, a little angel with wings, and a little wizard holding a staff. "Go!" She called out in a clear voice, and the little knight and the little celestial master immediately rushed towards Qixia, while the little wizard stayed by the little girl's side. Qixia's eyes narrowed, and instead of retreating, he advanced. The long sword was drawn, and, instant kill flash, broke through the little knight's shield first, while the sword light simultaneously forced the angel back. The little girl's eyes widened in surprise. "Wow! What a fast sword!" Qixia ignored him and his swordplay became even more ferocious. He knew that to deal with such a powerful opponent, he had to act swiftly. "Little brother, don't underestimate my heroic spirit." The little girl smiled and waved her pink umbrella. "My little darlings, it's time to show you your real skills." As soon as he finished speaking, the little wizard holding the staff waved it, and the crystal at the top of the staff emitted a faint green light. An invisible wave swept over Qixia, and he immediately felt a heaviness all over his body, and his spiritual energy circulation became somewhat sluggish. "This is weakness? I got hit." The little girl clapped her hands and laughed. "Now you only have half your strength left." The shield-wielding knight seized the opportunity and charged forward, his shield glowing with an earthy yellow light, clearly indicating a defensive buff. The little angel behind him flapped its wings, scattering golden light that landed on the knight, making him even faster. Qixia frowned, feeling the weakening power within his body, but his eyes grew even sharper. A weakened state is indeed troublesome, but the essence of the instant kill sword technique lies not in brute force, but in skill and timing. Instead of retreating, he advanced, his footwork shifting rapidly, narrowly avoiding the knight's charge. At the same time, with a flick of his wrist, the longsword drew a tricky arc, pointing directly at the little wizard. To catch the thief, you must first catch the king. We need to take down this spellcaster first. Oh, trying to ambush me? The little girl reacted quickly and shouted. Angels, protect the wizard. The little angel immediately stood in front of the wizard, spreading its wings to form a golden barrier. Clang! The longsword struck the barrier, leaving only a faint white mark. Xia used the momentum to spin around and avoid the rider's second charge, already having a plan in mind. Although coordinating multiple heroic spirits is troublesome, there are always gaps in their mutual support. He took a deep breath and deliberately created an opening, letting the knight's shield graze his shoulder. In that instant, he suddenly ducked, his longsword flashing like a venomous snake, bypassing the knight's side and thrusting straight at the little angel behind him. This sword strike was delivered from a tricky angle, and at the perfect moment. It was the most insidious move in the basic sword techniques, the gap thrust. Put! The sword light pierced through the golden barrier, and the little angel's phantom swayed before dissipating into specks of light. Oh! My angel, the little girl exclaimed. Xia pressed his advantage relentlessly, changing his swordplay once more, unleashing a barrage of instant flash slashes, like a whirlwind. The little knight raised his shield to defend, but unfortunately the shield was too small to block from all sides, and he was eliminated. The little girl stomped her feet, glaring angrily at the vanished afterimage of the heroic spirit. Ugh! I told you to be serious, why are you still so careless? She turned to the last remaining young wizard. It's all up to you now. The little wizard shrugged, and the crystal at the tip of his staff suddenly burst forth with a blinding black light. Not good. Xia's heart tightened, and he felt his feet suddenly sink, the weakening effect being several times stronger than before. Moreover, his body was covered with a dense array of negative marks. Bleeding, loss of spiritual energy, reduced defense. The status bar was glowing red, and the health bar was dropping at a visible rate. Hee, scared now? The little girl stood with her hands on her hips, laughing triumphantly. Xia knew something was wrong, and when he looked up again, his pupils contracted. The little wizard's body suddenly expanded wildly in the black light, transforming into a giant dozens of stories tall in just a few seconds. His head reached the dome of the virtual arena, and his staff became a giant staff that blotted out the sky. The little wizard's voice became deep and hoarse, filled with a magical quality. Instant kill swordsman 9527, prepare to die. Chapter 29 Night Assassin 567. A live stream where you can go toe-to-toe with anyone. Wu Kai was chatting during a live stream when he saw a friend's message and casually clicked to view it. Your friend request has been accepted by Instant Kill Swordsman 9527, but his eyes lit up, he was finally online. Family members, Instant Kill Swordsman 9527 is online. Let's go see what he's up to. He immediately clicked teleport and instantly appeared not far from Xia. This is the outer perimeter of the arena. One can see the arena battles inside, but cannot enter or transmit sound in. Xia inside could neither see the outside scene nor hear their voices. Seeing Xia playing in the placement matches again, I couldn't help but look at his opponent with curiosity. Ha! I didn't expect 9527's opponent to be a little girl. At this moment, the comments section also started flooding with messages. Instant Killer Swordsman 9527 is finally online. Our brother Kai has been waiting all night, wanting to get revenge, ha. At this moment, Kai Ge is like a young wife who has been abandoned by her husband, full of resentment. By the way, 9527's opponent seems a bit familiar. You don't know the most adorable little girl in the universe? She's an SSR psychic from an S-class university. Holy crap! No wonder it looks so familiar, it turns out it's last year's SSR psychic. Holy crap! It really is her. 9527 is doomed. Just as they were discussing, a figure teleported to the side of Hishiru Wuokai. This person is none other than Su Yuan. Oh! Su Yuan is here too. Ha, it seems that sword strike made her really thinking about 9527. It's more than just thinking about him, I think he'd even want to kill 9527. TSK, now I feel like 9527 is a total jerk. Not only is our Kai brother still hung up on him, but Su Yuan is also heartbroken over him? Ha ha. She's attractive to both men and women. Su Yuan naturally couldn't see the comments in Wu Kai's livestream. Her mind was entirely on Xia. Her eyes were filled with resentment as she stared intently at the battle in the arena. She was slightly startled when she saw Chi Xia kill the little knight and the little angel in succession. He got stronger? How could someone's strength have increased so much in such a short time? It's just too amazing. The changes in Chi Xia were not noticeable to the viewers in the live broadcast room, but Wu Wukai could see them. He secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. Judging from Chi Xiao's current strength, he would probably still lose if they went to spar again. In that case, vows of revenge seemed less important. Just as he was thinking about something, he saw that Chi Xia had suffered many debuffs, and his movements were restricted. Immediately afterwards, Chi Xia stood there stunned, his eyes becoming vacant. What's wrong? Why isn't he moving? Could it be? Chi Xia stared at the little wizard who was dozens of stories tall, his heart skipped a beat, and he froze on the spot. Holy crap! It can get that huge? At this moment, the little wizard was like a small, moving mountain, about to step down with just a slight lift of his leg. Seeing this, Chi Xia sprinted forward. Although the giant little wizard's movements seemed slow, each step he took carried the force of a landslide, and the shockwaves on the arena constantly sent him flying. Ha ha, little mouse, where are you going? The little wizard, with childlike mischief, laughed loudly. Is it fun? Run faster. The giant foot stomped down again, and Chi Xia rolled around in a sorry state to dodge, but the hem of his clothes was still hit by the shockwave and torn instantly. He staggered back several steps, feeling a tightness in his chest. Damn it! How can you fight someone with such a huge body? Before he could think any further, the big foot stomped down again. He tried to dodge, but was still thrown back and crashed hard to the ground. This can't go on. Just then, he caught a glimpse of the little wizard's enormous shadow out of the corner of his eye and noticed something unusual. Strangely, such a huge body casts an unusually blurry shadow on the ground, which even distorts slightly as it moves. What's going on? Chi Xia, connecting the image of a junior wizard to the abilities of some wizards, suddenly concluded that this was an unstable illusion? Could it be? Chi Xiao's pupils contracted as he focused his mind, ignoring the oppressive size of the giant wizard's body and staring intently at its core. Sure enough, within the layers of black mist, a faint red light could be seen flickering, its location. He was the same height as the little wizard from before. It's an illusion. Or rather, it's a form of mental interference mixed with fear magic. Once Chi Xia understood this, he instantly calmed down. He stopped dodging the giant shadow's attacks and instead charged towards the giant foot that was stepping on him. When he was only a few meters away from the foot, he suddenly turned sharply to the side, his longsword pointing directly at the blurry red light. Instant kill flash. The sword light pierced through the black mist, precisely striking the point of red light. Ah! With a short cry of pain, the giant shadow before him shattered like broken glass, its dozen-story-high body instantly vanishing, revealing a little wizard standing there, clutching his staff, looking utterly bewildered. You actually found out? The little wizard blinked, his tone full of disbelief. Oh dear. We went too far. I didn't expect you to be so perceptive. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure turned into specks of light and disappeared. Only the little girl remained standing there, looking at Chi Xia. Suddenly, her face fell, and she raised her little hand and waved. Okay, I give up. It's all because they were too playful, and you caught them in the act. Battle over. Winner, instant kill swordsman 9527. Chi Xia sheathed his sword and looked at the sulking little girl in front of him, feeling relieved. The oppressive feeling of that illusion was too real. If I hadn't discovered the flaw in time, I probably would have really fallen into the hands of this seemingly cute opponent. Your heroic spirit is very special. The little girl's eyes lit up, and she put on a cheerful smile again. Right? I'll play with you again next time. After saying that, she turned into specks of light and disappeared. Chi Xia looked at his 7-game winning streak in the placement matches and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He didn't choose to rest and immediately started matching again. Anyway, every time a new game starts, I can get back to my best condition, so there's no need to waste time. Match successful. Opponent, Knight Assassin 567. On the arena, light and shadow converged, revealing a woman dressed in a black, tight-fitting combat suit. She was slender and had sharp features. Her face was covered by a thin veil, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. Level 77, Star Master rank. When she appeared, Shi Xia could clearly feel a sensation he had never experienced before. The feeling was like being stared at by a wild beast, a suffocating sensation with no way to hide or escape. Murderous look. Chapter 30, Entering the Tao Through Killing. Awesome. 9527 even beat a little girl. Although it's obvious that the little girl wasn't serious, her ability to defeat an opponent shows that she's quite strong. Inferiority overthrows superiors? Who is inferior, and who is superior? Don't drive, I feel dizzy. 9527 is matching again. Honestly, he doesn't even come out to see our Kai Ji and Su Nguyen, these two little beauties. Match successful. This girl is so beautiful. Holy crap. It's Night Assassin 567. Damn it. It really is her. 9527 is finished. That's what you said last time too. Shang still says the same thing about you. You still say the same thing to me. Stop talking, his face is swollen. Dark Assassin 567 glanced at Qi Xia, raising an eyebrow slightly, seemingly surprised by this unidentified opponent, but the surprise vanished in an instant. She stood sideways, the dagger held horizontally in front of her chest, and an intense killing intent instantly emanated from her. That wasn't the simulated atmosphere of virtual battles, but rather a bloody killing intent, truly born from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Qi Xia felt a chill run down his spine. This murderous aura alone was heavier than all the opponents he had encountered before combined. It seems that in reality, this Night Assassin 567 is no benevolent person. He dared not delay, immediately sheathed his sword, assumed a drawing stance, and met the gaze of Dark Knight Assassin 567. On your marks, 3, 2, 1, go. As soon as the notification sound ended, 567's figure suddenly blurred, leaving only a blur in place. So fast. Qi Xia's pupils contracted sharply, and he quickly turned around, his gaze sweeping rapidly across the arena. Several afterimages flashed around, the airflow generated by their high-speed movement scraped across their cheeks like blades, and the suffocating killing intent followed them like a shadow, as if it would stab them from some blind spot at any moment. He forced himself to calm down, no longer trying to grasp the physical form, but instead focusing on sensing the flow of murderous intent. The real killing move is always hidden in the place where the killing intent is strongest. Now. A murderous aura suddenly gathered at the 3 o'clock position to the left rear. Instant kill flash. Without hesitation, Qi Xia drew his long sword, which transformed into a streak of silver lightning and pierced straight in that direction. Laugh. The sword light pierced through the afterimage, but only struck a patch of air. Too slow. A cold voice came from behind him. Qi Xia felt his hair stand on end, but it was too late to turn around and block. Night Assassin 567 used the afterimage as cover to circle behind him, his short dagger aimed straight at his heart. This is the assassin's killing move, using afterimages to confuse the viewer, creating an opening through high-speed movement, and then delivering a fatal blow from a blind spot. At the critical moment, Qi Xia suddenly twisted his body, forcefully turning his body half an inch off course. Put. The dagger grazed his shoulder blade and pierced through, blood gushing out instantly. As the excruciating pain surged through him, Qi Xia used the force of twisting his body to slash his longsword back, drawing an arc. Walking kill. The silver sword ring instantly enveloped 567. She didn't expect Qi Xia to be able to counterattack after being injured. In her haste, she parried with her dagger, but was forced to retreat by the rotational force of the sword ring, and her short dagger almost slipped from her hand. Qi Xia clutched his bleeding shoulder, panting heavily, but his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. Dark Knight Assassin 567 took a few steps back, twirling the dagger between his fingers. Her eyes held a coldness, yet also a subtle hint of approval. Good eye. Now, I'm going to get serious. Qi Xia ignored the blood seeping from his shoulder blade, gripped his sword with both hands, and fixed his gaze on the front, his eyes even more determined than before. 567 lightly touched the ground with his toes, and his figure disappeared again. This time, the speed was even faster than before, and even the afterimage became blurry. Put. 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 The sounds of sharp blades piercing flesh rang out one after another, and Qi Xia's arms, thighs, and cheeks were covered in new wounds, with blood splattering everywhere. He couldn't even see which direction the attack was coming from, and could only rely on instinct to barely twist his body to avoid vital points. The murderous aura around him was so palpable that it made it almost impossible for him to breathe. We must find a way. Qi Xia gritted his teeth, tasting the blood on his tongue. The instant kill sword technique is born for slaughter. It is a true killing art. He possessed perfect technique, but failed to grasp the true essence of the swordsmanship. Thinking of this, he slowly closed his eyes. Close your eyes? 567's figure paused in the shadows, a hint of surprise flashing across his face. Is it giving up, or is it trying to learn something from this experience? She didn't act immediately, wanting to see what this young man was doing. A minute passed, and Qi Xia remained in the sword-wielding posture, like a statue. The high-speed movement consumed a lot of spiritual energy, so 567 no longer hesitated. His figure transformed into a black wind and went straight for Qi Xia's back. The killing intent on the dagger was condensed to the extreme, almost solidifying. At that very moment, Qi Xia suddenly opened his eyes. There was no confusion in his eyes, only a cold clarity. His murderous aura suddenly erupted, subtly echoing the intense murderous aura emanating from 567, as if an invisible thread connected the two. 567 was startled, and his attack involuntarily slowed down by half a step. This killing intent was not as strong as hers, but it seemed to be able to connect with her killing intent and lock onto the target. Qi Xia caught the momentary pause in 567 and drew his longsword. Instant kill in a flash. The sword light pierced straight ahead, precisely slashing at the opening exposed by 567 due to the connection of killing intent. Clang! The dagger clashed with the longsword, and 567 was jolted back half a step, revealing genuine surprise for the first time. Qi Xia leaned on his sword, his chest heaving violently. He found it. Drawn by the murderous aura, he found a way to capture high-speed movements. 567 looked at Qi Xia, his eyes showing even more admiration. She gripped the dagger tightly, and the murderous aura around her suddenly surged, as if turning into solid ice. You're quite good, but that's all. Next, I'll use my last move to send you on your way. Shadow Strike. Before she finished speaking, her figure vanished completely, leaving not even a trace. The air was filled with a suffocating killing intent, which surged in like a tide, almost crushing Qi Xia's consciousness. That speed. Qi Xia's heart trembled violently. He could barely catch a vague trajectory by the pull of the killing intent, but 567's speed was too fast. The invisible connecting line was trembling violently and could break at any moment. Cannot wait. Qi Xia took a deep breath and poured all the killing intent in his body into the longsword. The moves of the instant kill sword technique flowed rapidly through his mind. He no longer deliberately chased after Wu Liuqi's position, but instead focused all his attention on the word kill. A sword is a deadly weapon. Killing intent is the soul of a sword. The moment the killing intent and sword technique completely merged, Qi Xia's eyes became indifferent, as if he had transformed into a sword without emotion. Now! Drawn by the murderous aura, the blurry trajectory suddenly froze. That was the moment 567 changed direction, and also his only weakness. Instant kill flash. Qi Xia let out a low shout, and the speed at which he drew his longsword exceeded his previous limits. The sword light was different from before. It no longer pursued flashy moves, but only the purest killing intent and speed, like lightning, precisely piercing the point of stagnation. Put! With a soft sound, blood splattered. 567's figure appeared out of thin air, the dagger fell to the ground, and a penetrating wound appeared on his chest. She stared at Qi Xia in disbelief, the last trace of coldness in her eyes replaced by astonishment. You! Judgment, critical hit. Battle over. Winner instant kill swordsman 9527. Qi Xia sheathed his sword, swaying as if all his strength had been drained. That last strike had almost exhausted all his killing intent and spiritual power. He watched as Dark Assassin 567 vanished in a speck of light, his chest still throbbing from the intense killing intent he had just felt. He won this battle. It wasn't just about winning the match. More importantly, he touched the threshold of sword intent, which is entering the Tao through killing. Chapter 31 The Happy Elf Archer. Su Muwen watched Qi Xia and 567 fight, her fingers unconsciously clenching the hem of her clothes. When that sword light, imbued with murderous intent, was unleashed, she even subconsciously held her breath. How is this possible? She murmured to herself, her eyes filled with disbelief. Just yesterday, she was able to fight Qi Xia to the last move, and although she lost, she was still honorable. But now, looking at that figure who infused killing intent into his sword moves and defeated Dark Knight Assassin 567, she could clearly sense that the gap between them had widened considerably. Recalling the glaring wound Shi Xia left on her chest, Su Muwen's cheeks flushed slightly, but she was soon overwhelmed by a sense of defeat. She originally planned to wait until the placement matches were over to find Shi Xia for another match and wash away the shame of being disemboweled. But now it seems like a joke. Shi Xia's growth rate is ridiculously fast. From the initial stunning sword drawing technique to the exquisite continuous strikes, and now to transforming killing intent into sword wings. He was like a sponge, frantically absorbing the nutrients from every battle, transforming at a visible speed. Hateful. Su Muwen bit her lower lip, feeling both angry and anxious. He was angry at his own slow progress, but even more angry at Shi Xia's almost monstrous rate of improvement. She clenched her fists, staring defiantly at Shi Xia. One day, I will defeat you. With the livestream featuring Shi Xia's ability to go toe-to-toe with anyone, word spread and more people came to watch his placement matches. Wow, awesome. A level 60 player beat a level 77 star master. 8 consecutive wins. Will instant kill swordsman 9527 achieve a 10-game winning streak? As we all know, it is almost impossible to achieve a 10-game winning streak in the virtual universe. Yes, after all, with this incredible matchmaking system, the more consecutive wins you have, the stronger your opponents will become. That's right, not to mention that 9527 is only level 60, it's really as difficult as climbing to the sky. Well, but to achieve an 8-game winning streak is already incredibly strong. I wonder what 9527 psionic abilities are. Psionic energy doesn't matter. People who come to the virtual universe to compete are usually here to hone their martial arts skills and rarely use psionic energy. Of course, there are also those like the most adorable little cutie in the universe who practice psionic abilities, but they are a minority. Well, let's wait and see if 9527 can create a miracle of 10 consecutive wins. Match successful. Opponent, Happy Elf Archer, LV80, star rank. Just as Shi Xia stood still, a server-wide announcement suddenly resounded throughout the virtual universe. Congratulations to player Instant Kill Swordsman 9527 on an 8-game winning streak in placement matches. The 9th match is currently underway. This is a formal announcement. Click here to watch the 9th match. Instantly, countless eyes focused on the arena through the live stream window. Eating melon seeds in the front row. Level 60? That's an 8-game winning streak in placement matches? Whose alt account is this? Wow, this cheerful elf archer has a great figure. Not bad, I'll follow you first. The battle is about to begin, let's witness history. The barrage of comments scrolled by like a tide, but Shi Xia had no time to pay attention to them. The woman opposite had already taken out her longbow, her wheat-colored skin glowed with a healthy sheen in the light. Her high ponytail swayed gently with her movements, her voluptuous figure was wrapped in a comfortable outfit that allowed for easy movement, and her eyes were as bright as stars. You're that rookie with the 8-game winning streak? The cheerful elven archer drew back the bowstring, and pale green spiritual energy gathered on the arrow. Instant Kill Swordsman 9527, nice to meet you. Shi Xia assumed a sword drawing stance, his gaze fixed on the cheerful elf archer. On your marks, 3, 2, 1, go. Before the notification tone had even finished, Shi Xia launched the first attack. If the opponent is an archer, you will definitely create distance immediately. What he needs to do is close the distance and defeat him. The cheerful elven archer smiled as she had expected, and as she retreated rapidly, she simultaneously pushed off the ground with her toes, leaping several meters into the air like a spring. Shi Xia looked up, speechless. Other archers simply created distance, but she went straight into the air with that jumping ability. Who could reach her? The cheerful elven archer grinned triumphantly as he drew his longbow in mid-air. Try this. 3 arrows, whistling through the air, shot in a triangular formation towards Shi Xia's feet. Bang! 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 Shi Xia moved left and right, dodging them all. The arrow exploded the moment it hit the ground, creating 3 shockwaves, which was enough to prove its power. He estimated the distance and rushed towards the spot where the elven archer was about to land. Predict my landing spot? The cheerful elven archer chuckled, his body suddenly shifting slightly in mid-air, abruptly changing his landing point. At the same time, the bowstring twanged again, and an arrow imbued with wind element pierced straight into Shi Xia's back. So flexible. No wonder it can forcibly change the landing point. It turns out it also contains wind elements. Shi Xia's heart skipped a beat. He turned sharply, swung his longsword back, and accurately deflected the arrow. The cheerful elf archer immediately distanced himself upon landing, swinging his longbow repeatedly, arrows raining down like raindrops. Shi Xia weaved through the rain of arrows with agile footwork, barely managing to dodge them. Hurry up! We need to go even faster. You need to be faster to get close to the opponent, otherwise you will only be worn down and killed from a distance. Shi Xia's figure shot towards the elven archer like an arrow released from a bow. The opponent was clearly prepared. Their longbow trembled, and several arrows imbued with wind element whistled out, forming a fan-shaped barrier. Shi Xia touched the ground with his toes, and his longsword danced, creating layers of sword curtains that deflected the arrows one by one. Even though he avoided them all, the whirlwinds that brushed past him still grazed his ankles with a tricky force. Hiss! The elven archer seemed to have anticipated this, and with a glint in his eyes, an arrow imbued with the element of raging wind was released from the bowstring, aimed straight at his face. Clang! Shi Xia hastily parried with his sword, but the immense force made his arm go numb, and he was shaken backward several times. Before he could catch his breath, more arrows rained down like a storm. Shi Xia's eyes sharpened, and he brandished his longsword. Instant flash combo slash. Dozens of sword shadows were unleashed in an instant, deflecting all the arrows. Offense as a form of defense, a good idea. The elven archer's voice was tinged with laughter, but then she suddenly drew her longbow to its fullest extent, and pale green spiritual energy condensed into a dazzling ball of light at the tip of the arrow, locking onto Shi Xia with a chilling pressure. This is my signature move, Starfall. Can you catch it? Shi Xia watched the increasingly bright ball of light and knew that the power of this arrow should not be underestimated. All the attacks just now were to create distance and pave the way for this fatal arrow. Therefore, this arrow will be very difficult to dodge and will be extremely powerful. He took a deep breath, stopped retreating, and gripped his longsword tightly with both hands. His spiritual energy circulated wildly within his body, and the killing intent he had comprehended during his previous battle with 567 surged from the depths of his heart, flowing into the sword through his arm. The sword gradually became covered with a faint gray-black layer, which was the trace of the condensed killing intent. Shi Xia stared intently at the elven archer and gave a low shout. Bring it on! The cheerful elf archer's eyes narrowed, and he released the bowstring. Call out! The ball of light, imbued with the power of wind, transformed into a green meteor and hurtled towards Shi Xia. Chapter 32 Rampaging Swordsman LV 88 King Rank. Shi Xia felt as if he had been thrown into the eye of a storm, with every inch of his skin bearing the wind pressure. But his gaze remained unchanged as he poured all his spiritual power and condensed killing intent into his long sword. Walking kill! The silver sword ring suddenly expanded, no longer pursuing tight defense, but concentrating its power at the center of the ring to form a high-speed rotating wall of blades. The elven archer's pupils contracted slightly. She had thought Shi Xia would use his sword to block Starfall head-on, but she hadn't expected him to choose to use the opponent's force against him. There was no earth-shattering explosion when the green meteor struck the sword ring. The rotational force of the sword ring, like water flowing around a stone, gently guided the meteor along its trajectory. Buzz! The meteor grazed Shi Xia's shoulder and crashed into the barrier behind him, exploding into a dazzling green light. The massive shockwave still sent Shi Xia flying, crashing to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood, his shoulder burning with pain. However, he used the characteristics of round dance kill to block it. Oh! The elven archer put away his longbow and dusted off his hands. This is something else. Instead of using brute force to withstand the attack, it uses the rotational force to deflect the attack. This combat technique is more sophisticated than I thought. Shi Xia leaned on his sword to stand up, feeling utterly exhausted, his spiritual energy almost completely depleted. He didn't know how much spiritual power the elven archer had left, but he had no choice but to fight it out. We've fought this far enough. The elven archer suddenly smiled, revealing two small fangs. I concede. Battle over. Winner, instant kill swordsman 9527. Shi Xia was stunned. You. She waved her hand, her eyes filled with genuine appreciation. My ultimate move has been countered by you, so there's no need to continue fighting. On the contrary, I'd like to see if you can get 10 consecutive wins, hee hee. Good luck in the next match. After saying that, she turned into a speck of light and disappeared from the arena. The server-wide announcement rang out again. Congratulations to player Instant Kill Swordsman 9527 for achieving a 9-game winning streak in placement matches. The 10th match is about to begin, attracting everyone's attention. The live stream chat exploded with comments. A top-tier player just conceded defeat? Is this newbie cheating? Perspective, that's the perspective of a big shot. A level 60 player went head to head with an level 80 star glory player and won? I'm dumbfounded. That waltz move was absolutely deadly. Using the opponent's force against them, that technique is top notch. No doubt about it, the 9-game winning streak is still impressive. Go for it. 10 consecutive wins. However, I think the last game is probably in jeopardy. There's a high chance we'll encounter the king. Shi Xia didn't look at the comments, he just stared at the sword in his hand. The gray-black killing intent on the sword gradually dissipated, but the feeling of resonating with the sword remained clearly in my heart. Using killing as a means of cultivation is feasible. He gripped the hilt of his sword, walked to the center of the ring, and began the final round of the placement matches. Match successful. Opponent, Rampaging Swordsman LV88 ranked master. As the light converged, a burly man with long hair tied up high appeared on the arena. He was burly, and the long sword in his hand was nearly twice as wide as Shi Xia's. His eyes were filled with undisguised arrogance as he stared intently at Shi Xia, as if he were eyeing his prey. Ha ha! Finally matched with you. The arrogant swordsman laughed loudly, his voice so loud it hurt people's eardrums. Do you know how many people are staking out you right now? That's enough to make me famous. Shi Xia frowned. These people knew how to use online traffic, they were even clicking on the rankings at the same time, starting to target him. However, he didn't reply, but simply gripped his sword tighter. The killing intent emanating from the other party was several times stronger than that of Dark Knight Assassin 567, mixed with blood and violence, almost solidifying into a tangible form. The arrogant swordsman weighed his greatsword in his hand and said slyly, "Since you also use a sword, I'll show you what real swordsmanship is." Before he finished speaking, a terrifying aura erupted from his body, and his killing intent swept over like a tsunami, making Shi Xia's breath catch in his throat. On your marks, 3, 2, 1, go. Come on. Where's your sword drawing technique? The arrogant swordsman charged forward, laughing wildly, his greatsword dragging on the ground, drawing out ear-piercing sparks. Shi Xia's eyes narrowed, and he drew his long sword. Instant kill flash. The sword flashed like lightning, aiming straight for the opponent's heart. Clang! With a flick of his wrist, the mad swordsman easily parried with his greatsword, the immense force causing Shi Xia's blade to bend slightly. That's it? He chuckled and swept his greatsword horizontally. Shi Xia dodged the attack and then unleashed the year-round dance kill, slashing his silver sword ring toward his opponent's waist. Too slow. The arrogant swordsman neither dodged nor evaded, but instead slashed down with his greatsword, striking precisely the center of the sword ring. Bang! As the sword ring shattered, Shi Xia felt a tremendous force surge through him, causing his arms to go numb and he staggered backward. Without pausing, he used the momentum of his retreat to spin around, his longsword transforming into dozens of afterimages. Instant flash combo slash. The sword shadows were as dense as a net, blocking all the angles from which the rampant swordsman could dodge. A trivial skill. The arrogant swordsman laughed loudly, his greatsword dancing in his hands with impenetrable speed. Jingle bells. After a series of clanging sounds, all the sword shadows were blocked. Suddenly, the arrogant swordsman changed his move, and his greatsword, accompanied by a whooshing sound, pierced straight into Shi Xia's chest. Shi Xia hastily raised his sword to block, but was sent flying backward by an immense force, crashing heavily to the ground. He felt a sweet taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Ha ha ha! Is this all the power you have? The arrogant swordsman pressed closer, his eyes filled with contempt. The so-called 9-game winning streak was just because we ran into a bunch of weaklings. The competition in the virtual universe is too much of a scam. Especially for a newcomer like you, the matchmaking system is what makes it possible for you to beat them. Unfortunately, there are thousands of king-level players outside matching you up at the same time, just so you can see clearly what FING means. Strength. These words immediately aroused dissatisfaction among many netizens. What do you mean that 9,527 can only win when the matchmaking mechanism is working? That's utter nonsense. Does he mean that our Kai Ge, Sumuan, Little Cutie, Dark Knight Assassin 567, and Elf Archer are all newbies? Hey! Don't deny it, what Brother Changquang said does make sense. That's right, virtual universe companies saw that the number of daily active users has been decreasing recently, so they deliberately created this gimmick. Of course. Powerful people are either going through life and death trials in dungeons to level up, or they are practicing their skills to unlock more genes. Who has time to play virtual fighting every day? I get it. You mean that crazy bro is a loser in real life, which is why he managed to reach the king rank? Ha ha ha. I've never seen anyone get solid evidence against themselves. That makes sense. You. Ha, look, someone's defenses have been breached. Stop babbling and let's see what he should do next. I think it's unlikely we'll achieve another 10 wins. Shi Xia was naturally unaware of the discussions circulating outside. He stood up, leaning on his sword, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes growing even sharper. His opponent's strength, speed, and killing intent far surpassed his own, and even his understanding of swordsmanship was extremely profound. This is the true king-level skill. Shi Xia gripped his longsword tightly, and the last of his spiritual power began to circulate, his killing intent gathering once more. Whether it's water or not, you'll know once you try it. Chapter 33, 10 consecutive wins, final rank, King. The arrogant swordsman paused for a moment, then burst into even louder laughter. Alright. I'll play with you. I'll show you that the difference between a king and a bronze is an insurmountable chasm. He unleashed his killing intent to its fullest extent, and a violent aura swept across the entire area. The giant sword in his hand transformed into a blurry black shadow as he unleashed Berserk Slash. Shi Xia gritted his teeth, his sword shadows of instant flash slash overlapping in layers as he tried to block. But the berserker's attacks were too fierce. Every collision made his arms go numb and his feet retreat repeatedly. The violent killing intent was like a bone-deep affliction, enveloping him and making it difficult for him to breathe. Clang! 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 When he blocked the 13th blow, Shi Xia could no longer hold on and was sent flying by the aftershock of the giant sword, crashing heavily to the ground. Ha ha ha! Out of energy? The arrogant swordsman, sword in hand, approached step by step, deliberately slowing his movements. His gaze swept over the live stream comments, a smug smile on his face. See that? Challenging someone of a higher level? That's a joke in the face of absolute strength. He suddenly slashed down with his sword, the wind of the sword locking onto Shi Xia, leaving him no way to dodge. The sword wind swept across Shi Xia's shoulder, and blood gushed out. The arrogant swordsman watched the comments section with great enthusiasm. Thanks for Brother Long's supercar. Family members, please follow Brother Long. Thank you for the hot air balloon, Sister Siekai. Love you, moi. Thank you so much, everyone. I love you all. Alright, everyone, how do you want to see the streamer torture him? Just say it, I guarantee he'll be flying with pleasure. Like a cat playing with a mouse, he deliberately refrained from killing Shi Xia, repeatedly sweeping him down as he tried to get up with the force of his sword. Shi Xia's face was slashed open, and more wounds appeared on his body. He was soaked in a pool of blood, looking utterly wretched. A sense of humiliation burned through Shi Xia's chest like flames. Looking at the arrogant swordsman's attention-seeking face, an unprecedented anger and resentment welled up from the bottom of his heart. Why swing the sword? It's not just about becoming stronger, it's about surviving. It is also to prevent such people from trampling on our dignity. Ugh! Shi Xia roared and struggled to reach out and grab the hilt of the sword. The instant he grasped the sword, his spiritual energy merged with his overwhelming anger, resentment, and obsession with victory, unleashing a completely new aura from his body. That was a killing intent sharper and purer than ever before. It was no longer imitation, no longer borrowed, but truly his own, imbued with a resolute will. Sword intent. The arrogant swordsman sensed something was wrong, turned around, and the smile on his face instantly froze. Shi Xia slowly stood up, his body covered in blood, but his eyes shone with an astonishing light. The long sword in his hand trembled slightly, a faint blood-red halo swirling around its blade. The sword intent was like a divine weapon unsheathed, piercing straight to the heart. The arrogant swordsman saw a blood-red aura emanating from Shi Xia's body, and a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Sword intent? You think you're the only one who can do that? He suddenly activated his spiritual power, and dark red flames rose from the giant sword. It was a sword intent condensed from killing intent, but with a more intense and violent aura. This was a trump card he had only recently mastered, which he had intended to save for advancing to a higher level, but Shi Xia forced him to use it prematurely. Die! The rampaging swordsman roared and charged forward, unleashing his rampaging slash once more. This time, however, every sword shadow was enveloped in a dark red sword intent. Shi Xia's eyes narrowed, and his indomitable will was fully ignited. crimson sword intent intertwined with spiritual power, and the long sword transformed into a streak of blood-red light. Instant flash combo slash. The two figures collided violently on the arena, their sword lights intertwining to form a blood-red curtain of light. Clang! 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 In the blink of an eye, the two sides exchanged dozens of sword strikes. The sword light exploded in the air, red flames flew everywhere, and the entire arena seemed to have turned into a bloody slaughterhouse. Shi Xia kept getting new wounds, and his clothes were soaked with blood. Although this is a virtual universe, the pain is 100% reproduced. At this moment, he seemed to feel no pain, each sword strike delivered with all his might, carrying a resolute determination to destroy everything. The more the rampaging swordsman fought, the more alarmed he became, as the increasing number of wounds on his body caused him great pain. His sword intent was clearly more ferocious, and his strength was superior, yet he was forced to retreat step by step by Shi Xia's relentless and suicidal aura. In addition to the killing intent, the opponent's sword moves also contained something he had never seen before. That is, an unyielding will. You're insane. You're a lunatic. The arrogant swordsman roared, swinging his greatsword horizontally, forcing Shi Xia back half a step. In that instant, Shi Xia suddenly changed his move. Instead of pursuing speed, he slashed upwards at a tricky angle with his longsword. Laugh! The sword flashed past the arrogant swordsman's wrist, forcing him to lose his grip on the sword. Not good. The arrogant swordsman was terrified and instinctively tried to retreat, but Shi Xia gave him no chance at all. With a twist of his waist, his longsword drew a blood-red arc of light. Walking kill. Put. The rampaging swordsman's chest was slashed open, and a large amount of blood spurted out. He stared in disbelief at the huge wound on his chest, the dark red sword intent receding like a tide. How could this be? He murmured, his arrogance completely replaced by bewilderment. At this moment, he finally understood that what he lost was not his sword intent or his skills, but his courage to forge ahead in the face of pain and despair. This is exactly what he has always lacked. So he lost. Battle over. Winner, instant kill swordsman 9527. The server-wide announcement exploded like a thunderclap. Player instant kill swordsman 9527 achieves a 10-game winning streak in placement matches. Final rank, King. Shi Xia, leaning on his sword, stood amidst the blood-red shards of light, his body covered in blood, yet his spine remained straight. He watched as the arrogant swordsman turned into specks of light and disappeared, then slowly sheathed his sword. In the virtual universe sky, it seemed as if golden fireworks were blooming, celebrating the birth of this level 60 king. The livestream chat window was flooded with comments, with countless exclamations and praises directed at this suddenly emerging name. Shi Xia ignored all of this, focusing instead on the sword intent within his body that had just condensed and was gradually subsiding, a weary smile playing on his lips. In this placement tournament, he not only won a ranking, but also gained a completely new understanding of sword and will. This also earned him the right to fight alongside his death. He slowly raised his eyes and looked up at the sky. The chosen ones of planet AE86, Shi Xia, must. They've arrived. Chapter 34 College Entrance Examination, Gene Unlocking Rate Testing. In a corner of the stands, Su Muwen clenched her fists, watching Ping Qixia's decisive victory with a single sword strike, and couldn't help but smile. The arrogant swordsman's overbearing attitude was still vivid in her mind. He even said that those who lost to Shi Xia were all novices, which made her furious. It's truly gratifying to see them brought back to their original state. You're talking nonsense. She gave a soft hum, feeling a strange sense of satisfaction at having taken revenge. But more than anything, she was shocked. She watched Shi Xia's transformation from his initial amazing sword drawing technique to finally developing his own sword intent. The speed of this transformation in just 10 battles was astonishing. We must work harder. Su Muwen touched the hilt of her sword, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit. Catching up with this man seems to be something to look forward to. In the live streaming area not far away, someone who could be as good as anyone else was gesturing wildly in front of the camera. Did you guys see that? 10 consecutive wins. Reached the king rank. I knew this guy was ruthless. I didn't lose unjustly. Let's shower them with gifts, let's get this wave of 666. Let's see if that arrogant guy will still be so arrogant in the future. Ha ha ha. He grinned from ear to ear, as if he himself had won the game. In a virtual lounge, a little girl in a pink dress, her pigtail swaying, clapped her hands and giggled as she looked at Shi Xia's figure on the screen. That's amazing. Much better than when you fought me last time. Hee hee, I definitely want to play with him again next time. Dark Assassin 567 stood in the shadows, his large eyes beneath the veil reflecting the light from the screen. Seeing Qixia gather his sword intent, a hint of approval flashed in her eyes, and she said softly, "Well done." After saying that, he flashed and disappeared from the spot. A cheerful elf archer leans against the railing, her tight-fitting outfit highlighting her alluring curves. The sunlight fell on her wheat-colored skin, giving her a wild and radiant glow. She bit into an apple, looked at the results on the screen, and showed her two little tiger teeth. At least it didn't disappoint me. In every corner of the virtual universe, countless people are discussing the name Instant Killer Swordsman 9527. A 10-game winning streak in the level 60 placement matches, heading straight for the king rank. This is undoubtedly the most exciting news of the day. Qixia, at the center of the storm, has already withdrawn from the virtual universe. Qixia stepped out of the virtual reality pod and had just entered the living room when he saw his death reclining on the sofa, twirling an ice crystal between her fingers. She glanced at him, her tone indifferent. The placement matches are over? Qixia tugged at his collar, trying to alleviate the lingering virtual pain in his body. Yeah, 10 consecutive wins. It's not too shameful. Qixia was taken aback by this comment, so he simply followed up by asking, "I'm done fighting. Want to give it a try? With your skills, you're definitely better than me." "No need." Isdeth withdrew her hand, her eyes showing a hint of nonchalance. "Even a newbie like you can get 10 consecutive wins, so that place must be pretty boring." The handsome guy was speechless. Qixia realized that this person always had a way of silencing people with the most indifferent tone. He shrugged and turned to practice the mysterious origin breathing technique. He didn't stop until midnight, and the gene unlocking rate reached 3.4%. Ding! Your card draw chances have been refreshed. You can get one free card draw. Should we draw immediately? Yes. Congratulations on obtaining our rank Jinx. Jinx. Brief introduction. Jinx has an extremely erratic personality, enjoys creating chaos, and possesses a complex inner world. Summon store in warehouse. Jinx has her signature blue twin tails and her outfits are full of punk and rebellious vibes, making her a bit crazy. Qixia looked at the pair of A's and chose to store them in the warehouse. He looked at the card drawing interface, which showed the number of draws as 16. I have to wait another 14 days to guarantee an SR and 30 pulls. 7 days later. Qixia spent a relatively monotonous week practicing the mysterious origin breathing technique. The gene unlocking rate has reached 12%. However, the further you go, the harder it becomes to improve. With no dungeons to grind, Isdeth could only stay home and binge-watch TV shows. He would occasionally give Qixia pointers on swordsmanship, which increased his favorability towards him. Current affection level, 72, bond energy, 268. As for the card draws these past few days, Qixia felt dizzy just thinking about it. They're either Nvidia cards or Nvidia cards, and they're all the fat, ugly, and old kind. Among them, the one that impressed him the most was Flowery. Ruhua was tall and burly, with a large face covered in stubble, yet she wore heavy makeup, bright red lipstick, and floral clothes. She also liked to pick her nose with her pinky finger raised, which made people want to hit her. Just then, the phone rang on the terminal. Qixia wiped his hands, picked up the phone, and saw it was a call from Zhu Debiao. "Qixia, are you busy lately? Do you have some free time?" Zhu Debiao's slightly loud voice came from the other end of the phone, tinged with concern. "It's all right, Principal Zhu. Is there anything wrong?" "That's right, the college entrance examination will start in 7 days, and the school will conduct a unified gene unlocking rate test tomorrow." Xixia's heart skipped a beat. So fast? He's been so busy with virtual battles and training lately that he hasn't paid attention to the time. "Okay, I'll be there on time tomorrow." "Thank you, Principal." Of course, see you tomorrow." After hanging up the phone, Qixia looked out the window at the deepening twilight and took a deep breath. The college entrance examination will be held in 7 days. The planetary-scale battle royale that will decide the fate of countless people is finally coming. Without thinking further, he went to the living room and started practicing the mysterious origin breathing technique again. The spiritual energy flowed slowly through his body, and with each cycle, he gained a deeper control over his body. At midnight, he continued smoking. "Congratulations on obtaining our card, little dragon girl." Little Dragon Girl. Synopsis: Little Dragon Girl, innocent and naive, deeply devoted in love. Summon store in warehouse. Little Dragon Girl was dressed in white, her long hair flowing, her face exquisitely beautiful, her eyes clear and ethereal, and her temperament aloof and otherworldly. What a beautiful woman in ancient costume, she looks like an ethereal fairy. Chi Xia didn't think much of it and silently chose to store it in the warehouse. Current number of gacha pulls, 24. You're guaranteed to get an SR in 6 days, just in time for the college entrance exam. The next day, early morning. Chi Xia arrived at the gate of number 2 middle school on time. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw Teacher Li standing not far away waving at him. Chi Xia, over here. He walked over quickly and greeted her with a smile. Teacher Li. Come with me, the testing site is over on the playground. Chi Xia followed his gaze to the playground, where several large instruments were set up in the center, and a few students were queuing up, indicating that the event was nearing its end. The school knows you have a lot going on, so they specifically asked you to arrive later to avoid waiting in line for too long and wasting time. Teacher Li smiled and continued. You registered late, so you were already at the back of the queue. This arrangement makes perfect sense. Chi Xia understood, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. The school's thoughtful arrangements are truly commendable. Thank you, school, and thank you for your help. Of course. Teacher Li led him to the back of the line and stood aside. Chi Xia looked at the testing device in front of him, which was used to test strength in order to calculate the candidate's gene unlocking rate. He clenched his fist, wanting to see how many kilograms he could deliver with a full force strike. Chapter 35. Chi Xia's data shocked the entire city. Next up, Li Fan. Li Fan took a deep breath, walked to the strength testing instrument, and threw a punch. Bang! The screen displayed the number, 503 kilograms. The teacher wrote the data on the record board, 503 kilograms, corresponding to a gene unlocking rate of 1%, which meets the standard. The next few students stepped forward one after another, with punches ranging from 300 to 600 kilograms, corresponding to an unlock rate of 0.8% to 1.2%, which is within the normal range. It was finally Chi Xia's turn. As he walked out slowly, several students who had just finished their tests couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Wasn't I the last one? Why are there still people here? This student looks unfamiliar. Is he in our grade? I don't know, he seems pretty calm. Let's see how many points he can score. Let's wait and see, we'll leave after he's done hitting us. Chi Xia stood in front of the instrument, stretched his shoulders, and without any extra movements, simply gathered his spiritual power and punched the detection panel. Boom! A muffled thud, like a thunderclap, resounded across the playground. The numbers on the screen jumped wildly, then finally froze. 10,000 kilograms. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. A few seconds later, the proctor suddenly jumped up from his chair and shouted in a terrified voice. 10 tons? Am I seeing things? The students immediately erupted in chaos, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief as they looked at Chi Xia. I would think 503 kilograms is pretty good. What kind of monster is this 10 tons? What is the gene unlocking rate? Holy crap! This is practically a miracle among high school students. Is he human? Or some other advanced race? Judging from their appearance, they should be human, right? Besides, why would an advanced race come to our standard planet to take the college entrance exam? To blast fish? That makes sense. That means he is human. To be precise, it's the ceiling for human high school students. Indeed, they are comparable to the geniuses of other prestigious universities. What surprised them even more was that the gene testing panel next to the instrument immediately lit up. Gene unlocking rate, 12%. 12%. My God. No wonder he can hit 10 tons. His unlock rate is higher than many professionals. Who exactly is he? Why have we never seen him before? I don't know, but all I can say is awesome. Teacher Li was so excited that her face turned red, and she clapped her hands repeatedly. That's great. Chi Xia, you're amazing. Xu Debiao, who was not far away, was pounding his heart and couldn't contain his elation. SSR psionic talent, 12% gene unlock rate. This is no longer just a genius, but a monstrous talent. After all, he knew that Chi Xia only had a 0.6% gene unlocking rate before he awakened. It's only been less than a month, and it's already reached 12%. It increased by a full 20 times. What else could it be but a monster? He strode over, patted Qi Xia on the shoulder, his voice trembling. Qi Xia. You've given me such a wonderful surprise. With you here, our number 2 high school's college entrance examination results this year are guaranteed. Qi Xia looked at the astonished gazes around him and calmly withdrew his fist. Are there any other tests to be done? The proctor then came to his senses and quickly waved his hand. No need, no need. With this data, it doesn't matter whether other projects are tested or not. Your score is enough to get you into the top 100 globally. Qi Xia nodded and followed Zhu Debiao and teacher Li out of the testing area. Behind him, the discussion about 10 tons of punching power and 12% gene unlocking rate was still brewing, becoming the most heated topic on the entire playground. Number 1 Middle School. Chang Bijiansheng stood beside the viewing platform, looking at the numbers jumping on the instruments below, and nodded slightly. Not bad, Li Xiaohu's punch was quite powerful. He looked at the words 10-20 kilograms on the screen with satisfaction in his eyes. A strength of over a ton is considered top tier among high school students. The head of student affairs next to him smiled broadly, and quickly chimed in. Yes, Principal, Li Xiaohu was our ace in this year's class. Although he failed to awaken the SSR gene, his SR-level tiger power is still quite good. His strength is among the best in the city. Bai Jianqing nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the test data of the other students. Not only him, but the other students also performed well. Overall, this year's gene unlocking rate is 0.3% higher than last year's average, which is a steady improvement. It's all thanks to your excellent leadership, Principal. After flattering him, the head of the teaching department smiled and said. With Li Xiaohu leading the way, and considering the overall strength of this batch of students, our number 1 high school will definitely outperform number 2 high school in this year's college entrance examination. Bai Jianqing smiled non-committally, but was secretly quite pleased with himself. For some reason, he suddenly thought of Qi Xia and laughed even more happily. What makes number 2 middle school, a third-rate school, compared to us? Yes, it's just a bunch of rotten fish and shrimp. Director Yu, tell the students to get back into shape these next few days. Battle Royale is all about real combat skills, so we can't afford any mistakes. Don't worry, everything is arranged. Just then, an urgent voice rang out. Something terrible has happened. Principal Bai, something terrible has happened. A teacher wearing glasses rushed over in a panic, almost dropping the tablet in his hand. Bai Jianqing's brows furrowed instantly, and he said in a deep voice. What's the panic? How old are you? You have no composure at all. Speak quickly if you have something to say. The teacher adjusted his glasses, swallowed hard, and his voice trembled. It's from number 2 middle school. Second middle school? The head of the teaching department scoffed. Could it be that their overall data is so bad that they're jumping up and down in panic? The teacher hurriedly waved her hand. No. Their overall data is indeed not as good as ours, but... You bastard. But what? Hurry up and tell me. But, they produced a student who could deliver a punch with 10 tons of force. What? Bai Jianqing and the dean of students both fell silent, their expressions freezing instantly. 10 tons? Say that again? That's 10 tons. Li Xiaohu's is barely over 1 ton, how is that possible? The teacher's hands trembled as she handed over the tablet. Absolutely true. The data has been transmitted, gene unlocking rate 12%, he's a transfer student. Upon hearing this, a figure immediately came to mind for Bai Jiansheng. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He hurriedly snatched the tablet and swiped his fingers rapidly. When he saw the words Qi Xia, a student from number 2 middle school, his pupils contracted sharply, and he was struck dumb as if by lightning. Qi Xia, it really is him. He could never forget that he was the one who arranged Qi Xia's transfer to another school. He was overjoyed to be able to get rid of this burden. But now, a 12% gene unlocking rate, 10 tons of punching power. This is not a burden at all, it is clearly a fierce tiger hiding among the sheep. Principal, what should we do? The head of student affairs panicked. 10 tons of strength. You can't find many high school students in the whole country who can do that. Bai Jianqing stared intently at the data on the tablet, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. He finally realized that the person he had let go was a genius who had the potential to change the landscape of the 2 schools. Who was the idiot who made this stupid decision? Answer me. Look into my eyes and tell me. Why? Why, baby? Say. Chapter 36 The Shameless Principal of Number 1 Middle School. Bai Jianqing's chest heaved violently. Suddenly, he thought of something and slammed his hand on the table. Quick! Find out what kind of psionic power he has awakened. The teacher, wearing glasses, frantically operated the tablet, his fingertips trembling. Bai Jianqing stared intently at him, his thumb unconsciously biting his mouth, repeatedly muttering to himself. It couldn't be good talent, absolutely not. He was just an incompetent person back then, and he's definitely still an incompetent person now. A few seconds later, the teacher looked up, her face pale. Principal Bai Qixia's awakened spiritual power is SSR. Boom! Bai Jianqing felt as if a thunderbolt had exploded in his mind, and all the strength in his body seemed to be drained in an instant. He staggered back a few steps and slumped onto the sofa. His vision went black, his ears were ringing, and he was muttering to himself. SSR. How could this be? How could it be an SSR? The head of the teaching department and the teachers around him were stunned, their faces filled with disbelief. SSR-level psionic energy is extremely rare, with only a handful existing on the entire standard planet AE-86. It represents the pinnacle of existence. They actually handed such a genius over to their competitor? Hold! Bai Jianqing suddenly flew into a rage, grabbed a teacup from the table and smashed it hard on the ground. The sound of the porcelain shattering was extremely jarring. He swept the table over again, scattering documents and pen holders all over the floor. How could this happen? How could this happen? With an SSR talent and a 12% gene unlock rate, Qixia's future is simply limitless. He could have used Qixia's achievements to reach a higher level, or even achieve a leap forward. Yet, he handed over this future to his mortal enemy. The head of the teaching department frowned, then suddenly had an idea and cautiously spoke up. Principal Bai, how about we try to bring him back? These words struck Bai Jianqing like a bolt of lightning. He suddenly looked up, a mad glint in his eyes. Yes. Dig it back. The college entrance exam hasn't even started yet, there's still a chance. Face and dignity are nothing compared to an SSR genius. He was willing to do anything to get Qixia back to number 1 high school and let him take the college entrance examination as a student from number 1 high school. Get the car ready immediately. Bai Jianqing suddenly stood up, straightened his disheveled clothes, and his eyes were filled with a resolute determination to make a desperate gamble. I'm going to number 2 middle school myself. No, I'm going to Qixia's house. No matter what method we use, whether it's coercion, bribery, or offering huge rewards, we must get him back to number 1 middle school. He strode out, his steps unsteady yet carrying an undeniable air of authority. Principal, some teachers tried to dissuade them. Shut up. Bai Jianqing's expression was ferocious as he turned around and roared. The most important thing now is to get them back. Otherwise, we're doomed to lose this year's college entrance exam. The reputation of our entire school will be trampled underfoot. I must. We want to go back to Qixia. Number 2 middle school, principal's office. Xu Debiao warmly invited Qixia to sit down, and Teacher Li tactfully brewed a cup of hot tea and handed it to him. Qixia, congratulations. A 12% gene unlocking rate is truly the pride of our number 2 high school. As Zhu Debiao handed tea to Qixia, he couldn't stop smiling, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkled into a flower shape. Qixia accepted the teacup and said modestly. Just lucky. This is not luck. Xu Debiao waved his hand, then changed the subject, saying in a slightly joking tone. During the college entrance exam battle, if you run into students from number 2 high school, could you, perhaps look after them a little? Of course, I'm just saying this casually, so don't feel pressured. Qixia understood his meaning perfectly well and nodded with a smile. Don't worry, Principal. We're all classmates. I'll definitely help if I can. I'm relieved to hear that. By the way, each school will issue special school uniforms with school badges during the exams, making them easy to identify. That way, you can look out for each other when you meet. Yes, that's good, it avoids accidental injury. Qixia knew that in a real battle royale, even self-preservation would be difficult, but if a fellow student from his school were in dire straits, he could lend a helping hand within his capabilities. As for things beyond his capabilities, he won't get involved. Zhu Debiao nodded in satisfaction and then inquired with concern. The college entrance exam is just a few days away. Is there anything the school can help you with? Don't hesitate to ask, don't be shy. Xia thought about it and realized that the school had indeed taken good care of him recently, and had done more than enough. What he needs most right now is time to settle down. He doesn't have any other special needs. Thank you, Principal. There's nothing else I can help you with for now. I'll just go back and continue my cultivation. Okay. Xu Debiao didn't press the matter, and suddenly, as if remembering something, he clapped his hands. By the way, your 12% gene unlock rate qualifies you for the school's scholarship, and 1 million credits have already been transferred to your terminal. Thank you, Principal. Don't mention it. They chatted for a few more minutes, and then Xia slowly stood up. Then I'll head back now, Principal Xu. Xu Debiao also stood up and greeted them. Okay, Teacher Li, please use my car to take Xia home. Be careful on the road. Yes, Principal, Teacher Li replied immediately. Xia, this way please. As soon as Xia opened the door, he saw Esteth reclining on the sofa. A simple white slip dress accentuated her smooth curves, and her two long, straight, snow-white legs were casually crossed as she idly watched an idol drama on the screen, where the male and female leads were crying their hearts out. Xia changed his shoes and casually said, I'm going to cook. Esteth didn't even lift her eyelids, only giving a soft her gaze remaining fixed on the screen. Xia had just opened the refrigerator when the doorbell rang. He was slightly surprised, and when he opened the door, he saw Bai Jianqing and the dean of students standing outside. Bai Jianqing, with an overly enthusiastic smile on his face, took a step forward. Xia, it's been a long time. Xia saw Bai Jianqing's obsequious face and knew exactly what was going on. Most likely, the results of the gene unlocking rate test had already been leaked, and the former principal came because he sensed it. Principal Bai, what brings you here? Xia, can we go inside and talk? Okay. Xia slightly stepped aside to let them in, wanting to see what tricks they were up to. Bai Jianqing walked into the living room, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Esteth on the sofa. A hint of amazement flashed in his eyes, but he quickly looked away, rubbing his hands together and smiling. Well, Xia, I heard your gene unlocking rate is 12%? That's really impressive. I knew you were a promising talent from the start, and I was right. The dean of students chimed in, yes, Xia, if you had this talent at our number 1 high school, you would definitely have plenty of resources, and your unlocking rate might even be higher now. Xia sneered inwardly and said mockingly, Oh? Is that so? But how come I remember Principal Bai saying that I was incompetent and shouldn't be a burden to number 1 middle school, and specially sent me to number 2 middle school? Are you out of your mind to say something like that now? Bai Jianqing's smile froze for a moment, then returned to normal, deciding to be shameless. Xia, you truly are a genius. You are indeed incredibly insightful. I must have been kicked in the head by a donkey back then, which is why I did such a stupid thing. Now that I'm healed, I want to make up for my mistake and hope you can transfer back to number 1 high school to take the college entrance examination. Chapter 37, 30th Draw, Guaranteed SR. Xia was speechless. He had originally intended to humiliate Bai Jianqing, but who knew he would be so shameless and use the opportunity to excuse his past mistakes? He was truly impressed. Shamelessness knows no bounds. As expected, those who can become the principal of number 1 middle school are all very capable. Seeing that Xia's expression was calm, Bai Jianqing knew that he could not delay and immediately threw out his chips. Xia, listen to me. As long as you are willing to transfer back to number 1 high school to take the college entrance examination, the school will immediately give you 3 million credits, as well as 3 bottles of gene catalysis potion and 20 chances to run bronze dungeons. These resources are enough to help you take another step forward before the college entrance examination. He stared into Xia's eyes, emphasizing his words. That's not all. During the planetary level battle royale, all the students from our school will assist you and work for you to help you achieve a higher ranking. Once you get into an S-level university, number 1 high school can apply for a full scholarship for you, as well as additional rewards. The dean of students next to him quickly chimed in, yes. Xia, think about it, the resources that number 1 middle school can provide are much better than those of number 2 middle school. Your talent will only be fully realized if you stay with us. In order to achieve better results in the college entrance examination, we sincerely hope that Xia will put aside personal grievances and look forward. As long as you get good results in the college entrance examination, all problems will no longer be problems, and you will live a life of great success. Xia, Please think about this carefully. It's a really good suggestion. The two worked together, offering extremely tempting terms, clearly having made ample preparations. Shi Xiao looked at them, picked up his water glass and took a sip, his eyes showing no emotion. 3 million credits is more than the combined rewards from the second-tier high school and SSR classes. 20 bronze-level dungeons is also quite good. 3 bottles of Gene Catalyst are even rarer, capable of accelerating gene unlocking and costing millions of credits per bottle. Moreover, they are very difficult to obtain in Standard Planet AE86. Another aspect is that the entire school mobilized its resources to help him overcome obstacles in the college entrance examination. That alone is extremely attractive. Of course, this condition is a win-win situation for number 1 middle school. To put it nicely, it was all the students at number 1 high school protecting Qi Xia rather, it was Bai Jianqing who wanted Qi Xia, this powerful SSR, to lead the students of number 1 high school to strive for more good rankings. It has to be said that Bai Jianqing, that old fox, is quite cunning. But what good are tempting things? He will never forget the humiliation of being kicked out of number 1 middle school. Qi Xia put down his water glass, his voice calm and his tone resolute. Principal Bai, you were the one who said that it would be bad for everyone if I took up a spot in the school to take the college entrance examination. Now, I want to repeat what you said to me back then. Give up sooner rather than later, so everyone can have some dignity. Bai Jianqing's smile froze instantly, and the head of the teaching department also awkwardly shut his mouth. Qi Xia stood up, his voice somber. Now that you've seen the benefits, you want me to go back? Sorry, I'm not you, I have my pride. Bai Jianqing grew anxious and stepped forward. Qi Xia, I was wrong about what happened in the past. I apologize. But you need to think about your future. Can number 2 middle school afford to provide these resources? Qi Xia walked to the door and made a please gesture. It doesn't matter whether they can afford it or not, I can still crush number 1 middle school anyway. Take care, and don't bother seeing me off. His attitude was firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Looking at Qi Xiao's resolute back, Bai Jianqing felt a wave of powerlessness. He had planned everything meticulously, but he never expected that Qi Xia would refuse such an attractive offer. Qi Xia, don't ruin your future because of that insignificant resentment. You really need to think this through carefully. Qi Xia found it amusing upon hearing this and didn't bother to say anything more to him. Let's go, there's no point in saying more. You'll regret this. Bai Jianqing gritted his teeth, left those words, and departed with the head of the teaching department. Isdef looked away from the idle drama and said with great interest. Not tempted? Qi Xia looked at Isdef and said calmly. Some things are more important than resources. Isdef simply smiled faintly and said nothing more. Ding! Isdef's affection for you has increased by 2. Current affection level, 74, bond energy, 268. 12 a.m. Qi Xia practiced the mysterious origin breathing technique all night, and his gene unlocking rate reached 13%. It must be said that the effects of the mysterious origin breathing technique became worse as the game progressed. It seems that only by going to an S-level university to obtain more advanced cultivation techniques can the gene unlocking rate be improved more efficiently. Ding! Your card draw chances have been refreshed. You can get 1 free card draw. Should we draw immediately? Yes. Congratulations on obtaining N card Su Xin. Su Xin. Brief introduction. Su Xin possesses a noble and elegant demeanor, a gentle personality, intelligence, competence, independence, and self-reliance. Summon store in warehouse. Su Xin has long, glossy black hair, a delicate oval face, and bright, expressive eyes. She also has a curvaceous figure. However, even the most beautiful woman is just an N card, and can only be stored in the warehouse. The following day, Qi Xia spent the entire day practicing the mysterious origin breathing technique, increasing his gene unlock rate to 17%. At midnight, I decisively drew a card. Congratulations on obtaining our rank card, yeah. Joel. Brief introduction. Joel possesses a gentle and innocent personality, yet also the decisive and ruthless nature of an assassin, creating a unique and endearing contrast. Summon store in warehouse. Joel was a strikingly beautiful woman with a tall figure, black hair, red eyes, and long black hair adorned with a white headdress. It's very pretty. I'll store it in the warehouse. 3 days later, life went on as usual. Bai Jianqing never reappeared, nor did anything else happen. Shi Xia seized every moment to continuously improve himself. His gene unlock rate has reached 24%, and his death's affection and bond energy are also slowly increasing. Current affection level 78, bond energy 288. However, none of the cards I drew in these 3 days were worth looking at, and I even drew one that was on par with Ru Hua, a character from a popular Chinese TV series. Sister Pomegranate. It's so offensive, it really is offensive. He glanced at the time. There were 3 minutes left until midnight. This time, the card draw will definitely be an SR card. I wonder what kind of SR card I'll get. He was looking forward to it and decided to go downstairs to relax. 2 minutes left, let me drink some water to calm my nerves. With only 1 minute left, I offer a sincere prayer, hoping for a useful solution. With only 30 seconds left, Shi Xia washed his hands, determined to say goodbye to his bad luck. When the clock struck midnight, the system voice sounded in his mind. Ding! Your card draw chances have been refreshed. You can get 1 free card draw. Should we draw immediately? Shi Xia took a deep breath and slowly confirmed. Yes. Congratulations on obtaining SR card. Chapter 38. What a coincidence, I'm also his wife. Inoue Oraheim. Congratulations on obtaining SR card Inoue Oraheim. Brief introduction. Inoue Oraheim is gentle, sweet, and a little naive, but possesses a strong and kind heart. Summon store in warehouse. Oraheim Inoue has long, wavy, orange-pink hair and clear, soft amber eyes, giving her a fresh, girlish look. Shi Xia looked at the SR card Inoue Oraheim and was still satisfied. Oraheim Inoue possesses powerful support abilities, capable of both defense and healing, which perfectly compensates for the team's weaknesses. Summon the SR card Inoue Oraheim? When the prompt appeared, Shi Xia decisively selected yes. An orange light surged from the card and condensed into a human shape in front of Shi Xia. As the light faded, a stunningly beautiful woman slowly appeared in the room. Oraheim Inoue has delicate features and a tall figure. She is wearing a white shirt and a short skirt, looking youthful and cute. Her figure is practically perfect, with her slender waist and curvaceous hips creating a striking contrast and outlining a captivating S-curve. Her legs were long and straight, making her appear even taller under the short skirt. Shi Xia immediately checked Inoue Oraheim's information. Name, Inoue Oraheim. Rank, SR. Level, 30, half of the host's level. Race, human. Appearance, 94 out of 100. Body, 98 out of 100. Partner, Shi Xia. Number of development attempts, 0. Gene unlocking rate, 70%. Skills, Lone Sky Shield / Double Sky Shield return, 3 Sky Shield formation, for Sky Shield resistance. Specialty, cooking. Brief introduction. She is innocent and adorable, naturally naive and quirky, loves peace, has a strong will, and is selfless. Summoning successful, initial affinity, 30. When his death was first summoned, her level was the same as his. However, Inoue Oraheim, who is an SR character, is only half the level of him. Is this the difference in treatment between SSR and SR? But to be fair, Oraheim Inoue's figure is absolutely stunning. It's ridiculously big. Ahem, but her gene unlocking rate is 20% lower than Isteffa's, so her strength is significantly weaker. But what does it mean that the number of development attempts is 0? Oraheim Inoue has an initial affection level of 30, is skilled at cooking, and is so kind and gentle. It shouldn't be a problem to have her cook in the future. Late at night, Shi Xia looked at the summoning circle flashing on the terminal, took a deep breath, and started the card drawing program. When Inoue Oraheim saw Shi Xia, her eyes lit up, and she gave a sweet, slightly shy smile. Ah, you're Shi Xia? My husband? Shi Xia looked at her innocent appearance, paused for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. Yes, I am. Upon hearing this, Inoue Oraheim blushed slightly and quickly bowed. Hello, my name is Inoue Oraheim. Nice to meet you. Shi Xia immediately nodded in return, subconsciously returning the greeting. Hello, I am Shi Xia. Perhaps due to nervousness, she stammered as she spoke, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, creating a slightly awkward atmosphere. Is the weather nice today? Shi Xia looked at the pitch black outside and couldn't help but laugh. It looks pretty good, but it's a bit late. Ah, it's getting dark, I'm sorry. Inoue Oraheim quickly apologized, sticking out her tongue in annoyance, her cheeks turning even redder. It doesn't matter. Seeing Inoue Oraheim's nervous appearance, Chixia couldn't help but feel a little awkward as well. It's getting late, you should get some rest. There are only 2 rooms in the house, and that one is empty. You can stay there tonight. Oraheim Inoue blinked her big eyes, sensing that someone was in another room, and couldn't help but ask curiously. And what about you? I'll just sleep on the sofa. Upon hearing this, Inoue Oraheim immediately shook her head, and her breasts instantly became surging. Isn't that a bad idea? You'll catch a cold. Seeing this, Shi Xiao looked away somewhat embarrassed. It's okay, I'm strong. Oraheim was still worried, so she turned around and went into the room, quickly bringing out a thin blanket. Cover this up for you, and make sure you don't catch a cold. When she handed the blanket over, her fingertips accidentally touched Shi Xiao's hand. She pulled back as if she had been electrocuted, her cheeks turning as red as apples. Ding! Inoue Oraheim's affection for you has increased by 4. Current affection level, 34, bond energy, 0. Thanks. Chixia took the blanket, a warm feeling rising in his heart. Well, I'll go back and rest now. See you tomorrow? Oraheim Inoue lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Chixia looked at her sweet and shy smile and nodded in response. Okay, see you tomorrow. Oraheim Inoue tiptoed into the room, peeking out before closing the door and whispering. Good night, Chixia. Good night. The door closed gently, leaving Chixia alone in the living room. He sat on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket, looking at the moonlight outside the window, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Oraheim Inoue is truly gentle and adorable. Early morning. When Chixia woke up, he smelled a faint fragrance. He got up and walked to the kitchen doorway, where he saw Oraheim Inoue wearing an apron, standing on tiptoe to reach a bowl on the cupboard, her long orange hair swaying gently with her movements. Good morning, Inoue. Oraheim turned around and gave a sweet smile. Good morning, did I disturb you? No, are you making breakfast? Chixia thought that he used to be the one making breakfast, but now that Inoue Oraheim has taken the initiative to do it, he can finally relax. Okay, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard work at all, it's what a wife should do. After Inoue Oraheim finished speaking, she met Chixia's gaze, her cheeks flushed red, and she immediately turned away. Well, breakfast will be ready soon, you can go wash up first. Ding! Inoue Oraheim's affection for you has increased by 4. Current affection level, 38, bond energy, 0. Good. Chixia felt a little embarrassed by Inoue Oraheim's direct words, so he went to wash up. After Chixia finished washing up, a simple breakfast was already laid out on the dining table. Fried eggs, toast, and hot milk. The presentation may not be fancy, but it's full of heartfelt sentiment. He had just sat down when his death came out of the room. She was still wearing a cool sundress, her perfect figure subtly revealed. His gaze swept across the dining table, finally settling on Inoue Oraheim with a hint of scrutiny. Who is she? Oraheim Inoue was startled by the sudden question, and subconsciously looked at Chixia before answering in a low voice. Hello, I am Inoue Oraheim, and I am Chixia's wife. Chixia almost spat out his milk. Just as he was about to explain, he heard Esteth raise an eyebrow, her tone calm yet carrying an undeniable certainty. Oh? Is that so? What a coincidence, I'm one of his. Wife. Chapter 39. Esteth's favorability exceeds 80. Inoue Oraheim. Chixia was secretly pleased when he heard Esteth's words. This proves that Esteth has not forgotten that he is her wife. But now that Esteth and Oraheim Inoue both claim to be his wife, things are getting a bit complicated. Although polygamy is not uncommon in the universe of endurance, and some planetary lords even have hundreds or thousands of wives. But he's only a 19-year-old, so he needs to explain himself to avoid unnecessary trouble. He was about to explain when he saw Esteth glance over at him, her tone indifferent. No need for explanation, I expected this long ago. Chixia was a little confused. Huh? Did you expect what? Esteth walked to the dining table and sat down, picked up a slice of toast and slowly took a bite, her eyes sweeping over Oraheim. The craftsmanship looks mediocre, far inferior to Chixia's. Oraheim Inoue blushed and retorted softly. I will study hard. Looking at the two people in front of him, one with a cold aura and the other with a bewildered and shy expression, Chixia felt his head throb even more. He sighed and continued to press for answers. Esteth, what did you mean by that just now? Isdeth put down her milk glass and tapped her fingertips lightly on the table. Those of us who were summoned all heard a voice during the teleportation. We say our destiny is to follow you and be your wife. She glanced at Orihime Inoue, and that voice also said that you won't be alone with someone. He will have many wives. Orihime Inoue blinked her big eyes and nodded repeatedly. Yes, I heard it too. The voice said that many sisters will be there to take care of you from now on. When she said the word sisters, her cheeks flushed slightly, but she showed no resistance whatsoever. Shixia then realized that the emotion system had already made things clear. It was the system that helped him solve many troublesome situations. So, what do you think? Isdeth raised an eyebrow. Stronger individuals should naturally possess more. As long as you have the ability to keep us here, it doesn't matter. Orihime nodded in agreement, a sweet smile on her face. As long as I can be by your side, it's more fun with more people. Looking at their completely different yet inexplicably unified attitudes, Shixia suddenly felt that this development was actually quite good. Who wouldn't want the harmonious life of polygamy? He scratched his head and laughed. Then, I'll have to trouble you to be understanding from now on. No trouble at all. Orihime Inoue immediately waved her hand and served Shixia porridge, and also served Isdeth a bowl. Eat it while it's hot. Shixia took the bowl, thanked her, and had just scooped up a spoonful when he heard Isdeth say to Orihime. The college entrance exam is tomorrow. If you want to help, take good care of his diet and don't let him get distracted. Orihime immediately straightened her back and nodded vigorously. Yes. I will do everything I can to help my husband, and help Shixia. As she spoke, she ran to the kitchen to bring out a small dish of side dishes, filled their cups with hot soy milk, and busied herself with a sweet smile on her face. Isdeth picked up the porridge, said nothing more, and quietly began to eat. Although she was cold-hearted, she still accepted the soy milk that Orihime offered her. Shixia felt a warm feeling in his heart as he looked at the scene before him. Isdeth's coldness is like winter snow, while Orihime's warmth is like spring sunshine. The two intertwine, making the home more vibrant. Don't bother, sit down and eat too. Almost done. Inoue Orihime placed the last dish of pickled vegetables on the table before sitting down with a smile and taking small sips of her porridge. Breakfast time became a bit more lively, and the atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious. After breakfast, Orihime took the initiative to clean up the dishes, while Isdeth continued watching her drama. Shixia glanced back at the busy orange figure in the kitchen, then at the white figure on the sofa, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Such days don't seem so bad. He withdrew his gaze, clenched his fist, turned and walked to the balcony to begin his cultivation. With the college entrance examination just around the corner, he cannot let down this sense of security, nor can he let down the expectations of those around him. Afternoon. Shixia's gene unlock rate has reached 25%, and Isdeth and Inoue Orihime's affection and bond energy have also increased slightly. Inoue Orihime, current affection level, 42, bond energy, 20. Isdeth, current affection level, 80, bond energy, 290. He saw that Isdeth's affection level had reached 80, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous, because you can have sex once you reach 80 points of affection. When your wife's affection level reaches 80 points or higher, you will receive a system reward for sharing a room with her. Note, the higher the affection level during the room session, the higher the rarity of the card, and the greater the reward. Each wife can only receive this reward once. Hiss. Shixia subconsciously looked at Isdeth. Her long, straight, fair legs, her proud and imposing figure, and her stunningly beautiful face were irresistible to any man. Moreover, knowing that he could share a room with her made it even more difficult to resist. He immediately shook his head and continued practicing the mysterious origin breathing technique. No. Calm down. As an SSR character, the higher Isdeth's affinity level, the greater the rewards you will receive. And you can only get it once, so you can't let JC get carried away and ruin things. He put aside his lewd thoughts and devoted himself even more diligently to cultivation. Isdeth saw Shixia withdraw his burning gaze and couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile. Just as Shixia finished his cultivation, the door was suddenly pushed open. Looking up, he saw his parents, who had not returned for a long time. He rushed forward with delight. Dad, Mom? Why are you back? Shizongheng put down the dishes he was holding and patted him on the shoulder. You're about to take the college entrance exam, so we came back specifically to visit you. Kai Tsuain, carrying an exquisite cake box, smiled and said. We missed your birthday celebration last time, so we're making up for it this time. It's also a way to cheer you on for your college entrance exam. As soon as they finished speaking, their gazes fell on Esteth and Orihime Inoue in the living room, their eyes filled with surprise. Xiaoxia, who are these two? Orihime Inoue immediately greeted her with a smile and a sweet greeting. Hello, uncles and aunts. My name is Inoue Orihime. She even took the shopping basket from Kaitsuein's hand, saying, Auntie, let me help you carry it. Esteth also stood up from the sofa. Although her expression remained indifferent, her tone was still polite. Hello, uncles and aunts, my name is Esteth. Xia quickly explained, they are my heroic spirits. Shi Zonghong and Kaitsuein exchanged a glance, their surprise turning into understanding and joy. Nowadays, psionicists are prevalent, and while the presence of heroic spirits is rare, it's not unheard of. All right. Please sit down, please sit down. Shi Zonghong grinned from ear to ear and pulled Xia to sit down. Infected by Inoue Orihime's enthusiasm, Kaitsuein smiled and said, Inoue, don't bother, I'll go cook. Auntie, let me help you. Without saying a word, Inoue Orihime immediately followed her into the kitchen, quickly helping to pick vegetables while sweetly asking about everyday things. She soon became familiar with Kaitsuein. Esteth, for the first time ever, poured Shi Zonghong a cup of tea, then sat back down on the sofa to watch TV. Shi Zonghong looked at the sweet and enthusiastic Inoue Orihime, then at the aloof Esteth on the sofa, and couldn't help but wink at Xia. My son is great. These two girls are not only beautiful, but also sensible. We won't have to worry about finding wives for him in the future. Xia blushed, Dad, what are you saying? Hey, Dad understands. Shi Zonghong patted his arm and lowered his voice. Heroic spirits are no different from real people, they can get married and have children just like real people. With these two by your side, your father and mother are at ease. Xia thought to himself, there are more than just two. But he dared not say that, and could only awkwardly scratch his head. The aroma of food wafted from the living room, while laughter drifted from the kitchen from Kaitsuein and Inoue Orihime. Esteth would occasionally be drawn into the television program, a barely perceptible smile playing on her lips. Shi Zonghong hummed a little tune as he sipped his tea, while Xia looked at the lively scene before him, feeling a warm glow in his heart. This is what a home should look like. Chapter 40. The college entrance examination begins. Inoue Orihime. After dinner, Kaitsuein opened the cake box and lit the candles. Come on, Xia, make a wish. Xia closed his eyes and silently recited in his mind. Wishing you success in the college entrance examination and peace to your family. The moment she blew out the candles, Orihime Inoue clapped her hands vigorously, her smile sweeter than the cream on the cake. Xia will definitely do exceptionally well on the exam. Esteth didn't speak, only a faint smile played on her lips. When cutting the cake, Xia first handed the two largest pieces to his parents, then gave some to Esteth and Orihime Inoue, and finally picked up his own piece. The warm light shone on everyone's smiling faces, creating a joyful atmosphere. After finishing the cake, Xia took out his terminal and looked at his parents. Dad, Mom, the school gave me a large scholarship. I'm transferring 1 million credits to you. What? A million? Kaitsuein immediately waved her hand, that's too much, we can't accept it. Shi Zonghong chimed in, yes, Xia, now is exactly the time when you need money. Preparing for the college entrance exam or pursuing a path as a psychic, neither of these costs money. Keep this money for yourself. Buy some cultivation resources or keep it in case of emergency. Xia wanted to insist, but Kaitsuein gently patted the back of his hand, her eyes tender. Listen to me, once you've really established yourself, if you want to give us money, we'll happily accept it. Right now, taking care of yourself is the best way to be filial to us. Shi Zonghong laughed and said, that's right. After you graduate, even if you don't want to give it to us, we'll ask for it on our own initiative. What's the rush now? Xia felt a mix of warmth and sadness as he looked at the concern in his parents' eyes. They always gave him the best, never asking for anything in return. Oh well. He put away the terminal and nodded vigorously. After I finish my college entrance exam, I will definitely make sure you live a good life. Silly boy, we're doing just fine now. Kaitsuein smiled and ruffled his hair. The living room was dimly lit. Orihime Inoue was tidying up the cake plates, while Esteth leaned back on the sofa watching TV. Her parents were nagging her to be careful during the college entrance exam. Shi Xia listened quietly, a faint smile on her face. The next day, early morning. Shi Xia and the others had just finished breakfast when the doorbell rang. When I opened the door, it was Teacher Li. Hello Shi Xia, I'm here to pick you up and take you to the exam venue. Thank you for your help, Teacher Li. Shi Xia nodded, turned around and said goodbye. Mom and Dad, I'm leaving. Safety first, don't put yourself in danger. Kai Tsueyin gave him some instructions, and Shi Zonghun patted him on the shoulder. We're waiting for your good news. Shi Xia responded and, along with his death and Inoue Oraheim, got into the car with Teacher Li. Seeing that the atmosphere inside the car was somewhat tense, Shi Xia asked about the details of the exam. Teacher Li, is there anything I should pay special attention to for this year's college entrance examination? Teacher Li thought for a moment and then introduced the topic while driving. This exam will be held on an abandoned planet in the end production universe. Once you arrive at the meeting point, you will be transported through a particle portal. Weapons, medicines, and other resources are scattered all over the abandoned planet. You'll have to find them yourself. However, more detailed rules will be announced when we get to the abandoned planet, and we don't know the specific details yet. But the core of Battle Royale is just two things: eliminate your opponents and survive. Shi Xia understood this was roughly what he had expected. Teacher Li suddenly lowered her voice. Shi Xia, be careful over there. Pay special attention to those who form cliques, and the students in the standard planetary genius class. Gifted class? Yes, they are all students from major families or those with top talents. Their gene unlocking rate is at least 10% or higher. They receive standardized training from a young age, and their resources are frighteningly good. Thinking of this, Teacher Li sighed and said, the threshold for entering that kind of class is extremely high, and the cost is tens of millions of yuan every year. Ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Shi Xia remained silent. This was reality. The rich rely on technology, the poor rely on mutation. But no matter who he encounters, he is determined to get first place in this college entrance examination. Teacher Li led Shi Xia to the Science and Technology building in Area A and walked towards the assembly area of No. 2 Middle School. Xu Debiao saw Shi Xia from afar and went to greet him with a smile. Shi Xia, classmate. Shi Xia responded politely, Principal Zhu. Let's go in first. Shi Xia followed Xu Debiao to the examination hall assembly area, where students from various schools were already standing around. Each school has a uniform, specially designed school uniform, and the students' faces show both nervousness and excitement. Xu Debiao pointed to the teleportation device not far away. That's the particle teleportation gate. Our school will enter through there later. He paused, then looked at his death and Oraheim Inoue behind Shi Xia. Shi Xia, if we're going to use the portal, you'd better put your heroic spirits away first, otherwise they might be teleported to the wrong location. Good. Shi Xia had previously researched that the system could temporarily store them in cards, and they could be summoned again when needed. He looked at Oraheim Inoue in his death, and before he could speak, Oraheim Inoue smiled sweetly and said, Okay, let's go back to the heroic spirit space first. If we encounter any danger, be sure to summon us immediately. Istef didn't say anything, but when she met Shi Xia's eyes, everything was clear. Okay, definitely. Shi Xia smiled slightly at them and then put them back into the system. As the two walked forward, they bumped into Bai Jianqing and the dean of students who were coming from the opposite direction. When Bai Jianqing saw Shi Xia, a kind smile immediately appeared on his face, and he nodded to them. Shi Xia, I wish you good results in your exam and that you will bring glory to our Yongjiang city. Seeing that Bai Jianqing was behaving out of character, Shi Xia figured he must have ill intentions and didn't bother with him. Xu Debiao sneered, Don't worry, Principal Bai, our No. 2 middle school student Shi Xia will definitely get good results. At this point, he couldn't resist taking a jab at Bai Jianqing. All right, I haven't had a chance to thank Principal Bai yet. You're so generous to transfer such an outstanding student like Shi Xia to No. 2 middle school. Upon hearing this, Bai Jianqing not only did not get angry, but instead put on a righteous and awe-inspiring appearance. Principal Zhu, I have always felt that Shi Xia can only unleash his full potential at No. 2 middle school, so I reluctantly decided to let him go, all for the sake of Shi Xia and No. 2 middle school. I am duty-bound to make even the smallest contribution to Yongjiang City. Xu Debiao? Shi Xia? No, does Bai Jianqing have some serious illness? Why is it even being staged? He couldn't be bothered with Bai Jianqing, so he and Xu Debiao left in silence. The head of teaching looked at Bai Jianqing's amiable appearance with a face full of surprise. Principal Bai, are we just going to let this go? Otherwise what? Bai Jiancheng lowered his voice, his eyes sinister. You'd better shut your mouth. He's an SSR, his future is limitless. Our previous grudges are not a big deal. We can easily let bygones be bygones. In time, he will naturally forget them, or he may not have even taken them to heart. But if we are foolish enough to provoke him, I guarantee we won't live long. Remember, don't be a brainless villain, or you'll die young. The head of the teaching department suddenly realized and repeatedly agreed. Principal Bai, you really know how to assess the situation. You're truly brilliant. I wonder what kind of results Qi Xia will get in the college entrance examination. Chapter 41, The Killing Begins. Inoue Oraheim. Qi Xia followed Zhu Debiao toward the number 2 middle school's exclusive teleportation channel. Seeing this, the surrounding students began to whisper among themselves. Who is that person? Someone Principal Zhu would personally accompany? Never seen him before. Does anyone at our school have such a person? Ah. I remember now, he seems to be Qi Xia, the one who can deliver a punch with the force of 10 tons. Is it him? That genius with a 12% gene unlock rate? I heard he has an SSR talent, no wonder he's so highly regarded. Yes, that's him, and he's so handsome. I want to have his babies. Are you a monkey? Damn it! Amidst the murmurs, Qi Xia walked to the teleportation portal. This is a ring-shaped device constructed of silver-white metal, with a light blue particle flow flowing through its center, exuding a sense of technology while also possessing a touch of mysterious power. Zhu Debiao stared at the buzzing portal before him, then turned to Qi Xia, his tone more serious than usual. Although all the students in our number 2 middle school enter through the same gate, the teleportation landing point is random. We must find cover as soon as possible and prepare for survival. Qi Xia nodded and noted it down. He had expected this. This year's college entrance examination involved all the candidates on the entire, standard planet AE-86, which means there were tens of millions of people. Zhu Debiao paused, then emphasized his words. A large number of people means that danger is everywhere, so we have to be careful. However, there is no need to worry too much. Even if you are seriously injured or die on the abandoned planet, you can receive perfect treatment. But death means failure, so we must proceed with caution. Qi Xia nodded. There must be something special about the abandoned planet that could have caused such a miracle. But precisely because of this, others may act even more recklessly, and their methods will certainly be very cruel. Since it's okay to kill them anyway, let's beat them to death. Therefore, this exam is destined to be extremely fierce. Zhu Debiao continued, there will be hidden cameras in every corner inside to broadcast the entire college entrance examination live. There's a live stream? He was slightly surprised, as this meant that his death and Oraheim Inoue's strength could no longer be concealed. Yes, it will be broadcast live globally. Your parents, teachers, and many other people will be watching on the screen. He patted Qi Xia's arm and said, you have SSR talent, so you have a higher starting point than others. Try to play it safe and don't get caught up in large-scale battles as soon as you enter the game. Strive to survive to the end. The higher your ranking, the greater your chances of getting into a top-tier S-level university. There's no need to take excessive risks for the sake of short-term gains. Qi Xia understood what he meant. Revealing one's strength too early would make one a target of public criticism. Don't worry, Principal, I know what I'm doing. Zhu Debiao was relieved and pointed to the teleportation portal. That's about enough, it's time to go in. Remember, staying alive is more important than anything else. Qi Xia took a deep breath and glanced around one last time. The students from number 2 middle school were encouraging each other as they slowly walked towards the teleportation portal. Without further hesitation, he turned and stepped into the portal. The pale blue particle stream instantly engulfed him, a feeling of weightlessness washed over him, and the buzzing in his ears grew louder and louder. The next second, all sound disappeared. When he regained his footing, he was standing on soft, decaying leaves, surrounded by towering ancient trees. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the branches and leaves, and the air was filled with the damp scent of grass and trees. The silver bracelet on my wrist lit up. Candidate ID 888888 has successfully arrived on the abandoned planet. Initial integral 0. Survival countdown 71 hours and 59 minutes. A virtual screen pops up next to the bracelet, displaying concise rules. 1. Collecting resources on the planet will earn you points. 2. You can earn points by killing monsters of the corresponding level. 3. It can steal points from other candidates. 4. A contaminated area will appear every hour. Candidates must stay away from it. Contact with the contaminated area will result in immediate death. 5. A new teleportation point will refresh every 12 hours, through which you can travel to areas with richer resources. 6. 72 hours later, the top 10% of candidates based on their scores will advance. 7. The bracelet contains a planet map that updates the coordinates of teleportation points and other information in real time. 8. If you wish to leave early, go to the escape points that appear in various locations and leave as required. After reading it, Xia realized that these rules were like a real-life version of PUBG. Out of tens of millions of applicants, only 1 million advance. It's truly cruel. First of all, acquiring resources, killing monsters, and plundering other players' points are all outdated gameplay mechanics. Those who know, know. The contaminated area forces players to gather together, increasing the intensity of the exam. To earn a lot of points and achieve a good ranking, you must go to the teleportation point that refreshes every 12 hours. As for the evacuation point, it is designed for candidates who have accumulated enough points but are unable to continue. If you want to leave, you have to go to the evacuation point and pay 1/3 of the points to successfully evacuate. However, this is also a relatively dangerous behavior. After all, if someone were to stake out the evacuation point, it would be like a lamb entering a tiger's den, turning into a deliveryman. Xia opened the map. His current location was on the edge of the abandoned planet. Many areas in the center are displayed as not open. In other words, the current test takers are scattered around the edge of the abandoned planet. To enter the central area, they have to wait for the teleportation point to open. When that teleportation point opened, it became a strategic location that military strategists would fight over. Having figured everything out, what I need to do now is find supplies. Xia darted through the jungle, his eyes scanning the surroundings, when he suddenly spotted a simple thatched hut hidden in the woods ahead. I've got it. He rushed over, pushed open the door, and sure enough, there were several pieces of equipment inside that gleamed with white light. They're all basic, unequipped items. Their defense is barely there, but it's still better than nothing. He reached out and grabbed it. The equipment automatically fitted and tightened around his body, fitting him perfectly. There was also a large machete in the corner, also of white quality, but it felt heavy and solid. White weapon, greatsword, attack power, 100, durability, 40. 3 bottles of the lowest grade spirit power recovery potions were scattered nearby, which he also tucked into his pocket. At least I have some basic knowledge now. Just as Xia picked up the knife, he heard hissing footsteps outside the door, and then a figure suddenly leaped in through the window, wielding a short knife and slashing straight at his face. He reacted extremely quickly, dodging the blade to the side while simultaneously swinging his large cleaver to parry. When the two swords clashed, and the opponent's short sword was deflected by the impact, Xia took advantage of the momentum and pressed down, with the 25% gene unlocking rate boosting the force of the blow. With a crack sound, the opponent's short sword was cleaved in two. The greatsword, its momentum undiminished, slashed down with a whooshing sound. The examinee's pupils constricted sharply, clearly not expecting Xia to be so fierce, and it was too late to retreat. Put. The opponent's figure turned into specks of light and vanished, leaving only a few pieces of equipment on the ground. It's also a whiteboard, and a pair of cloth shoes. Points plus 10. Xia clicks on the information to view the points breakdown. Killed 1 person, gained 10 points. This candidate received no additional points. He picked up the cloth shoes and put them on, which further enhanced his defense. Looks like an ordinary student. He shook his head, packed up his equipment, and continued deeper into the area. Chapter 42 God of Slaughter is Death. Is Death. After passing through a dense bamboo forest, Xia discovered a bamboo house that was much larger than a thatched hut. He pushed open the door, and the equipment inside was still the same white-plated stuff that gleamed with a white light. After searching around, they couldn't find a sword, so they could only put on a few pieces of armor that fit well, and stuff the extra weapons and equipment into the terminal's temporary storage. This storage room is provided by the examinee and has limited capacity. It can only store items required for this exam. After all, weapons have durability. They may chip or even break after a few hits, so it's always good to have a few extra. In the corner, 2 half-person high wooden Buddha statues caught his attention. He picked one up, and the bracelet immediately popped up a notification. Obtain a points earning item. Carrying it will grant you 20 points. Points items? Shi Xia's eyes lit up, and he quickly put both Buddha statues into the temporary warehouse. He continued to search the bamboo hut, turning over every corner, but found only a few bottles of recovery potions and some miscellaneous tools. Fire starter, rope, and simple bandages are all necessities for survival. I'll add 2 points to each item, and I'll accept them all. Shi Xia stepped out of the bamboo house and tapped the real-time leaderboard on his bracelet. The data on the screen jumped rapidly, and his name was displayed as 56 points, placing him in the 60th percentile of the positive integral range. The gap has widened so quickly? He frowned slightly. It seemed that many people had chosen to fight from the very beginning, and their points had increased much faster than his. I originally wanted to find a sword before going into battle, but it seems I need to speed things up. Shi Xia opened the map on his wristband and saw a village ruin not far away, which was quite large. Having made up his mind, he hurried toward the ruins. Upon getting closer, he lay down behind the bushes to observe. The ruins were indeed bustling with activity. A dozen or so people were searching for their own things, and surprisingly, none of them seemed to be fighting over anything. Shi Xia narrowed his eyes, noticing how well these people cooperated. Some people were looting supplies, while others were on guard around the perimeter. Their equipment was also better than the basic items he was wearing, with several pieces of equipment that glowed blue and stood out. These people were not acquaintances before, they were just a temporary group. Given the short time that has just begun, it's unlikely that everyone knows each other. Therefore, he prefers a team that is temporarily assembled, with the aim of making progress together. That's a good idea. More people means more power, and it's also better to capture large supply points. Shi Xia did not reveal himself rashly, but continued to lie in wait and observe. A tall, thin man dragged a tin box out of the wooden house, opened it, and cheered. Found a mid-level resource box. 500 points added. People immediately gathered around, their faces showing excitement. Shi Xia's eyes flickered slightly. 500 points, what good luck. He suppressed his impulse and continued to observe. Sure enough, not long after, another group broke in from the other side of the ruins, and the two sides immediately became tense. We took this place first, get out, the tall, thin man shouted sternly. Resource points are awarded based on skill, whoever gets there first gets them. The burly man leading the group weighed the axe in his hand. If you know what's good for you, hand over the box, or don't blame us for being impolite. Conflict is imminent. Shi Xia quietly took a few steps back and hid behind an ancient tree. The best approach is to sit back and watch the two sides fight it out, waiting until they are both severely weakened before making a move to pick up the pieces. But he doesn't intend to do that. After all, the 20 or 30 people below have points, and it wouldn't be good to waste them. Shi Xia's eyes sharpened, and he immediately summoned his death. A chill suddenly filled the air, and his death's figure materialized around him. Finally, I can move around a bit. She flexed her wrists, a hint of excitement flashing in her eyes. Is there a war going on? Shi Xiayan pointed to the two groups of people below and said with a wicked smile. Please slaughter to your heart's content. His death raised an eyebrow, a cold smile playing on her lips. Little guy, I like what you said. It's been a long time since I've killed anyone. I hope these guys can make me feel pleasure. The two groups of people below were facing off, and the atmosphere was tense. The tall, thin man was holding various basic weapons, and two of them were carrying weapons that glowed with blue light, clearly indicating that they had some wealth. The fat man leading the group carried a massive, dark hammer that looked incredibly heavy. The men behind him also had menacing expressions. Go back to where you came from, and don't touch our things. The tall, thin man glared at the other man, his hand resting on the hilt of the knife at his waist. The fat man chuckled and weighed the hammer in his hand. You bunch of mutts, get out of my way, or I'll smash you all flat with this hammer. Damn it. You're asking for it. I think you're asking for it. The two exchanged a few insults, but neither dared to make the first move. Everyone knows that a real fight would only result in mutual destruction, and would only benefit the other side. Seeing that the tall, thin man showed no intention of making a move, the fat man rolled his eyes and changed his expression. How about this, everyone who sees it gets a share. Hand over that resource box, and we'll leave immediately, and we'll keep to ourselves. The direction he pointed was precisely to the 500-point resource box that the tall, thin man and his companion had just found. The tall, thin man turned pale with anger. Trying to steal my things? Dream on. So there's no room for negotiation? Don't talk about trivial matters. The fat man's face also darkened. So, you're going to refuse a polite toast only to drink a forfeit? Come on. Kill them. Who's afraid of who? The tall, thin man roared loudly, but didn't move an inch. The fat man was also shouting loudly, but he didn't take a single step forward. Just as the two sides were locked in a stalemate, exchanging verbal sparring, a scream suddenly pierced the air. Ah! The two groups turned around abruptly and saw a tall, thin man lying dead in the bushes to the side. There, a tall woman with cascading blue hair slowly walked out, carrying a rapier. Her military uniform accentuated her sharp features, and her eyes were as cold as ice. That's right, as death. So long-winded, always arguing but never actually fighting, what a useless piece of trash. Her tone was flat, yet it felt like a slap across both cheeks. The tall, thin man stared wide-eyed, both shocked and furious. Who are you? Who dares to kill my men? You are not worthy to know my name. You. Seeing his death and the tall, thin man about to fight, the fat man had a sudden idea and decided to let them kill each other first. He looked at the tall, thin man and pretended to retreat. Looks like they're after you. We'll leave now. Brothers, let's retreat. Before they could even take a step, Isthetha's cold voice rang out again. Fatty, did I say you could leave? The fat man paused, frowned, and turned around. You guys fight all you want, why would I stay here if I'm not leaving? Of course we'll stay and die together. Isteth glanced at them, a cold smile curving her lips. I'm not just going to kill him, you'll die too. Arrogant. The fat man and the tall, thin man both got angry at the same time. The two who were just at odds have now reached a tacit agreement. Attack her together. Kill her. Agree. The fat man swung his hammer and charged forward, while the tall, thin man drew his sword and followed. Seeing this, the people behind her also launched an attack, their weapons gleaming coldly, and for a moment several people rushed towards Isteth at the same time. Isteth laughed, a laugh that carried a hint of ghostly malice and a touch of contempt. She moved with lightning speed, weaving through the crowd like a ghost, her rapier tracing icy blue arcs so fast that their trajectory was impossible to discern. Put! 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 Screams rang out one after another. Those who rushed to the front were not even able to get within 3 feet of her before they were struck by a sword and turned into specks of light and disappeared. Every swing she made was precise and ruthless, reaping her opponents as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. Just as the fat man's giant hammer was swinging into the air, Isteth dodged it by sidestepping and simultaneously pierced his shoulder guard with her sword. He screamed in pain, completely losing his earlier arrogance. The tall, thin man was so frightened that his legs went weak. He finally realized that the woman in front of him was someone they could not afford to mess with. This is simply a real weapon of mass destruction. Brothers, retreat. Retreat now. The tall, thin man was the first to react and turned to run away. The fat man ignored his pain and shrank back into the crowd. Let's go. This crazy woman is terrifying. Trying to escape? Isthetha's voice was chilling as she let out a cold laugh. Do you think you can escape? She touched the ground with her toes, and the cold air spread instantly, forming a thin layer of ice on the ground. Those who tried to escape slipped and fell into chaos. The rapier was raised again, and this time, no one resisted. The screams in the ruins gradually subsided, leaving only Isteth standing amidst a patch of light, like a statue. The God of Slaughter. Chapter 43. Who are you? Isteth. Zhu Debiao stared intently at the livestream screen, his fingers flying across the channel list until he finally locked onto Qixia's viewpoint. When he saw Qixia kill his opponent with a single strike, he couldn't help but clap and cheer. Good. Qixia is efficient enough. Before he could even finish his excitement, he saw Qixia arrive at the ruins. Qixia, there are more people on the other side, so don't act rashly. Zhu Debiao was initially worried, but then he saw Isteth step into the battlefield with a rapier and slaughter both groups in an instant. 40 or 50 people were powerless to fight back under her sword, turning into a dissipating speck of light. This. Zhu Debiao's mouth was agape, wide enough to fit an egg. The cheers he had just uttered were stuck in his throat, and he froze completely. He originally thought Qixia was strong enough, but he didn't expect this heroic spirit to be so terrifying. He wiped out 2 groups of people all by himself, as if he were cutting melons and vegetables. Teacherly. Did you see that? Did you see that? He slammed his hand on the table, stood up excitedly, and his voice trembled. Teacher Lee had already jumped up from her chair, her eyes wide open. I saw it! I saw it! It's amazing! Chi Xia and his heroic spirit, it's simply incredible! That's incredible! Xu Debiao waved his hand, his eyes shining, his tone filled with barely suppressed excitement. No, that's not what I'm seeing. What I see is my professional title, the school's resources, our future, all of which are at stake. It's taken off. Unlike the jubilation at number 2 middle school, Bai Jiansheng stared intently at the screen in the number 1 middle school's viewing area, his face turning pale and then flushed. He deliberately switched to Chi Xia's monitoring channel, wanting to see just how much trouble this genius he had let go could cause, but he never expected to see such a shocking scene. Chi Xia himself was already strong, but the combat power of the heroic spirit was so terrifying that it defied all expectations. Oh! Bai Jiansheng gave a bitter laugh, a cold sweat breaking out on his back. Thank goodness I didn't hurt him, otherwise I really would have died. The head of the teaching department standing next to him was also dumbfounded and nodded repeatedly. Yes. Principal, you were truly brilliant. Luckily you stopped me then, otherwise we wouldn't even know how we died. On the screen, his death was casually wiping the blade of her sword, while Chi Xia was sorting through his spoils. The two figures stood out prominently against the backdrop of the ruins. Looking at the scene, Bai Jiansheng felt a mix of emotions. He knew that from this moment on, the high school landscape of Standard Planet AE86 was likely to change. What he personally sent away was the hope that would allow number 1 middle school to shine for 100 years. He also personally nailed his own career to the pillar of shame. Shi Zongheng and Kai Tsueyin squeezed in front of the screen, their eyes glued to the livestream. When Kai Tsueyin saw his death wielding her sword and cutting down enemies with such valiant grace, she excitedly slapped her thigh. Our daughter-in-law here is really amazing. With her by Xia's side, I feel at ease. Shi Zongheng nodded repeatedly, his face full of pride. That's right. With such a strong fighting ability, no one will dare to bully Xia in the future. Kai Tsueyin glanced at him with a smile. You just want someone to protect your son. But then again, this daughter-in-law may seem cold, but she really cares about Xia. She suddenly remembered something and said again. And Inoue, he's gentle and kind, which is nice too. They are all good girls. Shi Zongheng remarked with emotion, Xiaoxia is blessed. Kai Tsueyin gently punched him. You old rascal, what are you thinking? I mean, the most important thing is that the children are safe and sound. Yes. Shi Zongheng quickly agreed, his gaze returning to the screen. I hope that Xia, Steph, and Inoue can all pass their exams smoothly and come back safely. It definitely will. Kai Tsueyin held her husband's hand tightly, her eyes full of anticipation. Abandoned planet. When Chi Xia walked up to Steph, he saw her flicking the blood off her rapier, her face showing some impatience. This is so boring. It's pointless to fight against opponents of this caliber. Chi Xia shrugged helplessly. Isteth's gene unlocking rate of 90% made dealing with examinees whose gene unlocking rates were generally between 1% and 3% a piece of cake. He crouched down and began to pick up the equipment scattered on the ground. Isteth, thank you for your hard work. Isteth snorted and said nothing more, simply standing aside with her arms crossed, scanning her surroundings to prevent any more foolish people from showing up. Chi Xia rummaged through the spoils of war. There was quite a lot of equipment for 40 or 50 people piled together. Most of it was plain, but there were also a few pieces of equipment that glowed with blue light. He picked and chose, stuffing suitable protective gear and spare weapons into the temporary storage, and finally picked up a long blue sword with a slender blade, tested its feel, and nodded in satisfaction. This one is good, much more comfortable to use than my machete. This sword is of blue quality, with an attack power of 120 and a durability of 50. Finally, we have a decent weapon. Chi Xia tied the sword to his waist and put away the several bottles of intermediate recovery potions and more than 10 points items he had found. He opened the resource box that gave him 500 points and found a huge bronze porcelain piece inside. Check your points. He tapped on his wristband, and the screen displayed 25 points, meaning he had already climbed to the edge of the top 1% in the rankings. This speed at which they climbed the rankings is truly astounding. If Isteth can keep attacking, points can be gained faster. However, judging from Isteth's demeanor, she probably doesn't have much interest in the upcoming killings. In that case, one must be strong oneself to succeed. He didn't want to become someone else's weak point. Let's go somewhere else. Is Death nodded. Where to? The map shows an abandoned factory to the north. It looks quite large. Let's go try our luck. The two did not linger and entered the dense forest one after the other. Deep in the dense forest, Qixia and his Death's footsteps made almost no sound on the thick layer of fallen leaves, and their pace was very light. Just then, the bushes in front were suddenly parted, and a group of men stood menacingly in the middle of the road. The young man leading the group had slicked back hair and was wearing a high school uniform. When the slick-haired youth's gaze swept over his Death, she was like a firecracker that had been lit, instantly bristling with anger. You filthy woman! It's you! His Death frowned slightly, her icy blue eyes lingering on the other's face for less than half a second before she coldly said, Who are you, you little nobody? You've forgotten me? I am. Forget it, I don't want to know. She glanced indifferently at the slick-haired young man and said casually, A small fry should live like a small fry. If you insist on coming to your death, then I have no choice but to send you here. Go to hell. Chapter 44 Slaughter to be continued. Is Death. You. The slick-haired youth felt deeply insulted. His Death not only forgot him but also called him a nobody, which enraged him. He pointed to his nose, his voice suddenly rising in pitch. I am Fan Ji. Fan Ji, the genius of number 1 high school. Last time in the dungeon lobby, you dared to knock me unconscious. Today, it's time to settle that score. Qixia then remembered that there was indeed such a person. He tried to flirt with his Death back then, but was slapped unconscious. He never expected to meet her here again. His Death frowned slightly, looked him up and down a few times, and then coldly looked away. I don't know him. Fan Ji's face turned red from being choked, and the dozen or so people behind him immediately stepped forward, their weapons making a cold, metallic scraping sound. Enough talk. Brothers, cripple this kid. As for this woman. He licked his lips, a malicious glint in his eyes. I want to let her get to know some of the younger brothers very well. His Death crossed her arms, a mocking smile playing on her lips. No matter how many ants there are, they are still just ants. After saying that, she turned around and sat down on the rock with a leisurely air. Qixia knew that his Death was too lazy to make a move, so he took a step forward. I am enough to deal with you all by myself. Upon seeing this, Fan Ji was immediately enraged. His Death not only doesn't take them seriously, but now even Qixia, a kid from number 2 middle school, is so arrogant. It's simply too much. You little brat. You're asking for it. Brothers, kill him. Bai Jiansheng, watching the big screen, was completely distraught. His face was grim. He never expected that Fan Ji, a top player from number 1 high school, would actually run into Qixia. And they even had a grudge against each other. Even if there were grudges, why would Fan Ji dare to attack Qixia? Isn't this blatant suicide? Run. A bunch of idiots. Don't go and get yourself killed. However, Fan Ji and the others on the screen couldn't hear it. His henchmen, armed with various basic weapons, were already charging menacingly towards Qixia. Qixia slowly moved forward, and with a slight flick of his wrist, the end of the sword sheath precisely struck the knee of the foremost follower. Snap! A sharp crack was followed by a scream, and the man collapsed to the ground clutching his leg. Almost at the same time, Qixia quickly weaved through the crowd. Amidst the flashing swords, screams and cries of pain rose and fell. His movements were so fast that no one could see his trajectory. With each raise of his hand and turn of his head, someone lost their life. The men Fan Ji brought didn't even see how the other party made their move before they fell one after another. You're insane. You're insane. Fan Ji's face instantly lost all color. He never imagined that the inconspicuous number 2 middle school student in the dungeon lobby would be so strong. He turned to run, but before he could take a step, he found that Qixia had somehow blocked his way. Want to leave? Xixia's voice was devoid of emotion. A ruthless glint flashed in Fan Ji's eyes. He suddenly pulled out a poisoned short dagger from his pocket and stabbed it toward Xixia's abdomen. This move was swift and insidious, clearly indicating that it was planned in advance. Qixia didn't turn around at all. He simply gripped the hilt of his sword with his other hand, and the long sword drew a silvery arc in the sunlight, so fast that it left only a blur. With a whoosh, Fan Ji's right hand flew up. Ah! He clutched his severed arm in agony, looking at Qixia with utter terror. I. He wanted to say something more, but a cold glint flashed and the corpse was severed from its head. Points plus 20. The longsword was sheathed, making a crisp, light sound. With his perfect S-level swordsmanship and a 25% gene unlock rate, Xia could kill them with ease. He looted the corpse, collecting the usable equipment and resource boxes, which increased his points by another 80. His death didn't even glance at the corpse on the ground, and turned to walk towards the factory. Xia finished packing and quickly followed. Xia and his death darted through the forest, and as they got closer to the abandoned factory, they saw a faint purple light rising from the direction of the factory, casting a hazy halo on the dark building outline. That is? Xia paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. A purple glow indicates that there is equipment of purple quality there. His death stopped in her tracks, her icy blue eyes fixed on the purple light. It seems there is purple equipment. Xia frowned, something's not right. There's no reason why no one should have noticed such obvious light. More likely, someone deliberately left bait, waiting for someone to take the bait. This is entrapment, using high-end equipment as bait to lure greedy people into a trap, then setting up an ambush to catch them all. His death raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with provocation. What? You're too scared to go? Xia turned to look at her, a smile playing on his lips. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. If you don't even dare touch a purple weapon, how can I be your advisor? Husband. His death was slightly taken aback, then chuckled softly. You're getting bolder and bolder with your words these days. Then you mustn't disappoint me. After saying that, she stopped in her tracks, clearly wanting Xia to handle the situation on his own. Xia didn't waste any time and approached the factory under the cover of the broken walls and ruins. As soon as he reached the edge of the factory area, Xia keenly sensed several hidden presences. Sure enough, there was an ambush, and not just one group, but at least a dozen people, scattered in different corners of the factory entrance. There are 3 on the roof of the warehouse on the left, 5 hidden behind the wall on the right, and a few more inside the factory, but their exact locations are unclear. Xia's eyes sharpened, and he gripped the long sword at his waist. If you dare to set an ambush, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. Using the abandoned machinery as cover, he quietly circled around to the warehouse on the left. The people lying in ambush were clearly waiting for more fish to take the bait, completely unaware that danger was approaching. Xia timed his move perfectly and suddenly burst out from behind the machine. The long sword was drawn from its sheath, creating a sharp whistling sound, and aimed directly at the 3 people on the roof of the warehouse. Instant kill combo. The 3 people were too late to react when they realized what was happening, and they instantly turned into specks of light and disappeared. Xia didn't stop. He bent down and collected the equipment that the 3 of them had dropped, stuffing the useful ones into the temporary warehouse, and then continued walking deeper into the warehouse. In the darkness, 4 ambushers were pressed against the wall, ready to surround him once he went deeper inside. But Xia's senses had already pinpointed their location. He deliberately slowed his pace, as if he were surveying his surroundings. When he got close to the corner, he suddenly flashed and twirled his longsword in his hand, creating a sword flower. It was fast, accurate, and ruthless, with each strike aimed directly at a vital point. Put. Put. The 4 soft sounds almost came together in one breath. Before the 4 people could even see the attackers' movements, they had already fallen to the ground and turned into specks of light. The whole process was eerily silent. There was no struggle, no shouting, only the faint sound of a sword cutting through the air. Xia sheathed his sword, the blade flashing a cold light in the dim light. At this moment, he didn't look like a swordsman fighting head-on at all, but rather like an assassin lurking in the shadows, with each move carrying deadly precision and speed. That's perhaps the allure of Battle Royale. Under the pressure of survival, learn to deal with your opponents in the most effective and direct way. Next up are those people from the Purple Light Division. The killing continues. Chapter 45, heading to the next teleportation point. Inoue Oraheim. Xia crept deep into the factory, his figure hidden in the shadow of the rusted machine tools, his breathing extremely soft. His 25% gene unlocking rate gives him a sense of 5 senses far beyond that of ordinary people, but he still dares not be careless. In the end-of-life universe, bizarre psychic powers emerge one after another, and a slight misstep could lead to disaster. When he was still 100 meters away from the source of the purple light, he suddenly tensed up. Call out. A whooshing sound suddenly rang out, and an arrow pierced straight at his face. Xia tilted his head, and the arrow grazed his ear and embedded itself in the iron plate behind him, bursting into a string of sparks. Immediately afterwards, arrows rained down like a storm, their angles so sharp they blocked all his escape routes. He tiptoed across the ground, his body twisting and turning in the narrow space, while simultaneously wielding his sword to parry and shatter several unavoidable arrows into fragments. Amidst the clanging sounds, he moved swiftly under the cover of the machine tool, his eyes already locked on the direction from which the arrows came. The enemy is at the ventilation shaft on the second floor. Shi Xia frowned. Just as he hid behind a pillar, another arrow came flying with pinpoint accuracy, as if it had eyes. It seems that the other party can not only sense his location, but also predict his movements. Based on this, the opponent should be a domain deployment type, possessing powerful perception within a certain range. An archer with powerful perception needs to close the distance even more, otherwise, with nowhere to hide, he will only be worn down to death. Shi Xia stopped dodging, suddenly ducked and rushed out, speeding towards the second floor. Stop him! A sharp shout came from the ventilation shaft, and 3 arrows shot in a triangular formation, blocking his path. Shi Xia flicked his wrist, deflecting all the arrows with his longsword. At the same time, he leaped up, stepping on the stacked wooden crates to jump upwards. Just as he was about to step onto the second floor platform, he suddenly felt his feet sink and his body instantly lost its balance. Ha, I've been tricked. A young man dressed in a gray outfit stepped out of the shadows, his hands on the ground, a smug look on his face. This is my gravity control, it can double your weight. Let's see how you move. Shi Xia staggered when he landed, his legs felt like they were made of lead, and every step was extremely difficult. An archer slowly emerged from the ventilation shaft, while another figure wielding a large cleaver lunged from the side, the blade flashing fiercely. With the 3 of us working together, you're doomed, the knife wielder grinned as he approached. Shi Xia looked down at his heavy feet, and a cold smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Is that all you've got? His gene unlock rate is 25%, and his strength has reached 22 tons, so he will not be controlled by this gravity at all. He deliberately feigned weakness to lure out all the people hiding in the shadows. Now that they've all come out, there's no need to hide anymore. He unleashed a powerful burst of spiritual energy, instantly breaking free from the constraints of gravity. With a stomp of his feet, his figure darted out like a ghost, his target the gravity controller. How is this possible? The gravity controller was horrified and hurriedly tried to enhance his abilities, only to see a cold light already upon him. Instant kill flash. The longsword pierced the air, precisely striking his throat. Upon immediate death, the gravitational binding also disappears. Third brother. The archers and swordsmen cried out in alarm, their minds thrown into chaos. Shi Xia pressed his advantage, spinning around and sweeping his longsword across, forcing back the knife wielder while simultaneously lunging towards the ventilation shaft. In a panic, the archer fired an arrow, but he easily dodged it. The next second, the cold blade was already pressed against the opponent's neck. It's over. A flash of swordlight, and the archer vanished as a speck of light. Seeing that things were not going well, the knife wielder turned around and tried to escape. How could Shi Xia give him that chance? With a light tap of the toes, they pursued. Stop chasing. The knife wielder turned around in terror and swung his knife to block. Clang. As the swords clashed, the swordsman felt an immense force, his hand split open, and the broadsword flew out of his grasp. He watched helplessly as Shi Xia's longsword pierced his chest, his eyes filled with resentment and fear. How so? As the light faded, silence returned to the factory. Shi Xia sheathed his sword, looted the corpse, and his points surged again, reaching 2,525 points, still ranking in first place. He walked toward the purple light, which enveloped a long sword. The sword is about 3 feet long, with a deep purple glow throughout. Intricate dark patterns are engraved on the spine of the sword. When he grips the hilt, a warm power spreads from his palm, resonating faintly with his spiritual energy. Attack power, 140, durability, 60. A fine sword. He weighed it in his hand, it felt excellent, much more comfortable than the previous blue longsword. Shi Xia tied the sword to his waist, gathered up the scattered points items, and turned to walk out of the factory. His death was waiting for him under a withered tree. When she saw the purple sword at his waist, she raised an eyebrow. It's pretty fast. Shi Xia smiled and said, We're lucky. Let's go and keep going. In the journey that followed, they encountered many opponents, but without exception, they all became stepping stones for their points to rise. The points on the bracelet soared from 2525 to 5866. Its ranking jumped from 1% to 10th place. In the live streaming channel, people were originally paying attention to their friends and family, or checking out the popular contestants in the gifted class. It wasn't until Chi Xia's ranking climbed at an astonishing speed that many people recognized this rising star from a second-tier city. Holy crap! Chi Xia's swordsmanship is amazing. Not only are they tough, but they're also incredibly bold. They specifically target crowded places and kill anyone they see. TSK, what a killing machine. By the way, who is that stunningly beautiful older woman following behind him? It seems to be his heroic spirit. Holy crap, such a beautiful young lady is actually his heroic spirit. I'm so envious. If I had such a beautiful heroic spirit, I would never leave the house. A handful of Luwei Dihuang pills, a handful of goji berries, perfect. Beautiful women are nice, but don't be greedy, it'll damage your kidneys. What a joke. I'm already in this state, why would I be afraid of damaging my kidneys? I wouldn't even be afraid of kidney failure. 6. Look, Chi Xia has summoned another heroic spirit. Damn. Another stunning beauty. Report. There's a cheater. Abandoned planet. Chi Xia glanced around, confirming that there was no immediate danger and that his points were firmly in the top ranks, and his tense nerves relaxed slightly. The continuous fighting had left him somewhat exhausted, and his stomach began to rumble. Take a break and have something to eat. He told his death, and then summoned Orihime Inoue through the system. With a flash of light, Orihime Inoue appeared. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Chi Xia and his death were both safe and sound. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Don't worry, we can handle this situation. Chi Xia smiled and took out compressed rations, water, and several packets of dried meat from the temporary warehouse. I'm a little hungry, I'm going to eat something. His death leaned against a tree, took the water Chi Xia handed her, and said calmly. They're all students, it's really boring. Chi Xia chuckled lightly. For his death, Battle Royale was more like a massacre. However, 12 hours have passed now, and the teleportation point will refresh, allowing you to travel to areas with richer resources. At that time, the enemies there will be relatively stronger. Inoue Orihime asked softly, taking a small bite of the dried meat. Where do we go next? Chi Xia looked at the bracelet. Once the new teleportation point refreshes, we will head to the new area. His death nodded, which was taken as agreement. Hopefully I can meet the so-called gifted class students there and see just how talented they are. Speaking of the gifted class, Chi Xia's eyes gleamed with fighting spirit. He also wanted to challenge those geniuses who were nurtured at a cost of tens of millions of credits every year. Alright, the teleportation point has appeared. Let's go and meet them. Chapter 46, Saving the Elite Students of No. 2 Middle School. Inoue Orihime. Several new red dots suddenly lit up on the map on the bracelet, marking teleportation points. Chi Xia pointed to a red dot on the map, less than 5 kilometers away, and made a decision. The one to the north is the closest, let's go there. The three of them immediately set off, quickly traversing the edge of the dense forest. Not long after they started walking, they suddenly heard a series of sounds of weapons clashing and shouts coming from ahead, clearly indicating that a fierce battle was taking place. Chi Xia didn't want to cause trouble, but just one glance was enough to make him stop in his tracks. There were more than a dozen students wearing the uniforms of No. 2 Middle School, who were surrounded by more than 30 people and were fighting a bloody battle. Their equipment was generally poor, and some had already been eliminated. The remaining men were all injured and were on the verge of collapse. They're from our school. I can't breathe, Inoue Orihime said urgently, her voice filled with worry. Chi Xia's eyes darkened. Although he wasn't familiar with these people, they were all from the same school, so he couldn't just stand by and watch them be surrounded and killed. He hadn't forgotten his promise to Zhu Debiao, and immediately turned around. Let's go save them. He gave his death a wink, and she understood, a hint of coldness flashing in her icy blue eyes. Inoue, take care of yourself and be ready to provide support. Chi Xia gave the instructions, then gripped his purple longsword and charged out first. People from No. 2 Middle School, we're here. His voice boomed like thunder, and his longsword was drawn, carrying a sharp purple light as it hurtled towards the group that was attacking most fiercely. His death followed closely behind, conjuring several ice spikes from her fingertips and accurately shooting them at the lone enemies. The attacking force was caught off guard and its formation was disrupted by the sudden attack. It's Chi Xia. Some students from No. 2 Middle School recognized him, which immediately boosted their morale. We're saved. The leader of the group of attackers was a blonde-haired youth who roared angrily upon seeing this. Where did this stray dog come from, daring to interfere in my business? Without a word, Shi Xiao wielded his long sword, instantly turning the two enemies into specks of light. The blonde-haired youth saw Shi Xiao wearing the number 2 middle school uniform and gave a disdainful smile. Another bumpkin from a second-tier city? Coming here to die? He shook his school uniform, which had the words Haicheng number 1 middle school printed on the chest, and his tone became increasingly arrogant. Students from a trash school like yours dare to compete with us for resources? Haicheng number 1 high school is a top-tier school on standard planet AE86, excluding the gifted classes, and its strength far surpasses that of ordinary high schools. Tuition fees may not be in the tens of millions, but they start at $1 million. The blonde-haired youth, named Huang Jun, sneered when he saw that Qi Xiao was only level 60. You don't think being level 60 is that awesome, do you? Ha ha. We're all level 60. And my gene unlocking rate is as high as 12%. Stepping on you is as easy as stepping on an ant. Qi Xiao's eyes remained calm, but his grip on the sword tightened. Yellow-haired dog, are you done with your nonsense? Who the hell are you calling a yellow-haired dog? Who else is here besides you, you yellow-haired dog? Huang Jun instantly lost his temper, his arrogance turning into fury. Go to hell. He suddenly exerted force with his feet, his figure shooting out like an arrow, his blue longsword slashing towards Qi Xiao with an astonishing speed, accompanied by the sound of wind cutting through the air. This is precisely his psionic power, an instantaneous burst. Watch out, a student from number 2 middle school couldn't help but exclaim. Qi Xiao advanced instead of retreating, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and his purple longsword was suddenly drawn, striking the side of the longsword with precision. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was deafening. Huang Jun felt a tremendous force coming from him, and his long sword almost slipped from his hand. He was filled with astonishment. You actually managed to block my burst of power? Qi Xiao's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. Is that all you've got? Huang Jun roared and swung his longsword even more fiercely, the blade light enveloping Qi Xiao's body as he tried to suppress his opponent with speed. Qi Xiao dodged and weaved amidst the flashing blades, his purple longsword firmly protecting his vital points as he awaited his chance to counterattack. After a few rounds, Huang Jun's instant burst disappeared, and his movements became slightly sluggish. Now! A glint flashed in Qi Xiao's eyes as he seized the fleeting opening and charged forward, his longsword drawing a dazzling arc in the sunlight. Put! As the sword flashed, Huang Jun's longsword snapped in two, and the purple longsword pierced through his defenses without any resistance. Huang Jun's eyes widened, his face still frozen in disbelief, as his body turned into specks of light and vanished. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. The students at Haicheng number 1 high school were stunned. Their leader was dead? SR's psionic energy, plus a 12% gene unlock rate, and he just died like that? The students from number 2 middle school erupted in thunderous cheers. We won. Qi Xia is amazing. The time for a counterattack has come. Qi Xia raised his arm and shouted, his purple longsword pointing directly at the remaining students from Haicheng number 1 middle school. The students of number 2 middle school were greatly encouraged and followed him as he charged forward. Without their leader, the Haicheng number 1 middle school team instantly collapsed, no longer daring to linger in battle, and turned to flee. But Qi Xia would not give them a chance. With flashing sword light, he cooperated with the students of number 2 middle school and quickly eliminated all the remaining people. Xu Debiao stared intently at the screen, his fingers gripping the hem of his clothes so tightly that his knuckles turned white. When he saw the elite students of number 2 middle school surrounded by Haicheng number 1 middle school, all of them injured and in grave danger, his heart felt like it was being gripped by a giant hand, almost leaping out of his throat. These students are the hope of number 2 middle school. If they perish here, all the hard work the school has put in over the past few years will have been in vain. He was even prepared for all his efforts to be in vain, and his eyes were getting hot. But the next second, Qi Xia rushed out. The purple longsword was like a dragon, and his death's chilling aura was like frost. The two of them descended like divine warriors, instantly turning the tide of the battle. When Xu Debiao saw Huang Jun being instantly killed by a sword and all the students from Haicheng number 1 middle school being eliminated, he could no longer hold back, slammed his fist on the table, and almost burst into tears. Great! Great! Qi Xia! He's truly a savior for our number 2 middle school. Miss Li, who was standing next to her, was also so excited that her face turned red, and she nodded repeatedly. Great! The elite troops have been saved. Shi Xia's move was crucial. I knew I hadn't misjudged him. Zhu Debiao murmured, laughing and crying at the same time. Our number 2 high school is finally going to be able to hold its head high. In another viewing area, Bai Jiancheng watched the screen as the elite students of Haicheng number 1 middle school were defeated and the students of number 2 middle school cheered. He felt a sharp pain in his heart, as if he had been stabbed hard by something. Shi Xia killed the elites of number 1 middle school, while he saved all the elites of number 2 middle school. How ironic. Originally, he should have been from our number 1 high school. Bai Jiancheng clutched his chest, his voice filled with bitterness and regret. If he hadn't only cared about immediate gains and had fulfilled his responsibilities as principal, perhaps Qi Xia would be the one leading number 1 middle school in its charge right now. But there's no going back. Bai Jiancheng closed his eyes and let out a long sigh. Some opportunities, once missed, will never come back. Seeing Bai Jiancheng's distressed expression, the head of the teaching department muttered to himself. If Qi Xia gets first place in this college entrance examination, how will Principal Bai feel? Chapter 47. Each with their own ulterior motives. Inoue Oraheim. Qi Xia looked at the number 2 middle school classmate in front of him and asked a question. Where do you plan to go next? A pair of almost identical twin brothers stepped out from the crowd, with Huang Xiaolong on the left speaking first. With our current strength, we can only try our luck at the first teleportation point and see if we can find any high point resources. He paused here, glanced at his younger brother Huang Xiaowu beside him, and seemed hesitant to speak further. Shi Xia saw their concerns and knew that the distance to the teleportation point would be very dangerous, and that there were even powerful figures lying in wait at the teleportation point. Rather than taking the risk of going forward, it would be safer to rely on him and go together, but they were too embarrassed to ask directly. He smiled and said directly. All right, I'll take you to the teleportation point and help you enter the next level. Really? Huang Xiao's eyes lit up, his tone full of surprise. Thank you so much, Qi Xia. The surrounding classmates also showed expressions of gratitude. Qi Xia's rescue earlier had already convinced them, and now they trusted him from the bottom of their hearts. Qi Xia waved his hand, his tone becoming serious. However, let me make this clear from the start. Once we enter the next level, I will be acting alone. This is all I can do for you. Moreover, the competition on the next level will definitely be more intense, and the opponents will be stronger. At that time, I will be too busy to protect you. He paused, looking at everyone. So you need to think it through. Do you want to stay here and scavenge for supplies to secure points, or go to the next level and take a gamble? Huang Xiaolong and Huang Xiaowu exchanged a glance, then exchanged a look with their classmates, and finally said in unison. Let's go to the next floor. Even if I can only scrape together a few more points on the next floor, it's better than staying here and waiting to die. Yes, there are very few points left to gain on this level, we have to give it our all. Yes, at least I tried my best, so I have no regrets. Qi Xia nodded, admiring their courage. Alright, since we've made up our minds, let's hurry. The supplies at the teleportation point won't wait for anyone. He turned to look at his staff, who nodded slightly, clearly having no objection. Inoue Oraheim walked to his side and gave him a sweet smile. Qi Xia, we'll listen to you. Qi Xia quickly looted Huang Jun and his group's supplies and stored them in a temporary warehouse. The students at number 2 middle school clearly understood the difference between the two kings and had no objections. After the looting was complete, Qi Xia took the lead and said in a deep voice. Set off. The students from number 2 middle school followed closely behind. The originally somewhat scattered group now appeared exceptionally orderly because they had a leader. Huang Xiaolong and Huang Xiaowu took the initiative to walk on both sides of the group, helping to keep watch around. The others also performed their duties, and the atmosphere gradually became solemn and orderly. As Qi Xia and his group were approaching the teleportation point, another group of people suddenly appeared in front of them. He raised his hand to signal everyone to stop, then hid behind a tree to observe. The opposing force numbered about a dozen people. They were composed and, although they did not display any murderous intent, they exuded a sense of well-trained elite. At this moment, a handsome young man with a tall and slender figure walked out with a gentle smile on his face. Excuse me, student, please wait. It's best not to rush across the road ahead. Qi Xia stepped forward and looked at him calmly. I wonder what this student means. I am Zhao Qiankuan from Beicheng number 1 middle school. Qi Xia, number 2 middle school of Yongjiang City. The young man cupped his hands in greeting and then explained. There are two people guarding the entrance to the teleportation point ahead. It's best not to rush in. Two people? Why don't we just charge over there? Huang Xiaohu couldn't help but say. Zhao Qianquan shook his head helplessly. Those two are not ordinary characters. They are the Xue Wudao and Xue Wuwan brothers, who are currently ranked 8th and 9th on the leaderboard. They are also twins. He paused, his tone becoming serious. They are students in the genius class, SR level psionicists, whose gene unlocking rate is said to have reached 18%, and their level is 65. A gifted class? The students at number 2 middle school gasped in shock. The reputation of the genius class is well known. It's a place that gathers the most outstanding students of Standard Planet AE86. I never expected to run into them here. Shi Xia narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Zhao Qianquan. He stopped them here not out of kindness, but for some other purpose. Is Zhao stopping us because he wants to work together to break through? Zhao Qianquan laughed loudly. Nothing can be hidden from Shi Xia. That's right, I want to join forces with you to get through this level and advance to the next level. Shi Xia had some knowledge of Beiqing No. 1 Middle School, which was a top-tier school second only to Haiqing No. 1 Middle School. Zhao Qianquan appears gentle, but his eyes conceal a calculating mind. He is quite shrewd. But he did need to find out more about the two genius brothers, so he nodded and said, Okay, tell me your plan. Zhao Qianquan lowered his voice and said in a deep voice. We have two teams, each responsible for one person. This way we can all reduce the pressure. As for whether we can break through their grasp, that depends on each team's ability. Shi Xia, what do you think of this? Shi Xia frowned slightly. The plan didn't seem to have any problems. Whether or not one can overcome the obstacle depends entirely on their own abilities, which is perfectly reasonable. But he always felt that Zhao Qianquan's thoughts were not so simple, and he had to be wary of him. Okay, let's act together. A hint of surprise flashed in Zhao Qianquan's eyes, and he then smiled. Okay, I wish us a pleasant cooperation. It's a pleasure to work with you. Both sides reached a consensus and made their respective deployments. Shi Xia looked at the students of number 2 middle school and gave them instructions in a low voice. When the battle starts, I'll deal with one of the Xue brothers. You all take the rest and head straight for the teleportation point. Don't worry about me. The students from number 2 middle school were all somewhat bewildered upon hearing this. Huang Xiaolong said anxiously, How can this be? Those are people from the gifted class. No matter how strong you are, it's too dangerous for you to handle them alone. Shi Xia smiled, a hint of confidence flashing in his eyes. Don't worry, dealing with one of them is enough. Everyone was shocked to hear this. Shi Xia's gene unlocking rate was only 12% during the test. Could it be that he has already caught up with the brothers' 18%? If that's the case, then his growth rate is terrifying. Huang Xiaowu was still worried. Why don't we two brothers stay and help you? More people means more help. Need not. Shi Xia shook his head, his gaze sweeping over Zhao Qianquan and his group in the distance. When you break through, keep a close eye on the people from Beiqing No. 1 Middle School, don't let them trick you. Is there something wrong with them? Huang Xiaolong became alert. It's hard to say, but one should always be wary of others. Everyone nodded quickly, becoming more wary. On the other side, Zhao Qianquan was giving instructions to his subordinates. Proceed according to the original plan and strive for a safe passage for all personnel. Yes. At this moment, a boy with a buzz cut suddenly said, Boss, the person ranked 10th on the leaderboard is named Shi Xia. Zhao Qianquan immediately tapped his bracelet and confirmed that Shi Xia was indeed in 10th place. A sly glint flashed in his eyes. Interesting. Perfect. Let the Xue brothers, who are 8th and 9th, deal with Shi Xia, who is 10th. Let them fight like dogs and get rid of a troublesome one. Wouldn't Shi Xia be difficult to deal with? Who cares if he's easy to deal with or not? Zhao Qianquan sneered, just lure him to the Xue brothers' side and let them kill each other. We'll reap the benefits and everyone will move to the next level. It would be best if they fought to the death, so that we would lose some of our top combat power, which would be entirely beneficial to us. He glanced at Shi Xia and met Shi Xia's gaze. He immediately gave Shi Xia a warm smile and waved. As soon as Shi Xia looked away, the smile on his face vanished instantly, and his eyes turned ruthless. Shi Xia. Thank you for this generous gift. His men understood and all revealed cold smiles. Chapter 48, Slaying the 9th ranked member of the Genius class. Is death. At the entrance to the teleportation point, Xue Wudao and Xue Wuwan stood side by side. Both were tall with strong facial features, and their purple spears gleamed coldly, the tips pointing diagonally at the ground, exuding a terrifying aura. Two more teams are coming? Xue Wuwan raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with amusement. Perfect, after collecting these points, we'll move on to the next level. Xue Wudao nodded, his sharp eyes already locked onto Qi Xia and Zhao Qiankuan, who were charging at the forefront. Let's do it. Before the words were even finished, the two rushed out, their spears creating a sharp gust of wind as they charged straight at him. You all need to get out of here. Qi Xia shouted and drew his sword first, the purple longsword drawing a dazzling arc of light. Instant kill flash. Clang. Xue Wudao parried with his spear, the immense impact causing the ground beneath their feet to tremble slightly. He took a half step back, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. That's interesting. Taking the opportunity, Qi Xia turned around and shouted to the students from number 2 middle school behind him. Hurry up and get to the teleportation point. Huang Xiaolong and his brothers didn't dare to delay and immediately rushed towards the flashing teleportation circle. On the other side, Zhao Qiankuan suddenly moved. He looked at Xue Wuwan rushing towards him, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and instantly unleashed his spiritual power. Replace. A strange light flashed, and Xue Wuwan's figure instantly switched places with a number 2 middle school student who was charging forward. What? Before the student could react, he found himself standing in front of Zhao Qiankuan, while Xue Wuwan, exuding murderous intent, disappeared into the crowd of number 2 middle school students. Court death. Xue Wuwan roared and swept his spear horizontally, instantly knocking away the surrounding number 2 middle school students. Zhao Qiankuan, expressionless, swung his sword, killing the number 2 middle school student in front of him, and shouted. Quick, get to the teleportation point. Zhao Qiankuan, you're despicable. Huang Xiaowu's eyes were bloodshot, but he was forced to retreat repeatedly by Xue Wuwan's spear, and had no time to look at anything else. Upon seeing this, Qi Xia's face instantly darkened. He didn't expect Zhao Qiankuan to have this ability, switching Xue Wuwan's position with that of a student from number 2 middle school, thus stalling Xue Wuwan. However, he was prepared and immediately shouted. It's death. Istef, who was mixed in with the number 2 middle school team, immediately made her move. Her rapier flashed with an icy blue light as it rushed straight at Xue Wuwan. Xue Wuwan had just defeated Huang Xiaolong when he suddenly felt a strong wind rise from behind him and quickly parried with his spear. Clang! The rapier clashed with the spear, and an unexpectedly powerful force struck him, causing his hand to go numb and his tiger's mouth to split open. He staggered back several steps before regaining his balance. Who are you? Xue Wuwan stared at Istef, his eyes filled with shock. Istef spoke coldly, her rapier pointing diagonally at the ground, a chill emanating from her. Let me see just how good the so-called geniuses in the gifted class really are. She glanced at Zhao Qiankuan and the others with her beautiful eyes and gave a cold snort. Ice wall. A massive iceberg suddenly rose from the ground, blocking Zhao Qiankuan and his group. Zhao Qiankuan stopped abruptly, staring in astonishment at the enormous iceberg. He never expected that there would be such a powerful figure at Yongjiang number 2 middle school. However, his surprise was brief, and he immediately urged. Everyone, cross the iceberg. You despicable scoundrel, don't even think about succeeding. A clear voice rang out, and Inoue Oraheim appeared silently, her hands forming a hand seal. A shield formed in 3 days. I refuse. A triangular, orange-yellow light shield suddenly unfolded, firmly blocking the ice wall and forming a double barrier. Zhao Qiankuan had just leaped onto the top of the ice mountain when he was blocked by the 3-day shield. Without hesitation, he swung his sword. However, when the attack lands on the light shield, it only creates ripples and cannot penetrate it at all. Another powerful psionicist? He was both shocked and furious. Qi Xia had so many skilled fighters hidden around him. Zhao Qiankuan tried to break through from the other side, but saw Inoue Oraheim raise her hands lightly, and another triangular light shield rose from the ground, completely blocking his way. Damn woman! He gritted his teeth, watching his subordinates repeatedly charge at the light shield only to be bounced back, a fierce glint in his eyes. Kill her first. Several students from Beicheng number 1 middle school immediately changed direction, brandishing their weapons and rushing towards Inoue Oraheim. Oraheim Inoue's eyes narrowed, and she formed hand seals even faster. Lone Sky Slash's shield. The orange-yellow light shield suddenly transformed into a sharp flying blade, sweeping out horizontally. The two at the front were caught off guard and were cut into specks of light, without even having time to scream. This shield can attack? Zhao Qianquan was so startled that he quickly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the aftershocks, his heart filled with turmoil. He simply couldn't understand how a school like Yongjiang No. 2 Middle School, located in such a remote and impoverished area, could harbor so many monsters. Xixia's combat power is astonishing, that blue-haired woman's swordsmanship is terrifying, and even the seemingly weak girl has such strangely powerful abilities. Could it be that they are all heroic spirits of Xixia? The thought flashed through Zhao Qianquan's mind, and he felt a chill run down his spine. It's one thing for one person to be strong, but for a heroic spirit to be so top tier is simply insane. But there was no turning back now, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Attack together. I refuse to believe we can't kill her." The group launched another fierce attack, but Inoue Oraheim remained calm. She alternated between the 3-day shield and the Lonely Heaven shield, making her defense unbreakable and her counterattacks as sharp as a knife, effectively stopping the people from Beicheng No. 1 Middle School in place. The students from the second middle school in the distance were dumbfounded. They never expected that the gentle and sweet Inoue Oraheim would be so decisive and powerful, completely contrary to her image. Meanwhile, the battle between Isdef and Shuewowan has reached a fever pitch. Shuewowan's marksmanship was at an A level, with his spear flashing like a forest, each move ruthless, yet he could never touch Isdef's clothes. Her rapier seemed to be wielded casually, yet it always managed to break through the gun formation with precision. She would even deliberately create an opening, waiting for Shuewowan to launch a strong attack before suddenly counterattacking, leaving him in a sorry state. "Are you kidding me?" Shuewowan roared, his eyes bloodshot, and his spiritual energy exploded without reservation, causing the purple light on his spear to surge. "Die!" Isdef's eyes turned slightly cold, and the rapier finally brought a tangible chill. Warm-up is over. As the icy blue sword light clashed with the purple spear's shadow, Shuewowan felt a bone-chilling cold spread along the spear shaft, his arm instantly stiffening, revealing his vulnerability. Isdef flipped her wrist, and the rapier was already pressed against his throat. The gifted class is nothing special. A flash of sword light, and Shuewowan vanished into specks of light. Shuewowan stared at the dissipating body, his face filled with disbelief. How could this be? I'm clearly a genius. How could he just die like that? Isdef looked at Shuewowan with her beautiful eyes, and the corners of her mouth slightly raised. If you are also worthy of being called a genius, then I am. He's a genius every single day. Chapter 49. Each displays their divine power. Inoue Oraheim. Looking at Inoue Oraheim's unwavering defense, Zhao Qianquan's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint, and he decided to take a gamble. He seized the brief moment after Oraheim unleashed her Lone Heaven shield slash and suddenly formed hand seals. Replace. He planned to switch Inoue Oraheim's position with the last member of his team, so that he could catch her off guard and kill her with a single sword strike. However, just as he unleashed displacement, Inoue Oraheim suddenly let out a delicate shout. Double Heaven Return Shield. I refuse. An orange-yellow barrier suddenly unfolded, enveloping her entirely. Zhao Qianquan's displacement struck the barrier and vanished without a trace, like a clay ox sinking into the sea. How is this possible? Zhao Qianquan exclaimed in shock. Displacement is a conceptual level spiritual energy, and it has never failed before. It stopped working now? Within my Twin Heavens shield, no ability is effective. Oraheim Inoue's voice came through the barrier, carrying a hint of determination. Before she finished speaking, she formed hand seals again, and several lone sky shields transformed into orange-yellow blades, shooting towards Zhao Qianquan at tricky angles. These sharp blades are extremely fast and can even turn slightly in the air to form a pincer movement. Zhao Qianquan hurriedly dodged, but out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of his surroundings. More than half of the students from Beicheng No. 1 Middle School had been killed or injured, leaving him all alone. Damn it! He was both shocked and furious, never expecting that his carefully planned breakout would ultimately fail at the hands of a seemingly weak girl. Zhao Qianquan unleashed all his spiritual energy, wielding his longsword like a windmill. The Heaven Returning Sword Technique. A flurry of sword shadows suddenly unfolded, forming an impenetrable sword cage that protected the body and attempted to block the attack of the Lone Sky Shield. But he underestimated the power of the Lone Sky Shield. The orange-yellow blade possesses powerful cutting force, ignoring the obstruction of sword shadows, directly piercing through the sword formation, and attacking from all directions. Put. As the blades clashed, Zhao Qianquan's sword cage shattered instantly, his body was sliced into several pieces, and he vanished into specks of light. How is this possible? She's actually that strong. In his dying moments, only disbelief remained in his eyes. With Zhao Qiankuan's demise, all the students from Beijing No. 1 Middle School were eliminated by Inoue Oraheim. Everyone watching this scene was stunned. Holy crap! Zhao Qiankuan got wiped out in seconds. The power of the Lone Sky Shield is too outrageous. The Heaven Return Sword technique is an A-level skill, yet it couldn't even withstand it for a second. Hiss, all the elites of Beijing No. 1 Middle School have been wiped out. It's terrifying. That's not all. Look at Xue Wuwan, he's dead too. Damn. It really is. Xue Wuwan, ranked 9th, just died like that? And so quickly? It's not that he died quickly, it's that his opponent was too strong. My god. If I'm not mistaken, these two women are both heroic spirits of Qixia, aren't they? That's right, they're all his. Holy crap. Two incredibly beautiful and powerful women, both spirits of Qixia, this is absolutely amazing. Woohoo, take off. Shall we have a threesome? 3 flights. 4 flights. 100 flights. You guys, don't go too far. Exactly, do you guys think Qixia has some kind of cheat code? That he can fly at 100 degrees? That's just wishful thinking. If I can reach the level of a planetary lord, then it can be achieved. Then 100 flights would be more than 100, even 1,000 flights wouldn't be a problem. Let's watch the duel between Qixia and Xue Wudao and see what he has that makes him worthy of having 2 top-notch beauties. The battle between Qixia and Xue Wudao was equally fierce, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Xue Wudao's spear technique was wide and powerful, with each strike carrying the momentum to shatter mountains and split rocks. Qixia, however, used skill to overcome force. His purple longsword moved like a dragon, weaving through the shadows of spears, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. You've got reason to be proud that you could withstand so many of my moves. Xue Wudao, having failed to break through for a long time, grew increasingly somber. But you will lose in the end. Qixia smiled slightly, his spiritual energy flowing through his body, and his power quietly increased. Yeah? Then it's time to witness a miracle. Qixia slowly raised his hand, grasped the purple sword hilt, and drew his sword with a graceful and steady posture, carrying a sense of oppressive power ready to be unleashed. Upon seeing this, Xue Wudao sneered. That sword drawing technique again? I already blocked it once, why are you using it again to embarrass yourself? Xixia's lips curled into a cold smile, you'll find out who the clown is in a moment. Before he finished speaking, a completely different aura erupted from him. This is murderous intent? Xue Wudao was slightly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Your murderous aura is quite interesting, it's worth taking seriously. His spiritual energy suddenly erupted, and his SR-level talent was fully activated. His whole body seemed to be enveloped in steam, his skin glowed with a faint red light, and his aura surged several times over. My blazing raging waves can comprehensively enhance your attributes. No matter how strong your killing intent is, it cannot withstand my full force attack. He gripped the gun with both hands, the tips pointing directly at Qixia, the gun humming as it was infused with too much spiritual energy. Just as Xue Wudao was about to make his move, he suddenly sensed something unusual. He looked closely, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. The aura emanating from Qixia was not simply killing intent, but rather a sword intent that was as solid as a tangible substance. This is sword intent? His expression froze instantly, and he couldn't help but gasp. It should be noted that in the entire genius class, only a handful of people have even begun to grasp the essence of spear intent, sword intent, and knife intent. Qixia, standing before them, clearly possessed a stronger sword intent than they did. In other words, Qixia is the real one. Genius? Qixia ignored Xue Wudao's shock, simply letting out a low shout before darting forward and drawing his sword with incredible speed. The purple longsword was drawn, its sword intent and spiritual power intertwining to form a dazzling stream of light that rushed straight towards Xue Wudao. Let's give it our all. Xue Wudao roared and swept his spear horizontally. The blazing spear collided with the sword light, bursting out with dazzling light. But this time, he couldn't block, instant kill flash. With a crisp crack, Xue Wudao's prized purple spear was cut in half. His pupils contracted sharply, and he was filled with horror. The power of this sword strike was more than 1 level stronger than the previous one. Before he could react, the cold blade had already pierced his chest. Puff! Blood gushed out, and Xue Wudao looked down at the long sword in his chest, feeling his life rapidly slipping away, his face filled with disbelief. This, sword intent, how could this be so strong? Xue Wudao's legs went weak, and he knelt down. His body gradually turned into specks of light and dissipated into the air. Points plus 500. The students from number 2 middle school, who had been worried about Qi Xia in the distance, were now all dumbfounded, as if they had forgotten to breathe. Xue Wudao was killed instantly by a single sword strike? That Xue Wudao, an SR level psychic, a student in the genius class with annual tuition fees of tens of millions. That's too strong. That's too strong. Qi Xia's sword drawing technique just now was terrifying. Exclamations of amazement rose and fell, and everyone looked at Qi Xia with awe. Qi Xia sheathed his sword, turned to look at his death and Orihime Inoue, his face showing no smugness, only a hint of relief. It's solved. His death nodded, and Orihime Inoue quickly stepped forward and handed her a bottle of recovery potion. Are you all right? Fine. Qi Xia took the potion, looked at the teleportation point that was flashing with light, and then surveyed the students of number 2 middle school. Us. It's time to go in. Chapter 50 Orange Light Pillar. Inoue Orihime. Phase 2 Area. A group of young people in uniform sat around the energy barrier, their eyes focused on the real-time updated leaderboard. The stunningly beautiful woman at the head of the group swiped her finger across the screen, and when she saw the names Xue Wudao and Xue Wuwan turn gray, her delicate brows furrowed slightly. Xue Wuwan and Xue Wudao have been eliminated. Upon hearing this, the people nearby quickly opened the leaderboard and, after confirming that it was correct, all showed surprise on their faces. They really were eliminated. Besides us, who else here could kill those brothers? It should be this Qi Xia. He was ranked 10th before, but now he's ranked 8th. His points have increased a lot. Waste. A short-haired girl scoffed, her eyes filled with disdain. They insisted on camping out at the teleportation point to grab points, only to have their entire team wiped out by some unknown kid. They really disgraced the gifted class. Qi Xia? I've never heard of that name before. To be able to take down the Xue brothers at the same time, one must be quite strong. How come they're not famous? At this moment, the young man in white sitting in the center chuckled. He had handsome features and a gentle demeanor, yet carried a subtle sense of pressure. He was the core of the genius class and the top-ranked player on the leaderboard. Yun Chen. I do know something about this Qi Xia. Everyone fell silent instantly and turned to look at him. Yun Chen's status in the genius class is beyond doubt. He lightly tapped his knee with his fingertip, speaking in a calm tone. He, like me, is an SSR-level psionicist. What? There's another SSR? Exclamations of surprise rose and fell. Among all the students in the same class at Standard Planet AE86, Yun Chen was the only SSR-level psionicist. Impossible, right? Brother Yun, besides you, who else in our year can awaken an SSR? Yun Chen nodded and looked up at the crowd. My family's intelligence records include him. Qi Xia's psionic ability is Legion Commander type. His gene unlock rate was 12% during the college entrance examination. 12%? The short-haired girl stared wide-eyed, her brows furrowed. The Xue brothers have a gene unlock rate of 18%, and they are both SR psychic. Could it be that their SSR psychic abilities made up for the difference in gene unlock rate? Have you forgotten the fundamental difference between SSR and SR? Yun Chen said calmly, the level of spiritual energy determines the upper limit. A 12% SSR may not seem as high as an 18% SR, but the special nature of the ability and the growth potential are on completely different levels. He paused, glanced at the name Qi Xia on the leaderboard, and a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. And don't forget, he's a Legion Commander type, which means his heroic spirits won't be bad either. As for the 12% gene unlocking rate, that data was from a week ago. His gene unlocking rate is probably around 18% now. Upon hearing this, everyone frowned. They thought it was impossible to increase the gene unlocking rate by 6% in a week. After all, none of them could do it. Qi Xia's ability to defeat the Xue brothers was largely due to what Yun Chen said, the SSR level, Legion Commander, heroic spirit should not be underestimated. Thinking of this, the tall boy looked at Yun Chen and made a throat-slitting gesture. Brother Yun, should we? Yun Chen chuckled softly and shook his head slightly. No need, the second phase has only just begun, the best is yet to come. He stood up, his white robes fluttering slightly in the wind. Now that a new SSR has appeared, this battle royale is even more interesting, isn't it? At the delivery port, Shixia, Istef, Inoue Oraheim, and the students from number 2 middle school appeared together in an open valley. Surrounded by rolling low hills with sparse vegetation, the climate is dry and mild, making it much more pleasant than the dense forest of the first stage. The Huang brothers walked up to Shixia, their faces showing gratitude and a touch of unease. Shixia, thank you so much for bringing us here. We won't bother you anymore, figure it out yourself. Huang Xiaowu quickly nodded, yes, our strength is limited, and following you would only hold us back. So, goodbye. Shixia looked at the number 2 middle school students behind them, most of whom looked tired but had firm eyes, and nodded. All right. Remember, Battle Royale is not just about fighting, surviving is also a strategy. You can accumulate points just by finding a secluded spot to collect supplies. This sounds like a joke, but it carries a sincere reminder. The students from number 2 middle school are not exactly top tier in terms of ability. A direct confrontation would only result in elimination, while a more cautious approach would be wiser. The Huang brothers understood what he meant and chuckled. Understood. We know how to be Voldemort. Go for it, fellow students. You must get a good ranking and bring glory to our number 2 middle school. Shixia bumped fists with them, his tone resolute. Must. Oraheim Inoue smiled and waved, good luck everyone, bye-bye. Istef stood to the side, her face expressionless, only glancing indifferently at the second middle school's team. After watching Huang Xiaolong and his group disappear into the ravine, Inoue Oraheim turned to Shixia. Where do we go next? Shixia opened the map on his wristband and tapped a marker with his fingertip. Let's go in the opposite direction from number 2 middle school. There's a large mine there. Let's see if there's anything good there. Oraheim blinked. A mine? Will there be a lot of ore? Perhaps it's not just about ore. Shixia smiled, his gaze sharpening. The resource points in the second phase are usually not simple. Istef took the first step, let's go. The three turned around and walked in the opposite direction from the number 2 middle school team. We encountered several waves of wandering monsters along the way, all around level 40 or 50, much stronger than those in the first phase. But in the hands of Shixia and others, they could resolve the matter with a wave of their hand, without even delaying their steps. Upon arriving at the mine, everyone was awestruck by the sight before them. The massive open pit mine stretches for miles, its walls covered with signs of mining, scattered with rusty mechanical debris, and a conveyor belt still slowly turning in the distance, creating a desolate scene. Search the surrounding area first. Shixia suggested that the three of them search along the warehouse and equipment area at the edge of the mine. The resources here are indeed plentiful. In less than half an hour, we obtained 3 pieces of purple equipment, which is just enough to replace the previous consumables. Come and see. Oraheim Inoue's voice suddenly came from deep within the mine, filled with surprise. Shixia and Istef followed the sound and saw Oraheim standing by a broken platform, pointing downwards. At the center of the bottom of the mine, a striking orange beam of light shot into the sky. Shixia looked down and his eyes narrowed. This is Chapter 51 Justice League. Istef. In this assessment, equipment grades are divided into gold, orange, purple, blue, white. Orange is the second best quality after gold, a level above the purple equipment they just acquired. Let's go down and take a look. Istef took the lead and walked down the steps along the pit wall. She moved lightly, making no sound as she stepped on the loose gravel. Shixia and Inoue Oraheim followed closely behind. Be careful. Shixia whispered a reminder, gripping the purple sword at his waist. Such high-level equipment is bound to attract covetous eyes. There might even be ambushes lurking nearby. Oraheim Inoue nodded, her hands quietly forming a hand seal, the light of the 3-day shield faintly appearing in her palms. The three formed a triangular formation and approached the orange pillar of light step by step. In the center of the pillar of light, a long sword can be vaguely seen floating in the air. The sword has orange-gold patterns flowing across its blade, making it clear that it is no ordinary weapon. Just then, Shixia suddenly stopped and glanced at the shadows of the mine tunnel on his left. Come out, there's no point in hiding. After a moment of silence in the shadows, several figures slowly emerged. The leader was a young man with a sinister face. He looked at Shixia and the other two and a cold smile appeared on his lips. It seems we're not the only ones eyeing this treasure. Shixia glanced at their school uniforms, which had a school logo he hadn't seen before. There were 5 of them, and they all exuded a strong aura. Either get out, or die. Istetha's voice was icy, and her rapier was already silently drawn. The sinister smile on the young man's face vanished instantly, replaced by a seemingly kind smile. Young man, don't misunderstand, I am Li Dachao, the captain of the Justice League's 7th squad. Qi Xia frowned slightly. Justice League? Judging from your background, it's normal that you haven't heard of it. Li Dachao explained, his tone carrying a hint of deliberate intimacy. We are all students from small cities or remote schools, without the resources and talents of those geniuses in big cities. They have many opportunities to try and fail, and they have many ways out, but for us, the only way to change our fate is through the college entrance examination, and we cannot afford to make the slightest mistake. So everyone banded together to form the Justice League in order to fight against students from top universities and fight for more opportunities. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the school uniforms of Qi Xia and the other 2. Instead of letting geniuses use us to rack up points, we should unite, hunt them down, and work together to secure the 10% of admissions. Our Justice League now has tens of thousands of members, so I sincerely welcome you to join us. Qi Xia frowned slightly, not expecting that such a large-scale group had already been organized just over 10 hours after the start of the college entrance examination. That's truly remarkable. Children from ordinary families can hardly compare with students from big cities, not to mention the existence of gifted classes. Rather than sitting idly by and waiting to be killed, we should unite and stand together against external threats. Using sheer numbers to compensate for a lack of strength is indeed a good approach. However, he had no interest in joining and disliked Li Dachao's change of attitude, so he directly refused. I'm sorry, we have no intention of joining any faction at the moment. Li Dachao feigned regret, then said seriously. Alright, but according to the rules, this orange weapon should belong to our alliance. Moreover, we notified the alliance immediately, and they are on their way. Leave now, and we won't make things difficult for you. But if you have other ideas and refuse to leave, then you may not have a choice. These words, though seemingly a suggestion, actually carried a blatant threat. Istetha's eyes turned cold, and the glint of her rapier flashed at her fingertips. Threatening me? No, I'm just stating the facts. Li Dachao was polite in words, but the 4 men behind him had already gripped their weapons and assumed a defensive posture. Qi Xia didn't bother with words, and a murderous glint suddenly appeared in his eyes. This orange weapon is a sword, which suits him perfectly. From now on, whether he's facing the Justice League or the Genius class, he'll have to get the orange weapon. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being impolite. I really don't know which lousy school you guys came from, you're so ungrateful. Li Dachao's expression changed, and he charged forward with a punch. Brothers, kill them! The 4 men behind him also launched an attack simultaneously, their weapons whistling as they hurtled towards Qi Xia and his companions. But to Qi Xia, their movements were as slow as snails. Instant kill flash. The purple sword light ripped through the mine like lightning. With a few soft plop sounds, the 4 people at the front didn't even have time to scream before they turned into specks of light and vanished. Li Dachao was left alone in the arena in an instant. He stood frozen in place, the fierce look on his face turning into terror, his mouth open, but he couldn't utter a word for a long time. How is that possible? You're clearly not a student from a big city. How could you possibly have this kind of ability? Who are you? Qi Xia looked at Li Dachao, not intending to tell him too much information. Now, it's your turn. Wait. Brother. Let's talk this out. Li Dachao hurriedly retreated, forcing a fawning smile onto his face. We've already sent this information back to the Alliance. If you kill me, you'll be hunted down by the entire Justice League. But if you just let me go, I promise I will. Before the words were even finished, the sword flashed. Li Dachao's figure turned into specks of light and dissipated into the air. Points plus 250. Qi Xia didn't believe that someone as fickle as Li Dachao would let him go, so striking first was the right thing to do. He sheathed his sword, walked to the orange pillar of light, and grasped the floating long sword. It felt warm and smooth to the touch, and the orange-gold patterns on the sword seemed to come alive, resonating with his spiritual power. Obtained the orange quality weapon Sky-Splitting Sword, plus 5,000 points. Sky-Splitting Sword, attack power 160, durability 80. The bracelet beeped, and my points instantly surpassed 10,000. Qi Xia looked at the Sky-Splitting Sword in his hand, tested its feel, and a hint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Orihime Inoue walked quickly over, glanced back at the remaining specks of light on the ground, and whispered. The Justice League they mentioned, Could someone else be coming? Although Li Dachao's words might not be entirely reliable, Xixia thought it best to evacuate first, just in case. Whether they come or not, this place has already been almost completely looted. Let's go. Aha! Orihime Inoue listened to Xixia, and his death had no objections to it. She enjoys fighting, but not fighting the weak. There's no point in her staying here. The three turned and left the mine, the orange beam of light gradually fading behind them. Shortly after they left, a group of people arrived at the place. The young man in the lead looked at the 5 scattered pieces of equipment and knew that this was where Li Dachao and his 4 companions had died. He then looked at the area in the center where the orange weapons were displayed, his voice somber. Notify all brothers within 100 miles that the murderer must be found. Daring to steal our Justice League's legendary weapon is simply outrageous. Court Death. Chapter 52 True Death. Inoue Orihime. Xixia checked his score as he sprinted. His current score is 12,800. Rank, 5th. The points for the higher-ranked players are all roughly the same, except for the number 1 player who has just over 20,000 points. The person ranked number 1 is named Yun Chen, and Xixia has heard of him. He is one of only 2 SSR psychic users besides himself, and his family is a super large family with abundant funds and a huge business. It has to be said that being born into the right family is a skill in itself. Some people are born immersed in nutrient solution, and receive a constant supply of gene evolution agent. While they may not be able to easily acquire S-level cultivation techniques, they do have access to them through various channels. Unlike ordinary citizens, who find it difficult to obtain even B-level cultivation techniques, let alone S-level ones, they simply cannot afford them. Just like when he fought Su Muwen before, it seemed that everyone was using the same sword drawing technique, but the effects were very different. Especially after he comprehended the sword intent, he truly understood the wonders of an S-level technique. It's not just a simple combination of moves, but a perfect harmony with the sword intent, allowing every bit of power to flow just right. It seems that all techniques that can be rated as S-level possess this characteristic. The three continued on their way, collecting some more scattered points items, but the sky gradually darkened. The clouds hung low, and the faint sound of thunder could be heard. Although Xixia and the others weren't afraid of getting wet in the rain, they didn't want to end up in such a sorry state. He gazed into the distance, pointing to the mountainside not far away. There's a cave ahead, let's go in and rest for a bit, it looks like it's going to rain. Isdeth and Orihime Inoue had no objections and followed him into the cave. The cave wasn't spacious, but the ground was dry and odorless, and it was just the right size for 3 people. Xixia took out the lighting equipment he had picked up earlier, pressed the switch, and the soft white light immediately dispelled the darkness. To prevent any accidents, he went out and cut some branches with large leaves and piled them at the entrance of the cave, which could both block the view and make noise when someone approached. He clapped his hands and took out compressed biscuits and water from the makeshift warehouse. Let's eat something first. The 3 sat around the light source, briefly replenishing their energy. The rain soon began to fall in a light drizzle, tapping on the branches and leaves at the cave entrance and making a rustling sound, making the cave seem exceptionally quiet. The opponents in the second stage seemed to be more complex than we imagined. Orihime Inoue took a small bite of the biscuit, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. That Justice League, and the gifted students. Xixia nodded, estimating that at this stage, very few people were still fighting alone. A 10% acceptance rate will eliminate about 9 million applicants, while there are still about 1 million places available for admission. With 1 million qualified applicants, the acceptance rate doesn't seem low compared to a pool of only a few thousand or tens of thousands of applicants. As a result, more and more people will band together for mutual support, and a situation of fragmentation among various factions will inevitably emerge. At that point, the situation of fighting each other independently will evolve into a real war. And the top-ranked geniuses, including him, will definitely become the target of everyone's criticism. After finishing his biscuit, Xixia took a sip of water and said seriously, "The competition will only become more intense as time goes on. But for us, it makes no difference." He has no intention of joining any faction and becoming a pawn. As for temporarily establishing a force, he was even less inclined to do so. He just wanted to take this opportunity to hone his willpower. Those who enter the path of cultivation through killing will naturally kill many. Moreover, even if he wanted to join a faction, Isdeth would not agree, which would only lower his favorability rating, making it a losing proposition. Isdeth leaned against the stone wall and nodded slightly upon hearing this. For her, no matter who the opponent is, all she needs to do is crush them. The sound of rain grew louder, and the light and shadows flickered inside the cave. The three of them didn't say much, but they were all quietly adjusting their state, waiting for the rain to stop so they could continue their journey. As the rain subsided, 5 young men dressed in uniform with the same insignia stopped under the tree. They were members of the Justice League. "Damn it, the rain is too heavy, it's going to be too hard to find the murderer." A short young man kicked the tree trunk, his tone irritated. "Who the hell is so ruthless as to kill them all?" "Who knows?" Another tall, thin young man shrugged. "Going out to search for people on a rainy day is just torture. It's better to kill a few lone wolves to earn points." "Exactly, or we could scavenge for some supplies." "Alright, it's just a formality. Whether we look for them or not is up to us. The higher-ups won't really investigate." "Yes, even if we find it, we might not be able to leave alive." "That's right, then what's the point of us looking for anything? We still need to search, but we're looking for supplies." "Hee hee. It's all thanks to you, kid, that you have so many clever ideas." "Ha, let's go." The man yawned and turned to leave. Just then, they both felt a bone-chilling cold. They turned around abruptly and saw a black shadow flash by like lightning. The two people who had just spoken were cut in half at the waist and vanished into specks of light. What is that?" The pupils of the 3 remaining people shrank drastically as they saw a humanoid monster appear before them. It had 8 jet-black tentacles on its body, each covered with serrated barbs, and a sinister laugh rolled out from its throat. "Heh, humans." Before the 3 could react, 2 tentacles lashed out and tore 2 of them to pieces. The last young man was a scout in the team, and he was extremely fast. Without hesitation, he turned and ran, unleashing his spiritual power, his figure moving so fast that he almost left a blur. "Trying to run?" The monster sneered, and its figure instantly appeared in front of him, its 8 tentacles opening simultaneously to form an impenetrable net. The young man was horrified as he watched helplessly as he crashed into the tentacle net and was sliced into countless points of light in the next second. The monster shook off the remaining energy on its tentacles, tilted its head, and revealed a sinister smile. "Hee hee hee. I'm giving humans a great gift, they're sure to love it." In the transit workshop on the abandoned planet, dozens of teleportation arrays were operating simultaneously, their blue lights flashing incessantly. The staff's fingers flew across the control panel, and fine beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads. The fates of tens of millions of test takers converge here. Every minute and every second, those who are eliminated are teleported out and then diverted back to their respective schools' teleportation points. Room number 3, prepare to receive eliminated players. Number 7 has completed the teleportation. The target has returned to Haicheng number 1 middle school. Quick! The energy of array platform number 9 is unstable, adjust it immediately. A cacophony of commands rose and fell, and everyone was frantically busy. For them, the elimination of candidates was just a matter of data transfer. Although there were occasional disputes, there was never any real trouble. Until a piercing alarm suddenly sounded. Sizzle! The blue light on the first array suddenly became erratic, and then several pieces of bloody flesh fell onto the teleportation platform with a plop, instantly staining the surface with dark red liquid. The staff member operating the device froze, nearly dropping the control lever. What is that?" When the colleague next to him took a closer look, his face turned deathly pale. It's a corpse?" "No, it's the examinee's body tissue." Before the words were finished, the second array also showed signs of movement, sending out several large chunks of shapeless flesh and blood, filling the studio with a strong smell of blood. "What's going on?" The supervisor rushed over upon hearing the news, and his pupils contracted sharply upon seeing the scene on the teleportation platform. "Activate the emergency plan. Check the candidate's condition." The technicians frantically pulled up the data, their faces growing increasingly grim. "Supervisor, all 5 candidates' vital signs have disappeared. It's not elimination, it's the real elimination. Die." Chapter 53 Airdrop? It's mine now. It's death. The rain stopped, and the air was filled with the damp scent of earth. Chi Xia and the other 2 walked out of the cave. It was almost dusk, and the light had dimmed considerably, but for psionicists, this brightness was enough to see. Suddenly, several streaks of light pierced the sky, trailing long flames as they fell in different directions. "It's an airdrop." Orihime Inoue's eyes lit up as she pointed to one of the nearest clusters of light. The rules state that there will be airdrops in the second phase, which may contain gold equipment or rare items. Xia frowned slightly as he watched the direction in which the ball of light fell. When the airdrop lands, it will definitely attract a large number of test takers, and there will inevitably be ambushes around. So, should we still go? Oraheim hesitated. Joining in the airdrop frenzy might be dangerous. Isdeth crossed her arms, a hint of fighting spirit flashing in her eyes. It's only interesting when there are strong people. Xia's lips curled into a smile, and a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. Go. If we don't compete and fight, we'll just stagnate. Let's fight our way to the top. He knew very well that if he wanted to stand out in this battle royale, he couldn't let any opportunity slip by. Gold tier equipment is key to increasing combat power, so even if there are risks, you must strive for it. Walk. Without further hesitation, the three sped off toward the trajectory of the falling airdrop. On the distant horizon, many swaying figures could be seen, clearly heading towards the airdrop. They maintained a delicate distance from each other, and neither made the first move. The most important thing right now is to seize the initiative. Fighting amongst ourselves too early will only allow others to benefit. Oraheim Inoue suddenly turned her head away and said, 3 auras are approaching from the left front. Xia glanced at them and saw that the groups of people were wearing school uniforms from different schools and were moving quite fast, trying to take a shortcut from the side. He ignored him and quickened his pace. Never mind that, let's get to the airdrop point first. What if they launch a surprise attack on us halfway? It's highly unlikely. The allure of airdrops is far greater than ours. Nobody wants to waste their energy until they see the crate. As he expected, although the groups noticed Xia and his 2 companions, they only glanced at them from afar before continuing on their way, as if they had reached some kind of tacit understanding. First come, first served. If you really want to grab it, you have to wait until the target appears. The closer to the airdrop landing point, the more obvious the energy fluctuations in the air become. Xia could even hear hurried footsteps coming from ahead, clearly indicating that someone was in a greater hurry than they were. We're almost there. He kept his body low to the ground and used the terrain as cover to sneak forward. Ahead, a wide-open depression appeared, with a large amount of red smoke continuously billowing from the airdrop crate in the center. At this moment, many groups of people were already hiding around the depression, and no one dared to make the first move. Looks like we're not the latest. Xia stopped and hid behind a boulder. There were more people than I expected. Inoue Oraheim whispered, with so many people, how are we going to steal it? Xia didn't speak, but his sharp gaze swept across the entire room. Everyone is now hiding in the shadows, waiting for their chance to strike. Whoever makes the first move will become the target of all attacks. To break the deadlock, we need overwhelming force to deter others from coveting the supplies and ensure our safe acquisition of the airdrop. The only hope for this is the arrival of the entire Justice League, or the entire class of gifted children, and the presence of someone who can hold off 10,000 enemies. Isdeth. Sometimes Xia really wanted to use his intelligence to secure the airdrop, but letting such powerful force go to waste would be a complete waste. And there are so many people, all of whom have genuine points. Xia looked at Isdeth and met the fighting spirit surging in her eyes. Before he could speak, Isdeth spoke first. Prepare your spiritual potions, I'm off to wreak havoc on all sides. Xia smiled and nodded, taking out several bottles of high-level spiritual energy recovery potions from the temporary warehouse and holding them in his hand. Careful. Is Isdeth going alone? Oraheim Inoue asked with some concern. Xia smiled and patted her shoulder, looking at Isdeth's stunning back, his voice full of confidence. Don't worry, she is the strongest. At this moment, the various forces around the depression were secretly watching, each wanting to reap the benefits, and no one dared to be the first to make a move to seize it. Just as the stalemate was at hand, a beautiful figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Isdeth, dressed in a white military uniform, with her blue hair flowing like a waterfall, walked with a composed gait, as if she were not there to fight for an airdrop, but to attend a banquet. Who is this woman? So beautiful, so elegant. Is she crazy? How dare she walk over there so openly? A classic case of someone with long hair but short brains and big breasts but no brains. That's right, she'll definitely be shot dead by the masses later. Wait, mass shooting to death? That's so twisted? This reminds me of a movie from a certain island nation a long time ago. You even have these kinds of antiques? A friend of mine wants one. Send me a copy too, I want to give a good critique of this product of the old era. Are you sure you don't want to do 2 rounds? 3 shots. 4 shots. 100 rounds. Damn. This is getting more and more outrageous. Amid the murmurs, Isdeth walked straight to the airdrop crate. She leaped onto the top of the box, surveying her surroundings from above. Her red lips parted slightly, her voice carrying a cold arrogance. "You ants hiding in the shadows, come out and let me stretch my muscles." These words immediately angered everyone. Furious. How dare a woman say such a thing? Damn it, teach her a lesson. Yes. Let's go. You go. Anger and curses erupted, but no one dared to actually rush forward. Everyone wants to use someone else's hand to test the waters. Seeing this, Isdetha's lips curled into a mocking smile. So many people, and not a single one of them has any guts? It's ridiculous. This statement thoroughly enraged many men. You can call them bad or weak, but you absolutely cannot allow a woman to call them mangy. They could no longer contain themselves and launched a ranged attack. Flying sword technique. Energy blast. Explode the rocket. Meteor hammer. Various ranged attacks bombarded Isdeth atop the box, their light intertwining in a terrifying display. Inoue Oraheim was shocked, but Chi Xia remained calm. Isdeth stood still, simply raising her left hand. Instantly, pale blue icy mist spread out, condensing into a massive ice shield that blocked all the attacks. Clang! Boom! Crack! The attack landed on the ice shield, only causing ripples and ice shards, without leaving even a crack. Isdeth shook the icy dust off her sleeves, her tone dismissive. Too weak. You useless trash are not even qualified to let me warm up. Damn it! Let's go all out. Finally, one of the men couldn't hold back any longer and rushed towards the top of the crate with his weapon. Immediately afterwards, more men followed suit, their densely packed figures surrounding Isdeth. Hee, finally they all look like men. Isdeth slightly raised her chin, a hint of fighting spirit surging in her eyes. I hope you can bring me even a little bit of pleasure. Chapter 54. Isdeth instantly kills everyone. Isdeth stood atop the airdrop crate, her white military uniform fluttering in the wind, her rapier slowly unsheathed. Among the hundreds of students who surrounded her, one of them was the first to attack, his long sword whistling through the air as he slashed towards her face. Isdeth slightly turned her body, and her rapier swept across in an almost elegant arc, precisely striking her opponent's wrist. The student screamed as his weapon flew from his hand. Before he could retreat, the sword flashed across his throat. There were no unnecessary movements, everything was done cleanly and efficiently. Attack together. More people surged forward, and the clash of swords and beams of energy intertwined to form a dense net that enveloped the figure atop the box. But Isdetha's movements became increasingly composed, her footwork was as light as a butterfly, weaving through the gaps in the attacks. Every swing of the rapier carries a chilling aura wherever it passes, weapons either shatter or opponents vanish into specks of light. She didn't seem to be fighting, she seemed to be dancing a magnificent waltz. The sword tip flicks, the body spins, and the blade slashes, every movement is precise and elegant. What was clearly a bloody battlefield was transformed by her into an artistic expression. 30 people, 50 people, 100 people. The attackers surged in like a tide, and then receded just as quickly, leaving behind a ground covered in glittering spots. Those students who had thought they could win by sheer numbers were now left with only despair. They were easily killed before they could even touch Isdetha's clothes. The hundreds of students hidden in the shadows stared in disbelief, some of them muttering to themselves. Who is this? Such terrifying strength. There isn't even someone like this in the genius class. Ice-based psionic energy, rapier, her strength is probably even greater than Yun Chen's, right? I don't know, but I'm sure that if we make another move, we'll just be throwing our lives away. Should we just leave? That makes sense. When the last attacker was frozen into an ice sculpture and then shattered into specks of light, Isdeth was still standing on top of the airdrop crate, without a trace of blood on her body, her breathing as steady as if she had just taken a walk. She glanced around at the shadows, her voice as cold as frost. Those who are hiding, aren't you coming out yet? Those in the shadows felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. The tragic scene of the 100 people they had just witnessed was still vivid in their minds. Who would dare to step forward? Some people gritted their teeth and turned to run away. Did I say you could leave? Isdeth sneered and suddenly opened her arms wide. In an instant, a terrifying chill erupted from her center, sweeping across the surrounding area. A thick layer of ice instantly formed on the ground, freezing everything in its path. The students who were about to flee suddenly froze, their bodies being covered by ice at a visible speed, turning them into lifelike ice sculptures. The students, who should have been relaxed and at ease, are now rushing around in a panic, unable to stay in Bungbu any longer. Help! I don't want to be eliminated. Esteth ignored their screams, her fingertips twitching slightly as she spoke softly. They're all broken. Snap, snap. Hundreds of ice sculptures shattered simultaneously, turning into a shower of ice shards and specks of light. The entire depression was instantly enveloped in a chilling atmosphere, with even the air itself feeling biting cold. Watching this scene from afar, Orihime Inoue opened her cherry-like mouth into a large O shape, as if a large egg could fit inside. She knew Esteth was strong, but she didn't expect her to be this strong. He single-handedly defeated hundreds of candidates, and won so easily and effortlessly. Xia wasn't surprised by this, he simply calmly replenished his spiritual energy. As his gene unlocking rate and level have increased, he is no longer as pathetic as before when Esteth could drain his spiritual power in one move. Points plus 6,128. The viewing area of Yongjiang No. 2 Middle School. Zhu Debiao stared intently at the screen, almost crushing the thermos in his hand. Only after Esteth defeated the last opponent did he take a deep breath, his voice trembling. This is terrifying. Xia's heroic spirit is simply invincible. Teacher Li, standing nearby, was already flushed with excitement and nodded repeatedly. Principal Zhu, this time we might actually get first place. First. Zhu Debiao murmured the two words repeatedly, his eyes shining with an unprecedented brilliance. Yes. We might really be making history. The top scorer in this year's college entrance examination might just be from our No. 2 high school. His voice trembled, yet it was filled with barely suppressed excitement. Who would have thought that a school that had been hovering in the middle to lower ranks for years could have reached this point? However, the atmosphere in the office of Yongjiang No. 1 Middle School was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Bai Jianxing stared at Esteth's queen-like figure on the screen, his face ashen. His lips moved, but he said nothing. His regret level has now reached infinity, and his heart is dead. The dean of students and the teachers standing nearby looked at each other, none of them daring to speak. They were secretly glad that they had sent Xia, this incompetent person, to No. 2 Middle School. Now it seems, this wasn't incompetence at all, but clearly the invincible one. Online, viewers of the livestream were already in an uproar. Holy crap! What kind of divine spirit is this? One person can kill hundreds of people in an instant? Tell me. What kind of cheat code did Xia use? The strength of this heroic spirit is outrageous. I thought the genius class was a sure thing, but now it looks like they're going to get crushed by Esteth. The gifted class is in danger. Is Yongjiang No. 2 Middle School about to rise to prominence? Xia is probably going to fight his way to first place, right? It is very likely that this year's college entrance examination will bring about a major change. Can anyone tell me if Xia has opened or not? He. If it's not off, it's not on. 6. The barrage of comments scrolled like a tide, with exclamations of amazement, doubt, and excitement all mixed together. Xia, who was initially not favored, instantly became the focus of heated discussion across the internet thanks to Esteth's overwhelming performance. In the center of the depression, only Esteth's figure remained, along with the airdrop that had extinguished its red smoke. A chilling aura swirled around her, making her appear like an unapproachable ice queen. She wasn't interested in the contents of the airdrop, but simply looked at Xia as he approached and said indifferently, "Your spiritual power has improved quite well, it hasn't disappointed me." Xia simply smiled slightly, said nothing, and walked to the airdrop to collect the spoils. Upon opening it, it was dazzlingly golden, instantly blinding to the eyes. As soon as the golden light passed, he squinted his eyes, took a closer look, and was immediately filled with joy. Good. Chapter 55 Tentacles entangle Esteth and Orihime Inoue. Inoue Orihime. Xia opened the airdrop crate, inside which was a set of armor gleaming with golden light. He reached for the armor, and a notification immediately popped up on his bracelet. Obtained the gold quality equipment Mystic Armor, plus 10,000 points. The total score has reached 28,928. Xia was slightly pleased and took out several bottles of medicine from the bottom of the box. The labels on the bottles show the following. Gene Boosting Potion, temporarily increases gene unlocking rate. Spiritual Energy Recovery Potion, greatly restores consumed spiritual energy. Super Healing Potion, possesses extremely strong healing effects. He weighed the Xianguang armor in his hand and looked at Isdef. This armor offers good protection, why don't you give it a try? Isdef glanced at it and snorted coldly. My defenses require no external reinforcement. Xixia then looked at Inoue Oraheim, who quickly waved her hand. I only need 3 days to form a shield. Xixia, you're always charging ahead, you need this more than we do. Seeing that the two were determined, Xixia stopped refusing. He put on the Xianguang armor, and the armor transformed into a stream of light that seeped into his body through his skin. From the outside, there is no indication that he is wearing armor. This is a huge haul. Not only did I get some gold tier equipment, but I also got such useful potions. They'll be awesome for fighting later. He opened the leaderboard, and he had already reached the number 1 position. The second place Yunshen had slightly fewer points than him, at 25680. Xixia and his 2 companions did not stop and continued to scavenge for supplies. As night fell, his points had reached 30,000, firmly placing him in first place. Seeing that it was getting late, Xixia suggested, let's find a place to rest. They quickly found a deeper cave with a bend in the path that blocked out the light, making it safer. After turning on the lighting equipment, the 3 of them tidied up the cave environment. I've been running around all day, and I feel sticky and uncomfortable all over. Oraheim Inoue rubbed her arm, then her eyes suddenly lit up. I think I just saw a lake not far away. Isdef, shall we go take a bath? Isdef nodded, okay. Upon hearing this, Xixia immediately stood up. I'll go with you. It's not safe outside. I'll keep watch. Oraheim Inoue blushed immediately and whispered. It's not really appropriate for you to go with me. What if someone is lying in ambush or a monster appears in the middle of nowhere? Xixia scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed but still insistent. I promise I won't peek, I'll just stay on the outside. Isdef glanced at him, a half smile playing on her lips. Oh? Are you sure you don't want to peek yourself? Of course not. That would be best, let's go then. Isdef took the first step, which could be considered as acknowledging Xixia's suggestion. The 3 arrived at the lakeside. Moonlight shone on the water, creating shimmering ripples. The lake water was crystal clear and looked very clean. Then we're going over there, but you're not allowed to turn around. Oraheim Inoue gave her instructions and led Isdef towards the shadows by the lake. Don't worry. Xixia turned around, his back to the lake, and intently watched for any movement around him. Behind them came the soft sound of clothes falling, followed by the gentle splashing of water, and the occasional whispers and soft laughter of the 2. Xixia held his breath, and 2 stunningly beautiful, snow-white bodies involuntarily appeared in his mind. He felt his face burning, immediately shook his head, banished those distracting thoughts, and focused on paying attention to the slightest movement around him. Given the current environmental crises, protecting their safety is of utmost importance. When the viewers in the live stream heard that Isdef and Oraheim Inoue were going to take a bath, they all got excited and even started recording. However, the live stream was filled with static and they couldn't see anything. Damn it! I've already taken my pants off, and this is what you show me? I thought there would be some perks, but this is just awful. I can't watch it at all. I want to file a complaint and demand fairness and transparency. Exactly. Resist mosaics, starting with me. It's no use. The live streaming system is controlled by AI. This is definitely a violation. All the cameras have been blocked. That's good, it's fair that no one can see it. Wait, it seems there's another person who can see this. Stop talking, it's another day of envying Xixia. A few minutes later, 2 exclamations suddenly came from the lake, accompanied by obvious panic and the sound of churning water. What's wrong? Xixia turned around abruptly and saw a huge splash of water erupting in the middle of the lake. An octopus monster the size of a truck surged out of the lake and was waving its 2 tentacles, tightly wrapping around Isdef and Oraheim Inoue's slender waists. It would have been better if he hadn't looked. Once he did, Xixia almost had a nosebleed. The octopus monster's tentacles were small, just enough to wrap around their slender waists and hands. Goodness, this octopus monster knows how to get things done. This was perfect for Xixia, who got a real treat for his eyes. The octopus monster's tentacles thrashed about, violently tossing Isdef and Oraheim Inoue around. The waves were surging. Chi Xia was dumbfounded. Was this something that could be watched for free? Inoue Oraheim was extremely embarrassed upon seeing this. She tried to struggle, but her hands were bound. Inoue Oraheim was so ashamed that tears welled up in her eyes, and her voice was trembling with sobs. Chi Xia, stop looking. Chi Xia suddenly came to his senses, cursing himself for losing his composure. Just as he was about to step forward, he saw that his death had already erupted with astonishing anger. She was clearly furious at her earlier oversight. A chilling aura emanated from her, and she shouted sharply. Court death. Several thick ice pillars rose from the lake and wrapped around the octopus's tentacles. With a crack sound, the ice pillars tightened and froze instantly. Before the octopus could struggle, it was frozen into a huge ice ball. Its death snorted coldly, and the ice ball suddenly exploded, instantly turning the monster into ice shards that sank to the bottom of the lake. After defeating the monster, the two leaped out of the water, drawing two beautiful arcs in the air. Upon seeing this, Chi Xia instinctively wanted to step forward to help, his gaze sweeping between the two. Estetha's demeanor was calm and composed, so there was clearly nothing to worry about. Oraheim Inoue panicked and instinctively used the 3-day shield to stabilize herself with the buoyancy of the light shield. Careful! Chi Xia rushed towards Inoue Oraheim, fearing that she might fall. Esteth lightly touched the water's surface twice with her toes, landing as gracefully as a snowflake. However, the rare blush on her cheeks had not yet faded, adding a unique touch to her appearance. Are you all right? Chi Xia rushed to Inoue Oraheim's side, only then belatedly realizing what was happening. He abruptly turned around, his back to them, and hurriedly said, I didn't see it. I'll go ahead and wait for you. He practically fled in panic, his steps faltering. The image of the two stunningly beautiful, snow-white figures kept flashing through his mind, and he couldn't shake the image of them off. His heart skipped a beat, and his face flushed. Behind her came Inoue Oraheim's voice, barely audible. Thanks. Esteth remained silent, presumably tidying her clothes. Chi Xia walked quickly to the woods by the lake and leaned against a tree to catch his breath. He shook his head, suppressing the chaotic thoughts, and became alert again. A moment later, footsteps sounded behind them. Chi Xia turned around and saw that the two of them had already gotten ready. Oraheim Inoue kept her head down, her cheeks slightly flushed. Esteth, however, reverted to her usual aloofness, her tone flat and emotionless. Let's go. Chi Xia coughed lightly, nodded, and followed the two men into the cave. Under the cover of night, the shadows of the three were stretched long by the moonlight, and although the atmosphere was somewhat subtle, it also carried an indescribable sense of closeness. He silently opened the favorability rating system to check the latest progress, and was slightly taken aback. Their favorability rating actually increased by so much? Chapter 56. When three people walk together, one of them will inevitably be left out. Inoue Oraheim. Inoue Oraheim, current affection level, 50, bond energy, 220. Esteth, current affection level, 84, bond energy, 490. It seems that this college entrance examination has greatly increased their affection and bond. If he were just a little taller, he could do that with Esteth. I still feel a little shy thinking about it. Back in the cave, it was already late at night. The entrance to the cave was sealed by the ice wall that Esteth had conjured, leaving only a few tiny ventilation holes, making it both hidden and safe. The lighting fixtures emitted a soft light, illuminating the small space inside the cave. Let's take turns keeping watch at night. I'll take the first shift. Chi Xia suggested finding a corner to sit down, but Esteth stopped him. There's no need to waste your energy. She pointed to the open space at the innermost part of the cave. There's just enough room for 3 people to lie down. Chi Xia was taken aback. The area was indeed not small, but it was still a bit cramped for 3 people to lie down. Before he could react, Esteth had already walked straight over, lay down in the spot next to him, and turned to look at him. You sleep in the middle. Ah? Chi Xia was completely stunned and subconsciously looked at Inoue Oraheim next to him. Oraheim Inoue's cheeks flushed instantly, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, and she whispered. This isn't quite right. What's wrong with that? Do you think he'd do something wrong? She glanced at Chi Xia, her tone slightly teasing. Chi Xia was immediately embarrassed and quickly waved his hand. I did not mean that. Then lie down. Estetha's tone left no room for argument. There will be many battles tomorrow, so getting enough rest is the most important thing. Oraheim Inoue hesitated for a moment, looked at Chi Xia, then at Esteth, and finally blushed as she walked to the outermost side, gently lay down, and turned her back to the middle. Xia stood there, caught in a dilemma. He could feel Estetha's gaze, which carried a hint of amusement, yet also an undeniable sense of pressure. Estetha urged, "Hurry up." Xia looked at the two stunning beauties lying there, their exquisite figures reminding him of the snow-white skin he had just seen. Isn't that the scene we're looking for? Who can withstand that? It seems that with a favorability rating of 85, Estetha's desire to train and conquer him has been unleashed. Having been a man in both his lives, how could he possibly back down? Xia steeled himself and lay down in the middle, with Estetha and Orihime Inoue on either side. A faint fragrance lingered in the air, one as cold as ice, the other as warm as a spring. It smells delicious. The lighting was dimmed, and only the sound of each other's breathing could be heard inside the cave. Xia stared at the cave ceiling with his eyes open, his mind a jumbled mess, and he was wide awake. After an unknown amount of time, Inoue Orihime's breathing gradually became even, and she seemed to have fallen asleep. Estetha closed her eyes, her expression calm. Xia then slowly relaxed, and his tense nerves gradually eased. He could feel the body heat coming from both sides. Even though he was on a dangerous, abandoned planet, he felt a strange sense of security. Perhaps, this is not bad. He quietly adjusted his posture, closed his eyes, listened to the breathing of the two people beside him, his consciousness gradually blurred, and finally he slept. As dawn broke, Xia groggily opened his eyes. The first thing he smelled was a cool, refreshing fragrance. He subconsciously moved, only to find himself tightly embraced. Looking up, he saw Estetha. No, how come his head is buried in Estetha's warm thunder? Is this a dream? Estetha gently placed her hand on his head, the movement carrying a hint of unconscious tenderness. What made it even more unsettling was that there was someone nestled in his arms. Orihime Inoue was curled up, her cheek pressed against his chest, breathing evenly, clinging to him tightly like an octopus. Xia froze instantly, not daring to breathe. Why did you end up sleeping like that? He couldn't move, nor could he stay still. His cheeks were so hot they could fry an egg on them. Just then, Inoue Orihime in his arms stirred, rubbed her eyes, and unconsciously rubbed her little hand against Xia's chest, as if confirming something. When she fully opened her eyes and saw that she was lying in Xia's arms, her pupils immediately contracted. The two looked at each other, and Xia gave an awkward smile. Inoue, good morning. Ah! A short scream shattered the silence of the cave. Inoue Orihime sprang up and hurriedly backed away, her cheeks as red as ripe apples and her ears burning. The noise woke Estetha, who slowly opened her eyes. Her blue eyes held a hint of languor from just waking up. She glanced at the two flustered people and spoke with a touch of impatience. What's all the noise about so early in the morning? Seeing that Inoue Orihime had left his embrace, Xia tried to take the opportunity to move away. He had just gently pushed away Estetha's hand that was on his head, and before he could even get up, Estetha pulled him back into her arms. The gentle, fragrant thunderbolt crashed into my face. What's the rush? Estetha's voice was tinged with laughter, and she was very close to him, her warm breath brushing against his ear. Is my embrace uncomfortable? You want to leave so badly? Xia was so tightly choked that he could barely breathe, and he quickly waved his hands. No. I think it's getting late, we should eat something and get ready to continue our journey. Oh? Estetha raised an eyebrow before slowly releasing her grip, sitting up, her white military uniform making her skin appear even whiter than snow. Alright, I'm hungry too. Xia felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He practically scrambled to his feet, turned his back to the two men, and straightened his clothes, his heart pounding like a drum. He took out some milk, bread, and fruit from the makeshift warehouse. He first handed it to Inoue Orihime, his voice sounding somewhat unnatural. Inoue, eat something first. Inoue Orihime's face was still red. She lowered her head and dared not look at him. When she reached out to take his hand, her fingertips accidentally touched Xia's hand. She hurriedly took the food, her fingertips trembling slightly, and whispered, "Th. Thank you." Xia also felt his palms getting hot, and subconsciously looked up, just in time to meet Inoue Orihime's furtive glance. The moment their eyes met, they looked away like startled deer, their cheeks flushing even hotter. Ding! Orihime Inoue's affection level +10, current affection level 60. He composed himself and then handed Estetha another serving of food. Estetha smiled and took it, her fingertips intentionally or unintentionally tracing the back of his hand, her gaze fixed on him with a hint of amusement. What, you dare not look at me? Xia felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze, so he quickly turned his head away and coughed lightly. No. No. Ding. Isteth's affection level +3, current affection level 87. The system notification sounded again, and Xia clicked his tongue in surprise. After waking up, their favorability rating had increased a bit too quickly. The three of them didn't say anything more and quietly ate their breakfast. Orihime Inoue took small bites of her bread, occasionally stealing a glance at Xiao's back, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Isteth ate leisurely, occasionally glancing at Xiao's slightly stiff profile with a hint of a smile in her eyes. Xia could feel two gazes on him, and he felt a little amused and exasperated, but he didn't say anything. After what happened last night, the atmosphere between the three of them has indeed changed, with a newfound intimacy that is hard to define. After finishing breakfast, Xia looked at the two of them. We've rested enough, it's time for us to go. Orihime Inoue nodded, having regained some composure. Isteth stood up and stretched her wrists. Let's go, let's see who the lucky ones are today, and give them random rewards. A suicide package. Chapter 57 Void Creatures. Isteth. After a night's rest, Xia and his two companions emerged from the cave just as the morning light pierced through the clouds. Xia raised his hand to look at his bracelet. The map had been updated, and a teleportation point flashing blue appeared not far away, marked to the third stage. The teleportation point has refreshed. Let's go to the next level. Isteth and Orihime Inoue nodded in agreement, and the three of them set off immediately. Just after turning a mountain ridge, more than a dozen figures suddenly appeared in front of us, blocking the middle of the road. The leader was a burly man who carried a gleaming spiked club and had an arrogant expression on his face. This road is mine, these trees are mine, if you want to pass, leave some money to pay the toll. The people behind him quickly dispersed, forming a pincer movement. If you know what's good for you, hand over your points, or don't blame us for being impolite. A tall, thin man nearby shouted, We're from the Justice League. You'd better behave yourselves, or you'll regret it. Xia was speechless. Why were there members of the Justice League again? Seriously, I'm speechless. How many of them are there? You can run into them anywhere. He didn't speak, but slowly drew his orange weapon, the sky-splitting sword. Hey, you dare to lay a hand on me? The burly man laughed angrily and charged forward, brandishing his spiked club. Brothers, let's go together and kill him. More than 10 people launched an attack simultaneously, with flashes of swords, shadows of fists, and energy blasts clashing as they rushed towards Xia. Instant kill flash. Xiao's figure transformed into an orange streak of light, instantly passing through the crowd. With a few soft splat sounds, followed by a series of exclamations and screams, the people at the forefront were instantly cut into specks of light. Before the remaining people could react, the sword light was already upon them. Before they could even see Xiao's movements, they felt a chill in their chests, and their consciousness was plunged into darkness. In the blink of an eye, the dozen or so roadblocks turned into specks of light and vanished, leaving only a few low-level pieces of equipment scattered on the ground. The burly man stared wide-eyed until his death, seemingly still not understanding how he had died. How could this be? Damn it! The Justice League will not let you get away with this. Xia sheathed his sword, clearly feeling the excellent feel and compatibility of the orange weapon. He looked at the vanished burly man with a cold gaze. It seems there are quite a few weaklings in this alliance. Inoue Orihime quickly followed, somewhat worried. Would killing them attract more members of the alliance? Isteth said calmly, just a bunch of rabble. We'll deal with them all once we've brought them here. Xia nodded and continued walking forward. Never mind them, let's go check out the teleportation point first. The three figures quickly disappeared at the end of the mountain road, having arrived at their destination. The area around the teleportation point was unusually quiet this time, with no other examinees or monsters around, making it go by a rather unexpectedly smooth process. Standing in the center of the teleportation array, Xia was enveloped in blue light. In an instant, his vision blurred, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely different environment. What comes into view are rows of high-rise buildings, but most of them have mottled walls, broken glass, and exposed steel bars, clearly indicating that it is an abandoned civilized city. Is this a city ruin? Orihime Inoue looked around. The air was thick with the smell of dust and decay. It looks like it's been through a major war. Xia walked to a dilapidated convenience store, raised his hand and pushed open the deformed glass door. The soft creak sound was particularly clear in the silence. The store shelves were overturned and scattered with cans and energy bars in damaged packaging. A notification popped up after scanning with a wristband. Received common supplies, points plus 30. The supplies here give more points than before, so they decided to loot the place. Soon after, they entered an abandoned large shopping mall. The goods on the shelves were covered in dust, but they could still find a lot of high-scoring items. Shi Xia was putting several boxes of high-energy compressed biscuits into a temporary warehouse when he suddenly heard heavy footsteps, accompanied by the harsh sound of metal scraping. A humanoid robot, over 2 meters tall, burst out from the depths of the mall, its body covered in a rusty metal shell, its eyes gleaming with a scarlet light. Upon seeing Shi Xia and his group, they emitted a series of gibberish electronic sounds, clearly indicating that they were activated, abandoned guard machines. Careful! Shi Xia gave a low shout and pulled Inoue Orihime aside to dodge. The robot raised its hand and unleashed a laser beam that struck the nearby shelf with a boom. The metal shelf instantly melted into a twisted mass of scrap metal, its power clearly surpassing that of the second stage monster. Immediately afterwards, several cannonballs popped out from the robot's waist and shot towards the three of them. Orihime Inoue reacted extremely quickly, forming hand seals. I refuse to form a shield in 3 days. The orange triangular light shield unfolded instantly, and with a few muffled thuds, all the cannonballs were blocked outside the shield. Upon seeing this, the robot's crimson eyes shone even brighter. A laser sword sprang from its waist, and air gushed from its feet as it leaped up with 2 loud thuds, slashing fiercely down at Shi Xia. Shi Xia neither dodged nor evaded, instantly drawing out the sky-splitting sword. The orange light collided with the laser sword, producing a piercing sizzle sound, and the powerful impact forced both of them back half a step. Shi Xia's eyes sharpened, and the orange light suddenly surged. Instant kill flash. Snap. The robotic arm snapped off, and the lightsaber fell to the ground. The robot's remaining left arm swung fiercely at Shi Xia, but he dodged it by sidestepping and then slashed down with his sword, the left arm falling to the ground. Before the robot could retreat, Shi Xia lunged forward, raised his sword, and cleanly severed its head. Squeak squeak. The headless mechanical body swayed, spewed out a few wisps of black smoke, and collapsed to the ground with a thud, becoming completely still. Defeat the abandoned mechanical guard, score plus 50. Shi Xia raised an eyebrow as the bracelet beeped. The monsters in the third stage give quite a few points. Orihime Inoue stepped forward, looked at the mechanical wreckage on the ground, and felt a lingering fear. These robots are amazing, their lasers and projectiles are incredibly powerful. Its death kicked the robot's head. It is indeed stronger than the previous monsters, but that's all. As they ventured deeper, they encountered several more mechanical guards. However, Shi Xia quickly resolved all of them, and Shi Xia's points increased significantly. When they left the mall, their points had accumulated to 35,882, still firmly in first place. Just then, a chilling sound came from above, like the chirping of countless insects flapping their wings. Humans are such delicious things. Shi Xia looked up abruptly and saw a terrifying creature perched on the beam of the top floor of the mall. It is entirely black, and its body is like a mantis magnified dozens of times, but it has an exoskeleton similar to that of an arthropod. The most terrifying thing is its head, which has no obvious facial features, only a ring-shaped mouth covered with sharp teeth, from which thick green mucus drips when it opens and closes. Its 6 compound eyes, blood red, were fixed on Shi Xia and his companions, filled with undisguised greed. What kind of monster is this? Inoue Orihime couldn't help but take a step back, and her light shield instinctively deployed. The creature let out a sharp sneer, its body slowly wriggling as it climbed down from the beam. With each step, its sharp claws scraped across the ground with a piercing sound. He. Monster? I'm not that kind of low-level creature. I come from the Void Rift. I am noble. The Void Race. Chapter 58. The exam continues, each to accept their fate. Inoue Orihime. Standard Planet AE-86, the highest conference room for the National College entrance examination. Several high-ranking executives in formal attire sat around a long table, their eyes focused on a holographic screen in front of them, which was displaying reports on the unusual conditions of the abandoned planet. After a thorough investigation overnight, it has been confirmed that the monsters that caused real killings on the abandoned planet are void creatures. The official in charge of the analysis said in a deep voice, with a hint of seriousness in his tone, he said. The Void Race? Some people frowned. How dare they cause trouble at this time? The key question is, how did they get onto the abandoned planet? And how were they able to bypass the restrictions and actually kill the test takers? Another senior executive tapped on the table, his tone stern. The analyst pulled up a blurry video, which showed the 8-legged monster. Based on the residual energy trajectory, this should be a special void creature, which may have entered from some undetected void rift. As for actual killing ability, the abilities of void creatures are incredibly diverse, and it's not impossible for them to ignore the rules and act directly on living beings. Silence fell over the meeting room. Everyone knew that the appearance of void creatures was no small matter, as it meant that the security barriers of the abandoned planet might have been breached. What do we do now? Someone suggested, why don't we stop the exam immediately and move all the candidates out? Transfer? Someone immediately countered, leaving aside how the remaining millions of test takers will evacuate in a short time. The impact of simply terminating the exam is immeasurable. Have you considered how many resources it would take to reorganize the exam? Moreover, the teleportation array is set to teleport upon elimination, and forced teleportation requires the examinee to commit suicide. If millions of test takers collectively commit suicide, wouldn't we become a laughingstock in the entire galaxy? The arguments rose and fell, but eventually all eyes turned to the old man sitting in the center. He was the highest-ranking official in charge of this year's college entrance examination. His hair and beard were all white, but his eyes remained sharp. Report the situation to the higher-level stars. The old man spoke slowly, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. But the exam continues until then. Continue? Someone exclaimed, but those void creatures. Those who stand out in this college entrance examination will ultimately be the ones who face a wider world. The old man interrupted him, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. If they can't even handle a few void creatures, how far can they go in the future, even if they survive? Life and death are part of the trial, let each accept their fate. He paused, then added. Notify all candidates of the existence and danger of the void creatures, and let them make their own judgments. This is both a crisis and an opportunity to select the strong. The group exchanged glances, and although they had their concerns, they understood the old man's meaning. The college entrance examination is not just a contest of knowledge, but also the ultimate test of willpower, ability, and adaptability. Yes. The order was quickly relayed, and all examinees on the abandoned planet received an urgent notification on their wristbands. Warning, void creature invasion detected. Their attacks can cause real death. All candidates must be vigilant. If you fear for your life, you may commit suicide. Death will allow you to withdraw from the exam. The news caused an uproar among the test takers who were fighting or lurking on the abandoned planet. Void creatures? How could there be such things here? Are you crazy? We're just taking the college entrance exam, and we have to face the Void Clan? And if you are killed by them, you will truly die? Damn it! How can anyone concentrate on the college entrance exam like this? What's the point of the college entrance exam? Don't you know how terrifying void creatures are? Damn it! I don't want to die yet. Every candidate was filled with anxiety upon seeing this news. In the ultimate universe, planets have different classes and there are millions of kinds of creatures, but void creatures are a taboo for all civilizations. They do not belong to any known star system, but dwell in the void of cosmic rifts, taking pleasure in killing and devouring living beings, leaving behind only desolation wherever they go. Moreover, they are exceptionally powerful and extremely difficult to deal with. The people watching the livestream were instantly in an uproar upon seeing this news. How could a void rift appear at the exam venue? This is a major incident. It's over, those candidates are probably in grave danger. The attacks of void creatures can tear the soul apart. Once you're dead, you're truly dead. Why aren't the authorities stopping it? It's outrageous. Are the lives of us standard planetary students worthless? You know what, maybe in their eyes, we really are worthless. That really hurts, bro. The atmosphere in the viewing areas of each school was extremely tense. Parents clenched their fists, staring intently at the screen, fearing something might happen to their children. The teachers were pale-faced and kept contacting higher-ups, only to receive the cold reply, "The exam continues." This isn't an exam, it's a massacre. The deathly silence in the viewing area of Yongjiang No. 2 Middle School was broken by a crisp sound. A glass shattered on the floor, the sound particularly jarring in the empty room. The female security guard frantically tried to tidy up, but no one paid her any attention. Xu Debiao stared intently at the screen, his fingers digging into his palms with his grip. On the screen, a high-level notification that void creatures can cause real death burned his eyes like a branding iron. What made him even more suffocated was that, in the live broadcast, Xia and his two companions were confronting the ferocious-looking Void Hunter. What should we do? His voice trembled, and his usual composure was nowhere to be found. Void creatures, once they're dead, they're truly dead. Teacher Li, standing next to him, was deathly pale, her hands clenched into fists. Damn it! Why aren't the authorities doing anything about this? This isn't an exam, it's murder. Zhu Debiao's gaze was fixed on Xia on the screen, his lips trembling, as if he were talking to himself, or as if he were screaming at the person on the screen. Retreat! Xia, retreat now. If all else fails, commit suicide. Suicide will teleport you out. He knew this was absurd given Xia's personality, he would never back down in the face of battle. But he couldn't care less. So what if his college entrance exam results weren't good? If he missed it, he could just try again next year. If you lose your life, you lose everything. Xia, listen to me, retreat. He slammed his hand on the table, scattering documents all over the floor. His death is strong, and Orihime Inoue is good at defense, but she is a void creature. Teacher Li turned her head away, unable to look at the screen anymore, her eyes reddening. Principal, Xia and the others, will they be all right? Zhu Debiao didn't answer, but stared intently at the orange sword light in the image. He had never hated his powerlessness so much. As the principal, he could only stand there and watch, unable to do anything. Everyone in the number 2 middle school viewing area had their hearts in their throats, silently praying that the three figures could emerge alive from this true trial of life and death. After chapter 59, you will be Xia's wife. Inoue Orihime. Xia frowned slightly as he looked at the void creature before him. He had heard rumors about the void race before. In the racial classification of the universe of end production, humans belong to the lower class, with intermediate, advanced and even special races above them, but the void race was never included in the list. It's not that they're not qualified, quite the opposite, no one dares to define them. These beings, existing outside the rules of the universe, are so ferocious and dangerous that they have long been etched into the taboos of all civilizations. Xia gripped the sky-splitting sword tightly, watching the void creature warily. Be careful, this thing is not easy to deal with. The void hunter let out a sharp sneer, its ring-shaped mouthparts opening and closing. Don't be nervous, I'll make your deaths easier. Before the words were even finished, it pounced on Xia, its sharp claws carrying a force that tore through the air. Xia swung his sword to block, but the void monster's body suddenly became transparent in the air and disappeared into the void without a trace. Xia hissed, watch out. The next second, the void hunter appeared beside his death, spitting out a viscous green liquid that emanated a pungent, fishy odor. His death reacted extremely quickly, conjuring a huge ice shield with a wave of her hand. With a sizzle, the green liquid hit the ice shield, instantly emitting white smoke, and began to corrode the ice layer at a speed visible to the naked eye. That's interesting. His death's eyes narrowed, and with her other hand, she unleashed several ice spikes, aiming precisely at the void creature. The void creature flicked its tail, knocking away all the ice spikes. In the instant it leaped forward, Xia had already closed in, and the sky-splitting sword, glowing orange, slashed towards its chest. Instant kill flash. However, just as the sword was about to strike, the void creature's body became nothingness again, and Xia's sword missed its mark, achieving nothing. This ability. They can disappear into the void at any time to avoid attacks, no wonder the endless universe has been unable to deal with them. The void creature materialized not far away, and there was a faint white mark on its chest shell, which seemed to surprise it. They're much stronger than the trainees we killed before. Upon hearing this, Xia's eyes turned cold. He didn't look at the terminal, but he instantly understood that the murder mentioned by the void creature was far more than just elimination among candidates. After all, no void creature would be so bored as to kill humans who cannot truly die. Be careful. Don't get hurt by it. Xia immediately reminded his death and Inoue Orihime, tightening his grip on his sword. The void hunter seemed pleased with his reaction, its 6 compound eyes flashing with excited red light. Interesting. It seems you figured something out. That's right, if you die by my hand, you'll never wake up again. It vanished into the void once more, but this time it did not appear immediately, leaving behind only a suffocating sense of oppression. Xia and his two companions stood back to back in a circle, warily scanning their surroundings. He stared intently in the direction where the void creature had disappeared, unleashing his killing intent in an attempt to find some clues. But after investigating, they found absolutely nothing. It's indeed troublesome that they can't even lock onto the killing intent. TCH, a useless coward who only knows how to hide. Isteth snorted coldly, her body radiating a chilling aura. Just as she was about to make a move, she was stopped by Orihime Inoue. Sister Isteth, I might have a way to make it know where to hide. Oh? Shi Xia looked at Inoue Orihime's determined eyes and nodded. Inoue, please. Inoue Orihime took a deep breath, quickly formed hand seals, and whispered a prayer. Twin heavens returned to shield, void. I refuse. An orange triangular light shield suddenly appeared, first enveloping the three people, and then expanding outwards, instantly covering a large area. With a soft hum, ripples spread across the edges, and the figure of a void creature slowly emerged from the previously empty space. Half of its body was still in an ethereal state, but at this moment it was as if it was blocked by an invisible wall, and could no longer completely escape into the void. How is this possible? The void creature let out a sharp screech, its 6 compound eyes filled with disbelief. My void transmission was actually blocked? It struggled frantically, only to find that the surrounding void seemed to not exist, and no matter how much power it exerted, it could not hide again. The power of the void, which is like a law, was actually blocked by a little girl's power of refusal, which completely overturned its understanding. Isteth originally planned to wait until the void creature made its move, then use Mokari Temo to freeze time and space before killing it. She could only subdue the void creature the moment it made its move, but unexpectedly, Orihime Inoue's ability could directly expose the void creature, which was beyond her expectations. Shi Xia was also shocked by Inoue Orihime's power of rejection. She could even reject the void. If she were to explore further, she could probably reject anything. When Orihime Inoue's reject the void ability was shown during the live stream, the entire viewing platform instantly erupted in celebration. Holy crap! What kind of godlike bug is this ability? It can actually block the ability to escape through the void? The most cunning thing about void creatures is their stealth ability, and now that's been blocked? What's there to be afraid of? Is it possible to send Inoue Orihime to search the void clan's lair? That's right. If it can even reject the void, it might be able to directly locate the rift entrance. Wouldn't the void race explode? It's not that easy. The universe is so vast, and void rifts are even more unpredictable. Even if you can block a local void, finding the lair is as difficult as climbing to heaven. And won't the Void Clan hold a grudge against her? After all, this ability is their nemesis. Assassinating Inoue Orihime is unlikely, after all, she is just a heroic spirit. If anyone is to be killed, it would be Shi Xia. Holy crap! Isn't Shi Xia in danger now? Don't worry, most planets are heavily guarded and it's difficult for the void race to get in. They can only sneak into places like abandoned planets where the security is weak. Once the college entrance exam is over and Shi Xia and the others return to their safe planet, there won't be so much danger. That's true, but it's still best to be careful. Orihime Inoue had beads of sweat on her forehead, clearly indicating that this move had taken a heavy toll on her. I can only hold it for a few seconds. That's enough. Shi Xia was already poised to strike, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Instant kill flash. The orange sword light flashed like lightning, instantly traversing several meters and slashing straight at the chest of the void creature. The void creature roared and swung its claws to block, but with a whoosh, its claws were severed by the sword light, and green blood gushed out. Hateful. The void creature panicked completely and turned to try to escape the rejection range. But Shi Xia would never give it that chance. He moved again, delivering another vertical slash. This time, the void creature couldn't dodge and its body was cleaved in two. No. How could this be? Its ring-shaped mouthparts opened and closed, and the red light in its eyes quickly dimmed. I actually died at the hands of a human brat. Shi Xia didn't give it a chance to say anything more. With a swift stroke of his sword, he cleanly severed its head. Inoue Orihime swayed as if exhausted, but Shi Xia caught her in time. Are you all right? I'm fine. Orihime shook her head, looked at the wreckage on the ground, and breathed a sigh of relief. Great, it worked. Shi Xia looked at Inoue Orihime in his arms and smiled slightly. Your move was crucial. Orihime Inoue blushed slightly. I'm glad I could help. Isteth looked at Orihime Inoue, a rare hint of approval flashing in her eyes, and suddenly spoke. I acknowledge you. From now on, you'll work with me, and will be Shi Xia's wife, perhaps. Chapter 60 Embracing Both. Inoue Orihime. Upon hearing this, Chi-Xia subconsciously looked down at Inoue Oraheim in his arms. Oraheim Inoue also happened to look up, and the moment their eyes met, both of them blushed instantly, their hearts pounded like drums, and an inexplicable flutter spread through their hearts. Oraheim Inoue shyly stepped back half a step from Chi-Xia's embrace, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes with both hands, but she didn't utter a single word of no. Her slightly reddened ears and lowered eyes clearly indicated her consent. Chi-Xia was stunned by Isthetha's words, and then a strange feeling arose in his heart. This seems not bad either. Before he could think it through, Isthetha had already smiled and put her arm around his. At the same time, he reached out and gently pushed Inoue Oraheim to his other side. Inoue Oraheim staggered over and instinctively grabbed Chi-Xia's other arm. Isthetha leaned closer to Chi-Xia, her nose almost touching his cheek, a sly smile playing on her lips. How is it? Do you like it? Chi-Xia felt the soft touches from his left and right sides, and looked at the two faces in his arms, a mixture of shyness and smiles. His throat tightened, he subconsciously swallowed, and stammered in response. I like it. Upon hearing this, Inoue Oraheim lowered her head even further, her ears turning a deep red that seemed almost to bleed. Heh, you little rascal, you're quite honest. Isthetha chuckled softly and suddenly gave him a light peck on the cheek, her cool lips carrying a soft touch. Chi-Xia froze, as if struck by an electric current, his whole body tense up. Isthetha turned to look at Oraheim Inoue, raising an eyebrow and saying, What about you? Aren't you going to do anything? Oraheim Inoue suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with panic, and her hands instinctively clenched Chi-Xia's sleeves. She bit her lip, as if making a huge decision, and suddenly stood on tiptoe and quickly kissed Chi-Xia on the other cheek. She immediately lowered her head, no longer daring to look at Chi-Xia, her neck turning bright red. Chi-Xia felt the soft, warm touch from both arms, and the two different sensations lingered on his cheeks. His heart felt as if it had been gently brushed by a feather, or as if a warm current was flowing through it, and he felt somewhat lightheaded. This feeling of having two women on either side, it's wonderful. He looked at the two stunningly beautiful women beside him, one with a cool and aloof smile and the other with a shy, bowed head, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Chi-Xia took a deep breath, thinking that since Isthetha and Inoue Oraheim were so straightforward, how could he back down? He reached out and gently pulled the two women's slender waists into his arms, first planting a kiss on Isthetha's lips without hesitation. Then he lightly pecked Inoue Oraheim on the forehead, the movement somewhat awkward, but it seemed to be a declaration of ownership. After doing all this, his heart was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to burst out of his chest, and his palms were slightly sweaty. He had never been so nervous when killing someone, but facing the two stunning women in his arms, he was so nervous that his breathing became erratic. Isthetha paused for a moment, then a smile flashed in her eyes. Heh, you've really grown up, kid. You even dared to kiss me, and hold me so tightly. Inoue Oraheim blushed deeply, gently nudged Chi-Xia's arm, and said in a soft, coquettish voice. Chi-Xia, you're so annoying. There was no real annoyance in her voice, but rather a hint of undisguised shyness and joy. Chi-Xia breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the two of them did not resist, and felt a sense of comfort throughout his body. This feels good. Inoue Oraheim, current affection level, 70, bond energy, 420. Isthetha, current affection level, 90, bond energy, 690. The live stream chat exploded instantly, with a dense barrage of comments almost covering the entire screen. Holy crap! Chi-Xia finally couldn't hold back anymore? Kissing one on the left and one on the right, he's got some serious skills. Both of them are stunningly beautiful. Queen Isthetha exudes a powerful aura, while Oraheim Inoue is gentle and shy. Who can resist them all? I'm so envious. I'm so jealous. Why can't I have such a good thing? Stop being so sour, these are all the heroic spirits of Chi-Xia, it was destined by heaven. That's true, but I'm still so envious. I could watch that scene of him with one woman on each side 100 times. Chi-Xia's move was incredibly brave. I didn't realize he was so proactive at such a crucial moment, he usually seems so composed. Did you notice? Queen Isthetha actually smiled. She didn't manage to freeze Chi-Xia? Inoue Oraheim's I hate you was so sweet. That's clearly a tacit agreement. I'm totally shipping them. I'm totally shipping them. Chi Zonghong paused, his hand holding the teacup catching in his throat. His eyes widened as he stared intently at the screen showing Chi-Xia with two women on either side of him, almost choking on his tea. Kai Tsueyin was so excited that she slapped her thigh and tapped the screen with her finger. Old Chi, look! Our son has made something of himself. A dashing Isdeth and a gentle Inoue Oraheim, they look so well matched standing together with our son. Yes, yes, yes. Chi Zonghun quickly put down his teacup, leaned closer to the screen, squinted at it, and grinned from ear to ear. I knew our son was capable. Look at his demeanor and sense of responsibility he takes after me. Pa, who would be so lucky? Kaitsuein laughed and punched him lightly, but her eyes were glued to the screen. I think both girls are quite nice, if only we could both. She blushed halfway through her sentence and covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. Oh well, whatever makes Xia Xia happy. Do you think our family will soon have a new baby? I need to hurry up and take the newly made quilt out to air it out. Chi Zonghong laughed alone, of course. At that time, we'll have to get Isdeth and Inoue to give birth to our little Xia. 11 babies. Abandoned planet. Just as Chi Xia and his two companions were about to leave, a streak of light suddenly flashed across the sky, followed by a muffled bang, and a huge energy barrier unfolded in mid-air, transforming into a loudspeaker. After a thunderous roar, a gentle yet penetrating male voice resounded throughout the abandoned planet. Chi Xia, I am Yunchen. End the rift, I'm waiting for you, let's settle this once and for all. As the sound faded, the energy barrier dissipated. But these few words, like a pebble thrown into a lake, stirred up ripples in the hearts of all the candidates. Yunchen? He's that genius student who's always been at the top of the rankings. Oraheim Inoue was somewhat worried. His sudden invitation to the end of the valley, could it be a trap? Is he trying to ambush you? Isdetha's eyes lit up, her rapier trembling slightly with excitement. An ambush would be even better, allowing us to wipe them all out at once and save us the trouble of searching for them one by one. Chi Xia opened the map on his wristband and tapped the location marked End Canyon with his fingertip. It wasn't too far from there at the speed of a psionicist, they could get there in half a day. Since he dared to make the invitation, I dare to go. Chi Xia's voice was calm and steady as he looked at the outline of the canyon on the map. As a psionicist, if you back down when challenged, you've already lost from the start. Whether the other party is genuinely seeking a duel or has set up an ambush, he must go. However, as the top genius in the genius class, and having issued the challenge during the globally broadcast college entrance examination, it is 99.9% a fair duel. Since he wants war, then let's fight. Chi Xia looked up towards the direction of the End Canyon, his eyes sharp as swords. Isdeth smiled with admiration and took the first step. Let's go. Oraheim Inoue clenched her small fist, her tone firm. Wherever Chi Xia goes, I will go. Without further hesitation, the three sped off toward the end of the canyon. Chapter 61, The Showdown Between Two SSRs. Isdeth. The Justice League's temporary base was set up in an abandoned mine. The mine was brightly lit, and hundreds of members sat together, but the atmosphere was somewhat somber. The leader, Zhang Jijie, was tall and had a resolute face. He was listening to his subordinate's report. Leader, we lost over 700 men in yesterday's airdrop battle. He frowned slightly, then waved his hand. Fortunately, I managed to snag an airdrop and get that golden piece of equipment, so it wasn't a complete loss. He paused for a moment, then looked at the crowd. Chi Xia is currently on a strong upward trend in the standings, having surpassed Yunchen. If you encounter them, try to avoid them. Avoid? A burly man suddenly stood up. He was the leader of the radical faction in the alliance. Leader, we have tens of thousands of members, what are we afraid of? Let's join forces and wipe them out, and the top spot in points will be ours. No. Conservatives immediately countered, our primary goal is to advance. We only need to secure a spot in the top 10%. There's no need to fight tooth and nail against top geniuses, it's too risky. Take risks? How can you win first place if you're afraid to take the risk? Winning first place? If we get eliminated here, we won't even have a chance to advance. Radicals and conservatives instantly erupted into a heated argument. Zhang Jijie rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on, when suddenly Yun Chen's challenge, which had spread throughout the entire planet, came from the sky. The cave fell silent instantly, and everyone was stunned. Yun Chen actually issued a challenge to Chi Xia? The end of the canyon. This is a fight to the death. This is going to be interesting. The murmurs resumed, and the radical leader's eyes lit up as he looked sharply at Zhang Jijie. Leader. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let's gather all our forces, contact our allies, and together we'll end the canyon. Once Chi Xia and Yun Chen are both severely injured, We'll rush in and wipe them out along with everyone from the genius class. We'll be number 1 in points then. Yes. Let's reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Those geniuses are usually so arrogant, this is the perfect opportunity to teach them a lesson. But what if there are void creatures now? What should we do? Those few void creatures are nothing to worry about. There are so many of us. We can kill them with a mouthful of salt water from each of us. Yes. I hate these rich and powerful geniuses more than the void creatures. Stop talking, I'm starting to resent the rich. Kill these geniuses. The voices of the radicals are growing louder, and the conservatives are looking at each other, also feeling that this is indeed an opportunity. If they can use this opportunity to severely damage the genius class in Xixia, their path to advancement will be much smoother. A glint of light flashed in Zhang Jijia's eyes, and he slammed his hand on the table. Okay. Let's do it this way. He stood up, his voice loud and clear. Pass on my order, gather all members and proceed immediately to the end canyon. At the same time, contact all allies and have them bring their full strength to meet us on time. Our leader is wise. Zhang Jijia clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with ambition. This time, I, Zhang Jijia, will show everyone that our Justice League can also compete for first place. A group of trainees were squatting on the ground counting the supplies they had looted when they suddenly saw the news that Yun Chen had declared war on Xixia. Holy crap, are the top 2 on the leaderboard going head to head? The final battle in the rift, that's interesting. Should we go watch the match? We might be able to learn something from this clash of top geniuses. The boy next to him was wiping his weapon, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Watching the battle? We'd rather use this time to gather more supplies. We're about to enter the next level, and points are the only thing that matters. As the group was arguing, a chilling laugh suddenly came from behind them. The battle between first and second place, there will definitely be a lot of people there, right? The trainees turned around abruptly and saw a figure emerge from the shadows. The creature was hunched over, with 8 tiny tentacles covered in serrated barbs on its back. Its skin was an eerie grayish purple, and its eyes were pure black. It was licking its lips and looking at them. Void creatures. The short-haired girl's expression changed drastically, and she instantly gripped her weapon tightly. The void creature let out a chuckle. Their blood will surely smell better than yours. Killing them would yield far more than this junk, don't you think? Its tentacles swayed gently, their serrated edges gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Run! Run now! The students instantly realized something was wrong and were about to get up and fight back when the void creature waved its tentacle, turning them all into chunks of flesh. After doing all this, it let out a chilling whisper. The end of the canyon, it'll be quite a spectacle then. Xixia, Istef, and Inoue Oraheim sped along, swiftly dealing with any monsters or examinees they encountered that tried to block their path. It didn't take much effort before the outline of the end canyon came into view in the distance. At the entrance to the canyon, a huge waterfall roars down, splashing water that reflects a rainbow of colors in the sunlight. 2 human-shaped statues, tens of meters high, stand on either side of the waterfall. Their armor is mottled, yet they still exude a majestic and awe-inspiring presence, as if they have been guarding this canyon since ancient times. Beside the pool below the waterfall, a young man in white was sitting cross-legged. He had handsome features and a gentle, refined demeanor. A faint aura of spiritual energy emanated from him. He was another SSSR psychic in his class and the top student in the genius class. Yun Chen. Hearing footsteps, Yun Chen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling on Xixia, a peaceful smile appearing on his lips. Xixia, you finally arrived. Xixia stopped in his tracks, the sky-splitting sword trembling slightly in his hand, and calmly met Yun Chen's gaze. Yun Chen, they've come to meet the challenge. The roar of the waterfall seemed to become background noise, leaving only the atmosphere of the 2 people facing off in the canyon. A gentle and refined person, yet harboring the arrogance of a top genius. He was calm and reserved, but his eyes burned with an indomitable fighting spirit. Yun Chen stood up, his white robes fluttering in the mountain breeze. I've heard of you before, and the speed at which your points have increased has surprised even me. Likewise. Xixia responded calmly, I've secured the top spot. Jesus couldn't stop me, I said. Chapter 62 The Lamb to the Slaughter. Inoue Oraheim. Yun Chen was slightly taken aback when he heard Xixia's words. Although he had never heard of Jesus, he understood the determination in Xixia's tone and nodded with a smile. Alright, let's settle this here. His gaze swept over his death and Orihime no way. Why don't you bring your heroic spirits up with you? Let me see just how powerful the force that helped you reach the top of the rankings really is. Orihime no way instinctively reached out to step forward, but his death stopped her. His death shook her head slightly, her eyes signaling her to calm down. He won't let you or me make a move. Sure enough, Xia turned to look at them, his tone firm. No need. I can handle Yunshan on my own. He gripped the sky-splitting sword tightly, the orange light flowing along the blade growing ever more intense. Seeing that Xia insisted on not using heroic spirits, Yunshan's admiration deepened. Since you only use swordsmanship, then I will also use swordsmanship to determine who is better. He raised his hand, grasped the hilt, and slowly drew the long sword. The sword hummed and shone with a dazzling golden light, its flowing luster resembling molten gold. It was the highest quality golden weapon on the abandoned planet. Sorry, I don't have any orange tier weapons. Yunshan lightly raised his sword, the golden light making his eyes shine. Looks like I can only out-weapon you. It's alright. Xia gripped the sky-splitting sword tightly, orange flames dancing on its blade. Strength is enough to make up for the gap. Ha, I like your confidence. Yunshan's smile deepened, and he lowered the tip of his sword slightly, assuming a starting stance. Xia said no more, his spiritual power suddenly erupted, and his figure turned into a blur. Instant kill flash. The orange sword light tore through the air, striking Yunshan's face with overwhelming force. Yunshan's eyes narrowed, and he blocked with his golden longsword. With a loud clang, dazzling sparks flew from the point where the two swords clashed, and the powerful impact caused the rocks beneath their feet to crack. Before the force could dissipate, Xia flipped his wrist, and the sky-splitting sword wrapped around the opponent's sword. He pressed down and slashed to the side, each move fierce and powerful. Yunshan responded calmly, his golden longsword wielding a dense and impenetrable attack, deflecting each strike. The two figures clashed before the waterfall, their swords weaving a dense net of light. The clanging sounds of their swords mingled with the roar of the waterfall, creating a strange rhythm. Their swordsmanship was exquisite, and each exchange of blows contained hidden variations, making Esteth and Orihime hold their breath in awe. It was another head-on collision, and both men retreated several steps, slightly out of breath. Xia retreated to the front of the huge war god statue on the left, while Yunshan stood next to the huge war god statue on the right. The two ancient war god statues seemed to be cheering them on. That was really fun. Yunshan wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. Now, I'm going to get serious. The light flowing from the golden longsword grew even more intense, and a sharp sword intent spread from his body, like an invisible blade that made the air tremble slightly. Xia felt a chill run down his spine, then smiled. This was exactly what he had been hoping for. He took a deep breath, and the orange flames on the sky-splitting sword suddenly surged. His sword intent also erupted, colliding and intertwining with Yunshan's sword intent in the air, and for a moment they were evenly matched. Your sword intent has actually reached this level? Yunshan was slightly taken aback, and a genuine look of surprise appeared on his face. That surprised me. Xia pointed the tip of his sword diagonally at the ground, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Likewise. Before the words were even finished, the two moved again. This time, there were no fancy probing moves, only the purest clash of sword intent. The golden and orange sword lights, like two giant dragons, writhed and tore at each other in the canyon, each collision causing the waterfall to splash everywhere. Esteth looked at the orange figure, a barely perceptible smile curving her lips. This man always brings surprises. Orihime Inoue clasped her hands together and prayed silently, her gaze fixed on the figure moving through the golden light, her eyes filled with trust and pride. On the cliff above the Yen Canyon, there stood a dense crowd of people, roughly estimated to be over 10,000. They were the Justice League and its allies. Zhang Jijie, the leader, stood on the edge of the cliff, looking down at Xia and Yunshan, who were locked in fierce combat below, his brows furrowed. The strength of these two. A leader of the alliance standing nearby gasped, their swordsmanship and sword intent alone are already miles ahead of ours. More than that, they didn't even use psionic energy. Another person swallowed hard. They're really too strong, no wonder they're ranked number 1 and number 2. Such terrifying strength, it's truly horrifying. If I went up there, I'd probably be cut down in 2 rounds. A genius is a genius, ridiculously strong. The discussions were tinged with barely concealed apprehension, and many people instinctively gripped their weapons, their eyes darting around. Zhang Jijie took a deep breath and suddenly raised his voice. It is precisely because they are strong that we must unite even more. The college entrance examination tests not only physical strength, but also strategy, cohesion, and appeal. He surveyed the crowd with a sharp gaze. Are we destined to be forever overshadowed by these so-called geniuses? Today, we will drag them down from their pedestals and create our own glory. These words were like a spark, instantly igniting the resentment in everyone's hearts. Yes. Why should they be at the top? With 10,000 men joining forces, I refuse to believe we can't wear them down. The boss is right. Let's get them. Let them see what it means for unity to be strength. Yes. The college entrance examination is our hope, and we must not back down. For tomorrow, for victory. Let's give it our all. Let them know that a single spark can start a prairie fire. Amidst the fervor of the crowd, someone asked urgently, "Boss, when are we going to make our move?" Zhang Jijie looked down and saw that the battle between Qi Xia and Yun Shen was becoming increasingly fierce. The golden and orange sword lights clashed and were evenly matched. Both of them had some wounds on their bodies and their breathing was obviously disordered. No rush. Let them both suffer heavy losses before we go down to clean up the mess. This way, we can reduce casualties and secure a victory. The boss is brilliant. Our leader is so thoughtful, always considering the brothers' needs. I'm so touched, boss, I want to have your babies. Flattery abounded, and Zhang Jijie's prestige reached its peak at this moment. He watched with satisfaction as his men rubbed their hands together in anticipation, then turned his gaze back to the bottom of the canyon. Fight on, the fiercer you fight, the more I will gain. At this moment, he looked at Qi Xia and Yun Shen as if he were looking at a lamb to the slaughter. Chapter 63 is time to wrap things up. SD. Qi Xia and Yun Shen had exchanged more than 100 blows, and the crisp sound of their swords clashing echoed endlessly in the canyon. Both of them had several wounds on their bodies, their clothes were soaked with blood, and their faces were pale due to the depletion of their spiritual energy, but the excitement in their eyes did not diminish at all. Qi Xia slashed diagonally with his sword, forcing Yun Shen to retreat half a step. Taking advantage of the momentum, he spun around and swept horizontally, the orange sword light flashing like an arc of the moon. Yun Shen touched the ground with his toes and leaped into the air to dodge, while his golden longsword slashed down with tremendous force, smashing into Qi Xia's shoulder. Qi Xia raised his sword to parry, and with a clang, the two began to struggle again, their arms trembling slightly from the immense force. Happy! Yun Shen let out a low shout, and his spiritual power suddenly erupted, causing the golden longsword to shine brightly. Qi Xia was not to be outdone. His sky-splitting sword hummed and ignited with even more intense flames, his sword intent surging towards his opponent like a tide. Inoue Oraheim looked at the two who were stuck in a stalemate and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Sister, do you think we should go and help? Isdeath watched the two locked in a stalemate, then suddenly chuckled, a meaningful smile curving her lips. No need, and I feel like they are acting? Oraheim Inoue was puzzled. How could it be an act when the fight was so dangerous? As a master swordsman, Isdeath could easily see through the clues, and simply patted Inoue Oraheim's shoulder lightly. You'll find out soon enough. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a change occurred in the canyon. Qi Xia suddenly spun around, his sword moving with him, unleashing the killing move, round dance slash. Yun Shen's eyes narrowed, and his golden longsword pointed straight at the sky as he unleashed his killing move. Piercing cloud slash. Boom! After the loud bang, both figures were blasted away and crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The two struggled to get up, but both coughed up a mouthful of blood, their faces turning ashen, clearly at their last gasp. The opportunity has arrived. A glint flashed in Zhang Jijie's eyes as he stood on the cliff, and he suddenly waved his hand. Brothers, charge! Nearly 10,000 alliance members rushed down from both sides of the canyon, instantly surrounding Qi Xia and Yun Shen in the center. Zhang Jijie walked forward slowly, clapped his hands, and laughed. What a thrilling battle! Thank you to the two geniuses for putting on such a great show for us. It was truly a treat to watch. The people around burst into laughter, their eyes filled with greed and mockery. Yun Shen, supporting himself with his sword, managed to sit up, his face icy cold. What do you want to do? Qi Xia also raised his head, the sky-splitting sword was stuck in his side, and a coldness surged in his eyes. Zhang Jijie sneered and kicked the gravel at his feet. What are you doing? Haven't you heard the saying, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? He leaned closer to the two of them, his voice filled with undisguised malice. We're here to reap the rewards of victory, of course. Ha ha. Once we've killed both of you, the top spot on the leaderboard will belong to our Justice League. The surrounding alliance members raised their weapons, and the fluctuations of spiritual energy gathered into a suffocating aura. In their view, these two top geniuses were already theirs for the taking. All they had to do was harvest them and they would rise to the top in one step. Qi Xia and Yun Shen exchanged a glance and continued their act in tacit agreement. Yun Shen, supporting his sword, feigned a bitter smile. Ha, I never thought that my illustrious reputation would be ruined by a bunch of people like you. Zhang Jijie, your Justice League is indeed resourceful. Hearing this, Zhang Jijie burst into laughter. Of course. In terms of martial prowess, I may not be as good as you, but in terms of strategy, you are far inferior. He proudly raised his head, and the surrounding alliance members laughed along with him. Qi Xia suddenly stood up, his body staggering, but his eyes remained sharp as knives. Even if I, Qi Xia, die in battle, I will never compromise. Killing one is enough, killing two is a bonus. Who dares to try? Yun Shen also stood up, leaning on his sword, and said coldly. That's right, even if we die, we'll take a few down with us. The smile on Zhang Jijie's face faded, and a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Trying to be stubborn even when they're at their last gasp? Charge! Send them to their doom. Nearly 10,000 alliance members slowly advanced, and the encirclement grew smaller and smaller. Although they were wary of Qi Xia and Yun Shen's remaining power, they could not resist their leader's orders and could only press forward step by step, with a suppressed killing intent permeating the air. Sis, shouldn't we help out? Inoue Oraheim watched as the two were surrounded, her palms sweating with anxiety. His death smiled slightly. Don't rush, they're still fishing. Fishing? These two guys probably conspired together a long time ago. As the alliance members rushed forward, Qi Xia and Yun Shen unleashed their last bit of strength, and in a flash of swordlight, they instantly slashed away several students in the front row. Blood splattered, startling those behind, who stopped in their tracks, too afraid to approach. But anyone with eyes could see that their auras were extremely weak, and they were clearly on the verge of collapse. Brothers, victory is just around the corner. Upon seeing this, Zhang Jijie shouted, kill Qi Xia or Yun Shen, and you'll get 10,000 points. The lure of a generous reward will surely inspire brave men. The temptation of 10,000 points instantly overcame everyone's hesitation. Kill them! Someone shouted, and nearly 10,000 people surged forward again like a tide. Just then, a piercing hiss suddenly came from the void above the canyon, and several dark figures tore through space and appeared abruptly. Leading the group was a gigantic 8-clawed void creature, followed by 9 void hunters of various shapes and sizes. Their scarlet compound eyes scanned the area below, emitting greedy and sinister laughs. Ha ha ha! These two SSR-level geniuses are mine. The octopus-like void creature's voice was like a broken gong, making everyone's eardrums ache. You ants, do you even deserve a share of the pie? The alliance members froze instantly. With Qi Xia and Yun Shen, who were at their last gasp, in front of them, and the suddenly appearing void creature behind them, they were caught in a dilemma. Zhang Jijie's expression changed drastically. He never expected that, like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, there was an even more terrifying predator behind the oriole. Qi Xia and Yun Shen exchanged a glance, a glint of shrewdness flashing in their eyes simultaneously. The void creatures couldn't hold back any longer and deliberately appeared before the Justice League was about to kill them. Qi Xia, seeing that the void creature had appeared, whispered, "It seems it's time to close the net." Yun Shen nodded and gripped the golden longsword in his hand. Which side should we address first? How about, we go together? Qi Xia's lips curled into a cold smile as he took out 3 vials of medicine. Gene Boosting Potion, Spiritual Energy Rapid Recovery Potion, Super Healing Potion. Yun Shen, with perfect understanding, also took out the 3 vials of medicine and injected them into his body simultaneously. The next second, the two who were originally on the verge of death suddenly erupted with terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations. Qi Xia's sky-splitting sword blazed with orange flames, while Yun Shen's golden longsword transformed into a streak of light, showing no trace of its last gasp. His injuries have all healed, and his strength has even experienced a brief surge. Qi Xia looked at the creature in the void and chuckled softly. Now, the operation is complete. Chapter 64 should end here. Inoue Oraheim. The Justice League members were stunned by what they saw, and instinctively took a half step back, their faces filled with disbelief. What's going on? Zhang Jijie cried out, his face turning ashen as he realized what was happening. You've conspired together? The eight-clawed void creature also let out a piercing screech, and its compound eyes blazed with red light. You deliberately lured us to show ourselves? Yun Shen sheathed his long sword, dusted off the dust from his sleeves, and chuckled softly. Otherwise, why do you think I would insist on having a high-profile duel with Qi Xia in the end of the canyon? Qi Xia raised the sky-splitting sword, its tip pointing directly at the void creature, his voice steady and powerful. Guys of the Justice League, the void creatures are the real threat. They kill people, and it leads to real death. Let's put aside our personal grudges for now. What we should do now is join forces to eliminate these void creatures. These words left the Alliance members completely stunned. Holy crap, he actually wants us to fight the void creatures together? Could it be that we misunderstood them? They don't really want to deal with us, but rather they want to join forces with us to fight the void creatures. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their gazes toward Qi Xia shifting from hostility to hesitation. Zhang Jijie's expression shifted, but he had to admit that the threat posed by the void creatures was indeed more pressing than that of Qi Xia and Yun Chen. A bunch of ants gathered together, dare to talk about dealing with me? The octopus-like void creature let out a disdainful sneer, and its 8-barbed tentacles slammed into the ground, shaking the entire canyon. Today I'll show you what despair truly means. Just then, the sound of orderly footsteps came from behind the cliffs on both sides of the waterfall. More than a dozen students dressed in uniform walked out slowly. The leaders were composed and their spiritual energy fluctuations were no weaker than Qi Xia and Yun Chen's. They were the other students in the genius class. One of them spoke, his voice not loud, but carrying an undeniable confidence. Let's see who will finally despair. There was an ambush? A hint of fear flashed in the eyes of the octopus-like void creature, but it was quickly replaced by ferocity. Very well, saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one. Today, I'll turn all of you so-called geniuses into my nourishment. Yun Chen chuckled lightly, pointing his long sword at the void. Then let me show you my trump card. Come forth, my heroic spirit. As he finished speaking, a blazing red light erupted from behind him, as if a crack had been burned into the void. A colossal figure, tens of meters tall, slowly emerged, its entire body engulfed in raging flames. Its humanoid silhouette was grotesque and inhumanly ferocious. It was none other than a top-tier elemental hero. Fire Sprite. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding temperature soared, and the splashing water from the waterfall was instantly evaporated into white mist. The scorching heat wave made the students in the distance unable to help but retreat. It's an SSR-level fire spirit. A top-tier existence among elemental heroes. Is this the trump card of an SSR psychic? It's terrifying. Luckily, Yun Chen is on our side now. If we had really started fighting just now, we would probably have been vaporized instantly. With such heroic spirits around, what are we afraid of regarding void creatures? Kill them. Morale was instantly ignited, the previously tense nerves completely relaxed, and the trainees' roars echoed throughout the canyon. Seeing this, Qi Xia, not to be outdone, raised his chin at the two people beside him. It's our turn. Just a fire spirit. Esteth snorted coldly, and a burst of cold energy suddenly erupted from her body. Her icy blue spiritual power spread out, forcefully suppressing the fire spirit's blazing flames. Watch me take them down. In a flash, she appeared in front of the 8-clawed void creature, and the ice spikes that condensed at her fingertips flew out instantly, crashing into the creature's tentacles. A trivial skill. The 8-clawed void creature roared and shattered the ice spikes with its claws. Just as it was about to escape into the void, it was blocked by an orange light shield. 3 days to form a shield, the void. I refuse. Orihime Inoue's clear voice rang out, and the huge triangular light shield expanded instantly, enveloping all the void creatures within it. The void creatures instinctively tried to escape into the void, but found that the surrounding void seemed to be frozen. No matter how much they struggled, they could only thrash around in place, and their panicked appearance looked particularly comical. What's going on? The Justice League members stared in disbelief. What are they doing? Could it be they can't escape into the void anymore? Zhang Jijie was so shocked that his mouth dropped open. Void creatures cannot enter the void? How is that possible? Yun Chen looked at the orange light shield, raised an eyebrow, and said to Qi Xia, "Your heroic spirit is much stronger than it looks." Likewise. Qi Xia smiled, and the sky-splitting sword was already ignited with orange flames. Go ahead and do it, Don't give them a chance to react. Good. Yunshen's fire spirit launched the first attack, its huge fiery fist smashing into the void creature swarm with scorching air. The void creatures, already panicked because they couldn't hide, scattered and fled even more upon seeing this. The fire spirit opened its mouth and spewed out several fiery fireballs, trailing long fiery tails as it chased after the fleeing soldier. Two void creatures, unable to dodge in time, were struck squarely by the fireball, letting out shrill cries as their bodies were instantly engulfed in flames and crashed heavily to the ground, barely alive. Brothers, kill! Zhang Jijia reacted extremely quickly. Upon seeing the situation, he immediately roared and charged towards the two heavily wounded void creatures with his weapon in hand. He would never miss the chance to kick a man when he's down. Not only can it kill void creatures to save your life, but it can also increase your prestige, achieving multiple benefits in one fell swoop. The members of the Justice League were filled with admiration when they saw Zhang Jijia's incredible bravery. Although he was not as powerful as Qi Xia and Yun Chen, in their hearts, his charm was absolutely top-notch. Without further hesitation, they charged forward. Isdeth leaped into the air, her icy blue spiritual energy condensing into several ice spikes in her palm, even more powerful than before. She flicked her finger, and the ice spike shot towards the void creature in the air. A void creature swung its claws to strike, but the moment it touched the ice spikes, the chill spread through its entire arm, freezing it instantly. Isdeth's eyes narrowed, and she swung an ice blade, smashing the frozen limb to pieces with a bang. Qi Xia locked onto a void creature attempting to burrow into a crevice in the rocks. The sky-splitting sword, flashed orange, and instant kill flash was activated, his figure almost turning into a blur. The void creature had just turned around when it was pierced by the sword light, its body convulsing as it collapsed. Yunshin didn't stop either, his golden longsword flashing as he unleashed the cloud-piercing slash. The sword light sliced through the air, striking precisely at the neck of another void creature with a clean and swift motion. The students in the genius class also displayed their unique abilities, some condensing lightning spears and others summoning wind blades. Under the protection of Orihime Inoue's light shield, they continuously reaped the lives of the void creatures. In a short time, only the leader of the void creatures remained on the battlefield. As it watched its companions fall one by one, its crimson compound eyes filled with madness and resentment, it roared. "You bunch of bastards! You really think you can win? I can evolve!" Its body suddenly swelled up, its already enormous body becoming even larger, and its 8 tentacles danced wildly, sweeping around with corrosive slime. "It's time to end this." Isdeth's eyes were icy, and the chill emanating from her body suddenly became extreme. She slowly and calmly walked towards the 8-clawed void creature and spoke softly. "Maha Pratamora. Chapter 65. You're celebrating too soon, now it's time to take you down." Isdeth. With a hum, the entire space suddenly froze. Only Isdeth's figure was still able to move. She looked at the 8-clawed void creature that was about to undergo its second evolution, a cold smile appeared on her lips, and she swung her sword. The moment time and space returned to normal, the octopus's head was already pointing skyward, green blood splattered into the pool below the waterfall, and its massive body crashed to the ground. What happened? Wasn't it supposed to evolve? How did it suddenly die? What did that woman just do? I don't know, but it's certain that she killed that void creature instantly. Holy crap! Could it be teleportation? It could also be that time has stopped. Hiss, whatever it is, it's too powerful. A gasp and chaos erupted from the crowd. No one saw Isdeth's movements clearly, they only saw a blur before their eyes, and the ferocious void creature was already decapitated. This almost eerie power sent a chill down everyone's spine. Zhang Jijia had just dealt with 2 heavily wounded void creatures and was about to boast a few words when he saw this scene and immediately fell silent, his hand holding the weapon trembling slightly. Looking at Isdeth's seemingly frail figure, he felt a chill run down his spine. Compared to such a being, his methods are utterly insignificant. All the void creatures are dead. We're safe. One of the trainees realized what was happening and shouted excitedly, drawing a chorus of agreement. Great! We won! Now Mom doesn't have to worry about my safety anymore. Long live! Long live us! However, their cheers were interrupted by Qi Xiao's cold voice after only a few seconds. You seem to be celebrating too soon. Everyone was taken aback and looked at Qi Xia and Yun Chen. The 2 men had sharp eyes, scanning all the trainees present with a gaze that sent chills down one's spine. Someone asked in a trembling voice, "What do you mean? Are there void creatures?" Yun Chen chuckled softly, the golden longsword spinning at his fingertips. Of course there are no more void creatures, but killing my void creatures should. I'll kill you all. Kill us? Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they instantly understood what they meant. You're going to attack us again? You helped us deal with the void creatures just now. Could it be because... Someone thought of an even more terrifying possibility, and their voice trembled. You're only realizing it now? Chi Xia gripped the sky-splitting sword tightly, its orange flames flickering. Void creatures cause real death, and keeping them around is too much of a hindrance. Once we get rid of this trouble, it's time to settle our score. Madman! You're all madmen! Someone yelled and turned to run. They're going to kill us. Holy crap! No way! We were just fighting side by side a moment ago. I'm really fed up with these old fogies. You know what, they're actually pretty nice. They were worried we'd really die, so they took care of the void creatures for us first. He has some conscience, but not much. Still drawing conclusions? Run! Having just witnessed the terror of the fire spirit and his death, no one dared to think of resisting anymore, and nearly 10,000 students scattered and fled like stray dogs. But how could Chi Xia, Yun Chen, and the students of the genius class let them escape? Chase! Yun Chen's fire spirit reappeared, and flames blocked one side of the mountain road. His death waved her hand, conjuring an ice wall that blocked the other side's escape route. Chi Xia transformed into an orange blur and charged straight at Zhang Jijie, who was the most conspicuous person in the crowd. Chi Xia! Why are you chasing me? Zhang Jijie was so terrified that he ran as fast as he could. I'm taking your head. Chi Xia's voice rang out from behind, his eyes sharp. Zhang Jijie turned around abruptly, only to see a flash of orange light, followed by a chill on his neck. He didn't even see the other person's movements before his consciousness sank into darkness. The sounds of fighting echoed through the canyon once again, but this time the prey were the students who were trying to escape. They ran, howled, and resisted, but all their efforts were in vain in the face of such an overwhelming disparity in strength. The fire spirit's flames engulfed swaths of people, while ice spikes and swordlight relentlessly reaped lives. The students of the genius class were like tigers among sheep, wantonly slaughtering those who had once tried to hunt them. This one-sided massacre lasted less than 10 minutes. When the last screen fell, the end canyon was littered with corpses. Nearly half of the Justice League members were dead or wounded, and the survivors had long since disappeared. Chi Xia sheathed his sword and stood there. Blood droplets from the sky-splitting sword fell to the ground, mixing with the green blood in the pool. He looked at Yun Chen, who had just dealt with the last rebel and was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and the final battle was about to begin. The other students in the genius class gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes warily fixed on Chi Xia and his two companions, their spiritual energy quietly circulating, ready to strike at any moment. His death stood with her arms crossed, her icy blue eyes sweeping over the genius students around her, a faint hint of disdain playing on her lips. Although Inoue Oraheim clenched her fists, she was more concerned about Chi Xia's decision, and her hands secretly gathered shield light. Just as the decisive battle was about to begin, Yun Chen suddenly waved his hand, breaking the silence. Chi Xia, how about we make a note of this battle for now? Chi Xia raised an eyebrow. There was still 1 day left before the exam ended. It wouldn't be good for either side to fight to the death here. He also hopes that both sides can get more points and achieve a good ranking. He pondered for a moment, then his gaze sharpened. Alright, then let's save the duel for the last day. We'll still have this final canyon then, and we'll have another fair fight, how about that? Yun Chen nodded, his voice firm and resolute. Alright. Let's set a date for tomorrow at this time, to end the rift and settle the score. It's a deal. Chi Xia raised his hand and lightly shook hands with Yun Chen. The spiritual energy within their bodies collided and sparked a tiny flame the moment they made contact, before receding back into itself. They're gone. Yun Chen gestured to the students in the genius class and then turned around and walked towards the other side of the canyon. Although the dozen or so students were puzzled, they quickly followed and soon disappeared into the shadows behind the waterfall. Chi Xia looked in the direction they left, then turned and walked in the opposite direction. Let's go too. Earn more points so you can go all out in the final battle. I will definitely be number 1 in the college entrance examination. Chapter 66 Kissing Left and Right. Inoue Oraheim. Standard Planet AE-86, the highest conference room for the National College Entrance Examination. The holographic screen is showing the battle that ended the canyon in real time. When they saw the last 8-clawed void creature being slain, the leaders present all straightened their backs, their eyes filled with barely concealed excitement. Great! Great! The elderly man at the head of the group slammed his hand on the table, his tone revealing his approval. This year's 2 SSR geniuses certainly didn't disappoint. To remain so calm in the face of void creatures and to be able to join forces and devise a plan on the spot, this courage and adaptability far surpasses that of his peers. A middle-aged man in military uniform next to him nodded in agreement, especially their idea of luring the snake out of its hole and focusing on dealing with the void creatures, thus avoiding more casualties among the examinees, is a rare and commendable strategic vision. He pulled up a scene of Orihime Inoue using Reject the Void, saying, "This little girl's ability is also very special and highly targeted. If she is properly trained, she may become the key to fighting against the Void Clan in the future. However, her power is still too weak." Another bespectacled civilian official adjusted his glasses and rationally analyzed the situation. It's almost impossible to find the Void race's lair with this ability. The universe is too vast, and the Void rifts are unpredictable, but the potential is worth looking forward to. The old man looked at Qi Xia on the screen and slowly said, "This child is not only exceptionally strong, but also has a stable temperament. He will definitely be very effective in dealing with void creatures in the future." He paused, his tone serious. "Such promising talents must be given special protection to ensure their steady growth." Everyone nodded, and then someone added, "Yun Chen is not bad either. Healthy competition between two people can actually lead to faster progress." "That's right." The old man stood up and glanced at the crowd. "Pass down the order to strengthen the monitoring of Qi Xia, Yun Chen, and their heroic spirits, and eliminate all potential threats. They are very likely to be the backbone of our standard planet's rise." "Yes." The atmosphere in the meeting room shifted from tense to excited. On the holographic screen, Qi Xia and Yun Chen's departing figures gradually faded into the distance, but in the eyes of these high-ranking officials, their future was already quietly linked to the rise of Standard Planet AE-86. Abandoned Planet, Night. Qi Xia and his two companions fought their way through until nightfall, then found a dry cave to rest. Death waved her hand, conjuring an ice wall to block the entrance, cutting off the cold and noise from outside. Qi Xia rummaged through the makeshift warehouse and found some food. Death suddenly spoke up. "I haven't had instant noodles in a long time, let's cook some." Qi Xia smiled and agreed, set up a simple stove to cook instant noodles, and took out some vacuum-packed vegetables and dried meat. The steaming hot instant noodles were cooked, and the three of them sat together. Death picked up a piece of green vegetable with her chopsticks, a sly smile in her eyes, and held it to Qi Xia's lips. "Open your mouth. This isn't quite right." Qi Xia felt a little embarrassed. There were only the three of them in the cave, but he still felt awkward. "What's wrong with it?" Without a word, Death shoved the food into his mouth, raising an eyebrow and saying, "Is it tasty?" "Not bad." Death glared at him. "If you want to say that what I fed you is delicious, say it again." Qi Xia had no choice but to cooperate. "It's delicious." "That's more like it." Death smiled with satisfaction and picked up a piece of food to eat herself. Seeing this, Inoue Orihime carefully picked up a piece of meat and handed it over, whispering, "Qi Xia, try this." Qi Xia was smarter this time. He smiled, opened his mouth, ate it, and nodded in praise. Delicious." Orihime blushed slightly and lowered her head to smile secretly. Seeing this, Death nudged Qi Xia with her elbow. "We've fed you, aren't you going to reciprocate?" Seeing that Death and Inoue Orihime were so bold, Qi Xia couldn't back down. He immediately picked up a piece of tenderly cooked meat and brought it to Death's mouth. She smiled, opened her mouth, and ate it, her eyes filled with satisfaction. "Sure enough, it feels good to be fed." He picked up another piece and offered it to Orihime Inoue. Orihime hesitated for a moment, then blushed and opened her mouth, whispering thank you. A simple bowl of instant noodles turned into a warm and lively meal. When it was late at night and Qi Xia was about to move to a corner, Death pulled him over. "What? Trying to act like a gentleman now?" She raised an eyebrow, her tone teasing. "You weren't like this in the morning." Qi Xia recalled the impulse he had when he kissed her during the day and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Death didn't give him a chance to dodge. She tilted her head back, leaned in, and kissed his lips. The soft touch carried a slightly cool scent. Qi Xia was taken aback, then raised his hand to hug her waist and deepened the kiss. Orihime Inoue, standing nearby, blushed deeply and hurriedly lowered her head, twisting the hem of her dress with her fingers. Death caught a glimpse of her out of the corner of her eye, released Chixia, and smiled at Inoue Orihime. "If you don't come soon, I'm going to have him all to myself." Orihime Inoue bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and then mustered up her courage to move over. Chixia looked at her reddened eyes and trembling lips, his heart softened, he gently took her hand, and lowered his head to kiss her. Orihime Inoue's lips were soft, trembling slightly with nervousness, yet she obediently responded. After kissing for a while, Chixia finally released them, and said in a hoarse voice, "Go to sleep, there's a tough battle ahead tomorrow." He lay down with Death on his left and right, her arms around his chest, her breathing gradually becoming steady. Orihime Inoue leaned on his shoulder, her body still a little stiff, but she didn't move away again. Chixia's hands were very honest, only gently resting on their waists, his fingertips occasionally brushing against their smooth skin, causing them to tremble slightly. He knew he couldn't do more now, since the live stream was still going on and countless eyes were watching. He can only wait until the college entrance exam is over, and he returns to his own space to properly make it up to the two people who have been with him all along. Inoue Orihime, current affection level, 80, bond energy, 620. Death, current affection level, 95, bond energy, 890. The next day, early morning. Chixia slowly opened his eyes, the warmth in his arms making his heart feel warm. Death and Orihime Inoue were still fast asleep, their breathing very even. He just quietly watched them, feeling their softness, which was also a wonderful experience. After an unknown amount of time, Inoue Orihime was the first to wake up. She rubbed her eyes, looked up at Chixia, and found that Chixia was also looking at her, which made her face blush slightly. "Good morning, Chixia." Chixia affectionately patted her little head, his eyes full of tenderness. "Morning." Death opened her eyes with fluttering eyelashes and looked at Chixia beside her. Her eyes were still hazy from just waking up, but without the slightest hesitation, she leaned closer. Chixia sensed her presence approaching and instinctively looked up, only to meet her eyes, which were inches away from his own. Before he could react, Death's lips gently touched his, with a slightly cool touch. Chixia paused for half a second, then raised his hand to put his arm around her shoulder and gently responded to the sudden kiss. After a long while, the two slowly separated, their noses touching. Death looked at his slightly swollen lips, a domineering yet sly smile curving her lips. "This is my morning kiss, remember it." Chixia smiled helplessly and gently stroked her cheek with his fingertips. "Yes, Your Majesty." Seeing the two of them like this, Inoue Orihime blushed instantly. Death raised an eyebrow, glanced at Orihime, and deliberately raised her voice. "What, do you want it too?" Orihime blushed even more, but still mustered her courage and nodded gently. Chixia chuckled, reached out and ruffled her hair, then kissed her fragrant lips. Inoue Orihime responded enthusiastically, and they parted ways after a long time. A good morning kiss for Orihime Inoue. Inoue Orihime instantly smiled and snuggled closer to him. After a brief interaction, the three of them got up and tidied themselves up. Let's go now." The third tier. Chapter 67, the final battle, seems to have been brought forward. Death. Chixia and his two companions headed towards the teleportation point for the third stage. The journey was unusually quiet, and they didn't encounter any monsters or examinees along the way. Upon arriving at the teleportation point, the surroundings were empty, with only a faintly glowing teleportation array standing alone in the center of the open space. Chixia pulled up a map, which showed on the holographic projection that the area available for activity in the second phase had been greatly reduced, with the edges marked by red warning lines, clearly indicating that they had become dangerous restricted areas. The first phase has long been completely closed off, becoming a death zone where entry is prohibited. It seems that the remaining people will either hide in the cracks of the second phase and fight it out, or they will enter the third phase. Death looked at the map, her tone indifferent. Inoue Orihime held Chixia's large hand. "Will the third stage be very dangerous?" "You'll know once you go and see for yourself." Chixia put away the map, held her small hand tightly, and then took Death's hand, and together they walked towards the teleportation array. "Now that we're here, there's no reason to back down." The three stepped into the teleportation array. A flash of light followed, and a feeling of weightlessness instantly enveloped their bodies. When we landed again, a deafening roar filled our ears. Lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky, dark purple clouds churned endlessly, large raindrops mixed with hail pelted down, and a gale swept through, carrying sand and gravel with a howling sound. The whole world seemed to be facing the end of the world. What a terrible environment. Inoue Oraheim instinctively shrank her neck, and Chi Xia immediately shielded her behind him. Isdeth looked up at the sky, a hint of seriousness flashing in her icy blue eyes. The energy field here is chaotic, and the stench of decay is everywhere. Is this the core area of the abandoned planet? The ground was covered with ruins, and steel and concrete were twisted into strange shapes. There were no intact buildings to be seen, let alone any supplies to scavenge. Chi Xia kicked away a piece of gravel, his brows furrowing slightly. The second phase can yield a lot of resources worth a lot of points, but here there isn't a single decent resource. That's a bit strange. Just then, the ground beneath their feet suddenly began to shake. With a crack spread out from the three people's feet, and countless crawling monsters covered with dark brown carapaces emerged from the ground. They have multiple pairs of compound eyes, and their mouthparts drip corrosive mucus, which swarm around them in a dense mass, emitting a piercing hiss. Chi Xia gripped the sky-splitting sword tightly, its orange flames illuminating the wind and rain. Solve them. Isdeth snorted coldly, raised her hand and conjured dozens of ice spikes, which instantly shot towards the monsters in the front row, freezing them into ice sculptures. Oraheim Inoue then deployed a light shield to protect the three of them from the monster's slime. Chi Xia moved swiftly, and the sky-splitting sword swept across, instantly cleaving open a vacuum. Several monsters were cut in half at the waist and turned into black smoke, dissipating into nothingness. The score on the bracelet started to jump, with an increase far exceeding that of ordinary monsters in the second stage. These monsters give a lot of points. Chi Xia's eyes sharpened. It seems that the third stage of the test is to face these even more ferocious monsters. The three worked together to clear out a large number of crawling monsters, mostly using precise swordsmanship to defeat their enemies in order to conserve spiritual energy. After defeating the last wave of monsters, Chi Xia glanced at his bracelet and his score reached 128,888, still firmly in first place. Yun Shen's score followed closely behind with 110,898, a very slight difference. He wiped the sticky substance off the sword. Let's go. The deeper you go into the core area, the harsher the environment becomes. The torrential rain turned into a torrent that surged through the ruins, and even the air smelled of decay. There were still no supplies to collect along the way, only a constant stream of monsters, stronger than in the second phase, but still manageable for the three of them. Suddenly, the map on the bracelet flickered violently, and several dense red dots lit up in front of it. Chi Xia clicked to view it, and it was marked as Abnormal Infected Entity Boss Level. It's the boss. Isdeth's eyes flashed with fighting spirit. It seems this is the key to racking up points. Chi Xia led the way towards the red, saying, "Let's go, let's take care of it." Following the map, we arrived at an abandoned factory, where the air was filled with a strong stench of decay and blood. In the center of the factory, a giant monster, at least 10 meters tall, was squatting on the ground. Its body was covered in festering pustules, one thick arm was dragging a wrecked truck, and the other hand was gripping a broken steel support column. Its breathing alone produced a deafening roar. As soon as the three approached, the monster suddenly raised its head, its turbid eyes locking onto them. Then it let out a deafening roar and swung the truck in its hand at Chi Xia. "Get out of the way!" Chi Xia shouted and pulled Inoue Oraheim to roll sideways, while Isdeth transformed into an ice shadow and retreated several meters. The truck crashed into the spot where they had just been standing, creating a large crater in the concrete and sending parts flying everywhere. Seeing this, the monster swung the supporting pillar again, sweeping it horizontally with a whooshing sound, as if it wanted to smash everything to pieces. His brute strength is considerable. Isdeth snorted coldly, and with a wave of her arm, several ice chains flew out instantly, wrapping around the monster's legs. The ice layer spread rapidly, attempting to freeze it. But the monster's power was far beyond imagination. It roared and stomped its foot, causing the ice chains to shatter instantly. Its frozen right leg broke free and even swung its hammer at its left leg, which was covered in ice, dispersing the spreading cold air. Quick reaction. Chi Xia seized this fleeting opportunity, unleashed his spiritual power, and transformed into an orange light, leaping onto the monster's shoulder. Instant kill flash. The sword light pierced the monster's eye socket with precision, and green pus gushed out. The monster let out a shrill scream and frantically swung the load-bearing pillars, causing the entire factory to shake. "Get out of the way!" Chi Xia used the momentum to jump down and pulled Inoue Oraheim back to a safe distance. Isdeth also retreated behind the ruins, watching the monster flail wildly due to its blindness, a calculating glint in her eyes. The monster swung its arms wildly for a few minutes, its strength gradually weakening, as if trying to pinpoint the enemy's location. In the brief moment it paused, Xia and his death exchanged a glance and moved simultaneously. Xia unleashed instant kill flash, once more, his sword light aimed straight for the monster's neck. His death then conjured a giant ice spear and hurled it fiercely at the monster's chest. The two attacks struck simultaneously, abruptly silencing the monster's roar. Its massive body swayed before crashing to the ground, raising clouds of dust. The points on the bracelet instantly increased by 1,000. Xia looked at the numbers and smiled at the two of them. This boss's points are pretty impressive. Orihime no Wei ran over and handed her a clean handkerchief. Xia, are you alright? Fine. Xia took the handkerchief and wiped the dirt off his face. Let's go, let's continue killing the boss. The three of them successively killed several boss-level monsters, and the points on their bracelets soared, while the red dots representing bosses on the map went out one by one. However, after each one was eliminated, another red dot would soon disappear as well, clearly having been taken by Yunshan and his group first. Yunshan and the others are very fast. His death looked at the last huge red dot on the map, her tone tinged with a hint of fighting spirit. It seems they are also rushing towards the core. Orihime no Wei leaned closer to the map and whispered. This red dot is bigger than the previous ones. Could it be an even more powerful monster? Xia tapped the red dot with his fingertip, his eyes sharp. Whatever it is, this is the last one. And judging from its location, it should be at the very center of this planet. He looked up at the highlands shrouded in purplish black clouds in the distance. Yunshan and the others must be heading there too. Orihime no Wei raised an eyebrow, so we're finally going to meet? Xia gripped the sky-splitting sword tightly, its orange flames flickering in the wind and rain. It seems the decisive battle we agreed on yesterday will have to be brought forward. Chapter 68 The Final Battle. Inoue Orihime. Xia and his two companions made their way through the raging storm, swiftly slaying monsters along the way, and soon arrived at the location of the huge red dot on the map. This is an open space shrouded in thunderclouds, with a solitary stone peak standing in the center, and a human-shaped figure sitting on the top of the peak. The figure possessed sharp fangs and curved horns, its body covered in dark purple scales, with several humerus-like bone spikes intertwined on its back, and crackling lightning crackling around it. It was the final boss of this core area. Thunder Beast. They're here. Xia murmured to himself, his gaze sweeping towards the distance. Yunshan and several students from the genius class were standing on the other side, obviously having just arrived. Xia and Yunshan exchanged a glance, then, without further ado, set off almost simultaneously towards the lightning beast atop the stone peak. Stop them! Someone in the gifted class shouted, and more than 10 students immediately wanted to follow up and provide support. Your opponent is me. His death snorted coldly, and her body surged with cold energy, instantly forming an ice wall that blocked the genius class students from standing still. Orihime no Wei also deployed her light shield, stood to one side of the ice wall, and said softly but firmly. We won't let you go over there and disturb Xia. Court death. A student from the genius class roared and swung his sword at the ice wall, but the force of the ice rebounding made his arm go numb. Seeing this, the others unleashed their psionic attacks, ice spikes and light shields clashed and collided, and the two sides instantly fell into a chaotic battle. At the top of the stone peak, the thunder beast slowly opened its scarlet eyes, looked at Xia and Yunshan who were rushing towards it, and let out a low roar. How dare you, an ant, trespass on my territory? It suddenly stood up, its body crackling with lightning. Two spears made of lightning and bones materialized in its hands, and with a cross-strike, two bolts of lightning as thick as bowls shot towards the two people. Xia lightly tapped his feet, easily dodging the lightning. The sky-splitting sword ignited with orange flames, and instead of retreating, he advanced, heading straight for the face of the lightning beast. Instant kill flash. Yunshan then soared into the air on golden swordlight, his longsword transforming into a stream of light as he launched a pincer attack from the other side. Piercing cloud slash. Clang! Clang! The two bone spears accurately parried the two men's attacks, the immense force causing Xia and Yunshan to tremble slightly. The thunder beast roared and swept its bone spear, creating a sky full of lightning nets in an attempt to trap the two of them. Xia flicked his wrist, and the sky-splitting sword drew an orange arc as he unleashed the round dance slash. The orange sword light, carrying a mist of spiritual energy, instantly tore through the lightning net. Yunshan then pointed his sword at the sky and unleashed the cloud control sword. The golden sword light spread like flowing clouds, dispersing all the remaining lightning. That's interesting. A fierce glint flashed in the thunder beast's eyes, and it plunged its bone spear into the ground. In an instant, lightning flashed at the top of the stone peak, and countless bolts of lightning converged into a ferocious thunder dragon, roaring as it pounced towards the two. Join forces! Shi Xia shouted. Yun Chen nodded, and the two simultaneously unleashed their sword intent. Shi Xia's round dance slash and Yun Chen's cloud control sword were unleashed simultaneously, instantly splitting the thunder dragon in two. Lightning scattered everywhere, but it was no longer able to harm the two of them in the slightest. Upon seeing this, the thunder beast's crimson eyes were filled with rage. The bone spear was raised again, and this time, the entire stone peak began to tremble violently, as if an even more terrifying power was brewing. Seizing the moment when the thunder beast was charging up, the two launched their attacks simultaneously. The orange light on Shi Xia's sword surged, and the instant kill combo was unleashed, with sword light piercing the joints of the thunder beast like a dense rain. Yun Chen transformed into a golden rainbow, unleashing a series of cloud-piercing combo slashes that relentlessly attacked the gaps in its weakest defensive scales. The thunder beast's charge was forcibly interrupted. It roared and swung its bone spear to block, but was still grazed by several sword beams, leaving deep wounds that exposed the bone. Its scarlet eyes blazed with fury, and lightning suddenly exploded around it, attempting to force the two back, but Shi Xia and Yun Chen tacitly dodged it. They had figured out the opponent's rhythm and were always able to avoid fatal attacks at the last second while launching a counterattack. Raiden was forced to retreat and could no longer withstand the combined attack of the two, and was on the verge of death. As it lay dying, it let out a fierce roar. Damn humans! You can all die too! After saying that, lightning surged around it, preparing to self-destruct. Seeing this, Shi Xia and Yun Chen both realized something was wrong and hurriedly retreated. Boom! Lightning raged, with immense power. Seeing that they couldn't dodge in time, Shi Xia and Yun Chen quickly lay down to avoid the huge aftershock. At the foot of the rocky peak, Isdeath and Orihime Inoue are engaged in a fierce battle with the students of the genius class. The enemy's weapons were a diverse array, with spears, bows and arrows, throwing knives, and cleavers weaving together a dense barrage of attacks, yet they were repeatedly thwarted by Isdeath's ice wall and Orihime Inoue's light shield. Isdeath moved swiftly, ice spikes forming effortlessly, each strike precisely hitting her opponent's weak points. The rapier was used, resulting in countless deaths and injuries. Orihime focused on defense, occasionally unleashing the lone sky shield slash, which caused the genius class students to suffer greatly. The two sides were vastly different in strength and could not withstand the attack at all. In just a few moves, more than 10 students from the genius class fell to the ground, all of them eliminated. Isdeath patted the chill off her hands and looked up at the top of the stone peak. It's solved. Orihime Inoue nodded, her gaze turning worriedly towards Shi Xia's direction. Shi Xia. As the thick smoke dissipated, Shi Xia and Yun Chen stood up from the ruins. Although he escaped the thunder beast's self-destruction, he had new wounds all over his body and his breathing was somewhat disordered. The two stood facing each other, neither making the first move, yet the air was thick with a fighting spirit even stronger than when facing a boss. Yun Chen watched Inoue Orihime approach and saw her raise her hand to unleash the double heaven return shield, releasing a soft light to avoid being injured. Shi Xia's injuries were healing at a visible speed, and a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. Your heroic spirit is very powerful. Shi Xia recovered quickly from his injuries and said to Inoue Orihime. Let's deal with it for him too. Orihime Inoue paused for a moment, then looked at Yun Chen. Yun Chen raised an eyebrow, but did not refuse. A soft light enveloped his entire body, and the stinging pain from his wounds gradually subsided. He flexed his wrist and smiled at Shi Xia. He's a fair opponent, though. A decisive battle should be fair. Shi Xia gripped the sky-splitting sword tightly, and the orange flames ignited once more. The winner of the college entrance examination will be decided here. Yun Chen's golden longsword hummed, its sword intent soaring into the sky. That suits me perfectly. At the top of the stone peak, a gale whipped at the close of the two, and before the remains of the thunder beast had even dissipated, a new decisive battle had begun. This is the final showdown between two SSR geniuses, and also the crucible of this brutal college entrance examination. The final chapter. Chapter 69, first place in the college entrance examination. Isdeath. Yun Chen looked at Shi Xia, his eyes suddenly sharpening, and his spiritual energy surged wildly around him. Come out. With a low shout, the fire spirit, tens of meters tall, suddenly appeared, and a scorching wave of air instantly swept across the entire area, even scorching the lightning in the sky and dimming it slightly. The raging wind, carrying the heat of the flames, intertwined with the remaining lightning, creating a terrifying and suffocating atmosphere. Yunchen looked at Qixia, Istef, and Inoue Oraheim, and said in a deep voice, "Let the final battle begin." Qixia stood still, the sky-splitting sword firmly in his hand. Istef and Oraheim Inoue walked to his side. Istef was surrounded by icy mist, while Oraheim formed a soft light shield in her palm. The three of them formed a triangular formation, facing the burning giant spirit directly. Interesting. Yunchen chuckled and leaped forward. The fire spirit reached out its giant hand and caught him steadily, placing him on its shoulder. He looked down at Qixia and suddenly spoke. "Qixia, do you know? Our psionic nature is different. You are a legion-type heroic spirit, capable of fighting alongside your comrades. And I am a single heroic spirit." He paused, a resolute glint in his eyes. "The difference between the two lies in merge." Before he finished speaking, a dazzling red light erupted from Yunchen's body, and he transformed into a stream of light, directly merging into the fire spirit's forehead. The fire spirit's form changed drastically in an instant. Its previously blurry face became clear, and its features were 7/10 similar to Yunchen's. The flames on its body turned from orange-red to deep purplish-red, and its spiritual energy fluctuations surged several times over, making it seem like a true fire god of war. Oraheim Inoue couldn't help but exclaim, "This is..." Qixia looked up at the fused giant spirit, the sky-splitting sword, trembling slightly, but his tone remained calm. "I didn't expect there to be such a trick, but..." He pointed his sword forward, and the orange flames suddenly intensified. "Even so, the one who ultimately wins is still us. Then let's give it a try." The merged fire spirit spoke, its voice booming so loudly that the ground trembled. It raised its burning giant fist, and with a force capable of scorching the heavens and destroying the earth, it crashed down towards Qixia and the other two. "A shield formed in 3 days, I refuse." Oraheim Inoue immediately deployed her maximum light shield, and the orange barrier instantly expanded, perfectly blocking the giant fist. "It's our turn." Istef's figure blurred, transforming into a streak of icy blue lightning that circled around to the side of the fire spirit, unleashing countless ice spikes aimed at its joints. The cold air collided with the flames, producing a sizzling sound and stirring up a cloud of white mist. Qixia seized this fleeting opportunity and unleashed his spiritual power without reservation. When instant kill combo is activated to its fullest extent, the figure weaves through lightning and flames, and sky-splitting sword targets the relatively weak points of the fire spirit's flames, leaving a deep sword mark with each strike. The fused fire spirit is powerful, but its large size makes it somewhat slow. Qixia and his death attacked and harassed, while Inoue Oraheim's light shield firmly held the defensive line. The three cooperated well, and the fire spirit was defeated one after another. The fire sprite, caught in a pincer attack, roared and retreated several steps, its flames suddenly surging. "Resist the ring of fire." Centered on it, a giant wave of fire suddenly spread out. "Ice wall." Istef gave a low shout and pressed her hands to the ground. Countless ice walls rose from the ground, layer upon layer, forcefully blocking the flames from the outside. The edge where ice and fire collided emitted a piercing hiss, and billowed up large plumes of white mist. Taking advantage of this cover, the fire spirit leaped into the air, raised its hands high above its head, and a huge fireball condensed above its head. The fireball grew larger and larger, its surface shimmering with a lava-like luster, resembling a miniature sun and radiating terrifying heat capable of incinerating everything. "Take my strongest move, Emperor Yen." The merged Yunchen's voice was arrogant as he slammed the giant fireball into the ground. The red ball streaked across the sky, trailing a long fiery tail, as if it were about to turn the entire core area into scorched earth. "Inoue, shield!" Istef shouted while maintaining the ice wall. Inoue Oraheim instantly deployed her largest light shield, with the orange barrier and ice wall overlapping to form a double defense. Bang! The fireball of Emperor Yen collided violently with the defensive barrier, and the dazzling light instantly engulfed everything. The shockwave swept in all directions, even scattering some of the thunderclouds in the sky. Amidst the billowing smoke, Yunchen's pupils suddenly contracted. The expected scene of the ice wall shattering did not appear. Although the barrier of ice and light was full of cracks, it still stood stubbornly and withstood his killing move. How is this possible? He was unaware that Istef and Oraheim Inoue's gene unlocking rate was far beyond what he could currently match. Just then, an orange light shot out from the smoke, moving with lightning speed. Xia stepped over the remnants of the ice wall and charged straight at the fire spirit that was still in midair and had not yet regained its footing. Instant kill flash. The sky-splitting sword struck the fire sprite's ankle precisely, sparks flying from its flame-formed body, revealing a deep, bone-revealing wound. The fire sprite staggered backward, but Xia followed closely, using the momentum of its fall to unleash instant kill flash, again, another sword light slashing at its other ankle. Roar! The fire spirit lost its balance, and its massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Without stopping, Xia charged upwards along the fire spirit's body, aiming directly at its forehead. That place is the core of Yunshen's fusion. Part.If. Yunshen roared and controlled the fire spirit to unleash a giant fire fist, aiming straight for Xia's face. Xia lightly touched the ground with his feet, his body twisting unpredictably in the air, narrowly avoiding the fire fist. The second fiery fist followed immediately, the flames on the fist almost licking the hem of Xia's clothes. Just then, an orange triangular beam of light suddenly appeared beneath Xia's feet. It was none other than Inoue Oraheim's lone sky/shield. Xia took advantage of the momentum and stepped onto the shield, which instantly burst forth with astonishing speed as it rushed towards the fire spirit. Yunshen's pupils shrank sharply. He hadn't expected the lone sky/shield to be able to support flight, and he certainly hadn't expected the speed to be so fast that he didn't have time to react. The light shield, carrying Xia, grazed the edge of the fire fist, and the orange blade precisely slashed towards the fire sprite's forehead. With a sharp bang, sparks flew as the defense was torn open. How could Xia miss this fleeting opening? As he lifted his toes from the shield and his body plummeted, his sword intent exploded to its fullest extent. The sword was drawn from its sheath, and a flash of orange light descended. Instant kill flash. The sword light pierced straight through the gap in the lonely sky shield and hit the core precisely. The fire spirit's body trembled violently, and the flames quickly dimmed. Yunshen's figure emerged from the firelight, a deep, bone-revealing wound on his chest gushing blood. He staggered back a few steps and finally fell to the ground. Looking up at Xia, who had landed, a relieved smile appeared on his lips. In the end, you won. Before he could finish speaking, his figure turned into sparks and vanished into the air. Xia sheathed his sword and stood there, looking in the direction where Yunshen had disappeared, then glancing at Inoue Oraheim and his death beside him, his heart filled with joy. Us. We won. Chapter 70. Xiao's performance caused a sensation throughout the entire Standard Planet. Inoue Oraheim. The moment Yunshen's figure vanished like sparks, the live stream chat exploded with a deluge of text that nearly flooded the screen. Holy crap! That was an amazing play. Xia is awesome. We won. We really won. The top scorer in the college entrance exam is definitely in the bag. That sudden reversal almost made my heart jump out of my chest. Oraheim Inoue's Lone Heaven Shield can be used like that? That's amazing. Did you guys notice that the fire spirit's ultimate move Emperor of Flames was actually blocked by his death? This is enough to prove that Xia's heroic spirit strength is indeed above Yunshen's. That's right. His heroic spirits easily wiped out the genius class before, and he dealt with it so decisively. Maybe his strength is even more terrifying than Xia himself. SSR level servants are truly different, their combat power is simply heaven-defying. However, Yunshen's fire spirit is quite strong. It fought Xia's heroic spirit to a standstill. Those fire punches just now made me feel hot. It's not shameful to lose. Anyway, this battle was absolutely amazing. Thank you both for bringing us such an explosive showdown. Congratulations, Xia. You truly deserve the first place. In the principal's office of the second middle school in Yongjian City, Principal Zhu Debiao suddenly jumped up from his chair, slammed his hands on the table, and his face turned red with excitement. We won. We won. Our school has become the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Ha ha ha. The teachers and others nearby also erupted in excitement, some high-fiving each other, others pacing back and forth excitedly. We must hold a victory celebration banquet. We must have a grand one. Yes. Let's celebrate. This is a historic breakthrough for our school. Inside the office of number 1 middle school, however, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it was hard to breathe. Bai Jiansheng stared intently at the figure of Xia standing with his sword sheathed on the screen, his knuckles turning white from the force. He slowly walked to the window, gazing in the direction of number 2 middle school, and murmured in a hoarse voice. If I could do it all over again, I would choose never give up. The dean of students sighed. Qi Xia was the pride of our school, what a pity. The surrounding teachers remained silent, their faces filled with regret and helplessness. At Qi Xia's home, the television screen in the living room was still frozen on the image of the battle ending. Kai Tsueyin grabbed Qi Zongheng's arm, her eyes red-rimmed but her smile radiant. Old Qi. Did you see that? Xia won. He's number one. Our family has finally made something of itself. Qi Zongheng nodded vigorously. The usually composed man could not hide his excitement at this moment, and his voice trembled. Good job, lad. Well done. No, I have to go buy groceries right away. As Kai Tsueyin spoke, she walked towards the door. I'll cook a delicious meal tonight to reward Xia and her two good daughters-in-law. She walked briskly, her smile impossible to hide, brimming with the pride and joy of being a parent. In a girls' dormitory at an S-level university, Su Muwen was holding her breath, staring intently at the screen showing the college entrance examination competition, her eyes slightly widened from excessive focus. When she saw Qi Xia unleash instant kill flash, her breath hitched, and she stared intently at the figure, her lips moving. Qi Xia, you are instant kill swordsman 9527. Her voice was filled with suppressed excitement. Finally, I've found you. Seeing Qi Xia's current formidable strength, and the two equally powerful heroic spirits beside him, she slowly clenched her fists again. When you get into an S-class university, I will definitely defeat you with my swordsmanship. In another luxurious room, a little girl with pigtails and wearing a pink dress was swinging her toes, intently watching the game. Upon seeing Qi Xia, she suddenly giggled, her voice clear and melodious like a silver bell. Hee, instant kill swordsman 9527, so you are Qi Xia. She tilted her head, sizing up the person on the screen, a playful smile curving her lips. He is quite handsome. Hee, when you come, we'll have another good fun game. In a not-too-dark apartment, a woman with a curvaceous figure stared at a screen, her once bright eyes now clouded with a sinister aura. She stared at Qi Xia's image, murmuring softly, her tone filled with an unfathomable complexity of emotions. So it was you. Instant kill swordsman 9527. After speaking, she slowly removed her veil, revealing her stunningly beautiful face. Qi Xia, when we meet again, my killing intent will definitely be stronger than yours. In another room, a tall woman with a deep tan and a hot figure was looking at the screen, a bright smile on her lips, with two small canine teeth peeking out from the corners of her mouth. Instant kill swordsman 9527, I never expected you to be the top scorer in this year's college entrance examination. She smiled and nodded, gently wiping the bow and arrow in her hands. That's really impressive. I hope we can meet formally next time. Yongjiang City, Dungeon Lobby. Wu Qiuqiu, Han Ning, Shirexayan, and Li Kai, who had just emerged from the dungeon and were still somewhat tired from the battle, were drawn to the noisy discussions around them. Following everyone's gaze, the large screen in the center of the hall was displaying the college entrance examination results, with the words "College Entrance Examination Results" prominently displayed. Qi Xia ranked first in this year's college entrance examination. Qi Xia? The four of them exclaimed almost simultaneously, their eyes wide with disbelief. Shirexayan rubbed his eyes, making sure he wasn't seeing things, his tone full of surprise. It really is Qi Xia. He actually got first place in the college entrance examination? Han Ning crossed her arms and looked at Qi Xia's image on the screen, raising her eyebrows slightly. I didn't expect Qi Xia to be so good now. I wonder if he would still be willing to team up with us next time we ask him to. Humph, he'd definitely agree. Wu Qiuqiu raised her little face, with a hint of certainty. If he dares not agree, I'll bombard him with messages, and maybe even curse him out, hee. Li Kai couldn't help but laugh, only you have the guts to say that. Wu Qiuqiu laughed even harder and waved her hand. Of course, we're friends. At the entrance to the raid instance, dozens of players were gearing up and ready to tackle this challenging instance. Su Yuqing, who was in the lead, glanced down at the message that popped up on the terminal, raised her eyebrows slightly, and said softly with a hint of surprise. Qi Xia actually got first place in the college entrance examination? What? Lin Yueru, Zhao Lei, and Li Xiaojian immediately came over, their eyes all falling on her terminal screen. Holy crap! It really is him. Zhao Lei was the first to exclaim in surprise, his voice filled with shock. This kid actually got first place in the college entrance exam? He beat Yun Chen, that genius from the Yun family? That's incredible. Holy crap! He even took down all the students in the genius class. His strength is simply outrageous. Li Xiaojian nodded repeatedly, clicking his tongue in amazement. I never imagined he'd become this strong. Su Yuqing withdrew her gaze and looked at the people around her, her tone calm but firm. We've witnessed his strength before. Being first in the college entrance examination is probably just a piece of cake for him. Lin Yueru nodded in deep agreement and looked into the distance. That's right, this may just be the beginning for him. With his strength, what he will conquer in the future is probably the stars and the sea. From this moment on, Qi Xia's name will resound throughout the entire world. A Standard Planet. Chapter 71 Qi Xia and his Death's Perfect Fusion. His Death. Next to the number 2 middle school's access gate. Huang Xiaolong, Huang Xiaowu, and other students from number 2 middle school who were eliminated early, along with Principal Zhu Debiao, Teacher Li, and others, were already waiting there, craning their necks and staring intently at the teleportation screen. The teleportation light flashed, and Qi Xia's figure slowly appeared, along with his death and Orihime Inoue beside him. Qi Xia. Principal Zhu Debiao immediately smiled and waved, then quickly went to greet him. Welcome back. Congratulations. Congratulations on achieving first place in this year's college entrance examination. You truly deserve it. A chorus of congratulations erupted from the surrounding area, and countless envious glances were cast at Qi Xia. Congratulations. First in the college entrance examination. Second middle school is mighty. Qi Xia smiled and nodded. Thank you, Principal, thank you everyone. Not far away, Principal Bai Jianqing of number 1 middle school silently watched this scene, feeling a dull pain in his heart, as if something had tugged at it. He watched Qi Xia's retreating figure surrounded by people, his heart filled with mixed emotions. This should have been the glory of their school. In an instant, he seemed to age several years, silently turned around, and left with a touch of loneliness. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Qi Xia bid farewell to everyone and prepared to go home. When he got home, his father, Xi Zongheng, and mother, Kai Tsuyin, had already prepared a table full of food and were sitting in the living room waiting for him. Upon seeing Qi Xia push the door open and enter, the two immediately stood up, their smiles as bright as blooming flowers. Son! You're finally back! Kai Tsuyin strode forward, took Qi Xia's arm, and looked at him with pride in her eyes. Congratulations, son! You finally got first place. That's wonderful, fantastic. Xi Zongheng nodded repeatedly and patted Qi Xia on the shoulder. Good lad, you've got potential. Qi Xia smiled and said, Dad, Mom, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Sit down and eat, the food is getting cold. Kai Tsuyin pulled Qi Xia to sit at the dining table and also greeted his death and Inoue Orihime with a smile. The atmosphere at the dinner table grew increasingly lively. Xi Zongheng seemed to suddenly remember something, turned around, and took out a few bottles of beer from the cabinet, his face showing a rare excitement. Today is a big day, we should have a drink to celebrate. As he spoke, he poured a glass for Qi Xia, his death, and Inoue Orihime. Xiao Xia, you're an adult now, it's time to taste the flavor of alcohol. Qi Xia smiled and raised his glass. Alright, let's have a few drinks with Dad tonight, we won't leave until we're drunk. Orihime Inoue picked up her sake cup, took a careful sip, and frowned slightly. This tastes a bit strange. But she still obediently finished the drink in her glass. Estef took a sip, her eyes brightening slightly, seemingly quite satisfied with the taste, and then decisively downed the entire glass of wine in one gulp. Kai Tsuyin kept serving food to the two of them, and said with a smile. My two daughters-in-law should eat more, it's important that they take good care of their health. Upon hearing the title two daughters-in-law, Inoue Orihime blushed slightly, lowered her head, and silently ate her rice, too embarrassed to speak. Estef simply nodded and replied with a okay. Qi Xia's smile deepened as he watched them eat so intently. The family ate and chatted, and before they knew it, they had drunk quite a bit of alcohol. Orihime Inoue had a low alcohol tolerance. After only a few sips, her cheeks flushed and her eyes became somewhat glazed. Estef appeared calm, but her eyes were softer than usual. Qi Xia was also slightly tipsy, feeling lightheaded. Xi Zongheng saw this and made a suggestion with a smile. Son, let Estef and Inoue go back to their rooms and rest first? Good. Qi Xia got up and went to help Inoue Orihime, and then tried to help Estef. Estef waved her hand, her voice carrying a hint of barely perceptible languor. No need, I can still walk. As she spoke, she stood up and reached out to help Inoue Orihime, whose steps were unsteady. After the two slowly entered the guest room, Shi Zongheng and Kai Tsuyin exchanged a glance, both seeing smiles in each other's eyes, and quietly exchanged a knowing look. Shi Xia gently placed the slightly tipsy Inoue Oraheim on the bed. Just as he was about to sit up, she grabbed his neck and pulled him into her arms. He looked at her face so close to his cheeks slightly flushed, and gently helped her lie down, smiling helplessly. She was still muttering, "I can still drink," clearly indicating that she was quite drunk. After settling Inoue Oraheim in, Shi Xia turned around and bumped into Esteth, who was holding a bottle of water and had just started drinking it. He subconsciously checked the two women's favorability ratings. Inoue Oraheim, current affection level, 98, bond energy, 720. Esteth, current affection level, 100, bond energy, 990. The number 100 is like a pebble thrown into a lake, creating ripples in the heart. Whether it was the effect of the alcohol or the quiet surge of long-suppressed emotions, Shi Xia felt his mouth was dry and his gaze involuntarily fell on Esteth. Esteth seemed to sense his burning gaze, put down her water glass, a meaningful smile playing on her lips, and slowly walked towards him. Without a word, the two were drawn together naturally by an invisible force, and the moment their lips touched, it felt as if an electric current surged through them. Shi Xia wrapped his arm around her slender waist, feeling its delicate shape, and unconsciously placed his other hand on her chest, feeling a soft sensation. Esteth did not resist at all. Instead, she tilted her head slightly to deepen the kiss. A faint scent of alcohol and an indescribable emotion filled the air as the two were immersed in the sudden kiss. The lingering kiss lasted a long time. As the passion deepened, Shi Xia's fingers gently caressed the buttons on Esteth's clothes, slowly unbuttoning them one by one. Esteth also raised her hand and removed his clothes. The two embraced and fell onto the sofa, their tenderness never ceasing. Shi Xia could no longer hold back when he saw Esteth completely naked. Esteth's pretty face softened with a rare tenderness as she looked at Shi Xia and whispered, "Tonight I am your woman, my husband." The next morning, Shi Xia slowly opened his eyes with a slight headache, and the first thing he felt was the warm body temperature of the person in his arms. Looking down, he saw Esteth quietly leaning against him, neither of them wearing a single piece of clothing. Memories of last night flooded his mind, instantly flushing his cheeks. His fingertips twitched slightly, a mixture of shyness and an indescribable joy. He and Esteth are finally truly together. Suddenly, he remembered something and checked Esteth's panel, and sure enough, it had changed. Esteth's development count has gone from 0 to Chapter 72, The King's Treasure. Esteth. Name, Esteth. Rank, SSR. Level, 60, same level as host. Race, Baltas. Appearance, 95 out of 100. Body, 96 out of 100. Partner, Shi Xia. Favorability, 100%. Number of development attempts, 9. Gene unlocking rate, 90%. Skills, Ice Manipulation, Mokatmo, Ice Storm General, Winter's Wither. Strengths, superior physical skills, weapon mastery, leadership abilities, strategic expertise, keen intuition. Brief introduction: she has an extreme reverence for strength, believes in the law of survival of the fittest, acts ruthlessly and decisively, shows no mercy to her enemies, and even possesses a fanatical passion for battle. Only the strong can arouse her interest, and she has a powerful desire for control. After reading it, Shi Xia couldn't help but raise his head proudly. 9 times. Well enough. Just then, the system voice sounded. Ding. Detected that the host has achieved a perfect bond with their SSR-level partner Esteth. Spirit and body have merged. Trigger the ultimate reward mechanism, a gift of love cross-border projection. Start randomly drawing SSR-level rewards? Drawing. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained an SSR-level skill, Gate of Babylon. Gate of the Kings is now activated. Current inventory in the Treasure Vault, 0. Treasure Vault characteristics. 1. Automatic storage, weapons, armor, and items acquired owned by the host will be automatically stored in the vault, no upper limit. 2. Quality improvement, all equipment stored in the Treasure Vault will automatically be upgraded by 1 grade. 3. Noble Phantasm Projection, can summon weapons from the Treasure Vault at any time for ranged projectile attacks. The power is related to the weapon quality and the host's energy infusion. 4. Noble Phantasm Protection, can summon armor to surround the user for defense. 5. Automatic Recovery, the fired equipment can be automatically recovered. Reminder, strive to collect more, stronger, and more legendary weapons to enrich your treasury. It will reward you with even greater power. Xia never expected that the skill he drew would be Gate of the King. This is a skill of the ultimate show-off. First, the unlimited storage capacity of automatic storage allows you to store all your acquired equipment into it, creating an armory. Secondly, the quality improvement ability is truly insane. Automatically upgrading to a higher grade means he will have access to many powerful pieces of equipment. I'll never have to worry about insufficient firepower again. Next is Noble Phantasm Projection, which is essentially a mobile turret that can continuously fire weapons for ranged attacks, effectively addressing his weaknesses. Noble Phantasm Protection is a defensive ability. As long as you have enough equipment, you can protect yourself from all angles. The Automatic Recovery ability is amazing. It perfectly recovers the fired weapons, forming a closed loop so that the weapon supply will not be interrupted. Otherwise, if you fight for a while, the treasure vault will run out of weapons, and you'll have to go find them yourself. At that point, forget about prestige, you won't even have any face left. Without delay, Xia put all the weapons, armor, and items in his warehouse into the king's treasure. Current inventory in the treasure vault, 1314. With such impressive numbers, shouldn't we shower Isteth with even more love? Let's get right to it. Xia gazed at Isteth in his arms, and the overwhelming emotions in his heart surged again. His hand unconsciously reached out to her chest and gently pressed down. Isteth's eyelashes trembled slightly as she slowly opened her eyes, her gaze falling on Xia's face. "Good morning, Your Majesty," Xia whispered, giving her a warm good morning kiss. The moment their lips touched, her hands didn't stop moving. Isteth gave a soft hum, not pushing him away, but instead tilting her head slightly to return the kiss. After a brief moment of tenderness, Xia pressed her back onto the sofa and pulled a blanket over them. "You little rascal, you seem to really enjoy this." Isteth's voice carried a hint of languor, but her eyes were clear and bright. Xia looked into Isteth's beautiful eyes and said slyly, "My queen, don't you like it?" Isteth pondered for a moment, then a faint smile appeared on her lips. "Not bad." She looked Xia up and down and added, "You do have a lot of energy." Number of development attempts, 10. When Xia and Isteth kissed goodbye, he couldn't hide his reluctance to part. Isteth looked at him and chuckled softly. "You gluttonous brat." Xia scratched his head and handed over the clothes with a smile. "Put them on quickly." He glanced at Inoue Oraheim, who was still fast asleep. It seemed she had indeed drunk quite a bit last night. Isteth didn't shy away from dressing up in front of Xia, her movements swift and efficient. "Come on, let's go wash up." When Xia finished dressing and walked out of the room, the living room was empty. He checked his device and found that his parents had left messages. "I originally took 3 days off, but now I estimate it will be a month before I can come back. I will come back to see him off when he goes to university to register." "So, in other words, for the past month, it's just been the few of us in this house?" Xia murmured, a strange sense of anticipation rising in his heart. He glanced towards the bathroom, where Isteth was taking a shower, then turned and went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Not long after, Isteth emerged wrapped in a bath towel, her hair still damp with water droplets, her skin glowing with a radiant sheen in the morning light, like a lotus emerging from the water. Xia had just set the table when he looked up and saw this scene, and couldn't help but laugh. "Come quick, breakfast is ready." As he spoke, he stepped forward, embraced Isteth, and kissed her again. Isteth responded with a helpless smile on her lips. "You just separated, and you can't help it again? Once you've tasted success, you'll naturally find it hard to stop." Xia lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "Men, for this kind of thing, it's either 0 times or countless times." After saying that, he patted her buttocks lightly, smiled, and turned to go to the room. A rare gentleness appeared on Isteth's face as she chuckled and shook her head. Xia entered the room, sat on the edge of the bed, and whispered, "Inoue, it's time to get up." Oraheim Inoue sat up, clutching her head, looking distressed. "My head hurts so much. I drank too much last night." "It's okay, having some breakfast first will make you feel better." Xia helped her up, but she was a little shy and refused to leave. Seeing that she didn't move, Xia couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Oraheim Inoue blushed and whispered, "You haven't given me a good morning kiss yet." As she spoke, she slowly closed her eyes, her lips slightly parted, with a hint of anticipation in them. Xia felt a warmth in his heart and kissed her without hesitation. Thinking of his passionate encounter with Isteth last night, he unconsciously deepened the kiss, filling it with tenderness. Inoue Oraheim was initially a little shy, but gradually she responded enthusiastically, gently wrapping her arms around his neck. Shixia's hand landed on her chest, feeling its softness. The two were immersed in this lingering kiss, and only slowly separated after a long time. Oraheim Inoue lowered her head shyly, not daring to look at him. Shixia gently stroked Inoue Oraheim's pretty face and whispered, "Let's go have breakfast." He knew that he couldn't fully possess Inoue Oraheim yet, since her affection level was still a little short of the maximum, so there was no need to rush. In any case, it will take at most a day for Inoue Oraheim's favorability to reach a certain level. 100%. Chapter 73 Inoue Oraheim's affection level 100%. Inoue Oraheim. When Shixia let Inoue Oraheim out of the room, Isteth was quietly eating breakfast. When she saw the two of them come out, she just glanced at them, said nothing, and continued to eat by herself. Shixia sat down and said, "Let's not exercise today. The college entrance exam just ended, let's relax for a day." "Then what are we going to do?" Inoue Oraheim asked, blinking. Shixia looked at Isteth, then at Oraheim Inoue, and reached out to hold their hands respectively, smiling as he made a suggestion. "Let's go. Let's go on a date." "Dating?" Isteth raised an eyebrow. She had never experienced anything like this before, and a smile of interest appeared on her lips. "That sounds interesting." "Okay." Oraheim Inoue was overjoyed. A young girl's feelings are impossible to hide. After finishing breakfast, Isteth returned to her room and, looking at the few clothes in the closet, turned to ask Inoue Oraheim, who was changing clothes. "Inoue, what should I wear on a date?" Inoue Oraheim had just taken off her clothes when she looked her over and pointed to a well-tailored dark long dress. "This outfit has the aura of a queen, but it's not too serious, which suits your personality quite well." "Okay." Isteth nodded in agreement. Soon, Oraheim Inoue changed into a white floral dress, which made her look even sweeter and more adorable. As the two were about to leave, Oraheim Inoue took Isteth's hand. "Let's go." Shixia was waiting in the living room, and his eyes lit up when he saw the two of them come out. Isteth, dressed in a long gown, exudes a cool and stunning beauty, radiating an aura of power. Oraheim Inoue wore a floral dress, looking pure, lovely, and sweet. He smiled and stepped forward, first embracing Isteth and placing a gentle kiss on her lips. He then turned to Inoue Oraheim, put his arm around her waist, and gave her a gentle kiss as well. Then, he put his arm around one of them and laughed. "Let's go." Isteth appeared calm and composed, showing no signs of shyness. Oraheim Inoue blushed and nodded gently. The two followed Shixia out of the house. As soon as they entered the mall, they became the focus of everyone's attention. Shixia is young and handsome, Isteth is aloof and stunningly beautiful like a queen, and Inoue Oraheim is lively and cute like an elf. What's even more eye-catching is that Shixia is holding the hands of two people on each side, and their intimate appearance draws envious glances from those around them. "Damn, who's this kid?" Someone whispered among themselves. "Both of the women beside him are so stunning, they must be from some wealthy family, right? Ordinary families would be lucky to have even one such beautiful girlfriend. He has two at once, so his family must be quite wealthy. We can't afford to mess with him. If I had these two girls, I'd be happy staying home every day. Why would I want to go shopping? You want two more? I'm content with one. Wake up, you don't have any. Damn it. Who said I didn't? What do you have? I have 200 gigabytes of teachers. 6. Ignoring the surrounding chatter, the three walked straight inside. When they passed by a clothing store, the sales clerk noticed their outstanding appearance and immediately went up to make recommendations. Take a look, everyone. We've just received a few new outfits that would suit you perfectly. Shixia smiled and nodded. Okay, pick a few sets to try. Oraheim Inoue pulled Isteth inside, not forgetting to drag Shixia along as well. Why don't you come and help us take a look? The curtain of the fitting room was drawn back, and Oraheim Inoue walked out wearing a light blue dress and twirled around. Is it pretty? It looks good. Shixia replied without hesitation. After a while, she came out wearing a pink short skirt. What about this one? It looks good too. Isteth also tried on a few outfits. Although she doesn't go shopping often, each outfit she wore gave her a cool and aloof aura. Inoue Oraheim tried on another dress, and Shixia still said it looks good, but she pretended to be dissatisfied and pouted. Oh my, why do you say every single one looks good? Xia stepped forward, put his arm around her waist, and laughed. Because my wife is beautiful, she looks good in anything. The word wife made Orihime Inoue blush instantly. She scolded him, "You're so annoying," and shyly hid back in the fitting room, clutching her clothes. Ding! Inoue Orihime's affection for you has increased by 1. Inoue Orihime, current affection level, 99, bond energy, 720. His death finally chose 2 simple long dresses, prompting Xia to ask her questions. Why don't you buy a few more? She said calmly, no need. I'm used to wearing military uniforms, and they suit me better. Good. Xia went to pay the bill, put the clothes in the warehouse, and then the 3 of them went into a holographic cinema. There is no traditional large screen here. Viewers only need to wear immersive glasses to enter the movie world as if they were there, while the atmosphere of watching a movie together is preserved, and everyone is quietly immersed in the light and shadow. Xia held Estetha's hand with his left hand and Orihime Inoue's hand with his right. Occasionally, Orihime would pick up popcorn and feed it to him. The 3 of them shared a large cup of cola, clinking their glasses from time to time, looking sweet and content. After the movie ended, they went to the amusement park, rode the roller coaster and carousel, and played whack-a-mole and claw machines in the game area, laughing all the while. It wasn't until evening that we entered a beautifully decorated restaurant to enjoy dinner. The table was laden with exquisite dishes, and Xia even specially ordered a bottle of red wine. The 3 of them enjoyed the food and sipped red wine, their faces beaming with contentment as they chatted about the day's events. A warm atmosphere quietly flowed under the lamplight. During the meal, Estetha and Orihime Inoue would occasionally pick up food and feed it to Xia. He smiled and opened his mouth to take it, then picked up a spoon and added some of their favorite dishes to their bowls. After a few glasses of red wine, their cheeks flushed slightly, and the atmosphere became even more harmonious. After dinner, Xia put his arm around the 2 of them and they took a car home together. As soon as she entered the room, Estetha headed straight for the bathroom. I'm going to take a shower first. Good. Xia agreed and watched her walk into the bathroom, then helped Inoue Orihime back to her room. Inoue Orihime leaned gently against Xia's chest, whether from the alcohol or from an overwhelming surge of affection, it was hard to tell. Her voice carried a hint of shyness, yet it was incredibly clear. Xia, I love you. Ding. Inoue Orihime's affection for you has increased by 1. Inoue Orihime, current affection level, 100, bond energy, 720. Upon hearing the system notification, Xia could no longer suppress his emotions and gently kissed her lips. He held Inoue Orihime tightly in his arms, kissing her gently as he slowly walked to the bedside, where the 2 lay down together. Xia's hand gently brushed against her clothes, carrying tenderness and love, as he slowly removed her garments. When the last item landed, the war began. Chapter 74. 5 consecutive draws. Inoue Orihime. The next day, early morning. Xia slowly opened his eyes, and what came into view was Inoue Orihime sleeping soundly in his arms. She was still snuggling close to him, their skin touching. Recalling the tenderness of last night, Xia felt a surge of warmth in his heart and unconsciously reached out to gently stroke her hair. Name, Inoue Orihime. Rank, SR. Level, 30. Race, human. Appearance, 94 out of 100. Body, 98 out of 100. Partner, Xia. Favorability, 100%. Number of development attempts, 9. Gene unlocking rate, 70%. Skills, Lone Sky Shield / Double Sky Shield Return, 3 Sky Shield Formation, for Sky Shield Resistance. Specialty, Cooking. Brief introduction, she is innocent and adorable, naturally naive and quirky, loves peace, has a strong will, and is selfless. Inoue Orihime gradually awoke under his touch. Her eyelashes fluttered as she opened her eyes. Seeing Xia so close to her, her cheeks instantly flushed red, and she lowered her head somewhat shyly. Woke up? Xia's voice was hoarse from just waking up, but gentle like a pool of spring water. Orihime Inoue gave a soft and nodded, her eyes full of shyness. Xia looked at her shy appearance and his heart stirred. He reached out and cupped her face, placing a gentle kiss on her fragrant lips. This is a good morning kiss. As soon as he finished speaking, his hand unconsciously landed on her chest and gently pressed it. Orihime Inoue trembled slightly, but did not push him away. She simply closed her eyes, her cheeks as red as ripe apples. The atmosphere between the 2 gradually became ambiguous, and a new wave of tenderness quietly spread in the morning light. Number of development attempts, 10. That would be fair. Ding. Detected that the host and SR level partner Inoue Oraheim have achieved a perfect bond. Spirit and body intertwined. Trigger the ultimate reward mechanism, a gift of love cross-border projection. Start randomly drawing SR level rewards? Drawing. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the SR level skill, Clear Fruit. The transparent fruit has been activated. Clear Fruit ability. 1. Body transparency. The body becomes transparent, appearing invisible to the viewer's eye and unaffected by light, movement, or other effects. 2. Shared transparency. Clothes, weapons, items, and even another creature can become transparent together through contact. Shi Xia's eyes lit up when he saw the introduction. This was exactly what LSP liked best. To become invisible. Back in the day, the bathhouse god of war used his Clear Fruit ability to enter and exit various women's bathhouses and enjoy the beauty of the world. In the past, Shi Xia might not have been so interested in this ability. But now that he has tasted his death and Oraheim Inoue, he finally understands the indescribable wonder of them. Of course, the ability of transparency is not only for spying, it is also extremely effective in reconnaissance and assassination. Especially for a swordsman like him who can kill instantly, having the transparency ability is like adding wings to a tiger. Furthermore, it can make other creatures transparent through contact, which is like holding hands with your best buddies and going into the women's bathroom together. But the thought of it is awkward, and he still prefers to enjoy it all by himself. However, this ability to become transparent together is still quite good, and can save others in critical moments. As for who the swordsman with the clear fruit resembles, he didn't want to say. Shi Xia picked up Inoue Oraheim's clothes from the sofa and walked over to hand them to her. Oraheim Inoue blushed, wrapped herself tightly in the blanket, turned her back and slowly dressed, every move exuding shyness. Shi Xia couldn't help but smile as he looked at her. He turned to look around but didn't see his death. It seemed she had deliberately given the two of them some space last night. I'm so touched. Just as I was about to step out, I saw his death asleep on the sofa in the living room. Shi Xia walked over quietly, knelt down in front of her, brushed the stray hairs from her forehead, and whispered. Thanks a lot. His death slowly opened her eyes, a sly smile flashing within them. I was just helping out my sister Oraheim. Seeing her like this, Shi Xia couldn't help but lean forward and kiss her fragrant lips. His death paused for a moment, then slowly began to respond. A moment later, Shi Xia lightly pecked her chin. This is a good morning kiss. His death snorted, okay, go make breakfast, I'm going to rest a bit more. Good. Shi Xia smiled and agreed, then turned and went into the kitchen. Not long after, Oraheim Inoue came out of the room and saw his death on the sofa, her cheeks blushing again. His death looked at her, raising an eyebrow in inquiry. How are you feeling? Oraheim Inoue lowered her head, twisting the hem of her clothes with her fingers, unable to speak. His death couldn't help but laugh when she saw how embarrassed she was. All right, there's nothing to be shy about. We're sisters from now on. She took Inoue Oraheim's hand and held it gently. From now on, we'll take good care of him together. Oraheim Inoue paused for a moment, then nodded gently, the blush on her face gradually fading, replaced by a more composed expression. At this moment, Shi Xia came out of the kitchen with breakfast in his hands. Seeing the two holding hands, he smiled and walked over to hug them. I am so happy that my two wives get along so well. He kissed them both on the cheek. Come on, breakfast is ready. Sunlight streamed into the dining room through the windows. The three of them sat around the table, enjoying a steaming breakfast, their laughter filling the air and a warm atmosphere permeating every corner. Around noon, Shi Xia practiced the mysterious origin breathing technique all morning, only to increase his gene unlocking rate by 1%. Gene unlocking rate 26%. It must be said that the further you go, the less effective the mysterious origin breathing technique becomes. He took a break and opened the lottery page. Remaining chances to win, 5. Total number of draws, 30. He decided to use up all his chances and immediately selected draw. The gacha pool suddenly shone brightly and began to spin rapidly. Congratulations on obtaining N card Jean Meiting. Jean Meiting. Brief introduction. Jean Meiting is independent and opinionated, clear-headed yet warm-hearted. Summon store in warehouse. Jean Meiting has a head of fluffy gray-purple medium-length hair, thin-rimmed glasses on her face, and even her professional attire cannot hide her impressive bust and stunning figure. In the past, Shi Xia would have stored her in the warehouse immediately, but now, he had different thoughts. He first stored Jean Mating in his warehouse, and after using up the remaining draws, he decided to try summoning the R and N cards to see if they would be of any help to him. Of course, there's no need to elaborate on the shy help. Shi Xia coughed lightly and continued drawing cards. Chapter 75 SR card by Yue Kue. Fei Ingli. Congratulations on obtaining N card Eri Kisaki. Brief introduction. Eri Kisaki is calm, intelligent, and outwardly cold but inwardly warm. She is also very diligent in her work. Summon store in warehouse. Eri Kisaki has long, slightly wavy brown hair, which she usually wears in a bun. She is tall and has an elegant demeanor. Shi Xia was completely stunned when he saw Fei Ingli. It wasn't because of Eri Kisaki's beautiful appearance and outstanding figure, but because she was Ran Mori's mother. Hiss. Mother and daughter Donburi? Shi Xia couldn't help but look at Ran Mori in the warehouse, and then at Eri Kisaki, whom he had just drawn. If you summon Ran Mori and Eri Kisaki together and then, well, that would be. Just thinking about it is exciting. He suppressed his impulse and put Eri Kisaki into the warehouse first. Take a deep breath and continue drawing cards. Huang Rong. Congratulations on obtaining our card Huang Rong. Brief introduction. Huang Rong is intelligent, cunning, passionate, and mischievous. Summon store in warehouse. Huang Rong had skin as white as snow, was incredibly beautiful, had long hair draped over her shoulders, tied with a gold belt, and wore white clothes, making her look like a fairy. Shi Xia fell in love at first sight with Huang Rong, who was stunningly beautiful and had a unique temperament. A strong desire to conquer her arose spontaneously. No wonder so many fan fiction works, whether erotic or legitimate, feature Huang Rong as the main character. She truly is beautiful. He first stored Huang Rong in the warehouse and continued drawing cards. Congratulations on obtaining our card Plum Blossom 13. Plum Blossom 13. Brief introduction. Meihua 13, cold and aloof, strong-willed, but with a soft heart. Summon store in warehouse. Meihua 13 has long, dark blue hair and a signature long braid. Her skin is fair and translucent, and she has 2 beauty marks under her eyes. She is tall and slender, and wears a light green cheongsam and a black bodysuit. Great, I found another beautiful young lady. First, store it in the warehouse, then proceed with the last card draw of the day. Congratulations on obtaining SR card by Yue Kue. Brief introduction. Bai Yue Kue is calm, rational, decisive, and resolute in her actions, yet gentle at heart. Summon store in warehouse. Bai Yue Kue has short silver hair, fair skin, calm eyes, and a tall figure. Shi Xia looked at SR's Bai Yue Kue with great joy. Finally, I'm lucky this time. Summon the SR card White Moon King? When the prompt appeared, Shi Xia decisively selected yes. An orange light surged from the card and condensed into a human shape in front of Shi Xia. As the light faded, a stunningly beautiful woman slowly appeared in the room. Bai Yue Kue was tall and slender, wearing a fluffy light gray fur-trimmed long mink coat, with a fitted top and black shorts underneath, showing off her long, straight, and snow-white legs. The overall look exudes a cool and aloof aura, showcasing elegance and nobility. Shi Xia immediately checked Bai Yue Kue's information. Name, Bai Yue Kue. Rank, SR. Level, 30 half of the host's level. Race, human. Appearance, 95 out of 100. Body, 96 out of 100. Partner, Shi Xia. Favorability, 30%. Number of development attempts, 0. Gene unlocking rate, 75%. Skills, acupressure, mental interference, psionic manipulation, source perception. Specialties, square dancing, arcade games, scientific research, swordsmanship, close combat. Brief introduction. She is decisive and efficient, with a gentle and lovely heart, and a firm belief in the future of humanity. Bai Yue Kue's cold gaze swept over the surroundings, finally landing on Shi Xia, his tone calm. Are you my partner? Shi Xia's mindset was no longer what it used to be, and he nodded calmly. Yes, from now on, you are my wife. Bai Yue Kue sized him up, raising an eyebrow slightly. Your gene unlocking rate seems to be far from sufficient. Shi Xia glanced at the system panel, where Bai Yue Kue's gene unlock rate was displayed as 75%, which was 5 percentage points higher than Inoue Oraheim's. He recalled Bai Yue Kue's expertise in scientific research, especially in gene modification, and a thought struck him. He asked, "Do you have any drugs that can improve genes?" Upon hearing Jean's serum, a hint of interest flashed in by Yuekue's eyes, and his originally cold gaze became more focused. If you can provide enough space and research conditions, I might be able to develop something like a gene-enhancing drug. Shi Xiao was secretly delighted he had indeed found something that interested him in her. No problem, the venue and conditions are not an issue, I will arrange everything for you as soon as possible. Bai Yuekue nodded slightly, tacitly agreeing to the agreement. Inoue Oraheim had just come out of the kitchen with fruit when she looked up and saw Shiratsuki Kue, and her eyes lit up instantly. Wow, this lady is so pretty. She turned to Qi Xia and asked curiously. Honey, is this also one of my sisters? I feel a strange connection with her. Qi Xia smiled and nodded, yes, she is too. Her name is Bai Yuekue, and she will become my wife in the future. Bai Yuekue looked at Qi Xia, his tone carrying a hint of insistence. I didn't agree to that. If you don't meet my requirements, I won't accept it. It's okay, you'll agree soon. You're quite confident. Oraheim Inoue, standing to the side, held Shiratsuki Kai's hand and smiled. Of course. My husband is amazing, you'll definitely love him. Looking at Inoue Oraheim's bright and sincere smile, Bai Yuekue's aloofness faded slightly. He simply smiled and said nothing more. At this moment, Isdeth came out, glanced at Bai Yuekue, and understood the general situation. She walked straight to Qi Xia's side, naturally took his arm, looked at Bai Yuekue, and spoke with a queenly aura. I, Isdeth, am Qi Xia's first wife, understand? She then pointed to Inoue Oraheim, she's the second wife. Before Bai Yuekue could respond, she raised her chin. Now that the introduction is finished, I'm going to watch TV. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the living room sofa. Bai Yuekue watched her decisive back, then glanced at Inoue Oraheim with her expectant expression and Qi Xia with his confidence, and his lips curled up almost imperceptibly, but he still didn't say anything. Just then, Qi Xia's terminal suddenly beeped with a notification sound. It was a message from Zhu Debiao, the principal of number 2 middle school. Qi Xia, the school's reward for you has been finalized. They've arranged a large villa for you in the city. You can go there now and check in simply by scanning your face. As for the other rewards, they will be distributed gradually in the future. After reading it, Qi Xia immediately replied, Thank you, principal, feeling a surge of joy. This is like a pillow being delivered just when you're about to fall asleep. Isdeth, Oraheim Inoue, and the newly arrived Shiratsuki Kai have made their original 2-bedroom apartment feel cramped. After mom and dad come back, it will be even more inconvenient for so many people to be crammed together, not to mention that we may summon even more friends in the future. Perfect timing, let's go out for a bit. Qi Xia put away his terminal and looked at the people in the living room. Inoue Oraheim asked curiously, Where are we going? Qi Xia smiled and waved the terminal. Go to hell. The new home. P.S. Images of all the cards drawn have been added to chapters 3, 10, 13, 15, 19, 34, and 37. Chapter 76 Bathroom Duet. By Yuekue. Qi Xia took Isdeth, Inoue Oraheim, and Shiratsuki Kue by taxi to the villa area where their new home was located. The area was surrounded by green mountains and clear water, and the environment was very quiet. After locating the villa, Qi Xia verified his identity using facial recognition, and the gate opened immediately. As soon as they entered the villa area, the security guards approached them to verify their terminal information, and only allowed them to pass after confirming that everything was correct. The security guards looked at the 3 stunningly beautiful women with different styles behind Qi Xia with envy in their eyes and whispered among themselves. The life of a rich kid is just different. Others would be overjoyed to have just one pretty girl, but he has 3. I won't say who's envious. Another security guard patted him on the shoulder, Don't be envious. We earn 3,000 a month. Thinking about this is useless. I'll work hard and try to marry Xiaodan, a resident of the community, as soon as possible. Another security guard rolled his eyes at him and said, Old Wang, I think you still have a chance if you live next to her. Go to hell, Adu, you only deserve to be under the car. Bullshit, I want to be in the closet. I'm afraid you'll end up in the refrigerator. As Qi Xia and his group entered the villa and pushed open the door, Inoue Oraheim couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Wow, it's so big and beautiful. The villa has 3 floors and is decorated luxuriously yet stylishly. It is fully furnished with all necessary furniture and appliances, so you can move in immediately. The courtyard is lush with greenery, flowers, and plants, and you can hear the clear chirping of birds. Inoue Orihime pulled Chixia to the kitchen, her eyes sparkling. Look at this kitchen, it's so big and beautiful. I can cook lots and lots of delicious food for you all in the future. Isdeth walked into the living room, casually lay down on the large sofa, tested its comfort, and said indifferently. The sofa is alright, it's not uncomfortable to lie on. She glanced at the huge television on the wall. Watching TV with this isn't bad. Xixia looked around and suggested with a smile, the place is quite big. Let's leave the master bedroom for my parents, and then everyone can choose a room. No need to choose. Isdeth spoke directly, her eyes fixed on Xixia. I will sleep with you. Xixia was a little embarrassed by her blunt words and scratched his head. Upon hearing this, Inoue Orihime hesitated, but ultimately couldn't bring herself to say that she also wanted to sleep with Xixia, so she timidly said. Then, I'll choose that one. The room she chose was only separated from Xixia's room by a wall. With such a close proximity, it would be convenient for Xixia to come and find her. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but blush, feeling incredibly shy. Bayuekue, attracted by the good lighting, selected a room and went inside to examine the genetic information and other scientific research results of the universe of end production. Orihime Inoue quickly began cleaning the villa, making sure every corner was spotless. Isdeth nestled on the sofa, engrossed in her idle drama, occasionally humming along with the plot. Xixia began practicing the mysterious origin breathing technique in the hall, but by the afternoon, the gene unlocking rate had only increased by 1%. Gene unlocking rate 26%. He couldn't help but sigh. The speed was indeed impressive, but it could only be done gradually. Dinner's ready. Orihime Inoue's voice came from the restaurant. She had already prepared a table full of food. Isdeth and Shirayuki Kai put down what they were doing upon hearing the sound and went over together. At the dinner table, Orihime Inoue habitually picked up some food and fed it to Xixia. Xixia smiled and opened his mouth to accept it. Then he also picked up some food for her and Isdeth and fed it to them. Their intimate actions were so sweet it was almost cloying. Bayuekue rested his cheek on his hand, watching this scene, and couldn't help but tease him. Can't you guys behave yourselves while you're eating? Isdeth raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery in her expression. What, you want to join too? Bayuekue waved his hand, didn't reply, and continued eating with his head down. Not long after the meal, Bayuekue returned to his room. After tidying everything up, Inoue Orihime went to the bathroom. Xixia looked in the direction of the bathroom, and as if possessed, quietly walked over and gently pushed open the door. Ah! Orihime Inoue was startled, as she was still wrapped in a bath towel. Husband! Inoue Orihime. Xixia closed the door, walked forward with a wicked grin, and ripped off the bath towel. Inoue, your husband will help you. Bayuekue came out of the room at this moment. Hearing the noise in the bathroom, she frowned slightly and turned back into the room. After a while, Xixia and Inoue Orihime came out of the bathroom. Inoue Orihime glanced shyly at Xixia and quickly returned to her room. Xixia couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing to watch her flee in such a panic. Not long after, Xixia saw Isdeth enter the bathroom, and on a whim, he mustered his courage and followed her in. Isdeth. As soon as I entered, I saw Isdeth taking off her last piece of clothing and preparing to turn and walk towards the shower area. You little rascal, you're getting bolder and bolder. Isdeth noticed his movement, turned around to look at him, her tone slightly sarcastic, but her eyes did not show any real anger. Xixia closed the door behind him, a mischievous smile on his face. He quickly stepped forward and hugged her from behind, his chin resting gently on her shoulder. Your Majesty, let me help you wash. A warm breath brushed past her ear, and Isdeth's body stiffened slightly before relaxing, a faint smile playing on her lips. Oh? You certainly know how to fawn over people. It is my honor to serve Her Majesty the Queen. Xixia's hands were quite restless. Only when he sensed Isdeth's change in breathing did he reach out and turn on the shower. Warm water poured down, instantly creating a misty vapor around the two of them. After an unknown amount of time, Bayuekue walked out of the room again. The sound of the shower in the bathroom was still going on, and occasionally Isdeth and Xixia's voices could be heard. Bayuekue frowned slightly and retreated. After some time, Isdeth wiped herself down and slowly walked out of the bathroom, leaving Xixia alone. A moment later, Bayuekue came out for the third time, and the bathroom door was finally open. Xixia had just finished showering and was drying her hair as she walked out. I just finished using it, you can use it. Bai Yuekue recalled the commotion earlier, hesitated for a moment, but still gritted his teeth and went inside. She really needed to use the restroom, but couldn't open the doors to the other restrooms, so she had no choice but to give in. Looking at the still moist environment inside, I couldn't help but think about everything that had just happened here. Thinking of the sweet and lovely Inoue Oraheim, and the aloof and elegant Queen Esteth, both of them were here with Qi Xia. He sighed helplessly, realizing there was nothing he could do about them. However, given that she is Qi Xia's wife, it wouldn't be surprising if something happened between them. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but shake her head slightly. How could you have such a thought? I was really influenced by their surging hormones. Just then, the bathroom door clicked open. Bai Yuekue, who was sitting on the toilet, trembled slightly and turned her head to look. The person who came was Qi Xia. Bai Yuekue. Chapter 77, Who Should We Summon? Bai Yuekue. The moment Qi Xia pushed open the toilet door, he abruptly stopped in his tracks. Seeing Bai Yuekue on the toilet, he blushed instantly and quickly apologized. I'm so sorry, I made a mistake. I forgot to bring my things. I'll come back for them later. After saying that, he hurriedly closed the door. Bai Yuekue was lost in thought when this sudden scene startled him, making him feel as if he had been caught doing something private, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. Looking in the direction Qi Xia hurriedly left outside the door, she shook her head secretly, but a hint of doubt arose in her heart. I clearly locked the door from the inside, how could he still open it? What Bai Yuekue didn't know was that all the door control terminals in this villa were bound to Qi Xia's permissions, so he could open them directly regardless of whether they were locked or not. That's why he was able to open the bathroom door 3 times in a row. When Qi Xia returned to the room, Esteth was already lying in bed, wearing a silk camisole nightgown, watching a drama. Her long, slender legs were casually crossed, and the snow-white skin faintly visible beneath her pajamas complemented her stunningly beautiful face, exuding a languid allure. Qi Xia watched the scene, quietly walked to the bedside, and gently stroked Esteth's snow-white thigh from her feet, slowly caressing it upwards. Esteth looked up at him, her tone slightly mocking. Does it feel good? Qi Xia smiled and nodded, her fingertips still lingering on the delicate skin. That must feel nice to touch. As he spoke, he leaned down and gave her a light kiss on the thigh. A hint of a smile flashed in Esteth's eyes. You're getting better and better at sweet talking, kid. I don't know any sweet talk, I just tell the truth. As Qi Xia spoke, he leaned down. You're so sweet talking. Esteth reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him closer. My wife smells amazing. Qi Xia buried his head in her neck, kissing her tenderly, his breath brushing against her skin, carrying a burning heat. His hands started to wander, sneaking inside his clothes. Esteth gave a soft hum, not pushing him away, but simply tilting her head back slightly, letting him wriggle around her neck, the smile in her eyes gradually turning into a slightly hazy one. The next day, early morning. Qi Xia slowly woke up, looking at Esteth sleeping soundly in his arms, a happy smile appeared in his eyes. He opened the lottery system page. Remaining chances to win, 1. Total number of draws, 35. He chose to extract. The gacha pool suddenly shone brightly and began to spin rapidly. Congratulations on obtaining a rank Mikasa Ackerman. Mikasa Ackerman. Brief introduction. Mikasa Ackerman, fiercely protective of her master, calm and decisive, cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Summon store in warehouse. Mikasa Ackerman has shoulder-length black hair, a faint scar under her left eye, and a tall, well-proportioned figure that is both heroic and feminine. He glanced at the cards in his hand, the ones worth summoning totaled. There are 9 Nvidia cards. Ranmori, Daochan, Yangmi, Zhengyanai, Shizuka, Ranbing, Suexian, Jin Meiting, Eri Kisaki. There are 9 R cards, namely Xiaohe, Wu Qiuqiu, Madamine, Natasha Romanoff, Jinx, Little Dragon Girl, Joel, Huang Ron, Mikasa Ackerman. How should we summon them? Readers, please vote. Choose 1 N rank card and 1 R rank card. Just as Qi Xia was troubled, Esteth slowly opened her eyes and saw that Qi Xia was staring at the ceiling in a daze, so she asked him softly. What's wrong? What are you thinking about? Qi Xia snapped out of his daze, reached out and stroked her hair, and said softly. I'm thinking, maybe I should summon a few more partners. Esteth raised an eyebrow, her tone indifferent. It doesn't matter, just do what you think is best. Summon as many as you can, the stronger our team is, the better. Thank you, honey. Shi Xia called out the name naturally, his eyes filled with warmth. Isteth's heart fluttered slightly at the word wife, and she playfully scolded. You're getting more and more disgusting. Is there? Shi Xia chuckled mischievously, pinched her cheek, and leaned down to plant a soft kiss on her cheek. Good morning, kiss, my wife. Isteth closed her eyes and responded to the kiss, releasing him after a moment, her voice still languid from just waking up. Good morning, honey. That husband was like a fuse being lit, and Shi Xia instantly hugged her even tighter, his hands unconsciously starting to wander. Isteth noticed his agitation and chuckled as she pushed his lips away. The little guy is quite energetic. I'm not a little one, Shi Xia said defiantly, gently sucking on her fair neck. Yes, I know you're amazing. Isteth smiled, then suddenly flipped over and tackled him, her fingertips lightly brushing against his hair, her eyes filled with a seductive allure. Then you'd better do your best. As she spoke, she slowly lowered her head and kissed him. Shi Xia wrapped his arm around her slender waist and charged forward with a punch. After Isteth got out of bed, Shi Xia picked up the terminal and dialed Zhu Debiao's number. He wanted to ask if it was possible to arrange a place for Bai Yuekue to access genetic research. The call was quickly connected, and Zhu Debiao's hearty laughter came through. Shi Xia, what brings you here so early? These past 2 days, Shi Xia has received countless congratulatory calls and won many awards because he achieved the top score in the global college entrance examination. His future looks bright, and he is in an extremely good mood. Shi Xia had no other connections in this area, so he wanted to see if Zhu Debiao had any ideas, and got straight to the point. Principal Zhu, I have a spirit of a hero. He is very intelligent and is a scientist, especially interested in the field of genetics. I'd like to ask if there's anywhere she can pursue in-depth learning or participate in relevant research? Zhu Debiao paused for a moment, somewhat surprised. Another heroic spirit? Or perhaps one who does scientific research? After a moment's thought, he suddenly thought of someone. What a coincidence, I have an old friend whose daughter is an expert in this field. She is not only beautiful, but also one of the top talents in Yongjiang City. Come to the school, I'll take you to talk to him. Shi Xia quickly expressed his gratitude. That's wonderful, thank you Principal Zhu. You're welcome. See you later. Good. After hanging up the phone, Shi Xia walked out of the room. Inoue Oraheim had already prepared breakfast and greeted Shi Xia with a smile. Honey, breakfast is ready. Good. Shi Xia walked over, put his arm around her slender waist, and gave her a good morning kiss. Inoue Oraheim wrapped her arms around Shi Xia, closed her eyes slightly, and responded obediently. Bai Yuekue looked at them, his face devoid of any emotion. Shi Xia released Inoue Oraheim and sat down to have breakfast with Isteth, Inoue Oraheim, and Shiratsuki Kai. During the meal, he looked at Bai Yuekue. I'll take you somewhere later. Bai Yuekue looked up and asked, where to? Go and get involved in genetic research. A hint of anticipation flashed in Bai Yuekue's eyes, and he nodded. Good. Chapter 78 Class University. Bai Yuekue. Shi Xia looked at Inoue Oraheim and Isteth and asked. Do you want to come along? Oraheim Inoue shook her head. I won't go. I need to buy more groceries to keep at home since I just moved in. Isteth watched TV without looking up. Not interested. All right. Shi Xia nodded and led Bai Yuekue out of the room. They boarded a hovercar and headed together to the location designated by Zhu Debiao. The two remained silent throughout the journey, with Bai Yuekue resting his chin on his hand and quietly gazing at the scenery outside the car window. Shi Xia didn't say anything. He opened his terminal to check the messages and found congratulatory messages from Wu Qiuqiu, Han Ning, Li Kai, Lin Yueru, Su Yuqing, and others. He replied to each of them with thanks. After replying, Wu Qiuqiu sent another message. So busy person, finally have time to reply to messages? He. Shi Xia smiled slightly when he saw the humph emoji sent by Wu Qiuqiu. I'm so sorry. Hey, are you free tomorrow? Let's get together. Shi Xia thought for a moment and realized that there shouldn't be anything to do tomorrow, so they could get together. Okay, I'm free tomorrow. He, that's great. See you tomorrow. Okay, see you tomorrow. Immediately afterwards, Su Yuqing's message also came in. Top scorer in the college entrance examination, long time no see. Yuqing, it's been a long time. When are you free? Let's go out for a meal. Shi Xia felt ashamed it was time to eat again. Eating separately is too time-consuming, so let's eat them all together. Okay, let's get together tomorrow. Okay, it's a deal. After Qixia finished replying to the message, the hover car arrived at the research building that Zhu Debiao had mentioned. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the research building, Qixia and Bai Yuekue got out of the car and saw Principal Zhu Debiao standing outside, smiling and waving at Qixia. Qixia, over here. Qixia quickened his pace to greet him. Principal Zhu, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Zhu Debiao quickly waved his hand and laughed. Ha, I just arrived too. Come on, I'll take you to see Dr. Lin. Good. As Zhu Debiao walked forward, he introduced the place. Dr. Lin specializes in gene research and her family also owns a gene therapy company. She has very strong professional skills. As he spoke, he glanced at Bai Yuekue next to Qixia and sighed inwardly. How come all the heroic spirits Qixia summoned were top-tier beauties? It was truly enviable. This must be your heroic spirit, right? Qixia nodded. Yes, this is Bai Yuekue, and this is Principal Zhu. Bai Yuekue nodded. Hello, Principal Zhu. Zhu Debiao responded with a smile. Hello, it's a good thing that you're interested in genes. As long as you make achievements in this area, you can continuously improve your wealth and strength in the future, and you can also help Qixia become stronger. This is exactly what Qixia was thinking. If Bai Yuekue could make some progress in gene research, obtain more gene modification technology and drug-related resources, and thus become stronger, he could then give back to Qixia. It can even benefit his Nan and our cards, making them stronger as well. Having a powerful and beautiful all-female army that belongs only to him sounds incredibly nice. Not long after, a person in work clothes came over and led Zhu Debiao and the others to the 108th floor in a private elevator. The elevator slowly ascended, and the car was quiet. The number quickly jumped to 108, and the elevator doors opened again. Before them lay a spacious and bright corridor, with pictures and descriptions related to gene research hanging on the walls on both sides. At the end of the road is a huge glass door, through which you can vaguely see busy figures inside. They stepped out of the elevator and walked down the corridor. At the end of the transparent door, staff members performed facial recognition, and with a soft beep sound, the door slowly slid open to both sides. Upon entering, the first thing that catches the eye is a spacious area filled with sophisticated instruments, with various biological culture equipment and gene sequencers neatly arranged, all flashing indicator lights. Several researchers in white lab coats were focused on operating the instruments, occasionally exchanging a few words of data in hushed tones. After passing through this core experimental area, they arrived at another passageway, where staff handed them 3 sets of sterile work clothes, shoe covers, and hair caps. Please change your equipment to avoid introducing contaminants that could affect the experimental environment. Qixia, Bai Yuekue, and Zhu Debiao changed into their new clothes one by one, carefully tidying their hair and cuffs. After passing through the air shower to remove surface dust, they entered the next area. The instruments here are more sophisticated. The screens on the walls display a 3-dimensional model of the gene chain in real time, which is slowly rotating. Finally, they stopped in front of an independent laboratory, and the staff knocked on the door. Dr. Lin, Principal Zhu has brought guests. A clear female voice came from inside the door. Please come in. Pushing open the door, one sees a young woman standing beside the control panel, wearing a well-fitting white lab coat, with striking short orange hair, thin-rimmed glasses, and delicate, cool features. She held a pipette in her hand, carefully adding reagents to a petri dish, while a complex gene sequence scrolled rapidly on the screen in front of her. This is Dr. Lin, whose name is Lin Mengwan. Lin Mengwan looked up and saw Zhu Debiao, a smile appearing in her eyes. Uncle Zhu, you've arrived. Zhu Debiao waved his hand. Mengwan, did I disturb your experiment? Lin Mengwan put down the pipette in her hand and wiped her hands. It's all right, this step is just finished. Zhu Debiao stepped aside to make room for him and introduced, this is Qixia, this year's global top scorer in the college entrance examination. This is Dr. Lin Mengwan. Lin Mengwan turned her beautiful eyes to Qixia, with a hint of approval in them. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. Qixia looked at Lin Mengwan in front of him and was quite surprised. He did not expect this expert in the field of genetics to be so young and beautiful. Dr. Lin, you flatter me. Thank you for taking the time to see us. Lin Mengwan's gaze then fell on Bai Yuekue, who was standing to the side, and she asked gently. I presume this is your spirit? Uncle Zhu said she is very interested in genetic research. Bai Yuekue's expression was aloof, and his tone was calm. I hope to gain a deeper understanding of scientific research. Good. Lin Mengwan's smile deepened. Then come with me. Let's talk and see how much you know about this. Afterwards, Lin Mengwan led Bai Yuekui deeper into the laboratory. The two quickly began exchanging ideas on gene sequence analysis and gene expression regulation, sometimes discussing theories, sometimes gathering around the instruments to demonstrate their operation, their eyes revealing their focus and enthusiasm for scientific research. Shi Xia and Zhu Debiao chatted idly to the side. Shi Xia, which university are you planning to attend? Upon hearing this, Shi Xia replied without hesitation. I want to go to an S-level university. S-class universities are the best universities in the universe of life, with the most outstanding faculty and a campus area that almost occupies an entire planet. Similarly, it includes the most outstanding students in the entire universe. As a lower race, humans have to compete with the elites of various races on intermediate, advanced, and even special grade planets, so you can imagine how fierce the competition is. If he chooses a top-tier university, he may receive significant resources from the school. But having a system, how could he possibly be willing to be subordinate to someone else? If you're going to choose the best. He wants to trample all the prodigies of the Titans, Protoss, Kryptonians, and so on under his feet. The entire universe must know that humanity can also rise above all things. S-level university, he. A must-go. Chapter 79 Zhu Qingqing, the new wife? It was evening. Lin Mengwan and Bai Yuekui were still having a lively conversation when Zhu Debiao, seeing their focused expressions, suggested. How about we go get dinner first? However, Lin Mengwan and Bai Yuekui refused almost simultaneously. Lin Mengwan's eyes gleamed with admiration, and she quickly said. No, let's continue. You guys go eat. We might be working on this until very late tonight. Bai Yuekui chimed in, yes, we need to continue our research. It feels like there's still a lot to explore. Lin Mengwan then praised Bai Yuekui, saying, Miss Bai Yuekui, your ideas are very advanced, and I really need your help. The two felt as if they had known each other for a long time. Zhu Debiao sighed helplessly, all right then. You guys continue, just be careful not to overwork yourselves. Shi Xia had no choice but to agree, Principal Zhu, let's go get something to eat first. Bai Yuekui looked at Shi Xia and said calmly. I probably won't go back tonight. She paused, then added. I might not be going back for a while, I want to do more research here. Shi Xia was not surprised at all upon hearing Bai Yuekui's words. Based on Bai Yuekui's personality, technology is quite appealing. Instead of forcing her, it's better to go with the flow and let her stay here so she can learn more about genetics more quickly. And you might even be able to build up her favorability and slowly win her over. Shi Xia smiled and nodded. Okay, you study hard and do your research. I'll head back now. Bai Yuekui's pretty face revealed an imperceptible emotion, and she gave a soft in response. Just then, Shi Xia heard the system's voice in his mind. Ding! Bai Yuekui's favorability has increased by 5, current favorability is 35. Zhu Debiao and Shi Xia left the research building together and went to a high-end hotel. After passing through the luxuriously decorated lobby, the two entered a private room. Zhu Debiao knocked lightly on the door and entered. There were two people sitting in the private room. One of them was a middle-aged woman, whom Shi Xia recognized as Zhu Debiao's wife. The other was a young woman, about 25 or 26 years old, with long, jet-black hair and a tall, well-proportioned figure. She had fair skin, a small and delicate face, and slightly upturned thin lips that exuded a fatal attraction in a half-smile. Zhu Qingqing. Upon seeing them enter, both men stood up. Shi Xia looked at Zhu Debiao with some surprise. Principal Zhu, this is. Please sit down, please sit down. Zhu Debiao greeted them with a smile and first introduced the middle-aged woman. This is my wife, Miao Cuihua. Miao Cuihua smiled and nodded, hello, Shi Xia. You've really brought honor to our number 2 middle school. Shi Xia politely replied, Auntie, you flatter me. Zhu Debiao then pointed to the young woman, this is my daughter, Zhu Qingqing. She just graduated from university this year. Zhu Qingqing nodded with a faint smile on her face. Hello, I am Zhu Qingqing. Hello, I am Shi Xia. Shi Xia never expected that Zhu Debiao, who was so ordinary-looking, would have such a beautiful daughter. It made one wonder if there was an Uncle Wang living next door. After the group sat down, Xia noticed that the table was already laden with a dazzling array of dishes, many of which looked very expensive. He knew in his heart that Zhu Debiao's meal was probably not just a simple celebration. Come on, let's have a toast to Xia becoming the world's top scorer in the college entrance examination. Zhu Debiao raised his glass, his tone hearty. Congratulations to Xia. Miao Zuihua and Zhu Qingqing also raised their glasses. Xia quickly picked up her cup. Thank you, Principal Zhu, thank you, Auntie, thank you, Senior Sister Zhu. The wine glasses clinked lightly, producing a crisp sound. After a few rounds of drinks, the atmosphere at the table gradually warmed up. Miao Zuihua frequently served Xia food and inquired about his recent situation. Zhu Qingqing was not talkative, but she would occasionally laugh at her father's jokes. Her gaze would sometimes fall on Xia with a hint of curiosity. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, Zhu Debiao raised his glass and toasted Xia again. Xia quickly stood up, adopting a very humble posture, knowing that he was about to get down to business. Xia, classmate. Zhu Debiao put down his wine glass and said earnestly. I'm treating you to dinner today not only to celebrate your top score in the college entrance exam, but also because I need your help with something. Principal Zhu, please speak. Zhu Debiao looked at Zhu Qingqing beside him and slowly spoke. My daughter Qingqing is 25 years old this year and just graduated from university. Her awakened psychic ability is ghost cat communication, but it's only a level and her gene unlocking rate is not ideal. But she was ambitious and always wanted to become a powerful psychic, and she never gave up. So, I'd like to ask you to help her. Xia looked somewhat bewildered upon hearing this. He's just a recent high school graduate, how could he possibly help Zhu Qingqing? Principal Zhu, how can I help? I want you to take her to an S-level university for further studies. Can you bring people into an S-level university? Zhu Debiao shook his head. No, but you can bring your wife to live there. Ha! Xia then realized what was happening and looked at Zhu Qingqing in shock. Zhu Debiao actually wanted Zhu Qingqing to marry him. Zhu Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly, and she stubbornly turned her head away, unwilling to meet his gaze. It's clear she's a strong-willed person, and she must be desperate to do this. Before Xia could speak, Zhu Debiao quickly added. I know this is unfair to you. Xing is older than you, but he's good-looking and has never been in a relationship. Don't worry about that. No, that's not what I meant. Xia wanted to explain, but swallowed the words back. I know you will definitely have more and better people around you in the future, but we don't mind, as long as you give Qingqing a title, even if it's just taking a concubine. Xia was still hesitating when Miao Zuihua, who was standing next to him, also stood up, her eyes slightly red. Xia, we had no choice. Qingqing really wants to take this further, but we really have no other way. Before she could finish speaking, her voice was already choked with emotion. Zhu Qingqing lowered her head, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, her stubborn profile revealing a hint of helplessness. Xia watched the scene with mixed feelings, unsure how to respond. Seeing that Xia did not respond for a long time, Zhu Qingqing finally couldn't help but stand up. Her eyes were slightly red, with a hint of stubbornness, yet she couldn't hide the longing in them. Her voice trembled slightly. Xia, I know this is unfair to you, and we are making things difficult for you. But I promise that as long as you give me a chance to become your wife, I will definitely be a good wife and will never cause you any trouble. As she spoke, her hands unconsciously twisted together. Xia, are you willing to let me become your wife? Chapter 80 is here, with rewards from all three parties. Upon hearing this, Xia pondered for a moment and then understood. Zhu Debiao was a good person because he accepted Bai Jianxing's offer to number 2 middle school even though he knew Bai Jianxing was trying to push him, a student who was dragging the school down, and gave him the opportunity to take the college entrance examination. Moreover, they provided a lot of support afterward, which shows they were very dedicated. Before this, he owed Zhu Debiao. However, after the college entrance examination, he had already achieved first place, and the fame, benefits, opportunities, and so on that brought Zhu Debiao were 100-fold or even 10,000-fold in return. In this way, he has already repaid Zhu Debiao's kindness. As for Zhu Qingqing, she is beautiful, has a good figure, and has never been in a relationship. She is a good woman. However, Zhu Qingqing's willingness to give up love to improve her strength, though perhaps not entirely honorable, reveals her true nature. She prioritizes martial arts and is a strong-willed woman. These are not really problems for Xia. One more woman, one more bed. But Xu Qingqing wasn't a woman brought by the system. After all, she hadn't undergone the system's transformation, so there was always a possibility of change. The women brought by the system, although they have a favorability rating, neither Esteth nor Orihime Inoue had any ulterior motives towards him when their favorability rating was low. They continued to help him and were very reliable. Take Bai Yuekue for example. He is currently studying at the Scientific Research Building, which is laying the foundation for his future path. Xu Qingqing, on the other hand, could not bring him anything, and there were still uncontrollable factors involved. Therefore, after careful consideration, I still cannot accept Xu Qingqing. Just as Qi Xia was about to refuse, Zhu Debiao noticed something amiss in his expression and quickly raised his hand to interrupt him. Qi Xia, don't rush to answer. There's still a month before university starts, take your time to think it over, there's no rush. Seeing that Zhu Debiao was stopping Qi Xia from giving an answer, Xu Qingqing became anxious and couldn't help but speak up. Dad, but. There's no but about it. Zhu Debiao interrupted her again, his tone somewhat serious. We cannot force Qi Xia. If he is willing to accept it, it is your blessing. If he is not, it is your fate. Don't interfere with his thinking, understand? Xu Qingqing pursed her lips and swallowed the rest of her words, but her gaze towards Qi Xia held a complex mix of emotions. Qi Xia looked at them, and temporarily suppressed the words of rejection in his heart. Zhu Debiao's words clearly indicated that he sensed Xu Qingqing's intention to refuse, so he deliberately interrupted her to save face for her. In that case, there's no need to say refusals face to face. Let's all keep our dignity intact. Thank you for your understanding, Principal Zhu. Of course, of course. Zhu Debiao quickly responded and then greeted them. Come on, let's eat, the food's getting cold. The atmosphere at the table was not as lively as before, but it had eased up temporarily. However, everyone had some heavy thoughts in their hearts. Night. After saying goodbye to Zhu Debiao's family, Qi Xia returned to the villa alone. As soon as the door opened, Orihime Inoue came to greet her. Honey, why are you all alone? Where's Sister Bai? As Qi Xia took off his shoes, he replied, she's studying at the research building and probably won't be back for a while. Oh, I see. Orihime Inoue nodded and then asked with concern. Honey, would you like something to eat? No need, I've already eaten. Inoue Orihime noticed the faint smell of alcohol on him and frowned slightly. Have you been drinking? Would you like some water? Yeah, I drank a little, it's fine. Qi Xia smiled and gently patted Inoue Orihime's head. He then glanced at Esteth, who was watching a show in the living room, and thought to himself that he felt more at ease with his own two wives. He embraced Inoue Orihime and kissed her cheek. I'm going to take a shower first. Qi Xia stepped into the bathroom and was about to turn on the shower when the bathroom door was gently pushed open. Inoue Orihime walked in wrapped in a pink bath towel, with a gentle smile on her face. Honey, let me scrub your back. No need, I can do it myself. I see you've had a bit to drink, and you seem a little worried. Let me help you. Orihime Inoue said with a hint of insistence, besides, it's time for me to take a bath too. Well, okay, thank you, honey. Qi Xia couldn't refuse her, so he had no choice but to agree. Inoue Orihime picked up a bath towel and gently rubbed his back with light and careful movements. She asked softly as she rubbed it. Honey, is something on your mind? Qi Xia leaned against the edge of the bathtub and whispered. It's not exactly a worry, it's just that something happened. Tell me about it, maybe I can help you think of a solution. It's okay, don't worry. Okay, that's good. Orihime Inoue responded, her hands continuing their work. As he rubbed his back, Qi Xia felt two soft, warm hands gently pressing against his back. He felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that she was trying to comfort him in this way, and to accompany him in a more intimate manner. The bath towel on the floor had slipped off at some point. He turned to look at her, his eyes full of tenderness. He didn't say anything more, but simply reached out and gently pulled her into his arms. The steam in the bathroom gradually filled the air, creating a warm and cozy atmosphere. Inoue Orihime. When Qi Xia returned to his room after taking a shower, he saw Esteth wearing a silk nightgown, holding a bottle of lotion, and gently applying it to her arm. I never expected that my queen would wear this. Qi Xia walked over, his gaze falling on her delicate skin. Esteth rolled her eyes at him and waved the lotion in her hand. This was a gift from Inoue. I don't need skincare products, but I can't let her kindness go to waste. You sisters have such a good relationship. Qi Xia smiled and reached for the lotion. how about I apply it for you? Isdef thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Good. Xia picked up the lotion, squeezed it into her palm and rubbed it together. She started by applying it to her thighs and gently moved upwards, feeling the warmth of the lotion as her fingertips brushed against her skin. Next, he moved his waist and sides, slowing his movements and pushing upwards little by little. As he applied the ointment to her upper body, he gently removed Isdef's shirt and whispered. This way you can apply it evenly, leaving no spot untouched. Isdef looked at the smile in his eyes and gave a soft hum. You little rascal, you're always trying to take advantage of me. Xia gently applied lotion to her chest with both hands, looked up at her, and spoke with a serious tone. It's all because my wife is so charming. As he spoke, he leaned down and gently kissed Isdef's fragrant lips. Isdef slowly closed her eyes, raised her hand to hug his neck, and gently responded to the kiss. The air in the room gradually became warm. Isdef. The next day, early morning. Xia slowly woke up, looking at Isdef in his arms, his heart filled with happiness. Just then, his terminal beeped with a message from Zhu Debiao. Xia, your college entrance exam rewards have arrived. You've received 3 awards, one from the school, one from Yongjiang City, and one from Xingqiu. Xia was surprised to find that there were 3 more rewards. It was both unexpected and reasonable. His eyes lit up, and he immediately began to examine the reward. Chapter 81 has really generous rewards. I drew an SR card again. Isdef. First, there are the awards given by the school. Reward 1, 3 million credits. Reward 2, 20 runs of bronze level dungeons, 10 runs of silver level dungeons. Reward 3, 5 bottles of Gene Catalyst Potion, 5 bottles of Gene Max Enhancement Potion. Secondly, there was the reward given by Yongjiang City. Reward 1, 5 million credits. Reward 2, 10 runs of silver tier dungeons, 10 runs of gold tier dungeons. Reward 3, spokesperson for Yongjiang City, with an annual endorsement fee of 10 million yuan. Reward 4, 10 bottles of Gene Catalyst Potion, 10 bottles of Gene Max Enhancement Potion. Finally, there's the reward the planet bestows. Reward 1, a universally accepted credit card with a credit limit of 100 million credit points. Reward 2, 1 swordsman-specific weapon. Reward 3, 1 king-level combat suit. Reward 4, 10 runs of abyss-level dungeons. Reward 5, 1 invincible shield and 1 eternal teleportation scroll. Xia was overjoyed as he looked at the reward on the terminal. With 8 million credits and an annual endorsement fee of 10 million, one can directly achieve financial freedom. There's also a universally accepted credit card with a limit of 100 million, which can solve urgent problems in many situations. Moreover, there's no interest accrued, and the repayment date is 10 years from now. It's incredibly generous. 15 bottles of Gene Catalyst can greatly increase his gene unlocking rate, but the effect varies from person to person and has an upper limit. But it's still an improvement without side effects, which is better than nothing. Gene Max Enhancement Agent is the newest type of agent on the market. It can enhance one's gene unlocking rate in a short period of time and play a crucial role in turning the tide at critical moments. 20 runs of bronze level dungeons, 20 runs of silver level dungeons, and 10 runs of gold level dungeons are all good. The most important thing is 10 abyss level dungeons. Abyss level dungeons offer high experience points, a very high equipment drop rate and quality, and most importantly, they also drop. Inscription. Once a psionicist reaches level 80, they can use inscriptions. Inscriptions possess various attributes and can permanently enhance the stats of weapons, armor, and even heroic spirits. The higher the quality of the inscription, the better the effect, and the rarer it is. Next is the swordsman's exclusive weapon, which refers to the swordsman's specialized weapons. The difference between a special weapon and a regular weapon lies in their potential for growth. Whether it's a basic weapon or an orange tier weapon, the stats of a regular weapon are fixed. The special weapon will adjust itself according to the user's attack habits and move characteristics, changing into the user's ideal state and greatly increasing its power. It will also improve as the user's level increases, and may even lead to the creation of exclusive weapons. Exclusive ability. If the exclusive weapon is one of the top-tier items in the dungeon, then the king-level combat suit is one of the top-tier armors in human technology. Combat suits are products developed by humans using advanced technology and dungeon materials. They are protective gear more suitable for humans to wear than dungeon equipment. There are 6 levels in total. Standard Combat Uniform, Excellent Combat Uniform, Advanced Combat Uniform, King Level Combat Uniform, Emperor Level Combat Uniform, and the Legendary God Level Combat Uniform. Each combat suit automatically adapts to the user's optimal size and also provides bonuses such as enhanced defense and attack power. The market price for a King-level combat suit starts at tens of millions of credits, and it offers excellent enhancements in various aspects. Finally, there is one Invincible Shield and one Eternal Teleportation Scroll. Invincible Shield instantly creates a protective shield with a radius of 5 meters centered on the user, capable of withstanding all attacks and abilities, lasting for 5 seconds. Note: single-use item. Eternal Teleportation Charm. Using this charm will teleport you directly to Yongjiang City on standard planet AE86 within 2 seconds, ignoring all obstacles. Note: single-use item. Shi Xia was slightly surprised after examining the 2 disposable props. Although they are all disposable props, their value is immeasurable, and they are priceless and unavailable for purchase. The Invincible Shield is an absolute means of survival, while the Eternal Teleportation Talisman is an absolute means of escape. When used together, even gods cannot stop them. The fact that the higher-ups of Standard Planet AE86 gave him these 2 treasures shows how highly they valued him. There are many geniuses, but only those who grow into truly useful geniuses are truly useful. Presumably, the higher-ups also saw that Inoue Oraheim was able to counter the Void Clan's abilities and were afraid that the Void Clan would attack him, which is why they gave him such a treasure. This credit goes to Inoue Oraheim. She'll have to be rewarded several times tonight. After reading this, he immediately transferred 1 million credits to Qi Zongheng so that his parents could escape their life of hardship. Just as I turned around, Qi Zongheng's call rang on the terminal. Shi Xia smiled and answered the phone. Yes, Dad, that 1 million was transferred to you by me. You don't need to save any for me, because the reward for the top scorer in the college entrance examination has already been given, and we can live a wealthy life. It's true. The city offered me tens of millions in endorsement fees alone, so Mom and Dad, you should quit your jobs now. Yes, quit now. Your son is successful and can support you. Huh? I need to give a month's notice before resigning? Dad, just forget about that little bit of salary, don't work so hard. Oh. I see. Since the boss is good to you, then you should make sure to hand over your responsibilities properly this month before you leave. Remember not to overwork yourselves. Good. After chatting for a few more minutes, Shi Xia hung up the phone. He looked at his death in his arms, lowered his head to give her a good morning kiss before slowly getting up. He took out the gene catalyst agent from the terminal and injected it into his body without hesitation. As soon as the medicine entered the bloodstream, a strange warm current quickly spread out. Shi Xia could clearly feel the gene chains in his body slowly loosening and reorganizing, and the unlocking rate was gradually increasing. Without the slightest pause, he immediately injected a second, a third. He continued to inject one gene catalytic agent after another until he stopped after the 18th injection. At this moment, the warm current within the body has converged into a powerful force, and the process of unlocking the gene rate becomes increasingly apparent. When the last bit of the drug's potency was completely absorbed, his gene unlocking rate increased by a full 5%. Gene unlocking rate, 32%. This delighted him, and he injected another vial, but he only felt a faint sensation. With the last injection, it's certain that the gene catalyzing agent has no effect on him anymore. It feels so good to be rich. You can become stronger just by getting injections. I don't know if there are any similar medications on the market. I'll buy some more to use later. Shi Xia opened the system and looked at the lottery interface. Remaining chances to win, 1. Total number of draws, 36. He chose to extract. The gacha pool suddenly shone brightly and began to spin rapidly. When he saw the card he drew, he was completely stunned. It was her. Congratulations on obtaining SR card. Chapter 82: The difference between drawing a real-life wife. Lin Yueru. Congratulations on obtaining SR card Lin Yueru. Synopsis: Lin Yueru, outwardly cold but inwardly warm, a proud and aloof young lady who says one thing but means another. Summon store in warehouse. Lin Yueru has glossy, light golden curly hair that is fluffy, clear eyes, fair skin, and a curvaceous figure. Shi Xia was a little confused. Wasn't this the SR psionicist with the domain deployment type from the last raid? Lin Yueru? Summon the SR card Lin Yueru? When the prompt popped up, Shi Xia hesitated. He didn't choose to summon Wu Qiuqiu when he drew her before. I drew Lin Yueru this time, and she's a support type SR card, so it's a real shame not to summon her. After all, there's a first time for everything, you have to take that first step. He looked at the system and decisively selected yes. An orange light surged from the card and condensed into a human shape in front of Qixia. As the light faded, a stunningly beautiful woman slowly appeared in the room. Lin Yueru wore a neat low ponytail with the ends slightly curled inwards, giving her a refreshing and casual look. She wore a light gray cropped sweatshirt that exposed her waist, with two eye-catching glimpses of her breasts, and a pair of long, sexy legs in black stockings. Qixia immediately checked Lin Yueru's information. Name, Lin Yueru. Rank, SR. Level, 83. Race, human. Appearance, 94 out of 100. Body, 97 out of 100. Partner, Qixia. Favorability, 70. Number of development attempts, 0. Gene unlocking rate, 35%. Skill, Team Boost. Specialties, playing video games, shopping, playing mahjong. Synopsis: she exhibits double standards in her attitude, possessing the pride of a young lady from a wealthy family, and only reveals her vulnerability to those she trusts. Qixia was extremely surprised when he saw the favorability rating 70 rating. Based on past experience, the initial affection level for the SSR character is death is 20, while for the SR characters Inoue Oraheim and Shiratsuki Kayat is 30. Lin Yueru's score is 70. Where did things go wrong? After a moment of contemplation, Qixia concluded that the initial favorability was fixed, while summoning a real person would add to her existing favorability. In other words, Lin Yueru already has a 40% favorability rating towards Qixia, plus the 30% favorability rating from the system, resulting in a total favorability rating of 70. To be honest, he really liked the system's algorithm. Lin Yueru first cautiously surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, but when her gaze fell upon Qixia, her eyes widened suddenly. Ha! Qixia? It really is you? You're the husband the system mentioned? Qixia understood immediately. It seemed that Lin Yueru had also received a system instruction to appear here. He smiled and nodded. Yes, Yueru, I am your husband. No, no one does that. Lin Yueru's cheeks flushed instantly, her tone filled with embarrassment and annoyance. We've only met twice, and you dare to say such things? That's outrageous. Qixia stepped forward and naturally put his arm around her slender waist, his smile gentle. Marriage is ultimately arranged by God. It was clearly arranged by the system. Lin Yueru retorted stubbornly, but her ears turned bright red. It doesn't matter, the result is the same anyway. As Qixia spoke, he gently brushed his fingertips against her side. With a base favorability rating of 70, he was quite relaxed. Having experienced his relationships with Esteth and Oraheim Inoue, he may not be a seasoned player in love, but he has gained a certain composure. Lin Yueru's heart skipped a beat. She looked up at him and asked hesitantly. Then, will you marry me? Qixia was stunned for a moment, then laughed loudly. Of course, you're my wife, we'll definitely get married. You smooth-talking bastard. Lin Yueru's heart was pounding, but she suddenly pushed him away, turned her face away, crossed her arms, and spoke in a haughty tone, but the blush on her ears was hard to hide. Ding! Lin Yueru's favorability plus 5, current favorability 75. Previously in the raid dungeon, although his death turned the tide, all psionicists automatically attributed the credit to Qixia. After all, no matter how strong the heroic spirits are, they still belong to Qixia. Qixia, an SSR character, naturally aroused Lin Yueru's envy. Later, Qixia won first place in the global college entrance examination, which made her fall even more in love with him. She has always admired the strong, especially Qixia, who is younger than her but far stronger. His genius-like appearance touched her heart, and her favorability towards him naturally increased. Although the sudden appearance of the system left her bewildered, Qixia was someone she could actually touch and even hug. The system sends her a handsome, young, and genius husband. What kind of wish fulfillment novel script is this? If she's not the female lead in a wish fulfillment novel, then who is? Lin Yueru secretly glanced at Qixia out of the corner of her eye. Seeing that he was smiling gently and no longer teasing her, the embarrassment and annoyance in her heart gradually faded away, and instead a sweet feeling arose that was hard to describe. Seeing the shy smile on Lin Yueru's face, Qixia took her hand and led her to the living room. What are you doing? Let go. Lin Yueru struggled for a moment, her cheeks flushing slightly. I'll take you to meet my first wife and second wife. You have a first wife and a second wife? Lin Yueru's heart sank, as if she had been doused with a bucket of cold water, leaving her feeling half-cooled. But when she walked into the living room and saw Esteth and Orihime Inoue on the sofa, the disappointment in her eyes was instantly replaced by excitement. She broke free from Chixia's hand and ran to Esteth and Orihime Inoue. Chixia, are those the first and second wives you mentioned? Chixia nodded, yes. Wow, that's great. Lin Yueru couldn't hide her excitement. I watched all of your college entrance exam competitions, Queen Esteth and Princess Inoue, you two are really amazing. Esteth glanced at her, said nothing, and continued munching on potato chips while watching the show. Orihime Inoue looked at Chixia with a puzzled expression. Husband, what is this? Let me introduce you. Her name is Lin Yueru, and she is my third wife. Chixia explained that he hadn't included Bai Yuekui in his calculations because he thought Bai Yuekui's favorability rating was still low. Who is your third wife? What nonsense are you talking about? When did I agree to that? Lin Yueru blushed instantly, glared at Chixia reproachfully, turned her head away and snorted, but her heart was pounding with joy, like a little rabbit trapped inside. Esteth looked Lin Yueru up and down again, but still didn't say anything. Orihime Inoue happily stepped forward and took her hands in hers. Hello, Yuru. From now on, we're sisters. Lin Yueru originally wanted to put on a haughty demeanor, but when she met Inoue Orihime's innocent and enthusiastic gaze, her awkwardness vanished instantly, and she became somewhat embarrassed instead. Thanks. Inoue Orihime smiled and pulled Lin Yueru toward the dining table. Hee, I just made breakfast, let's have some together. Esteth put down the potato chips in her hand, lazily got up, and walked towards the dining table. As soon as Chixia walked over, Inoue Orihime naturally leaned in, smiled, took his arm, and gave him a deep good morning kiss, her eyes full of tenderness. Lin Yueru stood to the side, and when she saw the scene, she was stunned. Her face flushed, and she was at a loss for what to do. Esteth glanced at her from the side, a half-smile playing on her lips. Since you are Chixia's third wife, you naturally deserve a good morning kiss too. Lin Yueru's cheeks burned even hotter, her eyes darting away, yet she couldn't help but steal glances at Chixia, her expression a mixture of shy anticipation and excitement. I want some too? Chapter 83, next up is summoning in and our cards. Lin Yueru. Inoue Orihime smiled, her eyes crinkling, and patted Lin Yueru on the shoulder. Of course. You're my husband's third wife, how could you be left out of the good morning kiss? We get them every day. This. Lin Yueru's face flushed bright red, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothes, so nervous that she couldn't even finish her sentence. I don't want to. Chixia looked at her insincere expression and a smile appeared in his eyes. You really have to be tough on this kind of arrogant young lady. He didn't say much and walked straight towards her. What are you doing? Lin Yueru shrank back, her heart pounding as if it would burst out of her chest, and she didn't know where to put her hands. Chixia didn't respond, but reached out and gently held her chin, forcing her to raise her head. The distance between the two closed in an instant, and Lin Yueru's pupils contracted sharply, her mind going blank. Before she could react, Chixia had already lowered his head and pressed his warm lips against hers. Lin Yu froze, as if she had been frozen in place. This was her first kiss. The soft touch carried an irresistible tenderness that instantly stunned her, leaving her only able to passively endure it. Chixia's kiss was light and patient, guiding her slowly. His tense body gradually relaxed, and even his heartbeat slowed down in rhythm with his movements. It's unclear how much time passed before Chixia finally released her. Lin Yueru's cheeks were so red they looked like they could bleed, her lips were slightly swollen, her eyes were unfocused, and she hadn't recovered from the dizziness she had just experienced. She was still muttering to herself unconsciously. How could you? Chixia chuckled softly as he looked at her bewildered expression. Why not? You're my wife, isn't that a given? Ding. Lin Yueru's favorability +5, current favorability 80. Inoue Orihime stepped forward, smiling as she pulled Lin Yueru, who was still malfunctioning, to the dining table. Okay, let's eat breakfast first, or it'll get cold. Lin Yueru was forced to sit down in a chair, and a warm bun was stuffed into her hand, but she couldn't eat a single bite. My mind was filled with the sensation of that kiss, my heart was pounding like a drum, and my face was burning hot enough to fry an egg. Strangely, she felt like she had a piece of candy in her heart, and a sweet sense of happiness spread little by little. Even the way she looked at Chi Xia had a more inexplicable dependence on him. She secretly glanced at Chi Xia, only to meet his gaze. Startled, she quickly lowered her head, her ears turning even redder. Inoue Oraheim picked up a meat bun and held it to Chi Xia's lips. "Honey, try this, it's super delicious." Chi Xia took a big bite and mumbled. Not bad, your skills are getting better and better." Esteth handed over her half-eaten fried dough stick. "Here, take this." "Thanks, honey." Chi Xia took the dumpling, ate it with soy milk, and then picked up a crystal shrimp dumpling and fed it to Inoue Oraheim. "Honey, you should try this too." Oraheim Inoue smiled and opened her mouth to take the cake, then put a piece of pastry on Estetha's plate. The three of them fed each other in a natural and affectionate manner. Lin Yueru sat to the side, dumbfounded, forgetting to chew the meat bun in her hand. Seeing her in a daze, Inoue Oraheim smiled and encouraged her. "Yueru, you should let your husband feed you too, it's delicious." Lin Yueru snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushed, and she stubbornly refused. Who needs him to feed me? I can eat by myself." He took a big bite of the steamed bun and then slurped up some soy milk, as if he was trying to hide something. Chi Xia smiled at her sullen expression and didn't press the matter further. Not long after breakfast was finished, Lin Yueru's terminal suddenly rang, and the name Su Yuqing was displayed on the screen. She answered hurriedly, her voice still a little strained. "Hello? Yueru, where did you go?" Su Yuqing's voice was clear and bright on the other end of the phone. "Didn't we agree to go see Chi Xia this afternoon?" Lin Yu subconsciously looked at Chi Xia, who was leaning back in his chair looking at his terminal. The morning light fell on his profile, making his features distinct. Her heart skipped a beat, and her mind went blank. Yesterday they were just ordinary friends, and today she's become his third wife. How is she supposed to explain this to Su Yuqing? Lin Yueru gave a vague reply, I'll go this afternoon." "Good." She hung up the phone, her cheeks burning hot. She stole a glance at Chi Xia and saw that he wasn't paying attention to her, which made her even more flustered. If she meets Su Yuqing and the others later and they find out about her current relationship with Chi Xia, how embarrassing would that be? They absolutely must not find out. Lin Yueru gripped the terminal tightly, silently chanting in her mind. The thought of Su Yuqing's inquisitive nature and the strange look she might receive from others made her want to disappear into the ground. Shame crept up her neck and down to her ears. Chi Xia looked up at this moment, noticed that her expression was not right, and casually asked her a question. "What's wrong? You don't look well." "No. It's nothing." Lin Yueru hurriedly waved her hand, her eyes darting away. "It's about Yuqing talking about the afternoon dinner party." "Oh, right, I've also invited another group of friends. We'll all get together and have some fun." "Good. I'll book a place first, and then we'll go there together." Lin Yueru reluctantly agreed, but in her heart she was already planning how to cover up this sudden marital relationship. Chi Xia didn't pay attention to Lin Yueru's thoughts. After he booked the restaurant, he thought of Wu Qiuqiu. Would summoning Wu Qiuqiu increase his favorability? If we can take it down directly, it can make up for the team's lack of ranged damage output. However, he decided to make further plans after the meeting. Chi Xia looked at the system inventory. Now that he knew the difference between SSR and SR cards and the characteristics of summoning real people, he would try out N and R cards to see if they could bring any surprises. 9 N cards. Ranmori, Daochan, Yangmi, Zhengyanai, Shizuka, Ranbing, Suexian, Jin Meiting, Eri Kisaki. 9 R cards. Xiaohe, Wu Qiuqiu, Madame, Natasha Romanoff, Jinx, Little Dragon Girl, Joel, Huang Ron, Mikasa Ackerman. Choose one NVIDIA card and one RX card, and let's see the differences. First up is the NVIDIA card, so it's the one.